All right, so a basic question to start things off this Monday. I hope you had a great holiday weekend, extended, saw family, grilled out, did all that fun stuff. I mean, I'll start it here. I was wrong and very wrong about one subject. And I want to know where people are at this morning. When you lose in the playoffs, there's kind of 2 to 3 schools of thought. And I'll throw a third category in there because it's where I'm at. If your team loses in the playoffs, some people look at the team that you lost to and say, well, I want that team to win it all because it makes you look better. Don't know if I buy that. I think it's more of you lose to a team based upon matchups or things that you're dealing with, and not everything is equal. The way that the Avs lost and the way that the Nuggets lost were two separate things. The Avs lost because a major cog, a major piece, a major piece was missing from their roster. The Nuggets lost because they got dead tired and didn't have enough depth. So I know of some people that were like, I hope that Minnesota wins a championship because ipso facto, if they win, you lose to the champions, it makes you look better. I don't think it matters all that much. Some people root against them because they hate them. I'm somewhere in the third category, which is I'm indifferent to it afterwards. Now, there are times where I hate the team that you lose to and I hope that they lose. I've never felt the I want that team to win sort of thing. But one thing is certain. I thought that series was for whoever is going to win the NBA championship. That is not the case. Because Minnesota is not going to beat Dallas 4 consecutive times. Being down 3-0 in this series raised a lot of eyebrows about how this was going. Like Karl-Anthony Towns all of a sudden can make a shot. Anthony Edwards does not look anything remotely like the superstar unstoppable talent that we saw in the Nuggets series. But more than that, again, this is all about matchups. Minnesota is a team that is built to give the Nuggets fits. When you can cycle in 3 different centers, have them all kind of guard Jokic, and for a team that is built to run the ball through their center, it poses a giant problem for what I would say is 28 teams in the NBA. The only one that doesn't is Minnesota because of the kind of centers that they have put together. But when they start to face off against a team that is no longer running their offense through a center and has 2 incredibly freakish guards, now it is not about Rudy Gobert and Karl-Anthony Towns and Naz Reid. It's about Mike Conley and Anthony Edwards and Nickeil Alexander-Walker and those guys. Can you stay on the guards? And in the case of the Dallas Mavericks, I'll give them this credit. I still think they're way too Dolly Parton. They're way too top-heavy. But when their top 2 guys play well, they're really tough to beat. You know Luka's going to bring it every night. But the way that Kyrie has played in this series is the difference. You know, I kind of made the Minnesota and Denver series about Jamal Murray, saying if he plays well, the Nuggets will win. Well, if Kyrie plays well, the Mavs win. And that's pretty much held form throughout the postseason for him. He even had a couple of games where he didn't play all that well and they still won. But that was against a younger Oklahoma City team that's having trouble handling success. Look no further than the Indiana Pacers on the eastern side. I mean, Indiana had 2 games that they literally almost just gave away at the very end by making really, really dumb and poor decisions. It's youth on display. It's a team that hasn't been there all that much. And I think that Minnesota's kind of dealing with the same thing. Again, we look at Minnesota as this very veteran-heavy team, and they are. They have a lot of veterans on it. But as far as them playing together, they haven't played together in the postseason all that much. Like Rudy Gobert has playoff experience, not with Minnesota. Mike Conley, playoff experience, not with Minnesota. Like the big dogs on that team are Anthony Edwards and Karl-Anthony Towns, who really don't have any. They had a play-in game and a first-round series against the Nuggets last year, and that's been it. So I know that there was a big funny quote that was made about this when they said, typically you have to lose to find success in the postseason. And Anthony Edwards and Karl-Anthony Towns is like, we've been losing for 27 years. Yeah, but not like this. Like, this is the losing that reporter was talking about. It's you're facing playoff adversity with your backs up against the wall. You haven't handled all that much of that. Now, they did that against the Nuggets when they were down 3-2 in that series to win the final 2 games. Like, that showed a lot of fight. But this kind of heartbreaking stuff, where you kind of know it's the end, that's what they haven't dealt with. But I'm really of the mind that it's just, this is a matchup thing. And this team was made to have a really good matchup against the Nuggets and not so much against the Dallas Mavericks. Anybody else, I think in the Western Conference that Minnesota plays, they aren't giving up 116 points like they are against Dallas. But Luka and Kyrie are just a different kind of behemoth to try and take down. And I, for one, I think maybe downplayed the Kyrie stuff because Kyrie hasn't been trustworthy in like 4 years. But he's that now. So we're on a collision course here with 2 series that might both end up in sweeps. You know, last night, Boston takes care of Indiana. Sweep them. 4-0. Those games were tough for the most part against Indiana. But we all kind of knew that Boston was coming out of the East. It's just a question of can they take on whoever's going to come out of the West because the West is better. And for them, I think Boston would have had a really tough time with Minnesota. They might have an easier time with Dallas, but Dallas, again, with the guards that they have, they're able to figure out this whole bunch of big guys sort of set up, and Karl-Anthony Towns has been bad. That's all it really takes in the postseason, right? Is if one of your top couple of guys is not playing well, you really don't stand a chance. Karl-Anthony Towns in this series is shooting 28% from the field, 13.5 from 3 on 15 points a game. I mean, the Nuggets and T-Wolves series, those numbers looked a lot like Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. Whereas Dallas, I mean, they got Kyrie out here shooting 53% from the field and 44% from 3, averaging 28 a game. That's how you lose these type of series. Texas says the Wolves look tired, too much energy to beat the Nuggets. Maybe a part of it. Maybe. I mean, that was as physical of a series as you could imagine. Couple other texts coming through here. That's what happens when Minnesota beat Denver and thought they had won the NBA championship and forgot they had to keep playing. They're all in against Denver and they forgot they had to play some other teams. They did revel in that series win. I mean, I think everybody kind of thought the same thing that we did. It wasn't even just us. I heard Tim Legler talked about it. He said he thought that series was going to decide who wins the NBA championship. I think a lot of people did. But at the end of the day, if you can't go out there and get your best players to play well, you don't stand a chance. And I think Cat, and this is why he annoyed me the most, Cat was the guy that was too big for his britches. Like, Anthony Edwards can back things up. He might talk a lot, but he's earned the right to talk a lot. Karl-Anthony Towns had a really good series against the Nuggets. The question was, can that last? And the answer is a resounding no, it cannot. Another texter, good morning, Brett. I, for one, love to see Minnesota lose. Ant-Man has a big mouth and finally caught up to him. That's Robert from Greeley. No, there's a humbling that's going on in Minnesota right now, for sure. And if there's one thing in sports that we like to see people get humbled, don't we? I mean, the entire career surrounding, and this is the best example I can make, the entire career of Floyd Mayweather, as he has never lost a fight. You watched Mayweather box solely for the purpose to see if somebody could knock him out and stop the mouth from running. And nobody did. But that's the appeal. If you got the big bad wolf who has no problem sort of telling you how big and bad he is, the one thing you want to see is that guy go down. Problem is some wolves just don't. But Minnesota is, to stick with the wolf analogy, they were huffing and puffing, and Dallas's house stayed up. And I'm like, why are you talking as if this series is over? Because they're down 3-0. As talented, as good as Minnesota is, there is no way they're coming back in the series. And I'll take this a step further. I don't know what they do from here. Anthony Edwards' contract is going to transfer over to that max next season. They will not be able to afford all of these different players. Like, you want to take a look at the Timberwolves payroll heading into next year. They have to make moves on some guys because there is almost no way they'll be able to afford this. Just so you're aware, Karl-Anthony Towns is going to make almost $50 million next year. Rudy Gobert is 43.4. Anthony Edwards is a shade over 35. Jaden McDaniels is going to be 22.5. Naz Reid is going to be 14. Tim Conley is going to be 10. They got some decisions to make. And it's not going to be easy. So I just listed off 5 guys, right? Or 6 guys. Nickeil Alexander-Walker is 4.3. Can probably keep him around. But after that, some of that depth that they had with Monte Morris's and Kyle Anderson's and Jordan McLaughlin's and guys like that, that's going to be out the window. And they're going to find themselves in a place that the Nuggets are, which is it's going to be really difficult to find depth, and God forbid if you have a guy that's hurt. Their window to win was this year. Their best player was on a cheap contract. And now they're going to have to figure some things out. Because the other part of this is, people keep saying, would you trade Karl-Anthony Towns? And I'm like, is somebody going to be willing to pay Karl-Anthony Towns $50 million next year, 53, 57, and 61 in the final year of his contract? And even if they are, will you get anything of value in the trade? Pretty tough sell. Same thing with Gobert. Now, Gobert's a shorter contract, but he's making 43.8 next year and a player option for almost 47 the year after that. Not to mention, if you just give up on Rudy Gobert, think about all that you traded away to acquire him. A big thing with them, too, is they were close to getting to a championship type of level. We were asking this question about the Nuggets. Is it too overly emotional and hasty to go ahead and make a big move, which is getting rid of somebody from a starting 5 that works? That's another question. So they're going to be facing a lot of the same stuff that we've been talking about for the last week and a half. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. So there's a lot I want to get to today. And it just revolves around, a lot of it, revolving around these teams that you faced and the results that subsequently happened and how that makes you feel now. So we'll get to that. Dallas just took a 2-1 series lead over Edmonton yesterday, so we'll talk about that a little bit as well. 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. All right, so 303-504-0925. Couple more things about this Minnesota series. Tysher says, I really didn't mind Minnesota or Ant until Game 7 when they tried dunking the ball with 10 seconds left. Their immaturity is on display now. We know all about that steady climb to the top, right? We witnessed it here firsthand. Like the amount of heartbreak that you suffered before the Nuggets finally got on top of the mountain. It's intense. And it can hurt and suck. And, part of me thinks back, and this is where the Nuggets now are in a really similar situation. And you start thinking about championship windows. What the Nuggets and the Avs had, they're still in championship windows now. But you think about the unfortunate pieces where they probably could have had one more apiece, potentially. You had a couple of years that just got wasted for the Nuggets because of injuries to Jamal and MPJ. And you wonder how much different that looks. I mean, they made the Western Conference Finals and played really well in that Western Conference Finals back in 2020. The next 2 years were just bummers. I mean, you felt like you had a championship team. You made the trade for Aaron Gordon. Everything looked right, and then Jamal goes down with a knee injury, which wasted that postseason and the following postseason. Once they all got back together, they got back to the NBA Finals. Well, got back to the Western Conference Finals, won it, and then won the NBA championship. You're this close from doing it again. 24 minutes away. Just couldn't close it out. But you're like, man, what would happen those 2 years that those guys were gone? Especially Jamal. And from the Avs side, you had these playoff series. Forget the past couple of years. Because those ones feel obviously wasted without having Landeskog, without having Val at crucial points in the season. But even the seasons before that, one playoff run, you were down to a third-string goaltender. Another one, you were incredibly injured. Like, all that different stuff. It just hurts thinking about the things you might have lost in the middle of that and how fortunate you need to be. Think about where the Celtics are at right now. They're going to the NBA Finals. On their road to the NBA Finals, they faced a Heat team without Jimmy Butler. They faced a Cavs team that, in a closeout game, had 4 very key players, I think 3 starters that were out of the lineup, including their superstar and Donovan Mitchell. And then they got paired up with an Indiana team that looked very youthful in crunch time situations that they didn't know how to win. Like, think about the type of game-winning players that the Celtics have. It's not just Tatum, and it's not just Jaylen Brown. Who hit the big shot in crunch time yesterday to close that series out? It was Derek White from the corner. Veteran dude, steady heartbeat, always seems to make the right play. That's the kind of stuff you need. And I've gotten like 3 texts saying, is there any chance we can get Monte Morris back because his contract is up after this year with Minnesota? To be honest, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the market for him would be. I don't think it's going to be all that much. Does he sound like somebody who is probably affordable? I think so. I mean, he's making 9.8 for Minnesota this year. Now, didn't play all that much. I would be very surprised if it's a number similar to that heading into this offseason. My guess is maybe a couple of mil lower, looking at the 7 range. Like, it's not totally impossible, and I would take that back in a heartbeat. Just sort of a steady presence coming off the bench to run the offense. I would take him back. But I don't know what his value is going to be. Some of these sites, in fact, could you look this up for me, Nelly? Could you go to like Spot Track? Don't they have like a projected sort of value for players that are heading into free agency? And see if you can tell me what they got for Monte Morris. Because again, 9.8 seems a little bit steep for somebody who couldn't get on the floor last year and didn't have a whole bunch of game to kind of put on film for teams. But everybody knows what he is. a reliable backup point guard. And if the Nuggets need two things, they need, to me, a backup point and a backup big. Maybe that backup point serves as Reggie Jackson. I don't know. Maybe it's still him, but what'd you find?
Well, it says right here that, excuse me, his 24-25 cap hit would be 18.6. That's what I'm seeing here. But he would be an unrestricted free agent. So that's all.
So wait, his cap hit for next year, you said is 18? Or is that just the full cap hit of these 2 years combined?
You know, I'm kind of new to the spot track world, but what it says up here is it says 2024, 2025 cap hit, $18.6 million.
Okay. If he's unrestricted next year, there's no cap hit. I think that's probably the total over his previous contract, which was the last couple of years.
That would make sense. His 2 years with the Timberwolves, that would actually track because each year, he's had about $9 million against the cap that he's been. Well, 1 year in Minnesota and then the year before that in Washington. So that would make sense.
Yeah, my guess is going to be that he's probably going to be somewhere in like that $7 million range. And yeah, I would love to have it. But this is where, and I just don't know if the Nuggets are thinking that way. And I don't even know if they can, to be honest. Like, you look around the league and you see a whole bunch of different teams that have the Derek Whites on it, that have the Naz Reids, that have these types of players that you can just throw in from off the bench and they can give you reliable minutes. You know, the Mavericks have some of that. They can play a Lively. They can play Dwight Powell if they need to. They don't have to. But it's just a matter of, can you find somebody that can give you just a little bit of a rest? Because that's what you're looking for. Really sad to see over the weekend, by the way, that Bill Walton passed. 71. And I know that we don't like Nick Wright around here, but I saw something that Nick Wright said that he's being ripped for, and I think he meant this respectfully, and it's just gotten taken out of context because I actually agree with him. Which is, for as good as Bill Walton was as a player, for as good as Bill Walton was, as a college basketball player, but then as a professional, his broadcasting, I think, is going to be the thing that sticks out the most, right? Like his broadcasting career and how weird and funny he was. I mean, when he passed, you didn't necessarily talk to guys, at least the big shows, the national shows on ESPN and Fox and all those. They didn't find guys necessarily that were teammates of his. Who'd they find? They found like Dave Pasch to have him say a few words. And, here is Dave Pasch on ESPN for their NBA show with Malika Andrews and all those guys. Here's him talking about Bill Walton.
In a lot of ways, he was the face of the Pac-12. When people thought about the conference, they thought about Bill. And I know he was very upset with UCLA in particular, and then, clearly devastated by the demise of the conference. And, Bill, a lot of times, I think, when he was struggling with something, he often didn't like to talk about it. He didn't like to talk about serious things. So it was hard to have a conversation about that. But actually, that night that I mentioned, we had dinner after the game, just the two of us, which was rare because his wife, Lori, a lot of times was there, or friends or producers. But it was just the two of us, and he actually spoke at length about that. And I know that it really hurt him.
I always wondered that. Like, that had to be, if you really love the Pac-12 conference, I mean, the past couple of years had to be a hell of a terrible ride. Just watching all of that kind of fall apart. That dude, though, was like, yeah, if I were to pick a human mascot for the Pac-12, it would have been Bill Walton. And what really made me angry is, like, can you just get this guy, please, somehow on the NCAA tournament sort of, like, I don't even care if it's play-by-play stuff. Put him on the desk. Because that's at least one area they don't really care about. And I know it's the NCAA tournament, and they take it very, very seriously, and it's always like buttoned up. We got to go get Brian Gumbel for it. Got to be professional about it. And then you put Chuck up there, and he doesn't know anybody who's playing in college basketball. I'm like, well, let Bill Walton get a few cracks at that. But incredible bummer over the weekend to see that he passed. Because in a lot of ways, like, that guy was the star of college basketball. You had him? You have Dickie V. You think college basketball, I think of those two. No, if there's any good news from over the weekend, Rockies playing some good baseball as of late. So they took 2 of 3 against the Phillies. They snapped a 9-game win streak yesterday that the Guardians were on. And I've said it before, I'll say it a million times. This year is not so much about record, it's about young guys playing well. If you have taken time, and maybe over the past week or so with no Nuggets or Avs to watch, maybe you've tuned into a couple Rockies games. I suggest that you should for a couple of reasons. The whole young guy thing that we're looking for is working. I'm telling you this right now. Ezequiel Tovar is going to be a superstar. This kid is 22 years old. He is already Gold Glove level at shortstop. He is, maybe outside of McMahon this year, the best hitter on the team. And he's 22. He is going to be here for a while. That's why sometimes this stuff doesn't work for the Rocks, but they try and play in the margins a little bit with these contracts, where if they find somebody that they think is young and good, they give them a long-term deal. This one with Tovar is going to look like a steal by the very end of it. Give them the long-term extension before arbitration comes up and all that stuff before this season, and you're going to get a couple of really good years out of him where he is playing well beyond the price that's on his contract. You know, all the things that I said about Zeke Tovar being already a Gold Glove type of guy, along with the bat coming around, applies the exact same to Brenton Doyle, who's having a great year. Like, they're actually kind of a fun team to watch. They have frustrating pieces. I know that Chris Bryant is driving people crazy, myself included. I don't know what you do with Chris Bryant, because cutting your losses for that big of a contract with that much time left seems ridiculous. But I don't want that guy to play anymore. I would much rather throw out guys like Bouchard, and the bummer is Jordan Beck breaks his hand over the weekend. He goes and makes this great diving play, but as he's coming down, tip of the glove kind of gets stuck in the turf for a minute. Hand rolls over. He breaks his wrist. I can't remember if they said this is how long the injury is going to be. Should be a while. But that one hurt over the weekend. But the Rockies playing some good baseball. I mean, it took them a while to get this thing figured out, but at least they're playing to a level that, for where they're at organizationally, I think is stomachable for the moment. Well, in 4 of their last 6, and if they can keep doing this against a team like the Guardians, because here's what's tough with baseball. It's such a long season, such a long grind, it's hard to keep track of everybody from around the league. The Guardians might be the best team in baseball. Record-wise, they're right there at the top. They're 36-18. The only teams that have more wins on the year is the Yankees, who have 37, and the Phillies, who have 38. But I like to see them kind of get after it a little bit. Texter says he will be a superstar for some other team. No, he will not at least in the short term. They got him on a long-term deal at a good price. The only way that he will be a superstar for some other team is if, like, 3 or 4 years down the line, this team is in the exact same spot. Which I will say this about the Rocks. When they start to do this thing of rebuilding the talent, and I know there's an offload of that talent that comes at some point, but you get at least a couple of competitive years, he's going to be on one of those teams. I'll die on this hill. But they're playing some good baseball. And then in other baseball news, do you think Angel Hernandez finally had enough of people talking bad about him because he's just retiring? And I'm trying to figure out Was maybe he pushed in this direction? Was he just like, all right, I've done this long enough. I'm tired of being the butt of every single joke in the MLB. I'm just going to call it quits. Because the weird thing about the MLB, God, you think their players' union is strong. They can't do anything with umps. And that's what's mind-blowing. Like, how do the umps have, I don't know if it's called an umpires union or whatever it is, but it's almost impossible to fire an MLB umpire. And Angel Hernandez is your crown jewel of examples surrounding that subject. And he's finally calling it quits. You know, there's a whole bunch of jobs that you just know you're going to have to eat spoonfuls of bleep every single day that you go out there. Being an umpire or a ref, whatever, is one of them. Like, I'll propose a challenge to you guys. Is there a single referee in any sport that you like outside of maybe boxing and MMA? Because there's some people who like those guys. But let's talk basketball, baseball, football, hockey.
Wes McCauley is that hockey ref who went viral for all of his calls.
That is true. Hockey's a little bit different.
But it's more about the personalities that they have. It's not necessarily about the quality of the calls they make. It's just when he turns on the mic and he goes, "It's been determined that we have a good goal."
No, I do love when he does that. It's the same thing with like Bill Kennedy in the NBA. When Kennedy goes up to that microphone, the call on the floor is overturned. Like, he just milks that screen time. But if you know a referee or an umpire by name, it's never good. Like, who was the guy who ruined the Armando Galarraga perfect game? Joyce, right? Is that his name? You know an umpire or ref's name, you hate him.
Right. And I mean, how many Nuggets fans know Tony Brothers,
Yeah.
Scott Foster, Mousa Dagger? He's a dark horse. He's the one who ejected Jokic on Serbian Heritage
That's
Night.
right.
One tech ejection in Chicago. I agree. Yeah, if you know a ref's name, it's rarely for a good reason.
I'm trying to think. In the NFL, we know referees a little bit better because those guys, maybe they just get a lot more screen time because they're always making, when they have a call to announce, their face is in the middle of the TV. That's how you get to know names like Hockey and Sterator and a whole bunch of stuff. But still, a lot of these guys, maybe you start to like them after their career's done and they do the TV booth thing. That's where they start to gain some street cred. But if you know one of their names, it's a disaster. Like, I only knew Hockey Lee because he had the biceps of, like, a world-famous bodybuilder. But 303-504-0925, you can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app, and that is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So there is something that I saw from over the weekend that a lot of people have been talking about, the amount of money that collegiate athletes are making. But I couldn't fathom this kind of story. Next. I'm telling you, there's some songs that anytime you hear them, you go straight to a movie. This one, I go straight to Eddie Murphy. Stuck in the Middle with You, I go straight to Reservoir Dogs. What are some other ones, Textures? Help me out here. You hear a song, you are put directly in the scene of a specific movie. I think Stuck in the Middle with You is the one that always gets me. Every time I hear it, I go straight to the cop getting his ear cut off. Then you get Doused in Gasoline, and if somebody says spoilers, that movie is like 1991. I mean, enough time has passed. If you haven't seen it, go see it. It's brilliant.
Speaking of getting doused in gasoline, I will always think of Zoolander when I hear "Wake Me Up Before You Go Go."
Yeah, that's a
Orange
really
mocha
good one.
frappuccinos.
What a stupid movie. I'm telling you, dude. That movie, people don't understand how much of a comedic genius Ben Stiller is. Go look at his resume of comedy movies. They're like some of the best ones that have ever been made, at least in my lifetime. Like Zoolander, maybe that's not your style of comedy. I would totally understand it. But if you watch the movie Tropic Thunder and don't just laugh your nuts off at that movie, I don't know what we're doing here. There's something about Mary is, honestly, I think that might be the most well put together comedy movie of the last like 30 years. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, that's a good one. Yep.
Twist and Shout. That's the one I think of when he's singing on the float at the end. I don't know if that's because the texter said, I don't know what the song's called, but you'll know it. They might also be thinking of the bow bow.
Yeah. I was thinking of Day Bow Bow is what I call that song. Day Bow Bow.
Both songs remind me of that movie, though.
There is not a single person that when I said that out loud didn't also do that right after me. If you hear Day Bow Bow, everybody has to do it. You have to. Pretty Woman, Dumb and Dumber. Okay, I got that one. Layla from the ending kill sequence of Goodfellas. Oh, Breakfast Club. Don't you forget about me. Don't. Yep, that's another one. Keep them coming. I like these. Anyway, it's songs that you hear that immediately take you to a movie scene. So my peak is Stuck in the Middle with You. I go straight to Reservoir Dogs. But these are some good ones too. Now, here's what, as you have those roll in, here's something I have never been prepared for. In covering college athletics, I've done this for most of my life, okay? When did you ever think you'd see a story with this headline? College athlete declares bankruptcy in an alleged attempt to avoid an $11.89 million lawsuit. That is Shiloh Sanders. Now, I'll be the first one to admit, I don't know the background on this story. It's something about, when he was in high school, he beat up a security guard, but why would that force him to pay $12 million? Like, I don't understand a lot of this stuff. Like, I'll just kind of read this from USA Today. The debt stems primarily from what a court in Texas says he owes to a security guard at his former school, a man who claims Sanders attacked him in 2015 and gave him severe and permanent injuries, including neurological injuries and damage to his cervical spine. Security guard John something, don't know how to say his last name, sued Sanders for damages from this incident, and he won a $12 million judgment against him after Sanders failed to show up for trial in 2022. Sanders filed for bankruptcy as a result in an effort to discharge this debt, but the man is still trying to collect on his judgment against Sanders and has raised questions in court about Shiloh Sanders earning from his name, image, and likeness deals in college. And this is where stuff gets a little bit freaky. Obviously, the beginning, the crux of this story is don't hit people, okay? And you can avoid a lot of this. But I wonder how many guys are prepared for stuff like this. Because we all kind of know Now, what was the incident that happened recently that involved an athlete and a fan? I can't remember what it was, but let me take you back to how about Anthony Edwards? Okay, now this didn't happen, but how many times have you heard something like this? Remember when Anthony Edwards last year, the T-Wolves lost to the Nuggets. He's running off the floor at Ball Arena, and he picks up the chair and throws it, right? And he hits, I think it was security guard. How many people said this? Oh, well, I'm suing him. If that were me, I would sue him just because he has money. And I don't know if these guys who are making a whole bunch of cash off NIL stuff are truly prepared for that kind of moment. Because here's what I can tell you for certain, Nelly. A lot of these guys that play high-level college athletics, mostly basketball and football, like namesake, recognizable. I'll tell you exactly what happens. Because I was in a college town for a long time. They get tried at bars from people just because people want to have a story about, hey, I got into a fight with you take star player, right? Let's just say, for argument's sake here, it's Shedeur. I saw him at a bar, and I started poking him in the chest, and I was challenging him to a fight. Well, here's the things that these guys got to think about now. Is somebody doing that just so you do something stupid and they get a cut of the millions of dollars that you're making? That's something I don't think that any kid that age is truly prepared for that makes that much money. The only people that age that made that kind of money were people, like Justin Bieber's and people like that, but they have an army of PR people surrounding them. Like, these kids don't. So how do you handle situations in which you're going to get challenged like that, with everybody knowing that you're making some cash? It's going to be really, really difficult to navigate. But you talk about a college-age kid filing for bankruptcy because he owes $12 million to somebody that is not the college athletics world that I was prepared to talk about. Because who could fathom them getting that kind of money to where somebody would think they could sue them for that much to start with? There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that we got to talk about today. 303-504-0925. Me and Mosier look cute today. We're wearing matching polo shirts. How fun. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. And that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Again, I want to talk about this T-Wolf series. We thought this thing was over when they beat the Nuggets, that they would eventually move on to be not just the Western Conference champions, but the NBA champions, and the Dallas Mavericks had a lot to say about that. Why did it go right for them, and what does that mean for the Nuggets? We'll get to all of that. Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane next. By the way, boys, if you're looking at the text line right now and you're seeing a whole bunch of like songs being dropped on there, Nelly, can we make a day out of this? What song was it that I said reminded me of that
It
scene
was
from
Roxanne that reminds you of
Roxanne.
48 Hours.
Yes, with Eddie Murphy. I want people just to keep sending these in, and let's see, Nelly, take some of these suggestions, come back from break, and let me see if I can tell you the movie that the song is from that people are thinking of. It's a fun game to play, by the way. Like mine was Stuck in the Middle with You. I think of Reservoir Dogs, the ear getting cut off. But there's a whole bunch of people have on here.
You know the name of the band? I'll take you deeper.
Of
you
what?
You want to go deeper? I will deep dive.
Name
you.
of what band?
Who sings that song?
Stuck in the Middle with You? Yeah, that is, I do know this. Hang on.
You're right. It's Steelers Wheel.
Nope, I didn't know that.
I'll just punch out.
Excuse me?
Is this
Yeah,
one of
you
those
might- yeah,
music
you might-
trivia
No,
days?
you might as well get
it's
the
not
hell
one of
outta
those.
here.
All
Yeah,
I'm
get
saying
outta
is
here.
I
Ciao.
want I'm
Nice hat.
proposing I like his hat. I'm proposing a challenge to Nelly. That's all. I do have something I want to start with though, because I think we'll all start with a man, were we wrong in that Minnesota series? Because they are on the verge of getting swept tonight. And I'm trying to figure out what this means. Some people take this in different directions. Some people want the team that you lose to in the postseason to do well because they think it makes you look better. I don't buy into that. Some people want those teams to do horribly because they like to watch the team that beat them fail because they hate them. I can get with that one sometimes. I'm usually indifferent, though, to what happens after your team gets eliminated. This one, though, is very odd because it challenged some of the assumptions that I had heading into it. And I'll tell you this. I don't think there's any better example of, man, is this about matchups, isn't it? Like Minnesota matched up really well with the Nuggets, and then they faced a team with two really good guards, and that's throwing them fits.
Can I chime in a little bit on this? I think it's the human nature for us to think. I know I did going into that Game 7 meltdown. I said the winner of this Game 7 would represent the West in the finals and more than likely win the NBA Finals. And I think a lot of that was said just to make yourself feel good. To be honest with you, just to make yourself feel good. Yeah, look how good these guys are. They're that good that they're going to go on and represent the West in the finals. Now, that's a vast assumption we made, because they ran into a buzzsaw in Dallas. Dallas is a team that changed its not entire personnel, but they changed a lot of its personnel at the trade deadline. They added a lot of pieces, and they needed time to come together and coalesce. And they did. They got better as the playoffs went on, and they're getting better. They know how to finish. They got two closers. I got to give the Dallas Mavericks some credit. Moj, you and I, we spoke about this a year ago. When they added Kyrie Irving to that roster.
Well, it was a
everyone
disaster
here
at the
said,
time. It was.
Yes. We all
It
said,
ruined
what are
them.
you thinking? You got two ball-heavy guards who want to play one-on-one on the same team in the same backcourt? What are you thinking? This is never going to work. And then they re-signed him? What are you doing, Dallas? Are you dumb? Well, here we are, a year later. It's working. It's working beautifully.
First of all, it was a disaster, and they specifically tanked down the stretch to miss. Do you recall that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they did.
They specifically tanked to miss. Holding guys out, they realized it wasn't going to work, at least with the rotation that they had. So let me go back, Vic, and say I wasn't hoping that the Minnesota Timberwolves would win the whole thing to kind of make myself feel better about a Nuggets loss or anything like that. I thought they were the superior team. I was wrong. This guard matchup for the Minnesota Timberwolves is killing them. And fine. It's sometimes the way teams are built, and you run into another team that's built a certain way, like, why can't we get over the hump against that particular team?
Yeah.
Beat everybody else, right? But it's that particular matchup. This is the matchup for Minnesota. It's got them having fits right now.
But you can't help but think as you're watching Dallas, as you're watching Boston. Boston is in the NBA Finals. 4 tough games, by the way. They just learned how to finish those games. But Boston's in the NBA Finals. When I watch Dallas win, I can't help but think of one thing. It feels as if, gosh, Denver should be in there. Like, we live in a period now where the Nuggets are part of the in group. They're part of that popular group at school. And if they're not in there, you're like, where are they? They sick today? What's going on? I look at those teams and I say to myself, who the hell's going to guard Joker on those teams?
Yeah.
Nobody.
Well,
Nobody.
they've tried that. Remember, this was, I don't know if it's before Lively, but they would put in Dwight Powell, and it's like Jokic
They
was
tried everything.
100 for 100 against him, and it's like they had no answer at all.
And I say that not because I'm bitter of the Nuggets not being there, but that's a fact. The matchups are everything. While the Minnesota Timberwolves had 3 7-footers to deal with Joker, and they still couldn't shut him down, but they dealt with him. They had 3 of them. Boston and Dallas have no one that could deal with Joker. Now, Lively could jump. Okay, I get that. He would figure them out so fast, so
Right.
fast. They got no one that could deal with Joker. And as I watch these series, that's all that comes to mind. That's
Well-
the first thing that comes to mind.
Well, how about this? Another big aspect to it. Karl Anthony Towns against the Nuggets had the series of his life. Like, he played really well against the Nuggets. Showed up. Do you know what he's shooting in this series against Dallas in 3 games? It is pathetic. He is shooting 27.8% from the floor, 13.5 from 3. That's a 7-footer. Under 30% from the floor through 3 games. And I said the same thing about the Nuggets. If one of your top 2 guys is not going, it is very difficult to win this time of year. We saw that with Jamal in more than a handful of games during the postseason. And Anthony Edwards just isn't enough. He can jump over 3 dudes and throw down a dunk like he did over the weekend.
He had a nice one.
But it's not going to matter if you don't have your other big guy rolling with you. Like,
Moshe, tell me it doesn't taste good to see that reckoning from Minnesota. A little bit of reckoning. All that talk, all that bravado. After game 1, Anthony Edwards says, we're going to be fine. After game 2, it's all right. We've won on the road before. After the game 3 loss, we're not done yet. Oh, man.
Ooh, you're not
Where we
done
at
yet.
now?
well, Ant also saying, well, I'm going to lock up Kyrie, and Kyrie
Huh?
is averaging 28
Yeah.
points on 53% from the floor.
Now
It's-
Ant's talking
it's-
about free throw disparity after
Yeah.
losses. Ooh, it's hit him pretty hard, hasn't it?
Certainly has. But and by the way, he's got a point. I mean, I think in game 3, Dallas shot over 30.
Oh, give me a break. In Game 7 here in Denver, Minnesota had the
Understood.
same free throw advantage. Don't
Understood
start
that, but
talking free
hold
throws
on.
when you're losing 3 games to nothing.
Understood.
Give me a break.
But what I'm telling you is that we were moaning about disparity. People are going to moan about disparity. That's all I'm getting at here. As far as the T-Wolves are concerned, I want to say it's karma. I want to say it's some sort of a, hey, McDaniels, don't try, whatever you do, don't try to dunk when the game's over. Jaden, don't do it.
Yeah, a texter said that the basketball gods are punishing Jaden McDaniels for trying that dunk. in
Might
Game
be.
7.
Might be. He's still pretty efficient from the floor. He's just not putting up giant numbers. Doesn't have to. Maybe he does in game 4. But nonetheless, what I'm saying is that, I don't know, man, maybe there's a little karma that flows back your
No.
way once you try to pull that bull crap.
I have the answer. No, it's that.
Oh, you
none
have
of that
it,
is
do
the
you?
answer.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
have the answer. I have the answer why Minnesota is melting down in this series. The answer is pretty simple. In the NBA, you have to suffer before you get to the mountaintop. You have to fall off the mountain. You have to break your leg on the mountain. You have to run into a mountain lion. You have to hide from that lion.
I'll hide from the lion.
have to
Copy.
freeze.
Okay, freeze.
You have to
gotta
have
freeze,
frostbite.
Brett. Frostbite.
You have to have issues as you're climbing the mountain.
You got to lose at
You
least
can't-
two toes on your right foot.
You can't just ascend the mountain like it's right in front of you. You can't do that. Look what happened to Boston last year. You think they ran into some mental hurdles last year? Are you kidding me? And now they're in the NBA Finals. You have to hurt. It has to hurt. You have to take a step back. Minnesota's not allowed to just step right in, beat the Nuggets, and go to the NBA Finals. That's not allowed. You got to hurt.
Do you remember when they were laughing in the face of the reporter who was asking him that question after Game 7? So it was Karl Anthony Towns and it was Anthony Edwards up at the podium, and they were having a big laugh about that. Remember this?
This is for either one of you guys. And usually in NBA history, it says you have to lose and lose big before you win. What is it about this team that says
We
you
lost
got-
last year.
Yeah, but that's different. You have to lose at a bigger stage. Usually, teams usually.
It's the playoffs. We lost last year.
We lost the last 2 years.
Damn. How much more we got to lose?
How much you want us to
Been
lose?
losing for 20 years.
I mean, that's just the truth, dog.
Damn.
This is exactly
apparently,
what that
apparently
report.
a little bit more.
No,
apparently a little bit more.
I said this at the time. I'm like, he's asking the right question here. Typically, it's not, hey, we won a play-in game and then lost in the first round. That's not adversity,
Doesn't
okay?
count.
It's like when you feel like you have the championship level team, then you lose. Like, that's the
Yes.
one that hurts.
This Dallas team, if you look at it in recent, go 2-3 years ago, this team got there. Remember when they disassembled? Who'd they rip? Phoenix. And then they got to the Western Finals and got rolled. This Dallas team has been whipped too. They've climbed. Luka's climbed only to fall down. Climb, fall down. Climb, fall down. Well, now they got the right parts to this team. Minnesota's not falling down. This is their falling down. You have to hurt.
You know, in something else I want to talk about, because we all know, like, championship windows, they're never as long as you think they are. And sometimes you get really lucky and you have this extended period of being able to capitalize on stuff. And we all know that Minnesota is going to be facing some big hurdles here coming up next year. Let me just tell you what their payroll is going to look like next year when this Ant contract kicks in. So they're going to be paying Karl Anthony Towns next season $49.2 million.
Oh, my God.
Gobert's going to get 44.
Holy cow.
Ant's going to get 35.2.
Oh, baby.
Jaden McDaniels is 22 and a half. Naz Reid is 14. Mike Conley's 10. Like, they are going to be facing the same situation that the Nuggets were this last year of that's a whole bunch of money going around and you can't afford a whole bunch of these guys that can help you. But I was talking about this with somebody with the Avs about you almost kind of look back at the years past and like, man, some missed opportunities that were like out of your control. So obviously the last couple of years, no Landeskog and then the Val disappearances hurt a lot.
Big time.
But even the years before that, Moj, where, one playoff run, you got a third string goalie. Another playoff run, it's just a mash unit that's on the ice midway through the playoffs, and there's nothing you can do about it. For the Nuggets, they make the Western Conference Finals in the bubble. They play well. They feel like they're this close to actually getting over that hump. And then Jamal goes down with the knee, and Porter leaves with the back, and you lose 2 years. And so you're always trying to fight this. I feel like we're there, but then you get hit with some real adversity, and you're like, what could have been in those couple of years had some unfortunate stuff not rolled through?
Dude, there were times with the Avs, I think back, especially Vic, and maybe they were still too young to win, but I think back to 2019 and that loss to the San Jose Sharks in round number 2. And they're dealing with this injury and that injury, and McKinnon gets hurt, and Pavelski comes back, and he scores in that Game 7. And I'm like, you got to be friggin' kidding me. Mm-hmm. Are you serious? Dude, the bubble, they were so banged up in the bubble, and that's when Landy got cut, right? And that's when that whole thing started, and so on and so forth. I mean, it's just one, and then you talk about it. Okay, now you're set. Now you're ready. And you're up 2-0 on Vegas, and you lose 4 in a row.
Yeah.
Like, what? And you weren't supposed to lose that one. That one you're supposed to win.
Yep.
And you don't, right? But then you steel yourselves. You come back, you win it all the next year. So they went through plenty of adversity to get to the top of the hill, and hopefully it's going to pay off again. Hopefully the adversity they're dealing with now, because, again, I'm trying to think when Landy comes back, and if he comes back, but he thinks he's coming back. Now, where's he going to be, percentage-wise?
Well, and this is what I want to talk about, and save that, Moshe, because I want to get to this next about, okay, they're still in these windows. The thing is, how much do you think they have to capitalize on this next year, both the Avs and the Nuggets? Because if you don't, for example, right now I'm already seeing articles written that, T-Wolves got to trade Cat. They got to do that. They got to trade Gobert. They got to find some cash. And it's like the same conversation we're having about the Nuggets, right? Is it being over-emotional and reacting a little bit too hastily to some disappointment when your team is built pretty well? They're a good team. But I want to get to that in just a second. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. That's the sound of luck, and that's the sound of Tulatero. With the Tulatero app, you can buy official state lotto tickets right from your phone, and it not only keeps your tickets safe, but also provides convenient alternatives for playing your favorite lotto games. No more trips to the convenience store, no more worrying about if you lost your ticket. And tonight, Mega Millions, the drawing. $489 million is up for grabs, and it's just a few taps away. And here's the best part. Use the code MAGIC, and we'll kickstart your winning journey with a free ticket. That's right, a free ticket to try and win $489 million. That's on the Tulatero app, Tulotero. New registrations. Use that code MAGIC and get that free Mega Millions tickets to try it out. Good luck. It is impossible to hear this song and not say,
Debo boat. It's Ferris Bueller.
of course it is.
Yeah.
It's impossible not to do it, though. You hear this, you have to say, Dave
I don't know,
Bow Bow.
man. I've heard this so many times over the course of my life. I kind of want to fight this song's face.
Poll question at Brett Kane Radio. Did you do it? Yes or no? They'll know what I mean.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what I did. I messaged Dave Pash. I'm going back and forth with Dave Pash, who does play-by-play for various sports on ESPN, and was the longtime broadcast partner of Bill Walton's, who passed away suddenly. I had no idea Bill Walton was in the vicinity of death, and he passed and left us yesterday at the age of 71. And nobody has more stories about Bill Walton in the broadcast booth than Dave Pash, so hopefully we'll get him on before the end of this show. But what a tragic day for basketball fans around. This is a man who was bigger than life. He was bigger than the game at times. Very few guys go from greatness on the court to greatness in the broadcast booth. Bill Walton was one of those guys.
Yeah, can I say something real quick,
Sure.
Marsh? Because I saw, and look, I know that we aren't big fans of Nick Wright around here and some of the things that he said about Jokic and the Nuggets in the past. He's getting ripped for something that I think is pretty true, and he meant this respectfully. He goes, for as good of a player as Bill Walton was, he was a better broadcaster. And I think maybe better is the wrong word, but I'll tell you right now, for as good as he was, especially in college basketball, but also in the NBA, he's going to be known more for his broadcasting stuff.
For the youngs,
there's a reason he gets
I
ripped for
suppose,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a generational response.
Okay,
that's
that's fine.
someone who's too young to understand how good he was as a player. You don't understand how good he was. You don't understand in the college game, back-to-back. He won 2 national championships. In the national championship game, he went 21 for 22. The guy was unbelievable until back problems and ankle problems brought him down. He was the most unstoppable. He was Joker before Joker. It's unbelievable how good a player he was. So someone to say that never saw him play.
Well, let me tell you this, though. If you just do word association with Bill Walton, wouldn't the first, even for people watching play, and I'm telling you I'm ignorant on the basketball part because I never got to see it. But I'm saying if you did word association with Bill Walton, isn't it like zany personality, guy who says some weird
It
stuff
depends
and
how
does some
old you
weird
are.
things? Okay, that's fine.
If you're 45 and 35, you're going to say that. If you're 65 and 75, you're going to equate Bill Walton to greatness on the court. I mean, it's generational. It's recency. So we can argue that, and it's a silly debate. He's top 75 all time. He was
Yeah.
on the NBA's top 50 team. Top 50.
He really was a great player.
Yeah.
And again, he was a little bit before my time in terms of his national. I was just
Like
a
the
little
peak of his powers.
Yeah, I was a little kid, and that kind of thing. But as I got into my teenage years, and then he won another championship, and his career again his body let him down. He makes the transition. It was great, obviously, right? Because I sort of grew up on Bill Walton, the broadcaster, as well. But I will say this: the older I get, Vic, you don't feel this way because I don't know. I mean, I don't know why, but maybe I'm just being a weirdie. The older I get, the more I appreciate unique human beings.
Yeah, I totally get that.
Okay,
That's a good point, Bonesh.
like that guy is a one of a kind, absolute gem of a son of a gun, right? And I want to say a stronger word than that, but I just appreciate these. Like they broke the mold. You'll never see another human being like that kind of thing. And Bill Walton was one of those guys. It's just the world lost one of God's special creatures. He was a brilliant man, a brilliant broadcaster, and an awesome player.
Vic, what do I say about Moj all the time? I always say I can't compare anybody to Moj.
Yeah.
Moj is his own unique brand of human being, and it's why I love him
Don't say
so
that
much.
don't say that about me because I find that offensive.
Well, be offended then.
Well, I'm taking when you say it to me about that. See, when I say it about like Bill Walton, it's the truth. You say it about me, it's a pejorative.
I swear to God, Moj, there is nobody on earth I can compare you to, and I mean that as a compliment. Truly, like there is nobody, and you're so right in the Bill Walton part. Like especially the beginning.
Brad Pitt.
We already tried the Matt Damon thing that didn't
Matt
work
Damon.
for you. But you're so
actually
right.
Asked Matt Damon that, and it didn't work.
When you say truly unique people, I so get that, and I love that so much. And that's what Bill Walton was. I'm almost mad that he didn't call like NCAA tournament games, and I know they like to be buttoned up, but I'm like, dude, he should have gotten a few. Just
I
let him
feel
go
terrible.
wild.
I did not know he was in dire health. I did not know he had cancer. Did you guys watch
No.
the 30 for 30 on Bill?
Yeah, I did.
You guys
I saw
watch
it.
that?
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah.
It's remarkable. Do yourself a favor, Brett, please, for those of you listening that haven't seen it yet, do yourself a massive favor and go watch it. I believe it's titled "I'm the Luckiest Man on Earth," something like that. Go back and watch this 30 for 30 because it details his career, as brilliant as his career was, as unique as a personality he was. The most outstanding story that emerged from Bill Walton's life is this. He grew up the majority of his youth going into his early days in the NBA. He had a major stuttering problem. He couldn't speak. He couldn't finish a sentence without stuttering. He didn't speak to the media. He didn't enjoy it. He didn't speak in public. He stuttered badly. That man went from that to one of the most accomplished broadcasters in all of sports. That is an amazing turnaround. I mean, think about it. When you heard Bill Walton on a call, could you ever imagine a man who fought stuttering issues?
No. Not at all. Yeah.
He was eloquent. He was bold. He was creative. He was loquacious. He had a word and a description for everything. To me, that's what I will remember most. A man who overcame that hurdle, and a massive one it was.
Yeah, God, I'm going to miss him doing some games. We'll jump back to it a little bit later. One thing I wanted to bring back, because we were talking about Moj, maybe when you're in championship windows and you never know how long these things last. Say maybe some missed opportunities from the past and stuff that's out of your control. And you're still kind of dealing with that right now if you're an Avs fan with the Landy stuff and the Val stuff and all of that. But it's an odd thing when you're a team that you feel like you're right in the thick of championship sort of contention. When do you pull the trigger on bigger moves that maybe hit a little bit of a reset button? Not restart or anything, but you know, if the Avs were, or I'm sorry, the Nuggets, if they were to trade Michael Porter Jr., you're hitting a little bit of a restart in some ways because a core that you've built is now going to be different, and you're going to have to relearn some things for some key players. Minnesota is going to find themselves in that spot if they lose tonight, Game 5, Game 6, whenever that's going to be. They're going to find themselves in that spot. The tough part is, when do you realize it, and when do you rip the eject button and just say, all right, we need to do something? And that's the difficult spots I think both the Avs and Nuggets find themselves in with some complicated stuff, especially with the Avs surrounding that whole conversation.
Yeah, for sure. As far as windows are concerned, Cater, man, you got to get through. You got to cash in more than once, do you not?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to. You have to cash in more than once because otherwise you just let it go to waste. But I'm going to go back again to the Avs' first 2 Stanley Cup championships. They were, by the way, a really, really good team in Quebec. Okay? In fact, I want to show you something. I can pull it up right here.
I saw it yesterday.
Okay, got that going on.
By the way, do you pronounce it Quebec or Quebec?
I say Quebec, but it's. I mean,
I go Qua.
It's either one.
So do I.
Say whatever you want to say. It's all good.
I don't like the fact you don't include the U in your pronunciation. I think it's wrong.
All right, Quebec. So
Thank you.
that last year in Quebec.
Yeah, what about instead of quick if I said kick?
Kick. That last year in Quebec, they lost.
Oh, I got that really kick.
Instead of quack, I say cack. You don't like that, do you?
Say
cack.
it again. Say it again.
You cack.
That means something
See?
else. Think about if Kennedy says that. You have no idea what he's trying to say. Could be multiple things.
So they lose in the first round, but that was their first really good team, but they're still so young. They lose to the Rangers, who were defending Stanley Cup champions at the time. You're like, okay, then they're building something. So then, all right, let's move on to beautiful Denver, Colorado, and here we go. The next year, it took the big acquisition of Patrick Waugh, but they did it, and they won the Stanley Cup championship. The following year, they lose in the conference final to the damn Red Wings. Oh, man. Okay, so that's one. Your window's open. Right? Really, your window opened the previous year, the last year in Quebec, but your window's open, okay? Then you lose in round number 1 to the Edmonton Oilers. We're going in reverse. What are we doing? But one thing Pierre Lacroix never did, he never said, you know what? I got to get rid of Peter Forsberg and or Sakic. Or I've got a vamoose on Adam Foote.
Right.
You know, I've got to get rid of Patrick, or I've got to try. No, he had his core guys, and then you, again, keep going around those core guys, including drafting and developing, i.e., Milan Hajduk and Chris Drury. Next year, you lose in the damn conference finals to the Stars. And now you're over 3 seasons removed from your Stanley Cup championship. And, man, we've got this awesome team full of future Hall of Famers all over the place, and we can't win another damn cup? Remember how, Vic, you were just getting back? How Pierre was just beside himself about it, right?
Oh, I know. You add piece after piece after piece, and sometimes the stars do not align.
Theo Fleury came in. I mean, there were big deals done. All right, let's get to 1999-2000. You make the big deal. Raymond Bourque. Now you have Hall of Famers falling out your pockets, and this is the time to finally get back and do it. And you lose to the damn Stars again in Game 7.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, Christ. Okay, well, we won. Then we've lost 4 years in a row. Not even getting back to the Stanley Cup final, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ray, you want to come back for one more? Fine. I'll run one more. Here we go. That's it. Yeah, he's 40 years old. And that year you make the trade for Rob Blake, which caused a lot of consternation because Deadmarsh went the other way and so on and so forth. But you break through. Forsberg loses his spleen, but you still win the Stanley Cup in 7 games against the New Jersey Devils. So you get your second one right there. But it took 5 years in between your first and your second.
Yeah.
We're sitting here right now. We're 2 years removed
with the
from
same
Avs Cup.
core of people. Some
With the
pieces
same
changed,
core.
yeah.
And we remember how great were those teams, Vic? How great were those Avalanche teams? How great were they?
And for all the greatness they enjoyed, they suffered a lot too. They suffered in losing fashion when you thought they were on the precipice of another title.
And so then you don't realize it at the time, Kaner, but that's the last one that group would ever win.
Yeah.
That's it. And then things change, and then guys get hurt, and then the salary cap comes in, and guys have to go. And you never get that opportunity again. I mean, obviously, the group that won 2 years ago, you're 21 years removed from your last Stanley Cup championship, man. So when the window is open, I mean, we're sitting here 2 years removed from the Avs Stanley Cup. 1 year removed from the Nuggets. Not even a year removed from the Nuggets championship. I tell you, hey, by the way, you got to wait 4 more years.
Well, and that's
You'd go, no, I'm out. No, with this team, with these teams, no, I'm out. I'm out. Ain't happening. Nope. I give up. Nope.
Is it okay? Can I ask you something else? Because you lived through that. The patience part in between. Is it tougher now than it was back then, or is it the same?
To me, it's the same. But
Okay.
but you talk about the patience. Have patience. Well, you know why you have patience? Because you have no choice. Because you lost. You talking about as a fan or as a team, as an organization?
No. As a fan, the team should practice. If they have a team that they feel is good enough, they should practice some patience. But as a fan, has it gotten a lot more like every single year we need to do something? If not, then big changes need to be made.
Well, I think society today, compared to 25 years ago, is much more of an instant gratification society.
Like the way that
It's a what have you
coaches
done
are
for me
treated.
lately? Yeah, what have you done for me lately? I need mine now. I got to gimme, giddy now.
I'm saying
that's what it
the
feels
way,
like.
The way coaches were treated in the NBA and NHL 20 years ago. JB Bickerstaff just got fired after winning 99 games in 2 years for the Cavs. The reason that they lost in the postseason, the second round, they had 4 of their starters that were out for the final game of a closeout. It's like, you're going to fire him over that? That feels weird to me.
It feels
the
to-
NHL does it all the time with coaches, all the time.
This could be just an old perspective, but it just feels like younger kids today, and I'd say anybody younger than 25, okay, that, man, you want to have your cake and eat it too right now.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, why can't I get mine right now? I got to get me mine. I got to get me mine, right? But I just think that's overall where we're going as a society. When, if you really look at things, it takes patience and it takes building and it takes tweaking and it takes this and that and so on.
Well, the good news is that these organizations have proven they have patience. And a lot of it stems from having the same ownership group, right? Because they've established that with both Michael Malone and Jared Bednar and some of the younger players on these teams, waiting for them to kind of come up and flourish. So they have that organizationally. But, man, it's tough. It's tough to watch this, and I've just been wholly confused in watching this Dallas and T-Wolves series, especially because it challenged a few things that I thought I knew, and maybe Minnesota was just beat in a special way to beat the Nuggets and not a team like that that we're watching on the highlights right now in this radio station, which is Luka knocking down shots and Kyrie going full Kyrie again. I mean, the Kyrie stuff is the thing that's shocking me more. We knew that Luka would go crazy, but I haven't been able to trust Kyrie for what seems like 4 years.
And that's a great word, trust. Not for his basketball acumen, but just for other stuff that happens with Kyrie. He's suddenly not only trustworthy, he's a leader.
Mm-hmm.
He leads that team. They look up to him.
Yeah.
Like, what do we do now, Kyrie?
How old is he now?
Oh, he's got to be 33. He's in his young 30s.
He doesn't do that shaman stuff anymore, right? He's not trying to get ghosts away and bad demons and witches and all that kind of stuff.
I don't know, but it's not. It doesn't precede his basketball.
He's 32.
When you see him, he's 32. The one thing about them is that they have two guys who one-on-one cannot be stopped. Like one-on-one players, no one's standing in front of Kyrie. Like Jaden McDaniels is a hella defender. I get it. They got defenders. They can't stand in front of Kyrie. He'll get right around you. And that is a huge advantage in this series.
You know, I think back.
He honestly, Moj, Kyrie might be, your life's on the line. You got to pick one guy to get you a one-on-one bucket. Kyrie might be the choice.
Might be.
Like, he's that good at creating space.
Very well could be. But I'm thinking, man, the T-Pups, and I thought they would beat Dallas. Don't get me wrong, I did. But, you know, it took a 20-point collapse by the Nuggets for them to even get to this series. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe perhaps in Vic, this is where our judgment was clouded. Maybe perhaps we overrated their overall ability, their overall game, and maybe overall mentally where they are in terms of winning and where they should be in terms of winning. Maybe we overestimated that for Minnesota. Maybe we didn't. Maybe Dallas is just, kicking their butts with the better matchups, which it seems like they're doing. You see Gobert? Rudy Gobert at times, it looks lost at times.
Can I ask you guys something?
Sure.
Was it Friday or Saturday when Luka hit essentially the game winner over Gobert?
That was Friday.
That was Friday night.
Friday night, yeah.
Did you laugh watching Gobert just out in the middle of the sea with no life raft coming for him?
See,
just
I
swimming.
feel bad for. Well, you guys mock Gobert. I don't. He has the nards to get out there. I don't mock Gobert. Gobert is my least hateful. I don't mind Gobert.
I'm not mocking
Gobert
him.
tries.
I'm not mocking him. I'm just saying that he's got nobody to guard. He's sort of out there swimming.
I'll side with you on one thing, Vic. I've become a little bit more sympathetic to Gobert for one reason. Draymond Green is driving me nuts on these podcasts, on Inside the NBA. It's like, for him to have the balls to go out there and rip Rudy Gobert that much, for example, like a lot of these guys going out and saying, you're the defensive player of the year. Why don't you guard him? And Draymond wasn't guarding LeBron one-on-one when the Warriors were playing the Cavs. He left that to Iguodala. It's like all these things you're ripping him for are the same things you could be said about yourself. And he's just, I told you, he's the king of the guy who really overestimates his basketball powers. I still remember when he came back from suspension. Do you guys remember this from earlier this year? Comes back from suspension, and they said, what did you learn about the Warriors?
Yeah.
Or no, what did you learn about yourself during the suspension? And he goes, what I learned was we're a really good basketball team when I play. And they finished the 10 seed and couldn't win a play-in game.
Yeah.
Like, that guy drives me insane with his ego.
National television loves him. They put him on every time. TNT puts him on. Better put him on now because that TNT show's going bye-bye.
God. Well, they put him on because of this exact reason, because he drives me nuts. Like, that's why.
Probably so.
303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line if you guys wanted. One thing I wasn't prepared for, in the middle of all these college players getting money, did you ever think you'd see a headline like this? We'll get to it next. All right, I know we talked a lot about college athletes, the amount of money they make and stuff like that, but did you ever think you'd see a headline that says this? College athlete reportedly declared bankruptcy in an alleged attempt to avoid an $11.89 million lawsuit payment from the time he beat up a security guard in high school. So that is the story that surrounds Shiloh Sanders. And I don't know a lot of details about this stuff. I was reading this from USA Today. It says the debt stems from what court in Texas says he owes a security guard at his former school. The man claimed that Sanders attacked him in 2015, giving him severe and permanent injuries, including neurological injuries and damage to his cervical spine. He won the case. It was a $12 million settlement, blah, blah, blah. The rest from there. The point is, here's something I didn't think about. Because we all kind of know this story, and you guys being around professional athletes, I'm sure you've heard stories like this. Sometimes if you're rich and famous, you get tried when you're out in public by people. They throw a finger in the middle of your chest, start poking you, challenging you to things, trying to make you do dumb stuff. And it's all kind of fishing to see if they can get you in a lawsuit. How many of these kids that are making this amount of money at 19 years old are prepared for stuff like that? I'm not saying this is the story surrounding Shiloh, because this stems back to high school, but still, imagine being a college-age kid and you're sued for $12 million, and the guy who's suing you, the grown adult who looks like he has a worthy case, he won the case in court, not doubting that. I'm just saying he goes up and says, that kid owes me $12 million is crazy to me.
Well, I mean, you're going to get more entrapment. You're going to get more controversy. You're going to get adult problems with guys playing college football. You are, because they're going to be making ridiculous money. And with ridiculous money come major responsibilities and major issues like this. That story's sort of been, that has been broomed under the rug, hasn't it?
It's the first time I heard it.
It's
the first time I'd heard it as well. Yeah.
But you sit here with some of these kids making that kind of money, and it's like, we just saw the story of the kid who's actually suing, was it Florida, right? For promised NIL payments that didn't happen or something?
That was like $14 million. Hey, yeah, you said you were going to give me some NIL, and you didn't, and now I'm going to sue you.
But how often do we see this? Like, I remember last year after the Nuggets beat Minnesota, Anthony Edwards is running off the floor. He takes the chair, he throws it, and he hits a security guard, right? That was the story. It was a security guard that got hit with the chair. And what did we see on the text line? We were learning of the story. Oh, if I were the security guard, I'm taking him to court and because he has money, right? Well, so many kids are going to be faced with that stuff now because you know that these kids are making cash.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if you get to... We all know what happens when you're a college kid at a bar, especially like the amount of football players I knew that just got in bar fights. Was like, dude, yeah, I knocked that guy out. Well, now if you're making $2 million a year off NIL, that doesn't just end at the bar necessarily.
Yeah, I knocked that guy out, but now my whole future is knocked out. And all my future earnings are knocked out, and there you go. And I guess.
It's made a litigious society even more litigious. In fact, that's not a bad game plan. Hang out at the local watering hole outside whatever college campus you reside, and just wait to get into scraps with football players, hoping to make that big dollar. I might try that.
Oh, yeah? So you're going to walk up to Shedeur and be like, your dad's a punk.
Let's go.
And then Vic's going to be wearing his glasses, the same one that Chris Apple broke, and he's going to bring him to court and say, here's my evidence. Look, he broke my glasses. This is a $1.5 million pair of glasses. I need to be paid now.
You know what, though? I mean, listen, nobody wants to see these kids go through that stuff. I mean, let them be on their merry way and earn the money that they rightfully deserve. But at the same time, in the social media world, when you're flaunting all these possessions, people are going to make you a target.
Mm-hmm.
And they like to flaunt, do they not?
Yes, they do.
Is flaunting? Let me ask you this, and there's nothing bad about it. I'm just making an observation. Is flaunting sort of the Sanders way?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Of course it is. I mean,
they flaunt their wares.
There is no way to say anything the opposite of that. I mean, if this is a debate team, the anti-flaunting debaters would just have to be like, I concede.
Yeah, I concede. That point is, I guess this whole thing is confusing to me too, because was he a minor or was he?
He was in high school, yeah.
Okay, so he was a minor when the incident occurred.
This is 2015, it says.
Okay, so that's 9 years ago.
He could have been like a freshman in high school, right?
So when did the guy sue him? When he got to be an adult? Is that it?
It says
If the infraction was
won
committed,
the $12 million judgment against him after Sanders failed to show up for trial in 2022. So 2 years ago.
Okay, so 7 years later it goes to trial, and he wins a judgment because Shiloh's not there. I'm not defending the kid at all. I have no idea what happened here. I'm trying to put all the pieces together. Okay,
But
what
you're
happened?
right.
What timeline?
Can you take something that a minor did, wait till he's an adult, and then try and sue them for dollars? Like that's a really weird thing too.
Yeah, that's a bit jacked. I don't know the legalese there. I think there's a line you draw. I mean, you compared to you today, like you when you started with the show and you didn't even have your own car insurance to today.
Well, I had it. I just was unaware.
Oh, well, that's a big leap.
Can I say something quickly? Because now that the Nuggets and Avs are done, you guys asked a question, and the answer is yes. Because I actually watched a full Rockies game yesterday, and it was fun to watch because they beat the Guardians. They're winning. Guardians, by the way, they're arguably the best team in baseball. And I know that's weird to say out loud, but the Guardians are on a 9-game win streak. The only teams that have more wins than them this year are the Yankees and the Phillies, and they just won the series against Philadelphia.
I know.
Which is crazy.
They just took out the top team in the NL, and they just took out the hottest team in the AL.
Well, at least first game of it, yes.
At least the first game.
Well, and let me tell you this. I've said it all year long. This is not about wins and losses. It's about young guys playing well. Zeke Tovar is a superstar, guys. He's 22 years old. This guy is going to win multiple Gold Gloves because he's that good at short. And his bat has already come around. He's hitting 285. He hits 7 bombs already. He's the best hitter on the team outside of probably McMahon. Between him and Brenton Doyle, who you could say the same things about, Gold Glover, whose stick is also coming around this year, they have some actually really good young talent. The only thing that bothers me now is I don't know what you do about this. I can't see Chris Bryant in the lineup anymore. I'm done. The experiment's over. I don't know how you deal with the rest of this. I know, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how you deal with the rest of the contract. If it were me, maybe you don't cut him, but that guy's not an everyday player anymore. Yeah. He's the spot duty guy.
Well, here's what it's gone from. It's gone from, okay, he'll come around. Okay, he never came around. Okay, everybody's jumping all over him. Now he's feeling sorry for himself. Now we're in the feeling sorry for yourself stage, and he's not going to climb out of it. I don't know what you do.
The only bad news.
I don't know what you do.
Dude, he's
not going to willingly.
Time out a second. He's in the feeling sorry for himself stage.
Yes.
He's 32 years old, making $180 million, batting $169 with a dong. And he feels sorry for himself? Get your ass and play. Get on the field and play baseball.
He can't.
Why not?
Not at the level he's being paid. He cannot do it.
He's 32, bro. It ain't like he's 50. He ain't Satchel
What are you gonna
Paige
do,
out
Moshe?
there.
Moshe, you're running the team. What are you going to do?
How about win a few ball games?
I'll tell you what I'd do, Vic, and this is the God's honest truth. I'd go home every single day following the ball game. I'd look in the mirror, and I'd kick my own ass.
No. If you're running the team, Vic said.
No, if you're running the team, you probably should do that as well. But if you're running the team, what do you do?
That's pretty funny. Actually, that was a good one. High five. Good job there. Dude, listen, I don't want to hear he's feeling sorry for himself, bro.
Again, you're running the team, Moshe. You're
You know
in
what?
charge. I give you
it's
the
not
keys.
even it's not even his fault. You made a horrible deal with Nolan Arenado and the St. Louis Cardinals. One of the worst deals in the history of baseball.
That doesn't have to do with Chris Bryant, though.
Moshe,
And then
stop
then
talking in circles
Did you
and
not
tell
want
me what you would do.
Did you not want to have a shiny new toy? Vic, you're hamstrung. There is nothing you can. What can you do, Vic? What can you do? Cut him and just pay him all of his money? Don't play him because the guy can't play baseball anymore or won't.
Can I give you guys a philosophy here? Because I remember this conversation happened a lot with Ian Desmond when he was here. And it was, well, you're paying him all this money. He's got to play. And I always said, why?
He doesn't want to play.
But
Ian Desmond did not want to play baseball anymore.
I don't think Desmond was the Chris Bryant guy. I just think he was suffering a mental deal that he never got over. Ian Desmond was a good player.
So was Chris Bryant. Chris Bryant was an MVP.
Understood. Here's what I'm saying.
You want to
though.
hear?
But here's what I'm saying is that Ian Desmond, much similar to the Chris Bryant situation, people are like, well, you're paying him all this money. He's got to play. And I go, no, you don't. He's going to make the money regardless. If I'm running the team, if you aren't good enough to be in the lineup, then you don't play. Sorry. Like, you're the spot duty guy now. If somebody in the outfield needs a night off, then you come in and play. But that's the only way that you get in the lineup. I don't get it.
Mo, do you want to hear Mosier's brain blow up right now? Folks listening, you're gonna hear a man's brain blow up on live radio. Here we go. What's the difference in paying Chris Bryant a ridiculous amount of money and him not being able to play? What's the difference between that and paying Val Nichushkin a ridiculous amount of money and him not being able to play?
Nothing. You're
exactly right.
They're both killing their franchise.
You're
Absolutely.
exactly right.
There is one massive difference.
Why were you so afraid of that question there, Kane?
There is.
Val's not getting paid now. He's screwed his team twice. He's not getting paid at all.
But his money's being occupied.
That is correct. Well,
there is one massive difference. A massive difference. Val Nichushkin is very good at hockey.
We know this.
Chris Bryant is not good at baseball anymore.
But what's the difference right now? I'm asking from a team perspective. You've got a lot of money allotted to one player who cannot perform for you right now.
Correct.
What's the difference?
Victor, there are nuances, obviously, in terms of like what Brett just said. One guy's actually a really damn good player whose personal issues are screwing the team. One guy just can't play the game anymore, and I don't know why you even thought about giving him the bread in the first place. But nonetheless, look, I don't know Chris Bryant at all. I never met the man. I don't know if he just can't play anymore, doesn't want to play anymore, is hurt all the time. I mean, I don't know is it a combination of everything, but he does. So don't give me this. He's feeling sorry for himself. I hope that's not the case.
Okay, well, I'll tell you something I heard about Chris Bryant is that Chris Bryant, not only is his body not feeling good, and he's obviously not as good of a player as he used to be, he, from what I was told, doesn't seem to care all that much anymore. Like, used to care, doesn't care all that much anymore. That's what I was told.
How do guys just lose at the age of 32? Just gone. Just can't play the game.
Well, and I'll tell you the real bummer in all of this, because somebody who is going to be, I think, playing a lot in his place, the only bummer from over the weekend, because the Rockies are playing well right now, Jordan Beck, this high-priced prospect that they have.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys saw it, made a great play.
Was his wrist?
Came up on a ball, and his glove kind of stuck in the grass and busted up his wrist, so he's going to be out for a while. But other than that, I mean, look, I'm back into I'm going to watch the occasional Rockies game phase of my summer. And you know what? If they keep playing this way, it should be a lot more fun because these young kids are fun to watch. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
During the course of this radio show, at some point, we will talk about the law. Vic Lombardi here. I'm talking about Dan Caplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. And like the Nuggets and the Avs, Dan knows that talk is cheap. It's results that matter. Dan's the guy with record-setting results. He's believed to be the only lawyer in Colorado history to win 5 straight multi-million-dollar verdicts in Colorado crash cases, including the largest truck crash verdict in Colorado history. Dan has been lead counsel in some of the most successful and widely known wrongful death cases in Colorado. Dan Caplis Law is a serious firm for serious cases, and he accepts righteous injury and death cases on percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help right now, call 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551, or hit him up at dancaplislaw.com. That's Dan, C-A-P-L-I-S, law.com.
Nope. No. Maybe the dumbest skit in the history of television, the dumbest skit in the history of that show, dumb song, everything about it's dumb. No,
You're an anti-Night at the Roxbury guy,
100%.
huh?
I absolutely refuse to participate in your little shenanigans and your
It's a
reindeer
cinematic
games.
classic.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Lame.
Who plays the dad in that? That weirdo that plays the dad? He plays all
Oh.
these weird parts.
Levy, right?
He looks like really hairy.
Is it Dan Levy?
Eugene Levy?
Eugene Levy.
No, he doesn't play the father.
Doesn't he?
No, it's not
Who is it
Eugene
then?
Levy. It's some other dude that's in a bunch of movies. He plays bit roles, and he plays those weird roles like the father of these two scrubs.
All right, hang on.
Great movie.
Give me a second. I like it.
Great movie.
What happened to Chris
So-
Kattan, by the way? He just disappeared.
He's
Never saw him
lame.
again. Would you stop?
They're all
Um,
lame. Everybody there was lame. Whole thing was lame.
Dan Hedaya is his name.
Yes, that guy. He's in a bunch of movies. Just
Oh,
plays
he was,
bit roles, bit parts.
He was Carla's on and off again ex-husband in Cheers.
Correct.
Nick Tortelli.
Yes,
that's who
correct.
he was.
Yes, that's where he started it. You're exactly right. Let me tell you something. Here's where any movie that Will Ferrell is in is a great movie.
I'm
The end.
kind of with you. I'm kind of
The
with
end.
you on this. Now, he's not everybody's humor, but he's mine. He's my humor. If Will Ferrell's in it, I'm going to laugh. Sorry.
Something he does will make me laugh.
He plays the same guy in every movie. Well, they're
So
all
what?
funny. They're
Yeah,
all funny.
They're great.
Um,
In fact, if you don't find Will Ferrell funny, consider it we're not friends. And I don't want to be friends with somebody that doesn't consider Will Ferrell funny.
meatloaf! We want it now!
there's not a
The
single
meatloaf!
there's not a single person that could have delivered that line funny, other than Will Ferrell. Like that is a famous line from Wedding Crashers that only he could do. Wait, are you like anti Will Ferrell? Period, Moj? Or
No,
you just okay?
no. There's been many films of his that I enjoy. Many that I thought were well done and funny.
You're so right though, Vic. That should be your whole thing. If you can be friends with somebody, you have to see them throw a baseball, right? You also have to add, do you think Will Ferrell's funny? And if they say no,
it's
then
funny
there's
you
no
say-
chance.
I'm from now on when I'm seeking friendships, because I'm currently seeking. I got a couple openings. Marty's gone. I'm seeking friendships. So as I'm out there auditioning others for a friendship, and I look at your resume, I want to see you first throw a ball. Can you throw a ball properly? And secondly, Will Ferrell, thoughts. And just that's all I need is those two questions answered. And if you fulfill those two, maybe one of my vacancies will be full. We'll see.
Can I ask you guys something? Colin Cowherd was on the air yesterday, and he was talking a lot about young quarterbacks, and in particular, he was talking about Bo Nix and Sean Payton.
There's a reason.
Well, and this is what I want to get to, and I will say this. I kind of trust Cowherd on anything that he's saying about Sean Payton because I know that him and Payton are boys. They are.
Correct.
And so maybe he's getting fed, very optimistic lines from Sean Payton. But
you
still,
think?
Here's the one thing I want to ask if you guys are uncomfortable with this, because I am. And I don't know if this is fair, and maybe it is for him being a number 12 overall draft pick. But here's Cowherd talking about Sean Payton and Bo Nix and how they're going to mesh together.
Sean Payton with Drew Brees worked because they're both sort of old school. Sean Payton talks like an old school coach. He's not PC. He's not going to be politically correct. He'll say some things. It'll get him in trouble. He's been in trouble. Drew Brees, similarly, very old school. Accurate, no BS, old school. I think Bo Nix feels like that. Kind of an old school kid, family, football, coachable, never distracted, totally focused. All his priorities line up.
Are you guys uncomfortable with how much the name Drew Brees is being mentioned surrounding Bo Nix?
Yeah.
Because I am.
Well, he makes it sound like Drew Brees is some dude, some rebel running around out there. Drew Brees is not a rebel, dude.
No. Yeah.
Drew Brees is like Mr. America.
But beyond that stuff, beyond the personality part, how about just the football thing? It's like, oh, he's an accurate quarterback who doesn't have a big arm. That's Drew Brees. I'm like, well, Drew Brees is kind of like part of a top 10 all-time discussion as far as that position.
Can I say something here real quick? Can I just jump in here real quick? Because now you're getting me in a real What's the word I'm looking for? It starts with a P.
You got me sideways.
Got me sideways. Drew Brees is eligible to be in the Hall of Fame in 2026. Drew Brees will be a first ballot Hall of Famer. If you're the herd and you're getting on here, let me tell you something, man. This kid's old school, baby. This kid's old school. There's Cub Scout. He's going to be right there with the Hall. He's got the same qualities as his Hall of Famer. Would you give me a friggin' break?
He's not the only one, by the way.
Okay. We don't know. Listen, Cowherd could be absolutely correct. Sean Payton may turn Bo Nix into a Hall of Fame quarterback, and you know what I would do? I would break dance at the parade. That's what I would be doing. But can we just slow down a little? I got to see it to believe it, number one. Number two, Cowherd ain't been to one practice. He doesn't even know what Bo Nix looks like walking down the street, and he's like, oh, he's got the same qualities.
Oh, well, come on. To be fair, I've been to a practice. You don't glean much from going to the practices either.
Exactly right. So where's all this stuff coming from?
Well, 61 starts in college football. I mean, it's not a small sample size. You get a good look.
Here's where I stand on all this stuff. I'm of this opinion, and tell me if I'm off here.
You're off.
When it comes to Sean Payton and quarterbacks and Bo Nix and this guy and that guy, I am so tired of, don't tell me, show me. I'm in show me state. I don't care what you tell me. I don't care what people tell me anymore. I don't care to be told he's the next Drew Brees or he's got this. You have to show me. Everything the Broncos do from here on out, because it's been 8 years of misery, you have to show me. You don't get the courtesy of telling me anymore. I don't have to believe what you tell me. I don't have to adhere to where you go mentally. I need to see it. And until you show me, that's where we stand.
Two things on that. How about this? The Avs and the Nuggets have earned the benefit of the doubt that if they make a move or if they do something, I think that you should trust them in the moves that they've made because they've made good ones to make them championship level over the last, 5 years, whatever it's been. The question I want to ask surrounding Bo Nix right now is, it's sight unseen. Even though he's practicing, you can't glean much from practice anyway. But I think mentioning the name Drew Brees around him is way too much. It's way too much.
Way too much.
So what is fair? Because let's be fair here, Moj. He's the number 12 overall draft pick in the draft. That's high expectations. What kind of dampens it, though, he was the 6th quarterback taken.
Correct.
With that 12th pick,
which is
weird.
He's 24 years old. As you said, 61 starts in college. Name me another quarterback who had 61 starts in college.
I don't think it's ever happened.
Okay, then. I mean, so obviously he percolated in the college ranks at Auburn and Oregon for a long time. And you know what? There are many, just watching the guy play the game. I watch plenty of Oregon football. I like the kid's game. I really, truly do. I just think all of this early pandering and over-the-top stuff is too much. Man,
he was a professional college quarterback when you think about it.
That is correct.
A professional college quarterback.
That's what he was. I will be happy if this kid comes in and kicks a major butt, man. At the age of 24 and 61 starts, he's seen a lot. He's played in the SEC. He's played in the Pac-12. 2 different conferences, obviously, 2 different offenses, but the guy has shown plenty of aplomb, and I hope that he does it at the National Football League level. Here's what I know. Out of the 6 quarterbacks taken, Brett, like you said, one's going to be great, maybe 2. 3 are going to be okay, and another's going to flame out, or 2 are going to flame out. I hope he's not the flame out.
When you mentioned his age, it hit me in terms of this. He's 2 years older than Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
And he hadn't played a professional game yet. He's got a family already, and he hasn't played a professional game yet. I can't wait I want to watch him play in a professional game before I make any assessment at all. And we're going to have here now, we are 100 days removed from the NFL season. 100 days. We're going to have 100 days of pure speculation and conjecture about Bo Nix. So
I'll tell you
strap
what.
up.
Here's what I'm going to put a question to all the listeners out there and viewers and everybody else. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate it all the time. Do you want me for the next 100 days to speculate and blow smoke up your tail?
Well, you don't got to do that.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to speculate and be Optimistic.
How about just call it like you see it? Just do that.
I just did.
I know you did. And I was just.
I don't care what you're doing against guys who aren't going to be on this team. I don't care what you do against airing your underwear. I don't care. Now, listen, I'm not involved in the rooms. I'm not there in the meetings. I'm not seeing how quickly apparently this kid is picking everything up lightning fast, looks awesome doing it, smart kid, incredibly likable. All this is super positive. But I've seen in my long, stupid career, I've seen a lot of these guys come and go who simply couldn't do it when it mattered the most. So can we get to September and find out?
Well, can I ask you guys something just real quick? Because we got about a minute left.
I'll blow smoke, Brett.
Just quickly
Believe me,
on here.
You can call me the little choo-choo train Moj.
Okay. Pro Football Focus. They said, as we sit right now, this is how they ranked what they said were quarterback rooms. Okay? And they had the Broncos dead last in the league. 32nd. And I just, as a thought exercise, I want to see if you'd rather take this one over what the Broncos currently have. Would you rather have the Broncos room or the Vikings with Darnold and J.J. McCarthy? Or are they about the same, would you say?
It's still wait and see. They're both wait and see rooms. What's the difference?
Aiden
We don't know what any room can do.
Do you trust Zach Darnold more? Do you trust Sam Darnold more or Zach Wilson more?
Darnold.
I don't know.
But
they've both been dealt from their respective teams.
Okay.
The 30th ranked is the Raiders, and they have Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew. Would you have the Broncos or that one? Because I think I'd rather have the Broncos in that room.
I think I'd rather have the Broncos
too.
too. I have much
too.
more faith in the growth of Bo Nix than I do that room.
The Broncos room or Daniel Jones in New York?
I'll take the Broncos room.
I think I would too.
Well, it's because you owe Daniel Jones a ton of money, and you already know what he's done. It can do.
That's a broken
can
room.
do.
Last one. The Broncos or the Titans, who have Will Levis?
Will Levis played pretty well at times. That
one's pretty close too, I
That's
think.
close.
Yeah.
Where are the Broncos, would you say?
Last.
Yeah, dead last at 32.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which, for now, is fine because you have no idea, and the backup options aren't great there between Zach Wilson and Jarrett Stidham.
Okay. Listen, I want to be. I'm gonna put this out there. I'm gonna look dead at the camera. I want to be optimistic.
Get in that camera.
Yeah, get in there.
I want to believe.
No, get deep into that camera. Bring that camera to you.
I want to get close to the soul of the Denver Broncos, and I want to get close to your soul. I want to look inside, and I want to peer as deep as I possibly can and get all up in there. I want to. I'm just like Fox Mulder. I want to believe. But until I see that friggin' alien Bo Nix crawl off the ship with 3 arms and a radar gun. Radar. How about X-ray gun? Laser. Some sort of a
Continue.
gun
You're
that
crushing it.
space aliens have. Until I see that, I ain't going to believe. And let me tell you something, Bronco
Get
fans.
closer. Moj, get closer.
You
Get
can
closer.
sit there and you can talk to yourself and kid yourself and talk yourself into Super Bowl quarterback winning Bo Nix all you want. But until he do it, I ain't going to do it. I ain't going to do it. I've been hurt too many times. I won't be hurt again. This is my shell. That's right. I'm an M&M. Candy-coated shell right now when it comes to Broncos quarterbacks. And I ain't going to do it again. Do you understand me? Until I see it.
The only thing that came to my mind as you gave us that wonderful rant is if I woke up in the morning, that's the first thing I saw.
It kind of looked like, Vic, he was like one of those astronauts that has lost all of his other coworkers, and he's just in space alone. He's sending that last video back home.
Yes.
Stardate 2863. All crew is dead. Oxygen supply running low. Our 12th overall pick quarterback blows. I don't know what to do, man. Escape pod malfunctioning, man. Tell my wife I love her. Tell my dogs, be good, go potty outside. I'm off into space, baby.
All right.
Is that what you wanted?
Yeah, 303-504.
By the way, how's my face looking? I got to film
It
something
actually looks
today.
good.
It
Thanks.
actually looks really good.
Yeah.
Your face looks great. It's giving you a bit of a tuck job on that left
Here's
side.
part of the problem. I got, up here in the corner of my eye because she had to cut all the way up there. I've got like this little extra skin right here, Brett, and it's little tiny wrinkles that are going on right here. And underneath my eye is still puffy, and I don't know why. That kind of freaks me out. Then this crease, see this crease, this old person crease?
Oh, yeah,
I don't have
we
one on the
noticed
other
them.
side, but
Yeah,
look at
you're
this
right.
one.
Yep. You have a one-sided face crease.
Anyway.
303-504-0925. You can get in touch with us with the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app that is powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Back after this.
Had the entire family in town over the last week for my nephew's graduation and my daughter's graduation. So what do you think we served them at dinner one night? That's right, Centennial Cuts, a Colorado company, awesome beef. And I want to tell you, it's awesome. It is simply the best I've ever had. They finish the beef on locally grown grains for that perfect marbling and texture. The best part, if you want to order from Centennial Cuts like I did, what you do is you go to their website, centennialcuts.com, and it comes right to your door. They've got different size packets that you can try, and so order a small one if you want to, see how good it is, and then trust me, once you go to Centennial Cuts, you will absolutely never go back. And if you want to try for yourself, want to go downtown to the Velvet Cellar or A5 Steakhouse. They've served Centennial Cuts beef down there, and they are very, very popular. It's always packed, and you got to make that reservation early. It's the most delicious and wholesome beef you've ever tasted. I'm happy to serve it to my family. You will be happy to serve it to your family and friends, and you won't go back, as I said. Try their jerky. They've got the famous jerky in all different kinds of flavors. Just give it a shot, because once you do, you're going to be a customer for life like I am at centennialcuts.com.
Just quickly, this from Mike Kliss of 9 News. The NFLPA is proposing eliminating OTAs in favor of longer ramp-up training camp. While training camp in mid-June is a dreadful thought, it never made sense to have a 2-month off-season workout, then 5-week vacation, then camp. I actually kind of agree with that. It does seem kind of silly. Like,
So
just
wait.
take the year off and then go do football.
Hold on. Are you saying then they want to start training camp in mid-June?
Correct. As opposed to
No.
having OTAs for 2 months. From a player perspective, I totally understand it.
But then what? How many? So
you'd have all the time off. Your season ends. You get all the time off until mid-June, and that's when you start football, and you do football until the end of the season. As
okay,
opposed
fine.
to
That sounds fine.
season ends, you go through the draft, then 2-month mini camp, and then 5-week vacation, and then back. That does seem kind of weird.
Oh
yeah,
my
so,
God.
So now it's on again, off again, on again, off again.
Right.
Now they just want off and then on.
And they're citing that because of injuries that can happen because you're going full bore, and then you're not,
Gotcha.
and then you're starting again.
Well, what is this for NFL coaches and teams? What is the scariest time of the year, Vic?
Oh, the off season when you say goodbye to your players and you hope nothing happens.
After mini camps
Yeah.
and before training camp.
Yeah.
Right? They've got that window where, okay, it's the last chance for guys to go and have some fun, because when training camp starts, it's all business all the time. And so coaches, they go, they hold their breath, just like that.
Yeah.
Little cough, little holding of the breath, just so that nobody gets hurt jet skiing or, does something silly.
R&R.
In Costa Rica, whatever the case may be, they hold their breath. So if you want to say, all right, just enjoy the entire offseason, get here in late June and we'll get it on, that's fine with me.
Do the Nuggets and the Avs do this, or when they start camps and stuff, is it just they're getting prepped for the season, or do they have this there's a camp and then a
No,
break and then
there is
It
nothing.
depends who you are.
Well,
If you're Nikola Jokic, you are at the horse barn one day, and then the very next day you are at practice full tilt.
Yeah.
If you're another player, you're ramping up, you're doing some pickup basketball at the facility, you're getting to know some of the new players. There's different facets. It depends who you are.
But they don't have a mini camp before training camp.
Well, here's what
right?
happens. The guys in the
They have
NHL,
open gym. They have open gym.
It's exactly what it is. Guys will skate with other guys from other teams in the offseason, right? They'll have the little groups back in, Toronto, Nova Scotia, wherever guys gather. And it would be the same here. They'll skate at DU, but guys from all kinds of teams, they'll train here in Denver, that kind of thing. But for the teams themselves, for the Avs, Brett,
organized team activities. Of course, they're working out and staying in shape
no,
and stuff
they'll
like
start
that.
to come back in mid to late August, and then guys will skate amongst themselves before training camp begins in mid-September.
There's no in December, baseball players get together as an organized team activity and then break,
there's
and
none
then
of
it's
that.
spring training.
Yeah.
It's spring training and then the season.
Yeah. Yeah, players are on their own in the NBA. You know, my favorite part of the NBA offseason is when we get these videos on social media of guys playing in pickup games and just dominating. Bones was great at that. Bones would always send a video of look at this.
Just cooking
Taking
some guy on.
Nelly and Mark Mosier in a pickup game.
Hey, Nelly, were you happy when you got dunked on by Bones Highland? Did it make you feel good?
That's a core memory right there, brother.
Absolutely.
Taking that to my
Play it
grave.
forever.
What's it called? What's it called? That league where they literally play against just regular dudes and they cook them for 50. Is it the Drew League?
Pros versus Joes?
No, is it the Drew League?
The Drew League.
The Drew League, right? That's how they play against either old former players or really good pickup guys, and they score 60 points. You're like, did you see KD? Yeah, I could see KD dropping 60 on a random dude.
I'm gonna have to remind me to get to a text from the 0949, please. Remind me when you get a chance.
Okay. So then go ahead and do it now, Moj.
Okay. This is, I swear to God, this probably isn't even real. I think this person is doing this to just make me mad. The 0949, what's a Colorado number, okay? It said, damn homers, Brissett and Drake May over Denver's room any day. Talking about the quarterback room. Let me tell you something, 0949. You don't know Jack Dillhole squat about Drake May. You have
off our show!
You have absolutely no clue whatsoever.
In fact,
and what else?
I would say you know more about Knicks than you know May.
Yeah,
You know way more about Bo Nix than you know Drake May.
Absolutely. Not only that, maybe that's what's got you all titillated. Guy with the Colorado number defending the New England Patriots. You got to be ashamed of yourself. You're probably here from Massachusetts. You probably moved here and you were so ashamed that you were from Massachusetts, you changed your damn phone number to a Colorado number. That being said, the other guy you mentioned, Jacoby Brissett, serviceable quarterback? Yeah.
How much does that stuff matter to you guys?
He's
Because
a-
I got something from Tom Brady here.
He's the 31-year-old journeyman, okay? He ain't going to take the New England Patriots anywhere, anyhow, any whatsoever.
I don't think that's
So
okay.
we're not damn homers for – they got the 32-ranked quarterback room, you knuckle chuck. And if you think that quarterback room's any better than the Denver Broncos, let me defend the Denver Broncos here. You're out of your mind because you don't know squat.
Well, let me ask this question.
That's why do people make such silly statements, though?
As long as you brought it up, the one difference here with some of the teams that we mentioned beforehand is a guy like Jacoby Brissett. Now, might not be like star quarterback in his twilight years. He was just a serviceable guy.
Reliable-ish
dude. He's a
guy.
dude.
Yeah, he's a dude.
There's no doubt that if you had your pick over a quarterback to be in the room with Bo Nix, you would rather have Brissett than you would Zach Wilson or Jarrett Stidham. You'd rather have that. And
100%.
my question is, Tom Brady was talking to Cowherd about that subject specifically because he had Drew Bledsoe when he first got in the league. So what do you think about this?
Show me the people that are around them and are helping to develop them. It's not necessarily about someone's physical potential all the time. So much of it is about, can you retain information? Can you process it? Can you use the information? Are you willing to study and go through the intricate details of the game like Drew Brees was, like Peyton Manning was, like Phillip Rivers was, like some of the all-time great John Elway was, some of the all-time great quarterbacks were. You could be very physically talented. You could absolutely go to the wrong fit and have a coach instruct you to do things that are almost impossible to do.
Right.
You can't assume that what these young athletes are being told, that every coach is the same. Some coach may have one perspective. Another coach may have another perspective.
So he was talking about sort of having mentors around you. So coaching is one thing, but it's also having a quarterback where I think a Jacoby Brissett could have helped more. Now, would it ultimately matter? I have no idea.
He's seen a lot. Okay. He's played some, not a ton, but he's played some.
If you're going to use that measuring stick, I think Jarrett Stidham might do Bo Nix better than Zach Wilson because Zach Wilson's been fighting just to deal with whatever coach is in his. I mean, I don't know if Zach Wilson's going to provide that helping hand.
Right.
Stidham's been sort of like the loyal backup, right? I mean, that's what his role has been. He backed up. Didn't he back up Brady? Didn't he? He went to Oakland or Vegas. He was a backup. Here he was a backup. He's been that loyal, steady backup hand. So Zach Wilson's been in and out of the starting lineup. If I had to pick one mentor, it would be Stidham over Wilson.
Where did Brissett go immediately after?
He went to Indy.
That's right. Did he also play in Cleveland, or am I making that up? He's bounced around a couple of different places.
It was, he did. He played 16 games in Cleveland. He went to Miami for a year, then Cleveland. Then he got in 3 games last year for Washington. Now he's back in New England where he started.
Yeah. I mean, look, that's a preferable thing if you could have like a reliable backup veteran guy who's been around for a while to teach you things. But
if you
it's
recall,
not a
after the
necessity.
Andrew Luck stuff, Brett, he became the starter in Indianapolis.
Yes. Yeah, he did.
Okay? Got hurt 1 year, didn't play full seasons except for his first year there, I believe. And then, I mean, he's a serviceable guy who's seen some stuff in this league. Not a ton, but plenty of stuff. Can he help a kid? Absolutely. But for a guy coming on here, this is what gets me. A 970 number defending the Patriots. That just torques my bacon, Vic. I don't know about you.
Okay.
Guy's a 970 and he's like, Patriots, you damn homers. I'm like, I don't play that game.
Let me ask you something.
I don't
real
play
quick,
it.
by the way, because it's the end of an era.
I don't play that, and I don't play Sorry. I don't play Sorry anymore. I don't like that game. And I very rarely play Shoots and Ladders.
Okay. It's the end of an era. Did you guys see that Angel Hernandez is retiring from being an MLB umpire?
You mean he was given a big wad of money from MLB to go home?
He's trying to figure that out. Did they say, dude, we'll give you some cash. You just got to go because you're more trouble. Well, Vic, they could have done this a decade ago. Like, what pushed them over the edge now as opposed to 5 years ago?
I'll tell you why. Because
what pushed them. How much money?
Well, in the last week and a half, have you seen some of the balls and strikes he's called?
Yeah.
You would. I swear to God, you would think that he didn't have eyesight. And I'm not trying to be facetious.
I'm not joking when I say this. I think he was purposely saying, okay, you don't want to give me this number?
Yeah.
Watch this.
Yeah, I think so too, dude. I think he was I heard you in the appetizer hour, and you were so correct with this. The strength and the power of the Major League Umpires Union.
How is it that strong?
Completely off the scale. They wield way more power than they should. I promise you that.
The players are
way
one thing.
more.
The players union is one thing. Like, I kind of get it. Players have a lot of power because they're on the field and they really impact the way that people view the sport. How the hell can they not fire an umpire in the MLB? Why does it have to force to retirement?
In terms of world organizations, powerful world organizations, and, the CIA is up there. The KGB is up there.
UN.
What's the one in Great Britain? MI5? What is that called again?
MI6.
MI6.
MI6. That's up there. I think the Umpires
Mossad.
Union is a top 5.
It's at least top. It's top 10, if not top 5. I mean, the baseball umpires, dude. I don't know what you have to do.
It's
and how
easier
bad
to
you have
fire
to
a
be.
member of the CIA than it is an MLB umpire.
100%.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
You remember?
I think OPEC's powerful
big one,
organization.
Hang on a second. I'm looking up something. The late, great Eric Gregg. Dude, he was just back behind the plate punching guys out for fun. I mean, dude was just like, you remember Eric, he like this. Remember, he's just punching dudes out, balls at the backstop. You're out of here. And I'm like, this guy, he's quit. I mean,
no, here's my question. And I really want to challenge everybody's
you just can't
memory.
get guys out.
You guys been watching sports a long time. I've been watching sports a long time. I was trying to genuinely think, is there an umpire, a ref, an official that I know by name that is associated in a good way?
Hockey muscles.
No, I know Hockey Lee. I don't know him as like, oh, we got Hockey Lee, good. We got a good officiating crew. I never did that. Is there ever been a guy where you've gotten an official, because we can do the opposite.
Yeah.
I mean, say the name Tony Brothers officiating a Nuggets game and watch people react.
Uh-huh.
What I'm saying is an official referee or umpire that you've heard that you're like, yep, I'm glad that guy's at the game. Has that
Well, it
ever
depends
happened?
how far in the weeds you are. There are certain refs in the NBA that I think when the Nuggets get them, it's going to be a fair whistle. It depends on how deep of your knowledge is of these officials. Who's Billy, what's his name? The NBA official. Billy, who does the very colorful...
Bill Kennedy?
Yes.
I will say this.
The call on the floor is overturned.
He's pretty good. The late, great Dave Jackson, NHL official. Now, he's not dead. He lives here in Denver.
Yeah, the guy...
You just called him... Wait, hold on
you
a
said
second.
the late.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
You can't do that. You can't say the late, great...
Dave is
what's
very
his
much...
name? Dave Jackson.
He's very much
and
alive.
then say he's not dead.
He's very much doing the little booth thing for ESPN, where they go to the booth in baseball. And,
That's where guys can resurrect their careers,
right,
by the
correct.
way. If those officials go to those booths, some of them are good. Like, I kind of like Mike Pereira. I never liked him when he was an official, but I like him in
Well,
the
I'll
booth.
say this, Dave.
You can't say late, great, and him not being
you
dead.
can't.
You can't do that.
Can't do
That's
that.
a major...
Well, how about
that's
the late...
a faux pas.
The late,
Apologize.
The late, great Martin Leskowitz.
Yeah, you can't
he's
do
dead.
that.
He's dead to us.
Can't.
He's dead to us. Okay.
People are saying Wes McCauley, by the way. Is this the same as like Bill Kennedy, where it's just like Wes McCauley you just
Wes
like
is-
because he makes really cool calls?
5 for fighting. That's Wes.
After video review, it was determined that we have a good goal.
Yeah. So there are certain. I'll tell you what's funny, and I've got to know Wes a little bit over the years. Just seeing him around, obviously the rinks and having a brewski and that kind of thing. I like a lot of these guys.
You're drinking with refs?
Not with them, by them, and then a little talk, and then okay, hey, you have a great day. Hey, keep it fair, keep it fair. It's funny because I always, when I'm walking around the rink, sometimes I'll see the referees, the linesmen stretching beforehand. And I'm like, you give the head nod because they know who I am. I know who they are, right? And it's like, hey, keep it fair, huh? Keep it fair.
I'm
But
glad you're helping.
I'll tell you what's funny though. Talking to some people inside the organization, officials that I don't like, I think the guy's not so good. It's funny part is they would say to me, no, I think he's pretty good. I go, really? Because I think he's a total jackwad. Well, no, I think he's actually pretty dang good. Okay, what about this guy? Then we'll come to agreement on some, and then there's some who I thought were decent. And they're like, no, this guy's terrible. So there you go.
Those are some treasured conversations.
Yeah, that's great. Hey, Nelly, what do you call it? Would you say that's a core memory forever, right? Core memory, baby.
Exactly, core memory.
Thanks,
Hey,
buddy.
I love it when Mosier just starts talking to himself. That's what half this radio show is just like. We're not even there. He's just reminiscing to himself about conversations he's had with randos.
Who was the ref that didn't give Galarraga the perfect game in Detroit? Who was that?
The umpire.
Is that Joyce?
The umpire.
Yes.
Jim
that was Joyce.
Jim Joyce, yeah.
Yes, that was.
And by the way,
he
he's got-
apologized
yeah,
and
he's
he
got-
did the best thing possible. He just took ownership of it. He said, listen, I made a mistake. And that's the best thing you can do. He didn't double down on his mistake, as many of us are apt to do. We double down on our mistakes because we're so prideful, right? He did not. He said, I jacked up. I messed up, man. Show me some
that's great.
remorse.
You know who acted even better was Armando Galarraga, who was a kind of nothing pitcher that could have had his name etched in history. And if you remember, the next day, didn't he walk the lineup card up to Joyce because he was the home plate umpire the next day? And then Joyce cried, and I'm like, oh, and now you're giving him a hug. This is a really cool moment, but I think I'd want to punch him in the face if I were you.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Vic, in the last week, real quick though, I'm flicking through the channels and I land on Mo, okay, the unbelievably good documentary that you guys did.
Yeah.
Julie was great. You're great. I mean, everybody involved was great. But who's there getting his thoughts out there about Doug Moe? I can say this, the late, great Irv Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And when I tell you, dude, he was a very popular college official, basketball official, very popular, that's why Irv could just call up he could call up Bobby Knight like this. No problem. Lute Olson, just get all these, the biggest Denny Crum, all these guys, he could just give them a phone call. They're on this show immediately. It was amazing.
But Irv called the Nuggets games in the 80s.
Correct.
He was the color man with Al Albert. So he'd go from a Nuggets game to a College World Series game to a bowling tournament. That was his broadcast week.
Swear to God, dude, if you ever watch like some old College World Series stuff or just some college baseball, Irv Brown's the color commentator on ESPN and the Ocho. It was amazing. So good.
When we come back, we'll talk about the late, great Minnesota Timberwolves and them being down 3-0.
If you're not aware of someone's past, just say it just in case.
But how does them being down 3-0 with potentially getting swept tonight make you feel as a Nuggets fan? We'll get to it next. Thank you, Texture. Who could ever forget this? The late, great Tommy Tuberville.
He's still alive.
Was he the one that you said was buried under a tree? Or was
yes, I did, but it wasn't him. It was
you confused him with
Pat Dye.
Pat Dye. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's such a
Remember
fascinating
you said
story.
that, I was like, isn't Tuberville like in the Senate or something now?
Yeah, he is. Hang on a second. Okay, it's real. I mean, it's pretty interesting, right? Pat Dye.
Okay, no. We don't got to go through it again. But Mosier confused him with Tommy Tuberville. And he said that Tommy Tuberville was in a burlap sack buried under a tree.
Okay, but think about it, okay? So Toomer's Corner is the famous corner in Auburn.
Oh, my God. I don't want to go over it. Did he just tell you
Can you give me 30 seconds, please, for those who don't know the story?
No, we don't want to.
Please.
No, we don't want to hear the story again. All right, go ahead. Tell the story.
Okay. So Pat Dye had a farm in Notasulga, Alabama.
Hurry up.
They took a clipping of the famous tree from Toomer's Corner. He planted it on his property. He'd been growing it, nurturing it for some time. And when he passed away, they buried him under the tree so that the tree would absorb him and be a tree. I think it's a fascinating story, man. Vic, what are you going to do? I know what you're going to do. You're going to do what you're doing right now. You're just going to be sleeping forever in just a little piece of ground sleeping. Not no tree and birds are nesting in you. That's what you need. You need birds to nest in you. That's what you should want. That tree's going to live for 200 years.
So wait a minute.
With
Here's
Pat
the thing,
with Pat Dye's DNA and nutrients inside that tree.
You know what? I don't like this at all. If my dad was like, when I die, take a piece of a tree that I like and then have me grow with the tree, and I'd be like, well, guess what, Dad? This house is worth a lot of money. I want to sell it. Now I can't sell it because he's in the backyard the whole time?
Because there's a dead guy under a tree?
Yeah.
If you're not going to buy a house because there's a dead guy under a tree,
saying out of
it's not like your old
respect.
man murdered somebody in the house.
No, I'm saying out of respect, can I just move away from a tree that I'm now considering part my dad?
You worked it out with him. Say, hey, listen, old man, if I can get $500 for this house, I'm leaving you under the tree. I'm not digging you out.
And what if the new builders, how about this, Moshe? Is this negotiable or not? If that's your dad, he's part of the tree.
Okay.
So your pops is out there like this. Got birds.
Okay, birds. Okay,
got nests, got leaves.
All right, yeah, okay.
And this owner says, God, I really love this house. I'll make you a great offer, but I can't stand that tree in the backyard. Do you sell it? Do you sell it to that guy and let him chop it down?
I don't.
Turn your dad into mulch? Is that what you want?
If you buy the property, man,
still mulch. It's still
mulch.
nutrients.
Yes.
You know, I've never understood the concept, and I hate to go against the grain here, but when I go, I do what you want with me. I'm not going to feel it.
I think my dad said once, throw me in the trash, is what he said. I was like, I don't think we can do that, but you find something similar.
This is what makes people unique. We're talking about Bill Walton and one of God's special children. I mean, he's just one of the most unique human beings in the history of the planet, as far as I'm concerned.
Were you aware that he was this dire, his health? I
had no idea. He was very private about it, obviously. I had no clue whatsoever. When I heard the news yesterday morning, I was just absolutely shocked. He's such what a colorful human being who just lived life and enjoyed life to the fullest. I mean, he should be an absolute a specimen for everybody to study, to be honest with you.
He was also so vibrant that would give you no indications he was ailing at all.
That is correct.
You bring up a good point. He's the kind of person, he's chameleon-like. He was chameleon-like, who could go anywhere and get along with anybody at any time, in any stage, in any era. It doesn't matter who you are. Very few people are like that, right? We're all sort of like, I can't do what he did. He could go anywhere and be anyone, be with anyone.
Correct.
And that is a real
any
skill
walk
to
of life,
possess.
any race, any creed, anything.
Yes.
He had that spirit about him that it emanated from him, dude. Everybody could see it. But in terms of unique people, so you remember that the tree at Toomer's Corner was poisoned by that Alabama fan, and the tree was dying. They cut a piece of the tree off. Dye got it. He said, I wanted to fertilize this tree and for my spirit to hover around this tree. He nurtured it. He died. They put him underneath it. It was an important, very personal deal to that dude. I'm not sure your old man, there's not like some maple in the backyard. Your old man goes,
why do we keep going back to the story? I thought we advanced the story. We got into Bill Walton, and now you went back to the story again. Shut up with the story.
Anyway,
Brett, do you have the gavel? I think that's $1 right there. That's
Jesus,
decorum.
that's $2.
That's $2 decorum.
Do you know when a conversation moves on? Have you ever heard that before? The conversation moved on.
$2. Add it to the list, Nelly.
what kind of tree do I want to be?
Vic, I like this one, though. Are you cool if we do this, Vic? When you go, can I bury you in an Irish Spring box?
A giant
Man, do
Irish
whatever you
Spring.
please, brother.
It would be an
Wait,
honor.
you put a wrap on it like it's a NASCAR, right?
Yes, Irish Spring. That would be fantastic.
Whatever makes you happy.
So listen, with the T-Wolves losing, how do you feel about that? Well, I guess they haven't officially lost yet, but they're down 3-0. They're going to lose. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that compared to what we felt right after Game 7, where we felt like that was the NBA championship being played, and now to watch them get dismantled by the Dallas Mavericks? You know,
I feel like a Lakers fan.
I don't like this. I don't like when people are like
Yeah.
the Denver Mavericks. I don't like that stuff.
I feel
Vic, you
feel
wanted
like
them to
the
win, though. You said last week you wanted them to win.
Well,
2
I
weeks ago.
said that, but I didn't feel it. It's funny, you could say whatever you want. That's why I say show me, don't tell me. I said that. I said the winner of the Nuggets-Wolves series would represent the West, and I felt strongly that, maybe Minneapolis and that city deserved it. But when I watched them take the court against Dallas, all those feelings, those thoughts, they went away quickly. I wanted Dallas. It's just the way it is. It's human nature, right? It's just the way it is. All I thought of is the waving goodbye, the attempting to dunk, all that crap. And I just wanted to see him silence. And that, you know what that makes me? It makes us feel and look like Lakers fans.
Well, I didn't care if they won or lost. I thought they would, though.
I feel nothing in this. I thought I would feel something more. I feel nothing. Zero.
Brett, my thing is I'm sad that my prediction was wrong, that whoever won this series is going to win the title, because that's clearly not going to happen now. That's the only thing that I feel bad about, that I completely misjudged the matchup against the Dallas Mavericks, and those two guards, one gigantic and one smaller, absolutely being able to throttle the Timberwolves at any time in any way.
It's not like the Mavericks have dominated these games. This series is so unlike the Nuggets T-Wolves series. Nuggets T-Wolves series was one team blows out the other team.
Yeah.
One team blows out the other team. One team blows out the other team. There was one really close game in that entire series. This Mavericks T-Wolves series is right down to the last minute.
So I think it felt, it's funny you bring that up, Vic, because I was wondering this. I'm like, why did the Minnesota-Denver series feel close? Because none of the games were close. And I think it came down to this. It was so unpredictable that you didn't know which team was going to show up. That's why it felt like a good matchup despite the final scores, is that there would be a game where the T-Wolves just punish the Nuggets. And then the next night, the Nuggets go out and win by 25 points. You're just like, who's actually got the upper hand in this series? You never knew. Like, we thought Minnesota had it when they were up 2-0, winning 2 games in Denver. And then the Nuggets were up 3-2. And then they lost the last 2. It was just a weird sort of vibe, but you're right about this. It's the same thing kind of in the Pacers series. The Celtics swept them. But if it weren't for the Pacers just going brain dead at the end of games, that looks totally different. Like this last game, last night that the Celtics swept, first of all, God, would it be fun to have a Derek White on the Nuggets? Because that guy is just slow, steady heartbeat. Any moment that you want, knocks down the big corner 3 to basically ice the game for the Celtics.
But I can't.
But the Pacers,
right.
didn't score a point for the last 3.5 minutes of that game. And it's like 3 different games, it feels like, in this series. It just got laid in it.
I can't.
And they couldn't figure out a way to close it.
I can't. Even though Derek White is our guy, Vic, I can't root for Boston to win anything. I'm sorry. I can't. Won't. Can't and won't.
Let me tell you something about Derek White. He's putting up phenomenal numbers, both offensively and defensively. He's doing things a combo guard is supposed to do, and he's doing it at a pretty damn good number, too. Again, the reason why Boston is they've managed to cobble together a team. They got max contracts, but they also have a lot of role players that don't max them out to the point of exhaustion, and Derek White is one of those players. The Nuggets are in a position, unlike most, where they don't have room they can't put guys like Derek White in those positions. They don't have the money to do that. So Derek White is he's making $18 million, all right? 18. That's KCP type money if KCP returns. If he opts in or if they re-sign him, that's the kind of money KCP is going to make. That's what he's going to make.
Yeah.
So he is their version of KCP, essentially. That's what he is. The Nuggets are in a position where they may not be able to afford that.
Right.
They can't afford it if they price him out.
Yeah, it's a hell of a weapon to have.
You know what, though? As much as I value Derek and I root for him, I really do. If you look at what the Boston Celtics have done out east, and you give the Nuggets that Eastern schedule, that Eastern playoff
They're
schedule,
in the same spot.
Yeah, the Denver Nuggets right now are looking really good because, again, the Celtics are marching. They're 12-2 in the playoffs. 12-2. Here's what they've done. They played a first-round series. Jimmy Butler was unavailable. They played a second-round series. Donovan Mitchell was unavailable for games 4 and 5. They played a third-round series. No Tyrese Halliburton for games 3 and 4. The other teams are missing their best damn players.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, they go through the Heat. No Jimmy Butler. The Cavs had like 3 or 4 guys hurt in the final couple of games of that series.
But I'm going to use the same argument we made for the Nuggets last year. You can only play what's in front of you. For everyone who said, and there are still people who say it, oh, what a fraudulent championship. They played play-in teams. All you can do is play the teams that are in front of you, the teams the schedule gives you. That's it. You should never apologize for advancing, ever.
303-504-0925. Shout Mazda text line. What you're giggling about.
I've seen this before. I've heard about it. I guess I've seen it, but I didn't really realize how violent and horrible it is. It should be a sport that should take over the world, to be honest with you. This should be, every town in America should play this sport. Can I tell you when we come back?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, what's the thing you got? What's the thing you had to say?
I got a little something here, Vic, that I just saw the highlights on television. They do it the last Monday in May every single year in Gloucester, England. You ever been to Gloucester, England?
No.
Place called, it's on the Springbank holiday there at Cooper's Hill in Gloucester. We have Memorial Day. They do this, okay?
Isn't it pronounced Gloucester?
What, something like that. Yeah, Gloucester, whatever. So these idiots, for years and years and years, starting around 1826, every last Monday in May, they chase this giant wheel of cheese down a hill, right? Have you seen highlights of this? And Vic, this is something I think Brett, you could still absolutely do it. Nelly, because of your shorter stature and because of your low center of gravity, you might be really good at this, buddy.
Nelly, your goat-like stature and structure would enable you to do
Dude, sure-footed as a mountain goat. Give me that cheese, baby.
Can you give us a little, meh? Can you give us a little? Meh. All right, perfect. He's in. So these dudes...
It's almost like a Bugs Bunny laugh. I'll let it pass.
Yeah. So it's a 7 to 9 pound wheel of double Gloucester cheese. They send it rolling down the hill. It's 200 yards, and it's a very steep hill, right? And then they give the wheel of cheese about a 1 second head start. And whoever makes it across the finish line at the bottom of the hill first wins the cheese. And I swear to God, they must have ambulances on standby. Did you see those?
Yeah, they were taking tumbles. I don't think I could do that much. I'd definitely hurt myself.
I mean, literally, Vic, these dudes are flying in, like they're running, they fall, they hit like a thump or whatever, and they fly in the air like the Wide World of Sports ski jumper guy, right? And then they keep on going. Like these cats are brave.
Well, can I add something to this?
Sure.
If we're on the subject of history, there's a lot of people right now, especially younger kids, they're having a really tough time finding houses. Real estate's tough to come by. It's expensive. They don't got the cash for it.
So why not just be a world-famous Wheel of Cheese follower?
No, I got one
Chaser?
better.
Okay, great.
This is from Daily Roman Updates on Twitter, because we're here to educate as well as entertain and talk about sports.
Vic, these are your people. Get ready.
So this is a man who lived in 12th century England, okay? His name was Roland the Farter.
Noble.
He was given 30 acres of land by King Henry II. But he had one stipulation in acquiring that land. Each year, he was obliged to perform, this is in Latin, so I don't know how to say this stuff, but it translates to 1 jump, 1 whistle, and 1 fart for the king's court at Christmas. And as long as he did that every year for the king, he could live on 30 acres of land.
Happy birthday, Jesus.
And I'm
Come
like,
on, man.
There's so many people that can't find an affordable house right now who are in their 20s, and if all you had to do was to jump, whistle, and fart in front of the king to get 30 acres, how many people would try and sign up for that job?
So just make a fool of yourself, basically.
And you would be known in history as
foolery.
Roland the Farter. Not a lot of Rolands left, by the way. I'm actually surprised there was a Roland in 12th century England.
But he is remembered.
For something.
Think of all the million... Okay, there's the double Gloucester. Think of all the millions of people who have existed in this world, not remembered in history, yet this guy is remembered because he jump whistled and farted.
Yeah, I'm seeing the video of these guys going down that hill. That's insane.
Yeah, they're just
absolutely insane.
I mean, these guys catch major air, man, and this wheel of cheese is not playing. It's just flying down the hill. And these guys, I mean, how many ACLs and stuff are seriously?
It's stupid.
Yeah, dude, I'm blowing out multiple ligaments.
Yeah,
I'm not doing
100%.
that. For a wheel of cheese, no thank you. I'll just go to the store. It's fine.
I don't know, man.
Hey,
It seems like the rolling job is a pretty good gig if you can get it.
And I'm a big cheese guy, by the way. God, do I love cheese. If I don't
Can I
understand
come
people who aren't cheese people. I had somebody over the weekend that said, I don't eat cheese. And I was like, what do you mean you don't eat cheese? Who doesn't eat cheese?
Back in the day, Kaner, when you could bring across anything you wanted via suitcase. So when I was a kid, I would go to Italy every summer, and my parents would send me to Italy for the summers. I'd stay with my grandparents, and I'd have to come back and relearn English and all that stuff. But every time we came back, they would fill my suitcases with cheese. They would fill it with all kinds of cheese. Scamorza, Cascavalli. And Cascavalli cheese are these big old heads of cheese, heavy heads of cheese. and they would hide it amid the clothes and all that. So my clothes would smell like cheese for the rest of the school year. And those suitcases weighed they weighed like 100 pounds each. It was ridiculous. But that's back in the cheese days, the cheese era. Today,
There's a cheese
Yeah,
era.
remember, dude,
There's
the
a
good old
cheese era.
cheese days. Come on, man. Everybody knows the good old
At
cheese
Brett Kane
days.
Radio on Twitter, was there a cheese era that I missed out on? Yes or no?
Yes.
The good old cheese era.
Continue. though.
today, if you tried to take a slice of cheese and hide it in your
Ugh.
suitcase on the way back from Europe, they'd arrest you and have German shepherds sniffing you up and down.
I was wondering that because when you said that, I'm like, you weren't allowed to take food
Oh,
across
we took-
countries anymore.
We took grocery stores across the damn world with us. I mean,
Dude.
I would take 2 suitcases of cheese, Cascaval, mortadelle, I mean, everything.
Well, I know when I'm going through customs, when I would like go to Mexico and come back, they're always like, "Do you have chickens with you?" I was like, "Do you think I brought a chicken, like a live chicken, with me?"
Dude, you know why they asked that?
My service chicken.
Do you know why they asked that? Because every year there's somebody caught. Nelly, you know this as well as I do. There's somebody caught with like this. She was trying to smuggle in a live cobra and 3 muskrats in her underpants. You know what I mean? The people try to do that kind of parrots and all kinds of weird things, man.
Because I can understand, like, did you bring back, they ask you like cigars or tobacco and stuff like that. You can
Right.
bring a certain amount back. I think
Correct,
it's like
yeah.
as long as it's less than 100 cigars,
You
you're
can
good or
take a
something.
certain amount there, bring a certain amount back. Yeah.
But when they're asking me any live animals, and I was like, no, didn't feel the need when I was in Mexico to take home a goat. I'm okay. I'm all right.
What do you
I
mean?
have
This
dead
thing?
animals.
No, this is my new
I've
shawl. This ain't a goat, man.
I do have a bunch of pork in my.
Quit talking.
I do have a lot of dead animals with me, but no live ones.
It's so weird.
Fellas, let me segue because I said something in the previous
And
segment.
I'm sorry that I got
Just
us
let
off on
him
the wrong
segue.
tangent.
Let
I
him
apologize.
segue.
Okay.
So we talk all the time about God. Look at Boston. They got it easy out east. They got the Celtics easy out east. They got to play all these teams that are missing their stars. The Nuggets last year, they had the benefit of home court and they weren't 16-4. Nothing easy about it, but a lot of people think their playoff schedule was not the hardest. Whatever, they won. You're not gonna give back a championship because people assume that they won. This year, when we found out the Nuggets would have to play the T-Wolves in the second round, I tried to play this straight face, like, oh, if you're the champion, you're going to have to earn it anyway. You're going to have to play them at some point anyway. I've come to the conclusion, screw that. Give me the easiest path possible.
Thank you.
Yes,
I've
screw
said this
all that.
forever.
From now on, yes.
These
Thank
iron
you.
sharpens iron people can go
Yes,
to hell.
screw
Like,
that.
I don't
Yeah.
need that. If you give
I
me
agree
the
with
option,
you.
do you want
Yep.
to earn $1 million or just have
Yep.
somebody make it randomly in the lottery?
Yeah.
Like, give me the lottery. That sounds like
I
a lot
agree with
easier
you,
path.
100%. From now on, when I hear people say, well, if you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. No, you don't. Let somebody else beat the best.
Yeah.
You just come in on the side and win the championship.
There's been plenty of champions who...
man! You gotta beat the man!
Not necessary. Not true at all, actually. You can get very lucky and go through a really easy path, and I would actually
agree with
prefer
you.
that.
I'm never going to think that way again. You know what? Nuggets, beat San Antonio in the penultimate game of the season, and maybe we're not in this situation right now.
I'll tell
I'm
you this.
so with you. I can't stand when people do that. I'm like, I don't care how you get to the championship, and if my path is going to be easier, then make it easier. You know what? If my team is in the AFC championship game and the starting quarterback tweaks an ankle and can't play,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Good.
Hey, do you think the Patriots are apologizing for playing in the weakest division in football for the better part of 2 decades? Do you
Nope.
think they're apologetic about that?
Nope. Hey, listen, if the Boston Celtics go on to win the NBA title, you think Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown and Derek White and Al Horford and Drew Holiday and every other guy on
Won't
it
give
they
a
will-
damn.
Nobody will give a crap about how they got it done. The fact is, you got it done. So, Vic, you know what? I have a real big question though, and this is an important question. What takes you so long to come around on logical stuff like this? Because
Pain.
Brett and I, okay, we've been talking about this for a long time, and you fought
You're
us
right, I'm wrong.
every
You're
step
right.
of the way.
You're right. Pain. It takes pain. It takes pain for me to know that. Because when the Nuggets were in that situation, I'm like, well, Game 7, if you can't win a Game 7 at home, then you don't deserve that. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve. Screw that. Screw deserve.
Hey, let me tell you something right now. If today the NBA came up to me and said, you get to make the decision, Brett. we're going to move the Denver Nuggets to the Eastern Conference, I'd be like, sign me up. Totally in. Totally in. I don't want to deal with this Western stuff anymore. Get me in the East.
Or if you got to handpick your path, like the number one seed, from now on, you don't get the number one seed and just fall into some random routine. You get to handpick who you play along the way.
Oh, you get to draft. You get to draft every round your team of choice. I like that.
That's what the playoffs look like this year in the inaugural year for the new Pro Women's Hockey League. The number one seed got to pick their first round opponent.
Really?
And that team, that Minnesota, coached by former Avalanche Ken Clee, went all the way to the final.
Well, you know what? There's no more coaches. If that's the case, God, this would be interesting because the coach can't say, well, every team's a tough team now, and you got to be careful who you want to.
We pick those losers. No. I want those crappy guys.
They're the worst. I want them.
Absolutely.
That'd be tough.
So, Vic, I was talking to a Boston Celtics fan over the weekend, and he goes, "Yeah, man, we've had it so easy." He goes, "It's not been easy, but out east, he goes, we've had it so easy for so long." I mean, believe me when I tell you, they know how easy. If you're a good team in the East, they know how much easier it is to get there than being in the West. At least they acknowledge it, and they couldn't care less. Yep, absolutely love it.
No, it doesn't diminish the championship by any means. It doesn't take any polish, any shine off the trophy.
But when is the East going to be the tougher conference again? When is that going to happen? Because right now it's been the majority of the West for quite a while. I mean, top to bottom. I'm not talking about the best teams. I'm talking about top to bottom. The West has been better than the East for quite a while.
Well, take a look at the top three MVP. The top three in the MVP race. Joker, West. SGA, West. Luka, West. When your best players are in the same conference, your conference is going to be better.
I've always wanted this with people. If you had your choice, and Vic, if they wanted to move the Broncos out of the AFC West and put them in the AFC South, you'd be an idiot not to take that. Like an idiot. Like you want to win a division where 9-8 is like good enough as opposed to going against Mahomes for the next 15 years. Like, yeah,
you don't have to. You don't have to freaking knock your head against the Mahomes wall twice a year.
No kidding.
Well, what about there was a lot of pushback, and I understand that. But what about I mentioned the Colorado Avalanche going to the Pacific, and people had kittens. But what if instead you're having to play Dallas and Nash and Winnipeg and blah, 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 Minnesota and St. Louis and all that? What about if you're okay, well, Vancouver obviously is pretty good. Edmonton is pretty damn good. They're in the conference final. Vegas, yeah. L.A., Calgary, Seattle, Anaheim, San Jose. Does it matter to you?
Still some tough teams in that. I mean,
there's still some. I mean, yeah, that's a little give and take there, Moj. You give a couple teams that. I mean, the Vegas, that'll be a natural rivalry if you move to their division, right?
100%.
Got to
yep, 100%. But they're chickens. They're chickens. What do chickens always do, Brett?
They come home to roost.
They come home to roost. Eventually, here, Vic, starting next season, as they go on. I'm not saying that the Avs don't have their own chickens to deal with because they do. But the Vegas Golden Knights are going to have some chickens, and they're going to have to find a spot for them to roost. You can't keep riding this train every single year forever. So we'll see.
What about in the NHL? Which conference has been dominant over the last couple of decades?
I want to say the West overall. You know what I mean?
Which conference has produced the most titles, though? Hasn't the East? I mean,
let's see. Boston out of
Tampa
the Atlantic
twice.
Boston, Tampa 3 times actually, Vic. Or 3 times they got there. Twice they Pittsburgh, Washington, and that's it.
Yeah, the NHL is a little more even.
Avs, Blues.
As we go to break, by the way, broken
Kings.
English, broken glasses, and smells like cheese. It's a miracle Vic made it to this point. Mm-hmm. It's a good observation.
Mm-hmm. Not just cheese, Kashkaval cheese, which is a putrid scent.
Hey, do you know that Vic Lombardi? Oh, the kid with the busted up glasses can barely speak and smells like cheese.
Yeah, I know that kid.
Pronounce that head of cheese I just told you twice.
Can you find him at
Kashkaval?
No, Kashkaval.
Kashkaval.
Hang on.
Okay,
I got to do it right.
Kashkaval.
No, it's Kashkaval.
Kashkaval.
Moj, my brothers love it when you tell us the snot that comes out of my nose. What's the Italian version of that?
Twatch. Chua.
It's like you feel like you're just leaving off the second half of the word, and I to this day don't know what the word is. I just know it sounds like touch. Oh God. Touch. All right, 303-5.
And when it gets going, it's flowing like wine. It's gross.
303-504-0925. Back after this.
Silterhar Motors in Broomfield was hopping this weekend. It's because the deals right now are off the charts. And you can still take advantage of it until we get to the month of June, but you better hurry to get to Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Right now, 0% interest for 72 months plus $2,000 back on new Ford Escapes. I also saw a new Mazda CX-90 on the road from Silterhar Motors this weekend. You can get one right now, lease it for $299 a month. And yes, they still have some Navigators on the lot if you want to take advantage of $10,000 off. The Mosher Special, it's going strong. $1,000 in extra trade allowance or free 3-year maintenance or $1,000 in free accessories. Now listen, maybe you couldn't get there this weekend because you had family things to do. Take advantage of it this week. Highway 36 and Wadsworth, or go online at sthmotors.com.
And let me tell you a story that I think this is pretty cool, actually. So there's a very small school called Birmingham Southern, Okay? The Birmingham Southern Panthers. It's a D3 school.
Saw this.
So they won their Super Regional, and they're heading to the D3 World Series. Why is this a big deal? Because the school no longer exists.
What's it called?
Birmingham Southern.
Vic,
They
this is
folded up shop,
Yeah.
and the school year ended, but because the baseball team is still winning, they're the only representative of a school that does not exist anymore, which I think is pretty damn cool.
Vic.
That's a
This
new one.
school has been around, I believe, since 1856. I think the actual school itself.
168 years, yep.
It's Alabama, correct? The Alabama legislature wouldn't give them enough bread to keep going as a university. So they're like, so all the regents go, and the heads, they all go, all right, we got to
Let's
fold
call
up.
it.
Yeah, let's fold up shop, call it a day. Yet their baseball team is really pretty good. They won 33 games this year or something like that. I mean, they're like, all right, we don't exist anymore, but we're gonna do it for us, and let's go. It's cool.
It is just funny. It's like the thing that we're representing on our chest is no longer a thing anymore. They might as well put Fig Newton on here or something like that. Get some advertising.
I'm glad you brought that up. Because it dawned upon me, and I've said this before on the show, and a lot of people don't like it, but this is the way I feel. When I look at sports, when I look at teams, when I look at what do I root for? Who do I root for? Players make up these respective teams. Every year it's a new player. Sometimes you get that player for 10 to 16 years. Elway played with the Broncos for 16 of them. Joker spent his entire career with the Nuggets. McKinnon with the Avs. Helton with the Rockies. We root for players. I know I do. But only because they represent my teams. My teams. My city, my teams. If those players move on, I don't stop rooting for my team. My loyalty doesn't go with the player. Now, I may have an affinity for a certain player when he moves on, but it doesn't just transfer to that team that he goes to. My affinity, my love, my loyalty remains with my teams. And I think in modern sports today, too many people have it backwards. Too many people root for the player as opposed to the team. Now, you can do what you please as a fan. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that's not the way I root. How do you guys, as fans, I'm about the team, the city. This is my town, my teams. You wear these uniforms, you represent my town. You go wear some other uniform, you no longer represent my town, you don't come first.
I'll give you an example, Brett. When I was a little kid, my team was the San Francisco 49ers, right? I'm a NoCal guy, Bay Area guy, the whole 9 yards. 49ers got good, Joe Montana, blah, 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 blah. Joe Montana then saw Steve Young move in. The team goes, we need a little Steve Youngish going here.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, you're going to Kansas City. I said, Joe, good luck, brother. Ain't my team. I mean, listen, you were my guy. I loved you as a 49er. Wish you the best of luck in Kansas City. I'm not going to buy any Chiefs gear. I'm not going to get any Joe Montana, Kansas City crap. I mean, the guy's gone. It's about, Vic, it's very much the laundry, right? It's the laundry in your community is what it is.
I'll take it to this degree. I'll take it this far. And I've said this before. We love Nikola Jokic. If next season Nikola Jokic is playing for the Dallas Mavericks or LA Lakers or name the team, he's not dead to me, but I'm certainly not rooting for Nikola Jokic anymore. I root for Nikola Jokic because he represents the Denver Nuggets. Understand what comes first here. Understand how this works for me. It's not the player first, it's the team first. You have the privilege of wearing the name of the city on your jersey. This is our city, our community, our teams, which is why it pains me when I see opposing fan bases in our arenas. It pains me when I see a Rockies game over the weekend and it's 75% Phillies fans.
Where do all these Phillies fans come from?
Well, can I ask you something else?
I mean, are they all Philadelphia, Pennsylvania refugees? Who are these people?
To answer your question, I think there's two different stipulations to it. One is what sport are we talking about? Because the NBA has a lot more of the individual player I follow sort of stuff than any other sport. I don't know. Mosier's not like somebody who's a giant fan of, let's say, Ovechkin, and let's say Ovechkin goes to the Wings next year. They wouldn't just be a Red Wings fan, right?
Correct.
That's not how that sport works. Basketball is like that. Football, maybe a little bit. Like there's a little bit, I guess, Tom Brady people that went from Patriots to Bucks and whatever.
And I don't understand that.
But
I'll never
here's the other
understand
one.
that. I will not. Let me tell you something. If Nikola Jokic goes to any other team, I'm not going to become a fan of that team.
Okay, but let me give you a different
You
scenario.
have to be if you're one of those people that if he goes to another team in the NBA and you become a fan of that team, leave.
What I'm saying, Vic,
Leave.
is that growing up in a place that has professional sports teams, I think you're absolutely right. But if somebody grew up in Montana, like for
You're
example,
talking about yourself. You're talking up. You grew up in Cal Country.
I actually agree with you because when I was a kid, the closest baseball team to us was the Royals, about 3.5 hours. My dad got me a Cal Ripken jersey, so I was an Orioles fan. And then Cal Ripken stopped playing, and I continued to be an Orioles fan. So I guess he didn't go anywhere anyway, but I don't think I would have followed him somewhere else. But it is different when you don't have a specific, you're talking about community. Well, if somebody lives in Montana and they're a T-Wolves fan, I mean, it's different.
It's not my fault your POV town can't afford a pro team. Move to another town, all right? I'm not talking about Omaha here. I'm talking about Denver.
But you're asking.
Okay, I'm not talking about your POV franchise and your milking.
Denver.
I don't care.
I don't
care
Denver.
about your little, small, decrepit town you're from. I don't care. This is Denver. And I've never understood how someone could take loyalty with them because a player leaves it doesn't work that way. You represent Denver. And that's why the team is always, and I say always with a capital A, always going to be more important than the individual player.
If you moved to Chicago, you wouldn't give up your Denver loyalties, though, would you? If the Nuggets played
in other markets.
If the Nuggets played against the Bulls, are you
I
pulling
wouldn't
for the
move to
Nuggets?
Chicago. First and foremost, I wouldn't move to Chicago.
Okay, whatever. Dallas, Phoenix, Miami. You would live in Miami.
Austin. I lived in Phoenix. I worked as a professional broadcaster in those towns. I didn't wear my loyalties to Denver on my sleeve like some fool. I didn't
was
go
that
to
just a work
Phoenix Suns
thing?
games going, go Nuggets like some fool.
But you were
now,
working-
deep down, I might have those impressions, but I didn't throw it out there like some idiots do today.
But Vic, you were working in sports in that market. If you weren't, if you were an accountant and you just went to the game, would you be rooting for the Nuggets actively?
It's funny you say that because people move, and it happens. People move, and it takes time. But part of me would say, yes, I'm actively rooting. But doesn't part of you want to be, you're in that community now. You want to.
I totally agree.
If I move from Chicago to Phoenix, how many years of rooting for Chicago can I do that before you want to be a part of another community? These are my teams now. These are my neighbors. We're all paying the same civic taxes. Don't you? I mean, let it go at some point.
Well,
there's a line. You got to let it go.
I think you can have your loyalty, but also, like the Nuggets will always be your favorite, but you would root for a team like the Suns or something like that, right? Like, I think you would have to if you're part of it.
Dude, I
couldn't hate teams in a town that I lived in. I couldn't do it.
I let my loyalties go, Vic, and maybe you understand this better than Brett because he never covered the Detroit Lions.
I did for a year.
Did you? Oh, that's right, when you were in Grand Rapids?
Yeah.
When I started covering the teams that I grew up loving, everything changed. Mm-hmm. For me, everything changed.
And let me tell you,
they're not these dudes on pedestals anymore. As a really young guy, now you know what they are?
Exactly.
They're just regular old dudes inside of a locker room.
They're just dudes representing your team.
Yeah,
and
correct.
when you look at sports that way, let me tell you, youngins who still, you worship these players, and we all love players, that worshiping, it goes away when you look at them as they're renting the jerseys that represent your team. That's what they're doing.
Wasn't that what Alex Singleton said?
That's what they're doing. And Alex Singleton said it best when I interviewed him at the Super Bowl. He said it best. And that's why Alex Singleton may be my favorite Bronco. He said it best. And Nelly, I don't know if we can find that interview, but he was so right. He was so right. He considers it an honor to wear a jersey of a city. He is representing that city and that team in that city. And that's the way it should be.
Texture says, who should Serbians in Chicago root for?
Once you get into culture, I mean, listen, culture is a different bird, all right? That's a different beast. I don't want to talk culture and all that stuff. I'm talking about cities and teams and where our roots and loyalties lie. And I speak to I guess I'm speaking to the Boston fan who's been here since 1975 and still rooting for Boston teams. What the hell's taking you so long? You've lived here for 40 years. Or the Chicago fan whose dad moved here when he was 8 and still rooting for Chicago teams. What are you waiting for? You've been here your whole life. What, are you too good for these teams? What are you waiting for?
My example here, Brett, is you look at it and you say, and I want to thank Richard for chiming in because he's so right. I used to love this player. Loved. And now he's hitting .258 with 3 dongs. Who could that be?
I guess this is our daily check-in on Nolan Arenado's season.
Oh,
is that
I'm
what
sorry.
This is?
Is he hitting .258 with 3 dongs on a last place team?
Did you guys happen to see, by the way?
Let me see where they are right now. Let's see if they've crawled their way out of the gutter.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It matters to me.
You and your weird hatred.
Yes. Oh, no, they've moved to 3rd. They're 2 games ahead of Cincy because Cincy had a crap weekend. Actually, they had a good weekend, but crap overall.
Did you guys happen to see, by the way, School of Mines QB superstar John Matoka signed a 2-year deal with the Argonauts in the CFL? Good for him, man. I know. Didn't he have like a cup of coffee with the Broncos for a second during the OTAs?
Nah,
he just worked out with them.
Yeah, I think he just worked out with them.
Oh, just worked out with them.
But he's going to the CFL, which is perfect for a guy like him.
I know.
Perfect
and
for a guy
like that. And he probably embraces it and says, this is a great opportunity. He understands this is the stage. This is great. It's not like Chad Kelly, who went to the Canadian League as a punishment and a penalty and was angry about it, right?
Mm-hmm. I love that for him. God, he had a hell of a career. So damn good. 303-504-0925.
He's an interesting cat, too. Would you agree with that?
Oh, yeah.
That he, as a human being, his brain and his personality, they sort of clash, and he's a great athlete and all this kind of stuff. He's an interesting dude.
This is from the text line. Moved here from New England in early 2019. I support all the teams from Boston, but I love baseball and hockey the most, so I've adopted the Avs and Rockies. I own jerseys for both. And that's fine. Listen, you've been here 5 years. Over time, that stuff, it goes away. And over time, if I asked you this question 15 years from now and you still have the same loyalties, then we can talk. But I get it. It takes time. It's, you adopt a city that you move to. This is now your city. And that's all I say to those of you who have transplanted to town. This is your city. You came here for a reason. You were not forced to come here. Some of you may have. But those of you that weren't forced to come here, you came here for a reason. All right? And understand that everything around you, you're here, adopt everything around you. You love this city, you love this town, adopt it.
It would only seem natural, Brett, that if some reason you moved to Tallahassee for whatever, right? You got the top TV job in Tallahassee is Brett, the head
top TV job?
Brett the Het Kane, whatever it is you are, right? I've seen you on TV wearing the one sport coat you have. You looked okay. Would you think that you would sort of maybe have an allegiance to the old Seminoles at some point?
No matter what town I'm in, I would always root for their local sports teams because it's better for the community. I would always do it.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? It's better for the community. Everybody's talking. Everybody's into it. Why wouldn't you? I've never understood those.
The next door neighbor invites
local sports teams.
Invites you and your lovely wife and baby Jamal Kale over, and you're like, nah, I'm still a Gators guy.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Whatever. You know what I mean? You want to
assimilation.
Community. Correct.
Let me tell you something. Assimilation is important. Assimilation gives you the ability to talk to your neighbors, and you have something in common. Assimilation. We all assimilate.
Well, then,
my family assimilated from a different freaking country.
Why then does it hurt you so bad when Italy loses to North Macedonia and doesn't get in?
Well, ask me again, Mosier. Ask me who I rooted for when Italy played the U.S. in the World Cup.
You rooted for the U.S. I know you did.
You're damn right I
know
did.
you did.
And in fact, I have cousins who rooted for Italy, and I said, "You've never even been there, losers."
I'll tell you this: if I couldn't bring myself to root for the local sports teams in a certain town, I wouldn't take the job. That's why I'll never live in Green Bay. You'll never find me doing radio in Wisconsin. Can't do it. I hate the Packers so much.
We're going to pay you $1 million a year.
I couldn't even fake it.
And set you up with a free mansion.
Couldn't fake it. Like
for
Moj,
baby Jamal Kale and your wife, you could fake it.
Moj, the Minnesota Wild has offered you the play-by-play gig.
Not a chance in hell.
$1 million, Moj.
Hold on. Yeah, they've offered you the play-by-play gig. You get a yacht and you get
boat with a boat.
lake house, a boat with a boat, and you get to maintain. They buy out your residence here. You can go back and forth.
How many square feet?
On the
That's what I
boat?
thought.
On both.
That's what I thought.
House and the
That's what
boat.
I thought.
No, I'm serious. You know what? I was wondering about this. Those guys, last thing, those guys like David Faraday who went to live, right? I mean, do you think honestly, where do you think they're?
Oh, that's so much different, though. That's so much.
It
different.
is?
Yes.
So I mean, I guess their loyalty lies with live now, but where does their
loyalty lies with their
their
paycheck? Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
By the way, this headline on Fox 31: umpire Angel Hernandez retiring, gained reputation as worst MLB umpire. What a hell of a tagline for you to have for your career. God, that would suck. 303-504-0925. Got fact checker next. Circa Sports in that brand new Circa Sports app. You can check out the game tonight between the T-Wolves. Can they avoid the sweep? The Mavs are 1.5-point favorites. Also, they got the signups for the Circa Million contest and the Circa Survivors. The Circa Million. You pick 5 teams against the spread in the NFL every single week, and the winner takes home $1 million. There's quarterly and season-long prizes. Sign up for that. Also, the Circa Survivor contest. There's $10 million guaranteed to the winners. So you pick one team every week and just stay in the hunt. You have to go in person to the Circa Sportsbook in Nevada to sign up for those. But keep it in mind, along with everything that comes with the Circa Sports app, amazing, tight money line splits, low holds, great customer service. Download the app or go to circasports.com.
I always say, no, there's no – the city of Philadelphia, the fans aren't fans of, like, the players. They are, but they aren't. That is their team. The city of Philadelphia, the Eagles are their team.
It's their team more than it is the players'
100%.
team. Yeah.
You're just there.
Yeah.
You could be the greatest player of all time.
Yeah.
You're only going to play for a couple years. You might – even if you play a Tom Brady career of 22 seasons, if your grandfather is 63 years old, he's been an Eagle for 63 years.
Yeah.
That's, 3 times as
I
long.
never thought of it that
And that's
way.
how the city of Philadelphia that's how they think about the Philadelphia Eagles.
It's like a car rental. Like I
Yeah,
live in
you're
Denver.
just-
I'm a lifelong. You're renting my car.
Like,
you better
you're-
take care of it.
Oh, yeah, and you're lucky enough that you're more athletic than I am that you're on the team.
Okay.
Was Alex Singleton at the Super Bowl talking to Vic? I think the renting the jersey is like one of the greatest descriptions I've ever heard.
Broncos uniform, and you better make Broncos fans proud. It's a privilege, and that's the way it should be in every town. And players who get it, players who see it that way, rather than the players who like, you better idolize me because you're lucky. No, that's not the way it works. You're lucky.
You know what's so crazy?
You're lucky you're making all that money to represent my town.
Yeah. You know what's so crazy with time? Is that, Vic, when we started really talking about the Broncos and the leadership and so on, the amount of pushback on people about John Elway, it absolutely blew my mind. And there's going to come a time when he's just some dude in the past like Johnny Unitas. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he meant everything to this franchise in this city, Brett. Mm-hmm. Everything. And there are youngins out there who are going to, and probably when they were very young, were huge fans of the Broncos. Peyton Manning was winning a Super Bowl and so on and so forth. And they're going to have kids, and then their kids' kids are going to go, Peyton who? What? No, man, it's Steve Jones. He's so great. He's the great quarterback now, right? Like 30 years from now. You'd be going, friggin' Steve Jones.
You know what?
Friggin' Bo Nix, man. We're talking John Elway.
I'm telling you right now, Moj, there will never, ever be a great quarterback named Steve Jones ever again. Just not the right name for a QB.
Yeah, you're right.
There's no.
I'm just.
What
Do you
about
agree?
What about Burt Jones?
Well, Burt Jones was a quarterback. He was a quarterback for the Baltimore Colts. Burt Jones.
You're damn right. Burt Jones was a great quarterback.
I said again. That's not a quarterback name. Steve Jones is not a quarterback name.
Well, Steve Jones was a golfer.
He's a U.S. Open champion.
U.S. Open
with the
champion.
University of Colorado.
Yep. Went to CU.
Never.
So you better get your Steve
happening
Joneses correct.
again.
Well, just get your Steve Joneses right, okay? At least know a Steve Jones before you pop off about Steve Jones.
Like, who's the quarterback with the name right now is a good quarterback that just doesn't sound like he would be? Joe Burrow actually doesn't sound like a good quarterback.
No, he doesn't.
Joe Burrow doesn't sound like that at all.
Does Patrick Mahomes sound like a
Yeah, it does.
multiple Super Bowl champion quarterback?
Yes, Mahomes sounds like a good quarterback. That's a good quarterback name. Lamar Jackson, oh yeah, that's a good QB right there.
He's never won a Super Bowl.
He's a good quarterback.
Yeah, I know.
Jordan Love,
that's a great name. That's one that's like you hear it, you're like, yeah, I could see that guy being good. You know what's not good? If you heard the name Karl Anthony Towns, would you think that guy's a good basketball player? Because I got a question surrounding this. I don't know if you guys saw it Inside the NBA did on TNT. They had a graphic up that said bad kitty. He's averaging 15.5 points per game, 35% from the field. He's 4 of 32 in the last 5 games from three-point range. Here's my question, because I think this is a pretty good apples-to-apples comparison. Highest paid player on the Timberwolves and will be for the next 4 years is who? Karl Anthony Towns. Did he or did he not have a great series against the Nuggets?
He had a very good series. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could
really,
you argue
really good.
he was largely responsible for the reason why they won against the Nuggets?
I would say that, yeah, especially because Ant was not great in some games. Yeah, I think you can make that argument.
Could you argue that he's largely responsible for why they are getting their butts kicked by the Mavs in this series?
Absolutely. He's not playing well at all.
Who does that sound like?
MPJ.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Large reason why you won the first round series against the Lakers was that he was incredibly hot and incredibly good.
Yeah.
And a large reason why you lost the second round series was because he was not.
I'm not going to let Anthony Edwards off the hook. And I know he's only 22, and that's going to be the fallback. Oh, well, he's only 22. Well, that 22-year-old still sure talks a lot. Because I'm going to tell you, game 2 in Dallas, or game 3, I should say, in Dallas, he had opportunities down the stretch and didn't come through.
Mm-hmm.
Game 2 in Minnesota, why didn't he take the final shot? Why did he give it up to Naz Reid? Why did he pass to his left and throw it out of bounds in the final minute? Why didn't he shoot it?
No, I understand. Now,
If you're the next Jordan, right? If you're the next Jordan, be Jordan.
he hasn't had a great series either, but better than Towns. But you're right. He's only shooting, I mean, he's south to 40% in this series from the field. Yeah, that's that whole, like, you do a lot of talking. People like to see you humble, don't they? It's a hobby of ours in
Which
sports.
is why it doesn't pay to talk.
Mm-hmm.
Because if things go south, it'll come right back and bite you.
Yep. And it
It
came
doesn't
back and bit
pay.
him pretty quickly.
It doesn't pay before a series starts to say, I got Kyrie, who is lighting you up.
Yep. There's a lot to that. You know, the Nuggets got accused of that. They really didn't do all that much talking. They said some things, but that was after everything was done. It was like they were the champions, and so they could say that. They didn't do that after the second round. You know what I mean? The Nuggets don't talk all that much, but they've been accused of it a lot, and I don't understand why that is.
Yeah, do you think Joker was saying, I got Rudy?
I mean, the immortalized story of Jokic was the first time we ever have like really heard him trash talk was when he said, "Brother, I have 47." That's like the only story we've ever heard.
And he didn't even share the story. It was Jamal Murray who shared it to me. It wasn't even Joker who said it. He would never say something like that.
He did say the one time he said, "He must be stat padding." You know, he's being sarcastic, but he doesn't do anything like that. Out of the waving goodbye, the dunk at the horn, I think that those things, or the attempted dunk at the horn, I don't know, man. I'm here for the karma. I'm here for it. I have no problem with it whatsoever. I'm not, to be honest with you, though, turning the games on this weekend and even in the NHL, turning on those games, I'm going to be as blunt as I can. I couldn't get into them. I'm just not, I mean, we've had some great games in both sports.
How do you feel
Just
about the
can't-
Dallas series, by the way? We talked a lot about the T-Wolves. Dallas is up 2-1. Like, do you guys have a burning hatred for Dallas being up in this
Not
series
really.
or not?
Not really.
'Cause I don't feel
No,
much either.
I don't
That's
have a
sort of
burning
generic to
hatred.
me.
Yeah, I just...
Yeah. You know,
No.
hockey's different. After that series, Jamie Benn didn't sit there and go, I put McKinnon in handcuffs. It wasn't, it was different, right? A hockey player would never do that. He
I
didn't
know,
wave to the crowd.
they've
Did
had
you
some
see Jamie
great
Benn
games.
waving to the crowd here in Denver? No.
I mean, think about it so far, though. That 5-4 overtime Rangers win the other night on Sunday night. I mean, this is incredible stuff. They're winning overtime games like crazy. I don't know, man. And both series are very good so far. I would expect both series to go at least 6, maybe probably 7 games. And I'm just like, oh yeah, it's fun, it's cool, yeah, good goal. Hey, I'm not. Like you said, Vic. You predicted it, at least for you, Brett. For me,
Mm-hmm.
in fact, my old man is having a way easier time getting into both series, or both sports, I should say, than I am. He's like, hey, did you see that Edmonton game the other night? No, my old man, I only saw a couple.
Well, because
couple
his
periods and I was out.
affiliations, his loyalties aren't as strong. He's watching the sport for the purity of the sport,
Yeah,
right? He's watching the sport because he loves the games. When you have an affiliation and a loyalty, it's harder to watch. I guarantee you, like Nuggets players and coaches, they can't stand watching these games. It brings up too much hurt.
That's a good way to put it.
303
God, if I was in
504
St. Louis right now,
0925.
I could not imagine watching my Cardinals stink so bad.
Did you guys it's just coming across? You guys see that Lexi Thompson's going to retire from the LPGA at 29 years old?
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
At the end of the season. I
Why?
have no idea. I thought golf's the thing that you do for like a 40-year career.
Maybe she wants to have a family. I played golf with Lexi a couple of years ago at Green Valley Ranch when she was out here supporting the Colorado Women's Open.
Name dropper.
I'm just...
Good for you, bud.
I dropped that name.
You did.
I just dropped it right in front of you.
You did.
Put it right in your lap. Put it right there. Now what are you going to do about it?
That's pretty crazy.
Would you ever, for how good she is,
I want
too.
to start a family. Annika Sorenstam retired early. She wanted to start a family.
Okay.
Let's start a family
Suds
and then
bucket,
go.
mother trucker.
Yeah.
Suds bucket. Can't we do both?
You know, pick and choose some tourneys. Maybe play one a month or something like that if you want to.
Dude,
Get the nanny over to the house and start swinging the sticks again.
Vic, well, you would know better than me because you saw it in person because you played with her. But, dude, she's 6 foot and she can bomb. Like, she hits bombs.
Mm-hmm.
That's too bad. I don't know.
Dude, there is.
I honestly, I watch PGA Tour first. Then I watch LPGA Tour second. Then I watch the Oldies third. Did you watch a little bit this weekend, the Senior PGA? Watch the Oldies
Champions Tour.
Whatever. I used to caddy in that, believe it or not, way back in the day.
Oh,
Oldies third.
Name dropper.
Name dropper. The guys who are no longer on tour. Oldies third, and then I don't even watch Live at all. The only time I see a Live player ever pick up a club is during a major. That's it.
In fact, for the purity of the sport, I'll be honest, I enjoy watching the LPGA only because their swings are more pure. They're more attainable. Like the swings at the PGA guys, they're so ridiculously we can't.
You watch Rory, you're like, there's no chance
you
you're
can't
ever doing
do
that.
Yeah, you can't do. There's nowhere you can give me 100 years I can never do that.
I'll give you 200.
You know, I was just thinking, God, retiring at 29 for playing golf. And it's like, what sports could you play for 40 years? Like, golf's one of them. Bowling's another. Do you guys remember when we pulled up the video of, his name is Luke the Nuke. So is Luke Littler. He's the 17-year-old dart player. You guys remember him that looks like he's like 35 years old?
Beard.
That kid's got a beard and a 401k.
GSC was at it again, just throwing up perfect rounds, 9 darts, 501. And I'm like, how are you that accurate at something? Like, I don't understand this. And that kid's 17. He's going to be doing that for 50 years. Just going around those packed arenas that they have.
No, he will take on something that'll affect his nervous system, and he won't be. Trust me, something will happen.
He's going to get addicted to like Diet
Trust
Coke.
me, something will happen.
You know, he's gonna discover JMO, and then his whole life's going to go sideways.
He'll fall in love. His
Right.
heart will be a flutter. He won't be able to hold the dart the same ever again, and I can't wait to see it.
She'll end up throwing darts through his windshield at him, right? Because she caught him.
I want to see his heart broken, and then he can't hit the bright side of a dartboard.
Look,
watch.
We got like 50 seconds left here. I don't know about you guys. I want to be at one of those dart events because that looks amazing with those big crowds that they have over in England or Ireland.
All they do is drink beer.
But they are as raucous as any crowd you're going to find in
because
sports.
They're on beer.
So is every other sport. Have you been to a sporting event?
Dude, everybody's on beer.
I'd much rather get hammered and watch these idiots chase the wheel of cheese down a hill, to be honest with you. And then watch 87 ambulance make their way to the tiniest little hospital in northern England.
All right. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mojo Lombardi, and Canes, where you can find the podcast.
Serena Williams had a baby, and she came back and kicked butt.
She hasn't played in a long time.
She's old now.
All right. Everybody have a great day. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
It's a 2K Tuesday. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Welcome back from the long weekend. Alex Ryan-Emmy. Cole Smith's behind the glass. Josh Grismer. KJ's back there too somewhere. And as always, the namesake of the program, Christopher A. Dempsey. Welcome back. How the heck are you? How was your Memorial Day weekend?
Well, it could have been better, actually. No, look, for the express purpose of celebrating those who sacrificed for our freedoms, it was amazing. From a health standpoint, I was under the weather. It was a rough couple of days, but I feel great today. No, because I don't have any allergies or anything like that. So it's I know
you're one of those.
I am one of those. Yes, just call me Superman.
I hate you a little bit.
Yeah. I don't. Allergies is something I don't have to deal with. Thank goodness. I knock all.
I looked like my nephew's 18, 19 months old at this point, and he's just, as most kids are at that age, just a walking, babbling ball of snot and spit. I felt like I was an 18-month-old this entire weekend because of the damn pollen.
Yeah, yep, it's
just a river of snot from my nose. I promise we'll talk about sports today. Yeah, we've got a bunch to get into. I'll bring you through an NHL hot lap coming up at about 10:45 today. Cole's going to have our NFL notes at 11:20. It's a 2K Tuesday, so text in at 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour with your favorite 90s and 2000s songs. And Cole, make sure he spins those on the way back from break all day long. But I want to start here. We are on the verge, Chris Dempsey, of the first time in NBA history of both conference finals being 4-game sweeps.
I know.
The Celtics get past the Pacers in what was, and again, I'll go back to this every single time, much like the 2007 World Series, a much closer 4-game sweep than a lot of people realized with the Sox and the Rockies. The Rockies playing great baseball right now, by the way. The Pacers-Celtics series, despite being a sweep, every one of those games came down to the wire.
Yeah, what we're seeing is what we thought we would see from some of these teams that were youngish, and Indiana falls into that category. And obviously, they don't also actively have. They didn't anymore. The series is over, but they didn't have Tyrese Halliburton for the last 2 of those games. But I think what we're seeing, we're seeing this with 3 teams. Oklahoma City's already eliminated. The Timberwolves will be eliminated. And Indiana's gone. These are teams that are not performing late in games. And these are teams that are youthful more than anything else. And when we go into a playoff and you talk about the teams that could get all the way to the finals, usually you start eliminating the young teams because at some point they got to get a lesson taught to them. Just exactly how you handle yourself in the playoffs. How do you see yourself through when you are now leading midway through the fourth quarter, but that lead might be a little bit tenuous? Can you hold on to that lead? Can you make the plays down the stretch to be able to win these basketball games? Young teams usually have to learn those lessons with losses first, and we're starting to see that really play out in these series. And so, look, the Dallas Mavericks are probably the biggest, in air quotes, surprise here in the playoffs. But they did finish the season super strong. But I think ultimately what we're seeing with some of these teams is just an inability to execute when the pressure is at its highest. And actually that makes sense. It actually does make sense. But you thought that Minnesota would win at least one time, and maybe they will. But
they looked unbeatable. When they got through Denver, what was the common saying?
It was one of those 2 teams is going to the NBA Finals.
There you go.
Yep.
That's your NBA champion. Whoever wins Game 7, that is your champ.
And is it a little disappointing as a Nuggets supporter?
I don't know if it's disappointing. I suppose because I didn't know much about Dallas, and you used the air quotes, why?
Because
I'm shocked. I'm not disappointed.
Because the Mavericks finished the season, I believe, something like 14-2. They were one of the hottest teams going into the playoffs. They remade their team just a little bit at the trade deadline. I think they're just such an interesting team, Raj, because you know what the 2 overarching pieces of their profile are. They were the number 1 team in the clutch time in the regular season, and their defensive profile was top 5 in the regular season and in the playoffs. And those were the profiles of the Denver Nuggets last year. And they won. When the games got down to winning time, the Nuggets made winning plays. And when the game gets down to winning time right now, Luka and Kyrie are making all of the winning plays. And I just think they're there's a lot of credit being given to Dallas's general manager for adding Kyrie and when the rest of the world couldn't see it happen, couldn't see the vision with those two because Kyrie came in as kind of a chaotic person. He saw through that somehow and got to the type of team that now is on the verge of getting to the NBA Finals. No, that's not what happened. What happened was Kyrie needed a change of scenery, right? The Dallas Mavericks were actively always striking out on putting a star next to Luka Doncic that could help him actually get this team to the NBA Finals. Strikeout, 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 strikeout. These two individuals, one individual and one entity, they needed each other. It was a desperate situation for both.
Which is odd because both got, it didn't seem like there was enough ball for both of them.
Well, so what I'm saying is Kyrie needed the Dallas Mavericks and the Dallas Mavericks needed Kyrie Irving because both of them were desperate to, Kyrie change his perception and his circumstance, and then the Dallas Mavericks changed the makeup of their basketball team into one that is actually a real contender. And so you took a flyer, right? Why not? You take that swing, and if you hit, it's going to be a home run. They hit, and it's a home run right now. But it has been the perfect marriage of a person and a team, and they needed each other, and now they are standing here on the doorstep of the NBA Finals.
It's the most impressive run of the playoffs thus far. You find a way to get through the Clippers as a lower seed in 6 games. You beat the Thunder, who is you're supposed to be the next up and coming team, right? As you said, these young teams being taught lessons, that type of pain that you heard the morning show talking about that you have to go through in order to win championships, much like the Nuggets had to. OKC wasn't just going to walk in as the 1 seed in the West and win it this year. Just simply doesn't happen all that often in the NBA. You get past OKC in 6 games. You might not sweep Minnesota. I think just like the Pacers series, the Pacers-Celtics series, the same's been on the West.
Mm-hmm.
Those things have been tight. It just so happens that Minnesota hasn't been able to perform in the final 3 minutes of a basketball game, much like Indiana hasn't.
Yeah. What's disappointing to me about that, Raj, is when you think back to the Nuggets series and in a couple of those games where you hold Anthony Edwards to a very bad shooting percentage from the field. And then all of a sudden, Jaden McDaniels and Karl Anthony Towns make all the shots and it doesn't matter anyway.
It's Naz Reid, the 2 games for Naz Reid, and that killed me.
Yeah, exactly right. And those are the things that are not happening in this series against the Mavs. If you are holding Anthony Edwards down, then Karl Anthony Towns is not actively making any shots anymore. He is tapped out because he made all his shots against the Nuggets and he cannot make any more against the Dallas Mavericks. Jaden McDaniels has been okay. I think he had the game that Anthony Edwards, I think it was game 1 when he said that we let him down. He was the only one that came to play. But it's head shaking because it appears as if Minnesota poured everything they had into one series and now they can't see their way through another one. And players are just not performing anymore because the team they actually really wanted to beat was the Nuggets versus, well, all right, how do we now get from there to the NBA Finals? And when you're celebrating the way they celebrated after beating the Nuggets, you knew there was a piece of me that was kind of like, you might be over celebrating right now because you won a second round playoff series. You didn't win the Western Conference Finals. You didn't win the NBA Finals. You better refocus because these teams keep getting better.
See, it doesn't feel like they don't feel unfocused. They don't feel like they just, we won the NBA title in round 2 and now we get to take the foot off the gas. It just feels like it's one of those series that it's, to use the cliche, it's a make or miss league. And they're missing right now. And it doesn't make me feel necessarily better that Minnesota is losing. I enjoy it and the only reason why I enjoy it is because the antics of Game 7.
Yeah.
The end of Game 7 pissed me off.
Yeah.
Where you just didn't shake hands, We're the
Right.
better team. See you later. We're going to go do our job in the next round. It was throw oops to each other,
wave
stand there,
goodbye to the
wave
crowd.
at the crowd.
Yes, right. But that I think that's kind of when you have an undercurrent of that. It calls into question exactly how focused you are,
how ready you are.
Yeah, for the task ahead. Meanwhile, the Dallas Mavericks get through their second round series, and it's as if they didn't win anything because their eyes are on a different prize. And for the Nuggets, even think about this last year, when they beat the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals, and we were all celebrating because, oh my gosh, they just beat the Lakers. We never beat the Lakers in the playoffs. And they just looked at everybody dead in the face and just said, yeah, it's whatever. Like, we still have to win in the actual NBA Finals. Like, they were that laser focused.
I think you need that veteran presence on the team. I think KCP was one of those guys. DeAndre Jordan was one of those guys that kept the Nuggets focused on the task at hand. I don't know.
They don't have one. You're right.
Minnesota doesn't have that guy. Right. Oklahoma City doesn't have that guy. You know who does? And it's amazing. It's nuts that we're talking about this player in this light. Kyrie Irving's that guy?
I know.
Kyrie Irving is the staying steady veteran presence.
Yeah.
What?
I know. Humanity's a complex thing, right? I guess we're all capable of change and evolving and doing all the things, and it just looks like Kyrie has, look, he walked himself through this fire, so I'm not going to absolve him of all the stuff that he went through. So he walked through a fire. And so then the question is did you learn from that? And are you going to come out on the other side better for having gone through that? Or are you not? And Kyrie Irving has shown you, at least to this point, that he has come out better. And Raj, look, I still think this about Kyrie. He is never going to be a number one. Like, he's never going to be the number one player and lead that team to a title.
Not anymore.
Not ever. Not ever. Not one time ever. Nope. Not one time ever. Because
I know he had LeBron, man, but he was
right. He had LeBron.
He was so freaking good.
Right. So I think you could argue that he might be the best Robin ever. And look, we're gonna get Kobe to Shaq, Pippen to Jordan. And look, you could argue it though, because when Kyrie's the number 2, he's really, really good. He cooks everybody else's number 2, Raj. Like, you can't put Luka's is the best player on that team. He's the lead player on that team. He's the player that makes the winning plays. He is the driving force as to the reason why the Mavericks are on the cusp of going to the NBA Finals. But Kyrie as a number 2 is as good as you will ever see, because there is not a player that you're going to stand in front of him in his pecking order that he is not better than, and he is quite honestly toasting Anthony Edwards. Remember Anthony Edwards? I'll take Kyrie. Well, be careful what you wish for.
All right, you know what? I can't obviously say that 2016 LeBron James was not the best player on the Cavs. That would be
Kyrie
a
never wins without
it would be
a number 1.
Ridiculous statement. But this dude, did you see the stat that they pulled out? I believe it was last night, that Kyrie Irving in closeout games is a perfect 14-0.
Yeah, yep, I saw that. Yeah.
As a starter in closeout games in the playoffs, when you can get rid of a team, the guy's a stone cold killer.
Yeah.
He has never lost.
True. Every single one of those has got to be with LeBron and now Luka.
There's a single Nets game in there when they took out the Celtics in round 1 a few years ago in 2021.
Okay,
and he dropped 25.
You see what I'm saying?
There's not a single, every single one of these games is a Cavs game between the years of 2015 and 2017.
Right.
And that is LeBron.
Right.
He is a Celtic in 2019, so you could argue there's one game in there where he's the guy.
Okay, if he did it with the Celtics and he was the lead player there.
2019, Game 4, sweeping the Pacers.
Okay. He went 1.
And it was arguably his worst performance in a closeout game of his career. 14 points, 7 assists, 2 rebounds.
Okay.
In all of
that
these,
checks out.
In all of
Probably
these
Jason
other
Tatum
games,
probably was leading the whole.
He's
Did he play with Jason
dropping.
Tatum?
Well, that would have been 2019. Is Jason Tatum in the league 5 years ago? I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah,
But in all of these other games, as a true number 2,
Mhm.
he's dropping 31 in a 4-game sweep of the Pistons. He's dropping 30 in Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Final in a rout of the Raptors. He's going 4 straight games scoring north of 25 points with Cleveland in the finals of 2016 in Game 7 when he was arguably at the height of his powers. He did in 3 straight games in 2017 where he dropped 28, 27, and 25.
Mhm.
You could look at him and say, is he the best closer of a generation?
No.
No?
Well, he's one of them. Like he makes big shots. You know, I think that's the kind of the charm of his game is that you don't, if you have Kyrie on your team, you don't necessarily have to lean on your star to make this shot at this point in the game because he has proven that he can make big shots at very pressurized moments. You know, I think for him that's where his legend is being made. It's when LeBron kicks it over to him and he makes a big time shot to win a playoff game, to win a finals game, to win a finals. And look, is it the skeptic in me says, I mean, it's really honestly when you're talking about one shot to make to win a series or to win a game, did we see Steve Kerr do that? Did we see John Paxson do that? Did we see Big Shot Bob do that? Robert Horry? Yeah, we saw all these individuals do that. But for Kyrie, it has enhanced his legend, especially among Kyrie fans. I just think he's a great number 2 to have. He might, like I said, he might be the best number 2 to have. He is not a number 1. He's not going to lead your team. But boy, when the star draws 2 and now you can swing, and now that the ball finds him, it is a bucket, and the Mavs are reaping the rewards.
We'll see if he can increase that record. 14-0 in playoff closeout games. Tonight he plays in his 15th game as the Mavs are looking to close out the Timberwolves. Again, would be the first time in NBA history that both conference finals were 4-game sweeps. On the other side, Pro Football Focus ranks the Broncos as the worst quarterback room in the league. I want to get your answer to the question. Is that actually the case? And we'll look at the 5, not 6, rookie quarterback situations, and we'll rank where the Broncos stand.
Love it.
Yeah, I mean, we had it in New Orleans after Drew left with Andy. It was with Teddy and Taysom. Look, we go by what we see. We try to get them as many reps as possible. We rotate. We're rotating all of them right now. So Tuesday, Stiddy ran with the ones, and then Zach, and then Bo, and we'll keep doing that right now.
Sean Payton on quarterback competitions going into the offseason. Dempsey and Company, Alex Ryanemi alongside Christopher Dempsey, live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. You guys can also listen to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app. The Broncos, unfortunately, Demps, have been ranked dead last by Pro Football Focus in terms of quarterback rooms. Dead last, number 32 in the league, thanks to our friend Trevor Sikkema at PFF. They sit behind right now the Minnesota Vikings, who drafted first-round quarterback out of Michigan, J.J. McCarthy. They have handcuffed him to former first-round pick Sam Darnold. 30th, Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew of the Las Vegas Raiders. 29th, Daniel Jones, Tyrod Taylor, Tommy DeVito. Last year with the Giants, but now this year it'll be Daniel Jones and Drew Lock out there in New York. 28th, the Tennessee Titans having Will Levis as a young QB there, and then
that's my worst quarterback.
That's your worst one.
Yep, that's the one. Because it's Will Levis, it's Malik, and I forgot his last name, but that quarterback room,
Malik Willis.
Yeah, it's
what a waste of a first round pick.
Yeah, I mean, you just replaced him, and then we don't even know if this guy is any good. And so I will put that one. I understand why the Broncos are down there. I do, and they have to be. Unfortunately, they have to be. Unless Bo Nix shows you something immediate, but we don't know how he's going to be when he hits the field this fall. So because of that, and because I think we all actively know exactly what Jarrett Stidham looks like on the field and Zach Wilson looks like on the field, then the Broncos quarterback room does have to rate really low. I don't think it's appreciably worse. Again, I think Tennessee's is worse, and I think the Raiders isn't that much better. I mean, Gardner Minshew, okay, but it's.
I wouldn't be thrilled with the Raiders room.
Me neither.
Simply because you don't have a guy in waiting. Like, Aiden O'Connell's not the answer for the future. Gardner Minshew, not the answer for the future. I would be upset if I was a Raider fan right now and going, well, yeah, you got Brock Bowers. It's funny. It's funny case study in gauging how you actually feel about the Broncos passing on Brock Bowers, because had you ended up taking that guy, right? Had you taken Bowers at 12, you'd be in the same situation.
Yeah.
Because you'd be looking at Stidham, Wilson, and a quarterback to be named later.
Right.
Unless you went out and you got another guy late in the first round or in the second or the third that like happened to be like the next heir apparent, but doesn't really seem like that guy was on the board.
No, not really. Not in a sense that eventually he could grow into a player that you could see leading your franchise. I mean, that I don't know that quarterback existed outside of the first round.
It didn't.
In this year's draft.
At least from where we stand right now, it did not.
Yeah.
So as you continue to move up the board, Washington with Jaden Daniels, do you deserve to be ahead of him? Heisman winning quarterback.
That's why you don't.
Because Cliff Kingsbury is an OC, which I think is probably the next best mesh of either offensive mind and quarterback or head coach and quarterback.
Yeah.
Right? Because when we're talking about the excitement about Bo Nix right now, it's not Bo the player. Let's be completely honest there. It is the connection between Bo and Sean Payton.
Right. The fit that everybody says is perfect here.
Right. Which is why when I look at the overall landscape of quarterback rooms in the NFL, Denver should be down there. But if you put them into their own, pool, a proper playing field against like-minded teams, Chicago, Washington, New England, Minnesota, and the Broncos. I'm leaving out Atlanta because while they still did select a first-round quarterback this year, they will not be playing outside of injury Michael Penix Jr., right? Like it's going to be Kirk.
Cousins,
He's the quarterback there for the Falcons. So I'm taking them out of this this conversation entirely. When you look at Chicago, Washington, New England, or Minnesota, and Denver, the best combo on paper right now exists between Sean and Bo.
Quarterback to coach.
Quarterback to coach.
Yeah.
And that should give you the most excitement out of any of those fan bases outside of just pure talent alone. Because if that's the conversation, it's Caleb Williams, Chicago, and Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, and that may be the second best combination.
But when's the last time they drafted and developed a quarterback? When has Chicago done that? Maybe never.
Maybe never.
What, Rex Grossman?
He did go to the Super Bowl.
He did go to a Super Bowl. Lost Peyton Manning. It was a rainy Super Bowl.
Sure did. Look, Raj, this is the reason
Rex
why.
Grossman. Kyle Orton?
Kyle Orton.
I don't even know if he was drafted by Chicago.
This is the reason why, though, I have been kind of bullish on the Broncos situation. It never has been to me solely about he was
a fourth rounder.
There you go. It's never has been to me about just Bo Nix. And I think that in the lead up to the draft, and even in the days after the draft, when you're analyzing what happened, it's kind of like, okay, Bo Nix in a silo. Well, Bo Nix is not in a silo. He is being coached by a guy who is a really good football coach. I mean, he is. His offenses, I think, he's the kind of coach that has a very high offensive acumen. B, the willingness to continue to evolve with the NFL as it evolves with its passing offenses and schemes and motion and all the stuff that is making offenses very dynamic and very difficult to handle now. I just believe that Sean Payton is the right, and that's why I always looked at it that way. And that's why my takes on Bo Nix's first year usually are coming from a space of this is a package deal in an offense that will be it'll be mostly what Sean Payton has run in the past, and it will be part of what Bo Nix ran in Oregon, and it will work. I do believe that over time it will work.
All right, so let's rank those 5 rookie quarterback situations, not just the player. This is the situation as a whole. All of these teams, not really good football teams. Minnesota has the best offensive weapons out of any of these, right?
Chicago's pretty good too.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Washington's offensive line is a nightmare. Denver's offensive line stayed healthy, so I think that's a plus for them. The running game, don't know what the hell is going on there. And also, is Courtland Sutton actually going to be your number one? And if he is that a plus? It probably isn't, right?
Doesn't feel like it.
It doesn't feel like it. He's coming off a career year, but he's by no stretch of the imagination are we mistaking him for Justin Jefferson, right?
Right.
If you put Denver at 1 in terms of situations for rookie quarterbacks, number 2, is it Chicago? Is it Minnesota? Or is it Washington? Because I think New England's in 5th for me. I think New England is all the way at the bottom. I don't know if I trust Drake May. It's a rookie head coach. They just simply don't have the talent around him. Again, talk about bad offensive lines. I don't love what's happening in New England. I think that's a few years away, and he could be Mac Jones number 2.
Mm-hmm. So
if Belichick was in the fold, I'd be singing a different tune.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. They're last. That's a fact. I think I would rearrange the order here. I actually think Caleb Williams is going into the best situation of any of these teams.
So Denver's not number 1?
Yeah.
Wow.
Just because.
This is tough for you to do. You are Mr. Sunshine.
I know. But there's just so many good players. I mean, think about, so he's walking in. Look, Eberflus, as a coach, either you love him or you hate him. He got something out of that football team late in the season, though, last year. And can he, raise the floor a little bit? I mean, there's going to be a learning curve with Caleb Williams, but you're talking about DJ Moore, Keenan Allen. Did they take Rome Odunze?
They sure did.
Rome Odunze. Khalil Herbert.
DeAndre Swift is your 1-2 punch in the backfield.
DeAndre Swift. I mean, that's just.
Don't really have, depends what you think about Cole Kmet, but.
Yeah, we can take him or leave him, right? It's a lot to work with for a rookie quarterback, especially when that team was. Think about how many number 1 picks in the draft, they walk into teams that are just terrible. Like, you have no weapons whatsoever, and then you're running around basically. Peyton Manning would be a perfect example of that, but it's tough. So I think Chicago is good.
So if we're
Number one.
talking about weapons, does that put Minnesota at number
Yes,
2?
it sure does.
And then Denver's at third or fourth.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. I put Denver third. Because Minnesota, Justin Jefferson, Addison, and then you got Hawkinson. So you're talking about just a lot of firepower for J.J. McCarthy. All he's got to do is distribute the ball to these guys who make plays. And so to me, those are your top two, your best two circumstances for the rookie quarterbacks, and then Denver.
It's a solid coaching staff with Kevin O'Connell. It is
Yeah,
an
he's a good coach.
offensive-minded system
Mhm.
with Kevin O'Connell that showed really good returns when Kirk Cousins was there as the quarterback.
Mhm.
Like I understand. For me, that might be my
Number one?
That might be my number one.
Yeah.
Is that J.J. McCarthy can step into that team and actually do something with it.
Yeah, because Justin Jefferson, you could argue he's the best wide receiver in the league.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. So, that is a great, just a couple of these situations, these rookies got lucky, man. This is not normal for teams that are picking this high to be able to acquire a quarterback that can walk into these types of situations.
Without Sean Payton. So if Denver's now moved to 3.
Yep.
Right? Denver is moved now behind, for me, it's behind Minnesota at number 1.
Mm-hmm.
You say it's behind Chicago at 1, Minnesota at 2. I
Right.
think Denver can either be the second best situation or the third best, and it's just because of Sean Payton
Mm-hmm.
and the fit between the quarterback and the head coach. This is what Colin Cowherd had to say about it.
Sean Payton with Drew Brees worked because they're both sort of old school. Sean Payton talks like an old school coach. He's not PC. He's not going to be politically correct. He'll say some things. It'll get him in trouble. He's been in trouble. Drew Brees, similarly, very old school. Accurate, no BS, old school. I think Bo Nix feels like that. Kind of an old school kid, family, football, coachable, never distracted, totally focused. All his priorities line up.
So all of this excitement over the rookie quarterback is because of the head coach and the QB meshing, seemingly. Just off the bat, it's his guy. He went out of his way to go pick him. If you were in a similar situation to New England, and it's not Sean Payton at the helm, and it's a rookie head coach, or it's a retread who in his best seasons went 2 games over 500 and seems like he's an up-and-coming offensive mind.
Yep.
Is Denver dead last?
Oh, if there was no Sean Payton?
If it wasn't Sean Payton. Like, let's say it's Gerard Mayo.
Yeah, probably. Probably.
Or let's say it's a guy like Dan Quinn. Let's say it's a retread.
Right.
Is it if Dan Quinn is the head coach, defensive-minded guy who's been there, has never been stellar as a head coach, but has had some success being. I think he's like a 5-10 win percentage off the top of my head.
Yeah,
Might be a
got to
little
win
bit
Super
short of
Bowl.
that. Right.
Yeah.
Got to a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Would they still be dead? I think they're dead last, and I think that screams the importance of Sean Payton to this fan base.
Yeah, exactly right. No, I think that's exactly right. It's the marriage between the two that makes this a very interesting, a very fascinating, watch this season. Because, look, when we're talking about the Broncos this season, we're not talking about a team that's going to the playoffs. They're not going to the playoffs. But
No, you're a top 5 pick likely.
Exactly. Well, yeah. I mean, you're going to be right back in that same space. But it's a fascinating watch because we want to see the evolution of this quarterback and this coach together. Because we think that it's going to be a pretty good marriage over time. And what does that look like, in year one? And then we'll start to compare it in subsequent seasons.
We'll get back into it a little bit later. NFL Notes coming up at 11:20. You guys can also join us, Voice of the People, on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Just go to the ASR mobile app, go to the bottom, click on the little microphone on the bottom, leave us a message. We'll play it throughout the day and throughout the week here on Altitude Sports Radio. On the other side, they're still playing hockey. I'll bring you through an NHL hot lap. I'll tell you what's working, what's not, and there's been some hot debate over the last week about trading a star player going into a UFA year, and I'll tell you why it's a crazy thought process. All right, I have to do this. The city of Dallas, man. We are talking about double parade here all year in Denver. All year. We are talking about, like, what actually happens if the Nuggets and the Avs both win a title. They both get bounced in the second round, so that conversation goes by the wayside. And lo and behold, who has it now? One win away from the NBA Finals with the Mavericks.
Mm-hmm.
And after a Jason Robertson hat trick last night, 6 wins away from hoisting a Stanley Cup champion are the unwatchable Dallas Stars, Chris Dempsey. How did it get to this?
These teams are good.
That is the worst thing. You just have to look at both of them. You have to admit, crap, they're just good teams.
Yeah, they just are. And the Stars, yeah, look, I watched that game, and it's not super entertaining, but it kind of is. It kind of isn't, but it kind of is, because you're not going to be blown away by the style of play, but you are kind of blown away by the clutchness, the toughness, the ability to get the goal when you need it. That's pretty impressive to me. It just is, and the Stars are just putting all that on the ice.
The biggest thing for me is that Dallas, like, they get punched in the mouth, and they have a couple of times in this series against Edmonton. They've looked fast.
Mm-hmm.
Connor McDavid didn't really have his best game in Game 3, but they've been good enough to win these games. Outside of like a 3-minute and 30-second stretch in Game 3
right.
Last night or yesterday. Not awesome for Edmonton to not show up for 5 minutes, because then Dallas pots in 3 and the game's pretty much over at that point. Ends up being a 1-goal game, but that's where the game is won and lost there. They can get punched in the face early, and they don't panic.
Mm-mm.
Like they stick to their game. They find a way through it. And I think that's the toughness that you're talking about, is that while I look in the Eastern Conference and I see a team that's down 2-1 in Florida that I think can win a hockey game in any fashion that you want them to. You need to win a 6-5 game, they can do it. You need to win a 2-1 or a 1-0 game, they can do it. Like, they outchanced the Rangers 2 nights ago in Game 3, a game that they lost. Outchanced them 101-42.
Yeah, I was going to say by 60 attempts.
Nuts.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Florida can win any way that you want them to.
That was a gut punch, though, they took.
They're chameleons like that. And I still think Florida's the best team in the league right now. It remains to be seen how long that can happen because of all their contracts that are coming up over this offseason and next year.
They have their hands full, man.
They've got their hands full. But Dallas, dude, while I don't think that they can win consistently 6-5, 5-4 hockey games, like I think that's what you saw in the Avalanche series, that when the scoring got brought up there, like Colorado was more inclined to win those games. And what impresses me about Dallas is that they find a way to play their game and go through it. And they're doing it with older players. Craig Smith's 34, Joe Pavelski's 40, Matt Duchene's pushing on age 34 season. Jamie Benn is a 34-year-old player making $9.5. Like, they're doing it with older contracts, which is not exactly the easiest thing to do. The way that you can balance that is you have all these old guys playing well past their prime, and they're not stars anymore. Like, Joe Pavelski's not a stud anymore. Matt Duchene is not a stud anymore. They are just solid role players that find a way to contribute, and they're doing it with guys like Wyatt Johnston and Logan Stankoven on their entry-level deals. If the Avs want to get back to that next year, as all of these big contracts continue to roll in, Mikko Rantanen coming up as a UFA, expected at least a $2 million upgrade over his $9 million right now, the Avs have to hope that while they hit on their top draft picks, like their top 5, their top 10 guys, they need a second rounder to pop. They need a third rounder to pop and start playing like these Stankovens and Wyatt Johnstons are. It's the only way that I think that you can get back to the mountaintop with all the uncertainty with the Landeskog and Juszczyk situations.
Yeah, I mean, you need players to play above their pay grade. I mean, that's really what you're talking about. And whether it's a player that's early in his career, first, second, third year, on his first contract, or if it's a veteran that is just kind of trying to hold on and you're getting them at a discount, you need those players to play above their pay grade, because when they do, now that meshes with your stars and you got something a lot bigger than what the Avs have.
Right, like the Avs have Andrew Cogliano, right, who's a 36-year-old player who seems like he wants to come back for another year and would play veteran minimum, right? Under $1 million, that's what you need to do. But he's playing 12 minutes a night. Like Pavelski's a guy that's playing between 16 and 20 minutes on any given night. He's potting in goals. You've got a 33-year-old Matt Duchene who scored, I think he scored 30 this year, if I'm correct. Maybe scored more than 30. You need to find that guy. And it's a shame that like Zach Parise not going to play next year. He's done. He said he's retiring.
Yeah.
Like I think that could have been one of the players that you got for south of $1 million that slotted in, played 15 minutes a night, and could have turned into your power play 2 net front guy. Now you have to go find that player in the offseason as a free agent. Like that's what we learned from Chris McFarland. He said, we're not going to, unless you move money out the door, which I think they're reticent to do.
Yeah,
they have to find a bunch of guys making $1 million or less. And it's either going to be young draft picks or older players that have to outperform past their prime. Right? Like you're looking at Jean-Luc Foudy and Oscar Olausson and guys like Chris Wagner, but Chris Wagner is a 33-year-old AHL player. Like for me, it's a scary situation. And then everyone looks at that lack of depth and goes, well, why not trade Mikko Rantanen? Why not get rid of him so that you can get a little bit more cap flexibility? And I go, where are you going to find the 55 goals?
Yeah.
Like the Pavelski Duchene situation doesn't happen all that often. Like guys don't really perform late that way into their careers. I think Dallas is finding lightning in a bottle right now, and they're capitalizing on it.
Right.
I don't think it's a great situation for McFarland and Sakic to go in and just be like, yeah, let's get rid of a guy who's got back-to-back 100-point seasons, who's clearly a top 15 player in the league, although his eye test doesn't fit all the time. Like there seems to be nights where he's just completely out of it. But like on a lot of those nights, you look down and he's got a goal and an assist.
Yeah.
Or he scores a game winner or a big power play goal. But for 90% of his shifts, you go like, it looks like he's loafing out there.
Yeah, I think I like the lightning in a bottle thing because I think for Dallas, the question, like you're trying to do 2 things. One, you're trying to win now. And 2, to whatever degree you're trying to have this be sustainable over time. Dallas doesn't seem to me to be sustainable over time. 5 years from now, where will the Dallas Stars be? But this year, they've got it all working. And look, it's if you're going to reach the mountaintop and if you're going to win, then who cares about 5 years from now? Just win that thing right now. For the Avs, it feels like this might be a year by year, piece this thing together for at least the next 2 to 3 until some of these contracts cycle through, and then you can do a little bit more substantive, significant things that stick on your roster. And that is, they find themselves in this situation where you have to hope that young players play well. And if they can develop, then good. That's the formula. Nuggets just looking at the same thing, right?
Right.
But it's more likely that you are going to just have to keep doing this in the next couple of seasons and then hope that the talent that you have acquired, somebody hits, and now they can help that iteration of the Avalanche get to the Stanley Cup Finals.
Rangers up 2-1 in the East. Dallas is up 2-1 in the West. Again, just 2 wins away from the Stanley Cup Final. You could have both the Mavericks and the Stars competing for championships in just a few days' time. Also, weird thing, before we hit our final break at the 10 a.m. hour, if the NBA West gets swept tonight, there's going to be 8 days off in between now and the NBA Finals.
So dumb.
Just 8 days of no basketball.
Yeah, that's dumb.
They're not going to move it up?
No, they're not going to move it up. They should move it up. They should move it up. See,
the finals don't start until the 6th of June.
The quickest way for people, look, you have 2 cities that will be left. And the quickest way for everybody else in the country who are casuals to forget about your league is to have a week between your conference finals and your NBA finals.
You know how tough it's going to be to drag me back to that sport after 8 days off?
I know.
But you have to hope and beg that Minnesota makes this thing at least a 6-game series.
Yeah.
Because even if it's a 5-game series, you still got 6 days off, 5 days off in between then and the 5 full days off.
Right.
Like it's not even just like today, tomorrow, the next day. Those are 3 days, but you play the night of the third. No.
No.
It's 8 full days off, and then on the 9th evening you play.
Right. Yeah.
If this thing gets swept.
I don't know why the NBA sticks to the calendar quite that way. Because you could, that they have a space where they'll have the last possible day of the finals, but they don't have the earliest possible day of the finals, which is what you need to have. Who cares about the last possible day of the finals? What's the earliest? If everybody gets swept, can you just start the series 3 days later and keep your brand in front of everybody in a time of year, Raj, when we're all just hanging out outside doing everything else other than watching sports on TV?
Still a bunch to get into. Passing of Bill Walton, Shiloh Sanders assault case resurfacing over the last 12 to 18 hours. We'll get into that a little bit later. NFL notes are coming up at 11:20. On the other side, I want to keep this going. You mentioned how the Nuggets are in a very similar situation to the Avs in terms of having to roll over younger players on the roster or find like veteran exceptions to come in and fill bench spots, or maybe even KCP leaves. You got to find another vet to bring into that fold. Who's got the longer road back to a championship? The Avs or the Nuggets? That's as much of a throwback on a 2K Tuesday as you're going to get. It is wedding season.
It is wedding season.
Does this feel like a wedding staple to you?
Yeah, because anything that they tell you what to do on the dance floor, like that's a song that yeah. I mean, listen.
I'm a party pooper though. When like stuff like this comes on, or my wife's from New Mexico, and there's some line dance that they do.
Let's see, you got not the electric
wow,
slide.
I had it in the top of my head.
That was the cha-cha slide.
Thunder something road. I don't know. There's some line dance that they always do at any of like her friends' weddings that apparently is a big thing in New Mexico or New Mexico State. Someone's got to help me out on the text line 303-504-0925.
Yeah.
Thunder something road?
Yeah, I don't know.
Rattlesnake Road, Diamondback, I don't know. I have no idea, but it's a line dance, and all of them know it, and I know it at this point because I've seen them do it so many times.
Right.
But I shrink away from the dance floor as soon as there is a line dance or
cha-cha sliding over to the punch bowl.
Even if the cha-cha slides on, I want to be away from it. We're talking about 2K Tuesday, like Copperhead Road. There we go. Copperhead Road.
Okay.
That's the song. Thank you. Everyone's coming in. John, the 581, the 286.
Yeah.
Copperhead Road comes on. Again, my wife goes crazy, and so do all of her friends.
Yeah.
I sprint to the other side of the venue.
You're also like you're in the wheelhouse of your life where it's like a 10 to 15-ish year span of wedding season every year.
A never-ending revolving door of weddings.
Right, because you and all of your peers are just getting married. And then you graduate from that and you pick and choose the weddings that you're actually going to go to after that. People who've gotten divorced, you're like, yeah, I might go to your next wedding, or maybe I just won't. It just is, you're right.
The dance floor and the wedding,
I
again,
love the
like
dance at a wedding, though.
I'm a short kind of... It's the rhythmless white guy. Like, it's not my... It's
a
not
wedding.
my venue. Let's be completely honest.
Nobody cares. Did you get out on the dance floor and do anything? That's it. That's all anybody cares about on the dance floor.
But again, like I got to live in this little like 18 by 24 inch box. Like I just move my shoulders a little bit. Like maybe you snap your finger one time, and you'll mouth half of a lyric to try and let everyone around you know that. Like, yeah, I'm hip. I know this song. That's all I can do, and that gets old after 2 hours.
Break out a couple moves. On the dance floor.
But if you're not on the dance floor, the only place that you can gravitate toward at a wedding is like the bar, and then 7 extra dry gin martinis with a twist later, and I'm getting stuffed into the back of an Uber by my wife.
And all you had to do.
And Sunday morning's terrible.
And all you had to do is just dance, do a line dance.
Oh man. 303-504-0925 is where you can find us in the Shop Mazda text line. You can also listen to us in the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. I posed the question to you before the break. Who has the longer, tougher road back to a championship? Is it the Nuggets or is it the Avs?
Oh boy, that's a good question. Is it a tie?
No, you cannot. There's no
okay.
fence sitting. There are no ties here. Just like the NHL implementing a shootout, you must go until you find a winner.
Okay. I will say the longer road. Jeez.
I can take out one of the words. Do you want it to be the longer road or the tougher road? If this will make it easier for you to choose a winner or a loser in this perspective.
Yeah, I know, right? I know. Both of these situations are so difficult. You know what? I'll say this because there's more contract situations I'm going to say Avs because it's tougher for them because they need to actually populate the roster, and they need to do so under the constraints of. Landeskog's contract. We don't know when he will play and when he comes back, what he will look like on the ice, and then obviously the Nichushkin situation. But there are just a number of spots on that roster that they got to put actual players into it. versus the Nuggets, which they really do actually have players in all these spots. It's just that I think some people want different players in those spots. And so if you're talking about like Peyton Watson's coming back and Christian Brown and probably Reggie Jackson will probably exercise his player option and come right on back. And could they, even if KCP opts out of his contract, can they pay him enough to lure him back to? So it's
what I didn't realize about the Nuggets and KCP is that they do have his bird rights.
Yeah.
I didn't think they did, but they retain that because it's a trade and not a free agency signing.
Right, exactly.
So you do have an upper hand on.
So you can pay him the most if that's something you want to do
or can do.
Right. Well, I think the most surprising thing from the Nuggets press conferences to me was both Calvin Booth and Josh Kroenke saying, second apron, it's fine. Like, it's not one of our big priority. And okay, if that's not one of your biggest priorities, then I guess I would expect maybe KCP to be back. I would expect that he would opt out and then come back.
I think your answer is mostly correct. And I think most of the Denver fan base would agree with you that the Avs have the tougher situation at hand because of the unknowns with the Nichushkin and Landeskog situations, because you have to account for that money, right? And even let's say this happens with Gabe Landeskog, and I hope this isn't the case. Let's say he comes back and he plays 25 games and he realizes, guys, I just can't do it. He can then LTI retire.
Right.
The LTIR retire, much like Shea Weber did, Carey Price did, and you don't technically retire, but you just go on LTIR for the remainder of your contract. You get your money. The Avs are then able to use that $7 million moving into the future, not having the questions of, is Gabe back? You just know he'll never be back. Here's our $7 million. You get whacked a little bit in terms of not being able to utilize all of your player performance bonuses and all that, but that's okay. It's really not that big of an issue.
Right.
You could do that with Landy, but you have to account for the Nichushkin situation. Whenever he gets cleared by the NHL, his 6.125 comes right back on the board. That's the reason why it looks so dire for the Avs moving forward. But
because you can't retain players.
You can't retain players, but on the other side, I look at the Nuggets situation. The West is unbelievable.
Okay.
And I think that the West in the NHL is way easier to navigate for the Avs than it is for Denver in the NBA.
I think that's probably the case. I think you're probably right about that. Okay, so there's levels to this then. First level is this. What is your roster even going to look like, Colorado Avalanche? We do not know, because we can actively, I can actively go through a list of 6 names and go, is this player going to be here or not be here? Be here or not be here? And on the Nuggets roster, that really isn't a thing.
You have one guy.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe 2.
Right. And so you know who's going to be here.
In terms of impact players.
Yeah, exactly right. And so the question is are you going to get a jump year 1 from year 2? And I put that in air quotes because obviously Peyton Watson was his first full year playing on the big club. Can you get a jump from this season to next season? Can you get a jump from Christian Brown from this season to next season?
I think you got a jump from Christian.
I would
not during the regular season, but I thought I saw a dependable player in the playoffs.
In the postseason?
I thought I saw the same player I did in year 1 in the playoffs.
He ended up playing well. I'll say it this way. He ended up playing well in a couple of games as the playoffs went on. But I think by and large, you want to see a bigger jump from him. I think you would have wanted to see a bigger jump from him. Let's see, the regular season. So he goes from 4.7 to 7.3 points. His field goal percentage went down. That's regular season. Let's go to the playoffs. Playoffs from 3.2 points last year to 5.1 this year.
It's a step forward. It's marginal, but it's a step forward.
His shooting percentage it's 10% less than last year. I think what you want to see with him is consistency shooting the basketball, because he's going to get more opportunity. And if he isn't able to demonstrate the ability to make shots on a consistent basis, then that's going to really put a cap on his ceiling here for his team and for his time in the league. And those are the questions facing the Nuggets. Like, what are these players coming back going to look like next year? And I think the Avs are who is going to inhabit these spots, period, next year. And so the roster question, the Avs have the tougher road. Now, when you zoom out to what they have to face in their conferences, that's where it becomes real problematic for the Nuggets, because we're actively watching the Dallas Mavericks improve right before our very eyes. They are beating a Minnesota Timberwolves team that looked like world beaters against you. There is still the Oklahoma City Thunder who took their lumps, but will come back better for it next season in the playoffs. John Morant will be back with the Memphis Grizzlies, so they will not be one of the worst teams in the NBA. Wemby and San Antonio will be good, will be better. Let's put it that way, better. The Houston Rockets will probably give their greatest push to get back into the playoffs next year.
And who knows if they can go out and get a big-time free agent, since they look to have the money.
Yeah.
Like Houston could be a team that you look at and be like, oh, like Paul George is a Rocket?
Right. Yes. And so the Western Conference looks like the biggest minefield, and that is why. So when we went into these even when we went into the season, Raj, I really wanted this for the Nuggets because you knew just how exponentially more difficult this was going to get in subsequent years, which is please win number 2 right now. Do it right now while these teams are still young and trying to figure it out. And they didn't. And so now you are faced with the tougher road next year with more season teams.
So let's go back to Calvin Booth's post-championship comments last year when he said it's about winning 3 and 5, about winning 4 titles in 6 or 7 years, not going back-to-back. Was that short-sighted? Was that a mistake?
No, because he's looking at
And if so, what could they have done
to get that done this year?
Right.
Not much. The Nuggets been in the same. This is a similar financial situation to what they had last year, which is why they had to lean in on young players, and your drafts really are really important because those players have to play an active role in your success in the future because you've got so much money wrapped up in your starting 5. Your starting 5 is taking up 80% of your cap space, more than that, and so. They, after last year, or even going into last year, you knew you had to be able to rely on some young players. Bruce Brown last season was on a cheap contract because nobody understood what Bruce Brown was really worth. And so you got him, and then he played above his pay grade, and then he got paid. And so the Nuggets were always going to be in a difficult situation given their finances, given where the money was wrapped up. But what you had hoped, what you crossed your fingers for was, can we get growth from young players, and can we just pluck a Reggie Jackson or a DeAndre Jordan, and can they give us some of the stuff that the Dallas Stars veterans are giving the Stars? Ain't exactly get that. So it becomes a lot more dicey now.
We'll put a pin in this. We'll get back into it a little bit later here. On the other side, NFL notes coming up with Cole Smith, but I do want to get back into this conversation. It is... What carries more weight? The relative strength of the West in the NBA or the hellhole, the cap situation that the Avs are in? We'll get into that after NFL notes next. Every day here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Dempsey and Company, we go through the biggest stories around the NFL with our NFL notes. Cole Smith, thank you so much for filling in over the past few days. We appreciate you and all the time that you put into this program. We're going to unveil our new producer here within the next either like day or 2 days. I'm very excited to have him aboard, but Cole Smith, take it away.
I'm glad to be here with you guys. Thank you for having me. Appreciate you letting me produce for you. Starting off with our stories today, we got Jarrett Stidham, who in the 2023 season, he signed a 2-year, $10 million deal, and now all of a sudden he's faced with an entirely different landscape of the Broncos quarterback conversation, and he said, quote, "I've dealt with this before when I was in New England when we drafted Mac Jones. It's business. I totally understand it. But at the same time, I'm here to compete. I'm not going to just sit down and let someone else walk on in here." Do you guys think Jarrett Stidham has a yeoman's chance of winning the starting job?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you this: which player not named Bo Nix has the best chance to be a starter?
None
Zach Wilson or Jarrett Stidham?
I would hope that it's Zach Wilson, because at least you know that like Wilson has this laser beam of an arm, and if you can find a way to keep him from backtracking 20 yards and holding onto the ball for 12 seconds before, actually making a pass, then there might be something there. Like there's a reason why he was a top 5 pick. There's a reason why. If Stidham competes for and wins the starting job, something has gone terribly wrong.
Well, okay.
Terribly wrong. It should be Bo Nix on day one, and if like Nix just clearly can't hack it at the position, which from all the reports that are coming out, I know it's just like OTAs. Like I get it. From all the reports that are coming out, like Nix is the perfect fit with Sean Payton. But let's say he turns into Paxton Lynch come July. Zach Wilson's got to be the guy. You got to see what potential is there. Because if not, you select 1, 2, or 3 in the draft and you get a quarterback next year.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got no chance, man.
Stidham has no chance?
No chance.
He's got Sean Payton's, blessing.
He had Sean Payton's blessing, and then Sean went essentially out of his, not out of his way. He didn't trade up, okay? I can't say that. I can't put that thought process there. He got Sean Payton's blessing, and then Sean Payton drafted a quarterback.
Right.
How much is that blessing worth?
Well, also, didn't Zach Wilson precede the draft pick?
Yes, very, very shortly.
He did. A week or so before, right?
Right, but he wasn't given a contract. And Sean didn't come out and say I think this guy's got future NFL starter written all over.
I know.
Zach Wilson was the insurance policy in case the Broncos didn't get Nix in the draft. That's who it was. And then you would have gone in with Stidham and Wilson, and hopefully Zach Wilson would have. DiNucci is the third, or some mid-round quarterback.
Right. Yeah, okay. All right, look,
the situations for Wilson and Stidham are not the same with regards to what Sean Payton thinks about them.
I think you're right about that. I do. It appears, I don't know I don't know how this is going to shake out. I don't think that Bo Nix is going to fall on his face. I think he's going to have the requisite amount of rocky times that any rookie quarterback has in this league. So he's not going to look good sometimes, he'll show some glimpses of what he can be in other times, and I think that will be enough for him to be the starter. For Jarrett Stidham, I think he had a chance to kind of really turn Sean Payton's head in a way that maybe would have resulted in the Broncos taking a position player at 12. And even though it was a super small sample size with just 2 games at the end of a season, he wasn't able to really do that and really engender any kind of trust or confidence in what he could be. And so they drafted quarterbacks. So that just means doesn't matter if you want to compete or not.
Hindsight being 2020. I know that they were pushing for a playoff spot, and they were the outside looking in, and just if everything went your way, you could have done it with Russ at the helm. If you found a way to win a couple of games, you could have done it. Hindsight being 20, the New England game is the big one.
Right.
Hindsight 2020. Should they have sat Russ earlier? and just said, listen, we may be a playoff team this year, but chances are we're probably not. And even if we get in, we're going to get waxed in the first round, in the wild card round.
Yes. I
Should
think
you
you're right.
just sat Russ
Yes.
12 weeks in and given Stidham a run of 6 to 7 games where you could have actually known what he had brought to the table rather than just 2 throwaway games when everyone knew the season was over? Should you just have sat him?
My sense of that, Raj, is yes. The answer should have been yes. But Sean Payton kind of talked himself into a corner to the fans, right? So after you start, what do they start? 1-5, 1-6, something like that. You say to the fan base, don't worry, we will turn this around. You saw what the Detroit Lions did the year before. We can be that football team. And the minute that you say that means you have to keep playing Russell Wilson, even though you actively hate Russell Wilson, which he did. I mean, he didn't like him at all. But
you want nothing to do with him.
Right. But because you've said that to the fan base and obviously to your football team, you can't then take the quarterback out and say, well, this quarterback is better suited to get you to the playoffs, because then the players in your locker room will look at you like, no, hold on. Whether you like this individual or not, he is the best opportunity to get us to the playoffs. So should he have taken him out early in the season? Probably, yeah, because he knew he didn't like him, and he knew, but if you wanted to get yourself to the playoffs, he knew he had to play him and try to get the best out of him. So those two things were at odds with each other.
Again, the chances of Stidham having actually turned into a serviceable NFL starter, I think they're a little far-fetched. And if we're thinking about this of, like, let's say Stidham plays 6 straight games at the end of the season, the Broncos don't maybe they make the playoffs, or they go 2-4, but he looks good,
right?
And he could start. Therefore, you don't take a quarterback in the draft. You get a Brock Bowers. His ceiling probably isn't what the Knicks' ceiling is,
right?
So I think it ends up working out well for the Broncos. Like I said it last week. I said if Bo Nix is Jay Cutler, I think it's a great pick. I think it's a really good pick if he turns into what Jay Cutler was.
Yeah, and if the Broncos make the playoffs last year.
I mean, is Stidham going to be Jay Cutler? No.
Maybe.
No.
Question mark. I don't think so either. It went the way it had to go, except for the fact that you stood up and said we're still going to be making a run toward the playoffs. Otherwise, they should have just put Stidham in. They really should have. Like if you really think that he has a chance to be a starter and you don't like what you're seeing out of the current starter, then you give this guy the maximum amount of runway to show him to show you whether he can do this job or not, which they just didn't do. They just tossed him in for 2 games and then they drafted a quarterback over his head.
NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. What's next, Cole?
Peyton Manning has hit headlines again with rumors surrounding a possible introduction to becoming an NFL owner or even an NFL front office member. But Peyton Manning has told the Denver Post, quote, I don't think that's anywhere on my radar. And he said later in his quote, I still feel an attachment and have really enjoyed getting to know the Walter Penner family as well. But as far as running a team, I don't think that's on my radar.
I'm surprised by this, actually.
I am too.
Because
like, why get into the whole media business and do your own studio? And
well, I think I think for him the question when he was playing and probably before the studio stuff really got super successful, which it just is for him, right? He probably did want to be an owner. Like that was the thing that he wanted to do most. But then you get in, you have your Omaha Productions studios really do really well, and it affords you time to A, do some fun stuff on television, B, still bop around the country and do what you want, showing up to a Tennessee game, showing up to a Nuggets game, showing up to Broncos games. You can still kind of have the life you want while still being successful and showing that, I think it's working out better than maybe what he thought.
The no strings attached approach, I think, it's too tough to pass away for him, right?
Yeah.
Like he is so entrenched here in Denver and Indy in Tennessee that he always seemed as more of a game ambassador than he did a like an individual star.
Yeah.
Where like I could see Tom Brady owning a team. He doesn't feel as much of a game ambassador as Peyton always did. And the original conversation about Peyton when he was in his playing days, certainly in Indianapolis, was, well, he'd be an amazing OC. He'd be an amazing head coach one day, but then he became too big of a star to be thrown into that conversation. When's the last time that you saw an all-time great be a head coach?
Yeah, it's a good question.
All-time great. You
but
saw
I don't
some
even
good
think
players.
he wanted to do that, right? I mean, that wasn't really a part of his mental makeup or anything that he insinuated that he might want to do.
No, but like offensive coordinators is, after your playing career, is more suited for a guy like Jared Stidham than it is for a guy like Peyton Manning.
Right.
So I think that's the reason why like people started gravitating towards, well, he's going to own a team one day. He comes from a rich history of football, and his brother could help with all the millions of dollars that he made during his career, and who knows what Archie's made in his post-playing career, although he wasn't playing in the days where guys were making crazy amounts of money. I think this is the right decision for him. I think this is best for Broncos fans, that if you want him in the fold to help these young guys, he can't be attached to trying to get an ownership bid. He can't do it.
Yeah.
And then Peyton Manning becomes, right, like, remember, it was weird when Michael Jordan was, like, tied to the Charlotte Bobcats.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't feel right.
Yeah, he just was. Yeah, he also made a lot of bad decisions. But
it didn't feel right.
It just depends on the individual. I feel like Peyton gave some sort of overtures at some point in time that maybe that might be a thing that he might be like. Ownership is something that he might be interested in. And if you're going to get into a one franchise situation, isn't that the best place to be? You want to be the owner. You don't even want to be like a GM. John Elway comes back to the Broncos to be the GM, and I mean, he was fine at it, but I just think that Peyton didn't want to do that. If he was going to do anything with one franchise, it would be owning it, which is why I'm very surprised that this seems to be a clear break from that.
I just love the fact that like he can go in and he can touch different parts of different organizations and not have any negative consequences about it.
Yep.
Because as great as John was, he's the greatest athlete in the history of this city. Without a doubt. Like the conversation begins and ends with him, and then you can go with everyone else on Mount Rushmore.
Yep.
But it's him. There's still a negative connotation. There is.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He got left. See ya. Bye. Gone. You're right, Cole Smith. And there's still a connotation with people looking at John Elway and saying you screwed the Broncos for the next 10 years because you couldn't find a quarterback, even though you brought in Peyton Manning, you went to 2 Super Bowls, and you won one of them as a GM.
I know that's
Peyton doesn't want that negative connotation. That's why I think like the ownership thing, I think that's set sail. It's gone. I think you have to take him at his word for it. I do.
It's interesting.
Cool.
There we go. That's the proper timing. So all last week, guys, we talked about players showing up to OTAs or players that didn't show up to OTAs. Well, per Tom Pelissero of the NFL media, the NFLPA union is currently working on to finalize a proposal to overhaul the offseason program starting as soon as 2025. This would include getting rid of voluntary on-field workouts and extending the training camp. And guys, I wanted to ask you, is this just the future of the NFL, making a bit longer of a training camp, get rid of the preseason, and then just get right into action?
But also kind of feels like the past of the NFL as well. When you put all your eggs into training. So training camp was the time that you got in shape. And then, so are they going to add more two-a-days back to the, because I'm sure the NFLPA doesn't want that. So you just want to come.
No, you just extended a couple of weeks. You wouldn't do two-a-days.
Well, what else are you going to do? I mean, you got to do something. You're going to take away the voluntary on-field workouts in the middle of the summer, and you're just going to add that back into the beginning of training camp. Feels like 1987.
You want guaranteed contracts? That might. Maybe the NFL's looking at the NFLPA and going, you want these things to be guaranteed? Well, you're going to be here. Voluntary? That gets stricken from the record. That's thing of NFL past. I'm telling you, man, like, they will hold that over the NFLPA. And if this is the first step in terms of getting rid of preseason games, you know what? It's going to screw fans. Because you think the owners are going to let all that revenue go away, that home revenue for preseason games? That's the reason why they have it. Preseason games are money makers. Well, you know what's going to happen? You're going to get charged to go to training camp.
Okay, but here's part two, Rush. Part two is that the NFL right now has basically a 365-day there's very few times in a year where you're really not actively thinking about NFL football, and they want it that way. It's like the calendar is set up for a reason, and so you're going to start snatching things in your offseason off to get your entire sport off the radar. Like, the commissioner's not going to want that. Owners are not going to want that.
You would only miss voluntary OTAs. You'd still have rookie minicamp. Maybe extend that. You get a larger look at your rookies. It's exciting. That extends the allure of the NFL draft process.
I just can't see this being a thing.
And then you're quiet for the couple of weeks that the NHL is in the Stanley Cup Finals and the NBA is in their finals appearances. And then 2 weeks after that, it's training camp.
I just don't think that I can't see this happening. I can't. I understand why the union might want it. Players want a bigger vacation. Whoop-de-doo, man. I think go play another sport and get a bigger vacation. This is what it is in the NFL. Like, keep yourself. These teams are not going to they're not going to want to be separated from their players. Like, Sean Payton, when he came in last year, he came in with an entire summer of how he wanted his players to work out, and so a big part of that was in OTA, like the voluntary mini camps and the involuntary, all the things leading into a training camp, so that when they got to training camp, they were hitting the ground running and their bodies were kind of bulletproofed. I think you take steps back in your overall conditioning, shape, bulletproofing of bodies for this. I think you take steps back, and I think these franchises are just not going to want it. At least the coaches won't want it.
Go on, one more.
Last one for you guys. The Chicago Bears, they are still wanting $2 billion in public funding for their brand new stadium in Chicago, and they're going to have to continue waiting. As explained by the Chicago Tribune, any effort to secure taxpayer money for the venue will be delayed until the fall. The Illinois legislature is due to adjourn this spring with no actions taken on the measure.
I laugh at this situation. This has been it's been an interesting situation for me to watch, because you have the Bears who really want to just move to the suburbs, right? And then you have the mayor and the governor, the mayor of Chicago coming out. They want them to stay actively in Chicago, right? And so then the Bears go, okay, it's cool. We'll stay in Chicago if you give us $2 billion in taxpayer funds to do that. And then they're, I don't know if that's going to pass the legislature. Well, that's going to be the way that we stay in Chicago. And so what you're really doing here, if you're the Bears, is it's a shady attempt at just saying, hey, look, we did our best. You wanted us to stay in, and we did our best to do this here.
It's a hostage situation.
Exactly. Are the taxpayers in Chicago going to...
I wouldn't.
Right.
I wouldn't do it.
We see this kind of stuff voted down all the time.
Vastly different situation in Chicago than it is here, though. You have the richest owners in sports here in Denver. Without a doubt. Right?
It just feels like
the Walton Penner ownership group is the richest in all sports at $77.5 billion.
Right.
If I'm correct, Chicago's got to be down the bottom 5.
Could be, but
the
I think
McCaskies are worth $1.5 billion. So when I say these billionaires can just show up and build $1 billion stadium, Chicago might not be able to.
I think people just don't care. I think they just see a billionaire owner. Don't you think?
I'm not gonna.
The owners are billionaires, and they can pay for their own stadiums. This is kind of the sports landscape that we're in right now.
I love that. I'm all about that.
And
I think that is the right outlook from a fan's perspective.
And the Bears, look, if the Bears move to the suburbs, they're actually going to pay for their own stadium. So we can do it. We can. But he knows he's going to get the money back, right? Because it'll be stadium, it'll be entertainment district, and whatever else, and they'll reap all the rewards from that. Or you could stay in Chicago and not get any of the rewards. So if he's going to do that, then he's going to make the taxpayers do it, which he knows it's not going to fly.
Those are your NFL notes for Tuesday, May 28th. On the other side, we lost a giant in the sports media and basketball world. Chris Dempsey gives his thoughts on the passing of Bill Walton.
Over 10 minutes in, and Iowa State has yet to shoot a 3 in this game.
What's wrong with that?
Just stating a fact that they have not shot a 3-pointer. Didn't say anything was wrong.
They're winning.
No.
Sounds like you've got something on the line there.
Iowa State is not winning.
You're correct. I'm trying to figure out which gym we're in here.
He's a bigger fan of the Grateful Dead, obviously, Bill Walton, but could be seen jamming out at Dave Matthews concerts every single year. Bill Walton passed yesterday at the age of 71. The former Blazers and UCLA and Celtic great, first overall pick in the NBA draft, NBA Finals MVP, 3 straight National Collegiate Basketball Player of the Year awards under John Wooden. He was named to the NBA's 50th and 75th anniversary team. 75th anniversary coming out 3 seasons ago. One of the greatest basketball players of all time, and one of the greatest, without a doubt, one of the greatest basketball broadcasters we've ever seen.
Yeah, and that was a really that clip that's how I think of Bill Walton now. I mean, just funny things, right? But also not afraid to call himself out. I mean, he calls out the play-by-play guy, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, well, that's right. They're not winning this game. I was wrong about that." But I think that was kind of his charm, right? It was the ability to be self-deprecating. It was the ability to stand up for things. He wasn't afraid to speak what was on his mind. He was not afraid, and I'm talking about over the course of his life. He was not afraid to buck the system, do his own thing. And then he had just so much joy and zeal, it seems to me. And I have even friends who are like in the restaurant business here in town, and he would just bop into their restaurants, and they have pictures with him, and they tell stories. He had the ability. He was such a giant, literally and figuratively, but he also had this everyman quality about him, which is why what endeared him to so many people. And you started off by saying he's legit one of the greatest basketball players we've seen, and injuries really blunted his ability to roll up the type of statistics that would go, whoa. But anybody who ever saw him play and understood the impact that he had, yeah, he when he stepped on a basketball court, he was immediately the best player, pretty much the best player on the court, and you had to really deal with him in a real way.
So give me an on-court comp to today's game, if there is one.
There's probably not one anymore, because he was kind of an old school center that way, where you play mainly on the block, you roll up a bunch of stats and scoring and rebounding, shot blocking, shot altering, very dominant figure in the paint. I mean, the closest, we just don't have traditional centers anymore in this league. I mean, Nikola would be kind of the closest thing, because he does play in the post a lot. So if I'm going to go back in time a little bit, I don't know. I mean, he was a really, really great player. I mean, I don't know how far I would have to go for that, but he is the center of an era gone by, when centers truly played block to block and dominated basketball games. And you walked the ball up and you threw it to them and you said, "All right, score for this big fella." And he would do that, and he would do that in bunches.
It was all spontaneous. He never told me he liked it that way. He I think, viewed it as I was, in a way, his competition, and it brought him back to his playing days where he didn't want to talk to me at all before the game. We never rehearsed anything, so I never knew what was coming. And I just remember the last game we did together, February 1st. We're doing a game at USC, and George Lucas comes up somehow, and I said, "Yeah, how was your audition for Chewbacca?" And not only did he go with it by saying he auditioned and didn't get the part, but he then said that Chewbacca basically was fashioned in his image and that the character was created after Bill. And we totally made the story up. And all of a sudden, like People Magazine, all of these Hollywood reporters are writing stories, and they're finding old George Lucas quotes about how actually Chewbacca was not created in the image of Bill Walton, but he and I just died laughing how people took it so seriously.
Dave Pash's longtime play-by-play partner, Syracuse love Dave Pash.
It's a very funny story. It really is. And, Raj, it's, it's the ability to, I think and I think he understood this more over time too, which is it's the ability to entertain while you're also informing. Like he leaned into that the more he went on in his broadcasting career, which is why you can get a story like this about Chewbacca, which is why you can get a moment like, so do you have 3-pointers on the line? They're winning the game. No, they're not winning.
Beavers chewing away on the Buffaloes.
Right. Right. And forever, right? The Pac-12, the Conference of Champions. That's something that you always remember too. But I think he understood that in a really big way, in a very clear and acute way as he went on in his broadcasting career, and it's what made him fun.
Again, Bill Walton passes at the age of 71. I wanted to hit this before we hand things off to PhD. Have you seen the unfortunate news that a long time ago, Shiloh Sanders' assault case where when he was in high school, physically assaulted a security guard and is now declaring bankruptcy to try and
not pay?
Get out of paying like a multi-million-dollar settlement.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on with this family?
I don't know, man. It's as this summer goes along, you can very well bet that I will have a sharp eye on what's happening up there in Boulder, because we all want them to win football games, but I don't love everything that I'm seeing. And I'm just going to bite my tongue on some of this right now, because if things start falling off the rails for real in the fall, then I'm going to have a lot to say. But as far as this situation is concerned,
it was like 9 years ago, by the way.
Yeah. It's, I don't know what to think about it.
And
really,
you'll see more and more of these situations coming up with collegiate athletes making millions and millions of dollars, and you'll see athletes targeted for this type of reason. I'm not saying that Shiloh was targeted in this sense.
It's easier to get him now, right?
It'll be easier to get players like him, and certainly players much better than him and making way more money, not just based off of having the Sanders name attached to him. This will become more commonplace.
And you will have to be like you.
If you want to get treated like a pro, here you go.
Right. And for young people growing up, and like if you're actively in high school right now, you have to watch what you're doing, because the minute that you start making money, you become a target. And just do the right thing. just do the right thing, and then collect all your NIL money when you get it, and don't have anybody coming back to get you for some things that you had done in your past.
We talk about the Wild West of collegiate athletes and paying players to play. You're looking at 14, 15-year-olds and saying, hey, you got to make sure you make every single perfect decision.
I know.
Man, dude, this is...
Raj, you're right.
This is so far from being over.
No, you're exactly right, but there's no other choice. Because once the money rolls in, you just become so much more targeted. And then everything... Look, we've already seen it with people's social media accounts, right? I mean, over the years, just, you said this 10 years ago, so we're going to hold you to it now. You're like, I was 12. But it's just the world that we live in, and we're asking a lot of young people, but it's unfortunately for them, it's what they got to bear.
That'll do it for us today. On the other side, PhD will be up next. I'm really interested to hear Scotty Hastings' take on Bill passing and his interactions with Bill Walton over the years. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that. For Cole Behind the Glass, for Chris Dempsey, I'm Alex Ryanemi. We'll be back on tomorrow morning, 10 a.m.
Thanks to AAA Home Improvements. We love those guys. They are the best. As we set up the show, we have tons of great fun stuff to get into for sure. And welcoming one of my better friends here to the radio station. We'll get to that in a little bit. But I hate to start on a dour note, but I'm so sad at the passing of Bill Walton. And I don't know what your relationship was with him, Scott. I'll just briefly give you my take on Bill Walton. As a kid growing up in Ipswich, Massachusetts with the Celtics, there were a bunch of different iterations. There was the core, McHale, Bird, and Parrish. But Bill Walton was part of it, as was, Danny Ainge was a big part of it, DJ, Gerald Henderson. But there was this Cornbread, Maxwell, ML Carr, all those guys. Greg Kite. But when Bill Walton was there, it was just different. I can't exactly put my finger on it, but he was the type of dude that would just come to a team and everybody would sort of center around him. He was a natural-born leader. If you go back to UCLA and what he did in terms of an independent sort of thinker and person and his love of basketball, and then for me it carried on to my son going to Arizona State, where he worked later for the Pac-12 Network and would do a ton of games. And I'll just tell you, I was lucky to be at a couple of games that Bill Walton was there. It was different. It was just a different game when Bill Walton was in the arena, and it didn't matter how old you were. Everybody got it. And as much as he could kind of drive you nuts, like me and my son would have these endless conversations is he good or not? Like we couldn't quite tell sometimes because he would just go off on these crazy rants
he didn't
sometimes.
care.
No,
He's
but
one of those guys, you like me or don't like, I don't care.
But it wasn't just good or bad. It was great because it was so unique. So that's just my take on it. I'm very sad at the passing of Bill Walton. And I am curious what your relationship was with him.
Well, I can start with as a kid. Real fast, I'll say this too. You know who's good friends with him was our buddy Chris Marlowe.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, and Marlowe's taught me. He actually went over. Remember, it was a big story came out that Bill had that big teepee.
He lived in a teepee. Yeah, he had a teepee.
Marlowe's had dinner in the teepee.
Come on, no way.
Yeah, Marlowe.
That is awesome.
Marlowe had dinner in the teepee. In fact, I talked to him. I said, well, I didn't get to see him last summer. I said, maybe this year we'll go over and we'll have dinner in the teepee again.
Oh my God!
So so Chris Marlowe, maybe we can have Chris tell some.
That would be great.
Chris
I'd love
worked
to hear that.
A lot of games with Bill also, so he did a bunch of games with him. You probably don't remember. So when I grew up in a small kid in Kansas, you only got to see. You were always a KU fan, but the other team that was always on, like you don't have, surprise, 50 college basketball games to watch during the season every night like you have now. Like now you have 20 games a night if you want during the college season. Endless. Plus you get on all the apps and do all this stuff and all that. But UCLA was usually on Saturdays. And so that was one of my teams. And now they also, because they had big guys and a guy named Bill Walton that was like dominant and doing all this stuff, I became kind of a UCLA fan and a Bill Walton fan. I used to draw pictures of Bill Walton. And then
so when he was in college, you'd be like 11, 12 years old, something like that.
Well, what are you like, 71?
He was 71, yeah.
Yeah, so he's 20 years old. I was like 12, 11, 12.
Pretty
so
important time.
But it was kind of one of my first like basketball dudes that I fell in love with. And so he goes to pro, and the memory his foot kept hurting and da-da-da. Now we know more about it than we did then. But back then it was, was he being soft? His foot doesn't want to play. He turned. I mean, perfect independent thinkers. You said perfect place to go to Portland, right? I mean, the hub, if you will, of independent thinking. Kind of being a hippie, and it was that time. It was, oh my gosh, what's going on? To now all of a sudden I get to play. I get in the league and play against him.
How was that?
Two great stories. One, he's playing for the Clippers. We're playing in L.A. It's actually San Diego. It was the San Diego Clippers at the time. And he loses a shoe. First guy I've ever seen ever do this. And somebody takes a jump shot that he's guarding, and he picked his shoe up, and he's running around trying to play defense.
He uses it to his advantage? He holds it up in there?
He's playing defense, holding his shoe and in a stocking foot going, somebody shoots a jumper. He tosses
the
shoe.
Does not. No, he did not.
He tosses the
No
shoe
way.
to try to hit the ball, and everybody's freaking out.
I don't think that's in the rule book.
It is. It is, actually. Anyway, got a technical, we got whatever, but we're like dying on the bench. We're just watching this.
This is hysterical.
This is my rookie year. And I think this is like 82. And then fast forward, I got to play him in that great series that where Neek ended up getting 87 or 47 and Bird had 34 in that game 7. Bill was on the team. That was the year he basically was healthy almost all year. Won the 6th man of the year, I believe, in that year. Well, I get in. Listen, I was known as a physical guy. And we're getting in there, and Bill comes up there, and I got to black him out. And he's got my leg. He's come up and he's pushing on me, but I've got my leg behind his leg. So he's got a leg in front of my leg. I got my leg behind. So I reach up, and I had this trick. And you put your forearm and elbow and tricep on the dude's chest, and then you just expand backwards. And now you got a leg underneath his leg.
Got leverage.
Boom, goes down.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Boom, threw Bill Walton down to the ground. We get the rebound. We're going the other way. Didn't know it till the next day we're watching film. He got up and tried to chase me, but then slipped. So I'm running down that way. He gets up like this, like he's going to punch me, and he slips and falls down. But I see him after that game. And we became buddies, and we used to talk whenever he's in town. See him after the game. He goes, "Come on, Scott, man. You can't. That's dirty." He goes, "Bill, I wasn't trying to be dirty." He goes, "Man, that was dirty." I said, "Bill, you're my favorite all-time player growing up. I wouldn't try to do anything on purpose." And when I said you were my all-time favorite player growing up, he went. So if ever Bill was
that's
silent,
how you get him.
I got him. I said, "Bill, basically I was 12, right?" I said when he was 12, he was like my all-time favorite player when I was like 12 years old. So,
right.
And he was always gracious. He was always good. He always remembered names. And you said even when I think he did a game at CU like the last 3 or 4 years.
He's done tons.
And
He's been to Pac-12.
Yeah, just loved him, man. Just every time
he never had to
him.
watch a year without the Pac-12. You know what? That dude, I actually spent yesterday going down the YouTube wormhole on Bill Walton, just watching all the best ofs. And, man, there are so many great things from the times he's calling the White Sox games, wearing his tie-dye shirts, all the Grateful Dead stories. Man, curiosity, humor, contentment. That's what that dude was, right? Positivity, curiosity, contentment. That Bill Walton, honestly, as big of a weirdo as he was, and I'm with D-Mac, there'd be times I'd be watching it, I'd be like, "Oh my gosh, this dude, like, is he even watching the games?" and
never had to wear a coat and tie, though, did he?
Never had to wear a coat and tie. I watched one where it's like his birthday, and he bites the whole lit candle and just eats the whole lit candle, But those are like life goals that we should all have, right? Curiosity, contentment, positivity, humor. Right?
He's
That's awesome.
Reminder a little bit, and not to get political, but it is. I would say he's probably a pretty liberal guy.
I would agree.
Fair to say?
Yes.
And yet, to his dying days, and even afterwards, when he would speak of John Wooden, who, what we read about him, probably a pretty conservative guy.
Probably.
Considered him one of his best friends and mentor, and it just shows you. You don't have to agree on some deep, dark political things to not be appreciative and love somebody else who just doesn't think 100% like you do.
Yeah, because he separated the way he believed about things in society and basketball because it just was two different things. There were things the way things were on basketball, and then there were things off. And he had some pretty famous disagreements with Coach Wooden about a variety of
one of the great stories he talked about is it was in the 70s, and so everybody started to grow long, and Walton or Coach Wooden had a thing, couldn't be on your collar, right? And Bill came in one day and his hair's still long, but practice by ready to start and everything, and Coach said, "Hey, Bill, gonna have to cut that hair for practice tomorrow." He said, "Coach, I'm just expressing myself. This is the style I feel." He said, and he was big on individual rights, John Wooden. He goes, "Is that how you really feel?" He goes, "Yeah, Coach, I feel this." He said, "Bill, I can really appreciate that, and we're really going to miss you this season."
Who won?
Well, I would say
Walton came to practice the next day with a fresh haircut.
There you go.
Because there's something about being on the team and being into the culture of the team, too. That's not political. It's just about being with the team.
Transfer portal.
That's right.
Probably hit transfer. But no, listen, he was a character. He was young. And I know
71.
A lot of people
Did
out
you
there
know
in
he
their
was
20s
sick?
and 30. No.
I don't think that wasn't public, right?
I did not know. I wonder if Chris knew, but I did not know. I know he'd kind of been out of the realm. I don't know. Did you get to watch that 3-part documentary they did on him this past year on one of the?
So I did, and I'm forgetting the storyline. You'll have to remind me. But he was out of basketball for like 2 years or something, right?
Yeah, with his foot and his injuries, and he was messed up. His body was messed up, but it took him all the way from college days and showed where he's walking UCLA. Showed this where we had to
I have
sit
seen
in.
that documentary is a little bit older though.
I watched it. Last year sometime, but it was fantastic.
Yeah,
fantastic.
He's one of the world's a lesser place without Bill Walton. And
be interesting to see, because I don't think Larry Bird's on social media, but it'd be interesting to see some comments, because Larry was his perfect fool. I guess he would just blast Bill and pick on him all the time.
Oh, Bill! So I watched one on the YouTube wormhole yesterday, and I'll forget all the players' names. You'll have to help me out here on the Celtics team. But it was Bill's first game in the Garden, and he comes down the court and he tosses it to Danny. He tosses it to a couple times. So it was like 3 possessions, right? The first one he tossed it to Larry. The next 3 after that, he did not throw it to Larry. They get to the ball goes out of bounds, and Larry walks up and he goes, "Hey, Bill, I know I know you're new around here. You want to stay around here? You throw the ball to me."
Well, they won a championship with Bill Walton, while he was still playing, and he was contributing, and he was. We go about Jokic, right? You want to talk about the perfect backup to Robert Parrish was Bill Walton. Like, if we could find that sort of guy for Jokic, goodness gracious.
Well, you know what he was?
Deal.
He was Jokic without the shooting. Like, I think he's probably good, okay, from 14, 15 feet and stuff like that. But his passing and stuff is Jokic-like. He brought a whole new element that Bird was doing. Now you got Bird and Walton able to do this stuff. So, yeah, he was a fantastic person. Was it the NCAA game where he was perfect from the field, like 12 for 12 or something like that? And he's talking about that game, and everybody's still amazing. He had 30-some points and perfect from the field. And he goes, yeah, but I missed one free throw. And it still burned him like 4 years later that he missed a free throw.
Well, I'm sorry. I did not know the relationship with Chris. Dan, you did reach out to Chris, right? Well, boy, I'd love to get Chris on and go down that wormhole a little bit and get some Bill Walton stories today. I think that would be fantastic. And it must be a wild thing to play against your hero in the same competitive landscape. That's got to be quite the thrill.
That was my first one. I was a big Chamberlain guy. I got to meet him. He came in the locker room in Miami. Kareem, obviously. I knew I was going to be tall, I guess, for some reason. So Wilt, Kareem, Willis, and,
big guys,
and Walton were like my guys.
Of course.
Right? Those are my guys. And then Jerry West and Pete Maravich, but that was more of the shooting stuff. But, yeah, no, those are my guys. And Walton, playing against him was cool. Playing against Kareem was cool. For me.
You know what's we'll get Chris on, hopefully, and we can go there again for sure. I'm having some very weird feelings right now watching the Wolves just get throttled by the Mavericks right now. You're having some strange it's like, I don't know what's going on right now, but we can get into that. And the city of Dallas, I'm having a little Dallas envy right now, man. They're up 2-1 in their series against the Oilers. They're gonna beat Minnesota, ain't no doubt about it. They're this close to pulling off what we thought we could pull off this weekend. And I heard Brett Kane today talk about the Rockies. And he's keeping hope alive. This is something I think we need to investigate a little bit. And
I didn't even know they were still playing.
Well, we'll get to that because I think that's a big part of the story. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it is D-Mac here to tell you an opportunity knocks. You've got to act. It's a buyer's market, so that means exceptional values at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. How good are these deals? How about $20,000 off a new Ford F-150 Lightning Lariat. You heard right. Go green and take $20,000 off MSRP on an F-150 with federal tax credits and rebates. But that is not all. At Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, you can save thousands in finance charges and buy a new Ford with 0% APR financing for 60 months. This is Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. And if you want their lowest payment on a 2024 Bronco Sport Big Ben, you got it. Lease one today for just $249 a month. What are you waiting for? Buy now and save big with my great friends at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont on 3rd and Alpine. For all the details, visit them online at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. That's MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com, and tell them your best pal D-Mac sent you.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. That's why they call him, some people, Mr. Fourth Quarter, right? Just amazing. He scored, what, 33? And how many he scored in the fourth? 12. Felt like 20. Yeah, it's amazing, you know. He's born for this situation. He's born for the clutch situations. So we just give the ball to him.
Luka, Luka's working on being the MVP of the playoffs right now. Luka is rolling. Kyrie Irving playing great. Team looking amazing. And the Wolves are going to lose. And they're going to lose in a pathetic sort of way. And it makes me wonder, well, good, because up theirs. But it's also given me some angst about, were the Nuggets really that far away? Like, what's going on here? Having mixed feelings right now.
I've been following this. If you look, I think the highest they've scored is 107 in this series against Dallas.
On Sunday, yeah.
Yeah, they're not a scoring team. And if you look at all 4 games Denver lost to Minnesota, they didn't even break 100. All Denver had to do, and they averaged 119 on the season. Say you're 10 points worse. Say you average 109. You would have won the series. So, one, you could either say the defense really did a good job, or you help the defense and shot your own self in the foot. Up 20 and then settling for the next 4 or 5 minutes of shooting nothing but threes because you got tired of working too hard. And that's on you, to be honest with you. But I just, listen, you got 2 guards that are dominant. They're averaging, those 2 guys are like averaging 60-some points apiece. I mean, everybody in the East was Tatum and Brown got 55 in that closeout game. Yeah, okay. Guess what? The Dallas guys are averaging 60-something. I mean, that's how they're playing, and they don't have an answer. And if you look at the games we lost, our guards were destroyed against Minnesota. And it's not been the case in Dallas.
Well, a few things in this matchup. Number one, Dallas was kind of that team that like you pointed to and laughed, and you're like, I wonder if they could be good. It's probably never going to work. No way Kyrie and Luka are going to figure this thing out. Well, they have. They have. They figured out Luka is a freaking man on a mission. I love his trash talk. I love seeing the way he's talking out there. I mean, that dude does what he wants when he wants. And watching that Timberwolves team, you're seeing a guy in Karl Anthony Towns who crushed the Nuggets, crushed them, and these guys are just not the same dudes. So I'm not sure what it means. You know, maybe it's just when you beat the Nuggets, it's kind of like you feel like you won the championship right then and there because they were the defending champs, and maybe there's a natural guard that drops a little bit, but it is a little bit disturbing to see how they're getting worked. But Scott said it, and I'll give him credit for it. He said it during the series. He said it before the series. This Minnesota team was built to beat the Denver Nuggets, but are they built to win an NBA championship? Those might be 2 different things.
Well, I guess not, because they're not gonna. They're gonna lose. I mean, teams never overcome a 3-0 deficit, and they're not gonna be the first one.
No, I don't think so. The 2 things. One, I guess I've always liked Kyrie more than most people skill-wise. Forget all the...
He's a pretty absurd good basketball player.
Forget all the flat earth stuff and all that. Whatever. Hey,
he's an unbelievable basketball player.
We just talked about great things of Bill Walton.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, whatever floats your waffle.
I saw Kyrie talk too. Is he kind of an unselfish basketball player too? Is he?
Sounds like it.
Right?
I mean, his conversation when he was up after game 2 in the TNT set, I thought was phenomenal. I was like, whoa, okay. Because you never really get to hear him speak. He's always having to defend himself against something or something.
When I heard him talking, it's like, well, who wouldn't want this guy on their team?
Exactly. I'll tell you a story later. Remind me. No, I never understood why it wouldn't work. I thought if it wouldn't work because of Luka. Because if you look at all Luka's beginning with the Dallas, you look at all of his teams in Slovenia that would play, it was Luka and no one else. Everybody stood around and watched, and they never went far enough because I think one guy can't do that. And now it's like ham and egg. It's like a great, if you ever play golf, the partner in a 2-man best ball or whatever, and you can ham and egg it. You might shoot an 83, he might shoot an 83, and you guys might win by 5 strokes because when you got a par, he doubled, but when he got a par, and so it was perfect. They're the perfect ham and egg going right now. I mean, they've got something going on that's special. And then Dempsey and I were talking about it. Lively in the draft last year, and then what they did to add pieces to them because they couldn't play any defense at all. And now all of a sudden you add all these other pieces that have just perfectly fit.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a sign, a little bit like we gave Sackett credit during the Cup run 2 years ago. This is what Dallas did before the All-Star break or before the trade deadline, and they load up their team with defensive guys that are athletic and can play. and they're like perfect pieces into the puzzle.
Just last year, they literally got fined for tanking the season. And I guess strategy worked.
Boy, they are proving all sorts of things, man. They finished 5th. They win, 50 games. They're rested. They're in good shape. They got decent depth. They got a couple superstars. I'm having some Dallas envy right now. I seriously am. And now I wonder, well, wait a second. This ain't the same team that the Nuggets just handled during the year. This is a different team. And
Well, remember, they lost this team on a last-second left-handed jumper from 20 feet.
Right.
Right. So, I mean, they played against this team. But, listen, I was looking at the stats. I'm pulling up real fast. They only play in 5, 6, 7. Well, in the game, that last game they won, the 5 guys are playing bulk of the minutes, right? The starter, Gafford, Doncic, Jones, and Washington. And then they bring Green in, he gets 25 minutes. Hardy comes in for 11 minutes. Lively only got 9 minutes that game. I think it was when he got hurt. And then Powell actually played the other minutes of Lively. So Lively would probably normally play 16. But they played 8, 9, 10 guys. Denver, by the last couple of games, to be honest with you, were playing 6.
Yeah.
I mean, that's maybe 7.
I mean, Jamal was just tapping himself back in.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of ridiculous. I don't know, man. I'm having a hard time with it. I mean, I'm definitely not rooting for Minnesota, but right now I'm just pulling for the Celtics because, Pete and Eileen back home in Ipswich, but so go Celtics, I guess. I'm not rooting for Dallas. I'm just having a hard time dealing with the fact the Nuggets aren't there. That's where I'm at.
No.
But
listen, a championship run isn't about here. Here you go. I mean, it's about tweaks and stuff you got to do. Go back to Tyler saying, what did they have to do during the season? We don't have enough depth on the offensive line. Boom, boom. We got to bring guys. What you came in like game 6 or 7, something like that? In this, I mean, it's tweaks and
yeah, you can't sit there
throughout the year.
You can't sit there at the trade deadline and do nothing.
No, because a championship team, whoever wins it this year, Boston, Dallas, whatever the one's going to win it, people will start. And Tyler tell you this in football. Everybody looks at the champion and say, "How do you beat that?" What they've been looking at for the last 4 years. How do you beat Patrick Mahomes? What type of defense? Where can we go to slow them down? What do they have to do? They got to evolve a little bit. Hey, we didn't have a running game last year. Let's do a little bit more of a running game at them, see if that opens some stuff up. So they follow the champion. Every league does is say, okay, how do you beat them?
And that's a mistake. I actually think that more times than not is a mistake. And the Broncos went down that path a couple of years ago. They were drafting to try to have defense that could handle the Kansas City Chiefs. Well, you know what? If eventually you build a team to specifically beat somebody, you will be the Timberwolves. You will be that team that, okay, maybe you finally get over the hump. Maybe you actually do beat the Kansas City Chiefs twice in 1 year. But then what happens when you get to the playoff? At the end of the day, you have to build a team that is just the best football team, the best basketball team that you can build. And now the Nuggets are going into the offseason with a really big temptation right in front of them. Temptation that's going to say to them, you know what? We were close. We were right there again. We had our guys. Yeah. We were there. So
my whole point, though, and what I was trying to say, though, is you don't stay pat.
Well, right.
You don't. You. There's got to be tweaks. There's got to be. Okay, how do we lose these guys? Why? Well, we didn't have any depth, or we needed a backup center, or we needed a true backup point guard, or whatever. You got to make tweaks, and you can't be such in love. And this is where, and I've talked to general managers. 2 different ones have told me basically the same thing. You can't fall in love with all your guys. You just can't do it. And I think sometimes general managers, you fall in love and then there's never any moves. And you just say, here we go. And listen, we love our draft pick. Well, but none of them's helping you and you got a window.
So hold on a second, because this begs a more serious question. Did the Nuggets just blow a year? Did they blow a year in this championship window?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, it does feel that way. And when Calvin Booth started out the season, it was about longevity, not necessarily about this year. But then you ask yourself, well, longevity-wise, what did we really do? What did we do that was going to help this team down the road? So that's what I was talking about. When you go into the offseason, they're going to have a temptation in front of themselves right now to look at their squad and feel like, you know what? We really were pretty close. There's not a whole lot we have to do. And what can they do? Well, big things they could do. They could trade Michael Porter Jr. But what they have to start with, they just accept the fact that KCP's gone. You got to move Zeke somehow, and you got to move Reggie somehow, and then you move on and you try to find some more.
I think you got a bigger question to answer. If you come to the conclusion that we just blew a year in a short championship window in Nikola Jokic, you got to examine what went into that decision making that year got blown. And that's where you might have to start really thinking about some tough choices.
Let me ask this, and on the short term,
you got to ask the same question about the Avalanche too. But
yeah,
go ahead.
I agree. But on the short term, you can say, looking at it right now from a view that's hanging right outside the window, right?
Yeah.
You blew it this year in a window. You blew it this year. That's fair.
That's
to say.
a tough pill to swallow.
But
brother.
if you win it next year,
a lot would be forgiven.
Then you kind of go back and say, okay, I see what they were doing. They had the other pieces. They just
and
weren't
Malone
ready.
did set that up when he pointed out the Spurs had a dynasty without winning back-to-back. He did. Okay, all right, cool. But you can't make the same mistakes that you made this year, next year. You can't blow it again. We're watching in Jokic. What is he in Sweden looking at horses?
His horse won.
Good. But that's not what he should have been doing on Memorial Day weekend. The horses will still run all year round in Sweden. It gets late. Summer goes late there in Sweden. Gabe told me that. I don't know.
Did you really know that?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the sun doesn't go down. It's up near the Arctic Circle or something. My point is, we shouldn't be looking at Jokic. They weren't, you know what? They weren't that tired, okay? I get it, they were tired. They weren't that, oh man, sorry. Big dummy. They weren't that tired. Spilling coffee all over the place. They weren't that tired to blow a 20-point lead in Game 7 in the second half. They weren't that tired. If we lost to Dallas because Dallas was just smarter, okay, fine. But I'm a little pissed off right now because I think...
But you got to define tired. What's tired mean to you?
I don't know, brother, but they weren't that damn tired.
But but you define tired to me.
You know what I'll tell you? We're all pretty tired covering the games and doing all that. I feel pretty damn good after 3 days. I feel all right. I'm okay.
But you still won't define tired to me. What is tired mean?
I don't know what tired is. Thank you, Josh. I apologize.
I would say this, being a guy in his 60s now, physical tired gets real.
Mm-hmm.
Physical tired gets real. Played golf yesterday. I got off that course and I was like, ugh, back was hurting. You know, first thing I did when I got home?
Yeah.
Find a heat pad.
Okay. All right.
So physical tired is real, especially get old. But I never look at, and even from my years of playing, physical tired shouldn't be a thing when you're in your 20s.
Hell no.
So it's not a physical tired. Were they mentally worn out? Did they mentally have the mental toughness? And then we're talking the difference between tired and mental toughness. Is that two different things, or are they tied together?
So, yeah, those things are tied together, and at some point it comes down to a drive. It comes down to a mental drive that pushes you past whatever exhaustion that you have. And when you're up by 20 points, to me, I don't know how you explain that other than they got comfortable. To me, it's not about being tired.
Because mentally you were tired of taking the beating in the paint, so you know what you do? Let's hit some jumpers. All we got to do is make 2 or 3 of these.
Right.
And
let's
still
cruise out of here. We're
so
good.
you mentally, I don't want to say check out.
But you're missing the mental drive.
Yeah, you take the mental part of it and go, let's just hit a couple threes and we got this thing under wraps. We're good.
Yep.
And I think that's what they weren't physically tired. You're in your 20s.
I agree.
You want to see tired? Watch me walk home tonight.
Right.
I'll show you some physical ass tired. But mental tired, you go, come on, let's just take a little breather. We're up 20. Let's just sit back.
What a shame, man.
And then once you
what
shut
a
that off,
damn shame.
you're done.
What a damn shame.
Yeah.
That's what I'm struggling with, Tyler, here. Man, it's tough to just mentally just persevere, get through it, just keep going. It is mental. It's not physical. They weren't physically tired. I'm not buying it.
No.
They're world-class athletes.
And I would agree with that then. But mentally,
but it's like I'm really struggling with that. You mentally turned it off in the second half because you're up 20?
It's human nature
man.
to want something so incredibly bad when you've never had it. And it's human nature when you've had it to want it again. but it's very, very difficult to have the same drive to go there to the same place.
You know what really bailed him out? I know this is a broken record, but you know who wasn't mentally tired? Was freaking Bruce Brown last year, and I think that got everybody going. I've talked to multiple coaches now I've talked to baseball, football, hockey, basketball. I've had this conversation with all these coaches about the flow of a game in terms of things are contagious. Good shooting is contagious. Bad shooting is contagious.
Yeah.
I mean, that feels weird to say something that's such an intangible, but I'm talking to coaches at the highest level, and Bednar has said it, Malone has said it, Bud Black has said it, that there's something to it. Like if everybody's hitting, we're all hitting. Rockies recently
been hit.
Do you realize what the Rockies have actually done 3 of their last 4 games?
No. Well, they won 2 in a row.
They beat the best team in the American League and the best team in the National League. And it's their hitting. I'm not going to bore you with the details, but the Phillies, the Guardians had won 9 games in a row and lost 8-6 to the Rockies yesterday. Like when something is going, but the same can happen, the contagion can help in the other way as well. Unless somebody...
How many days have you seen in baseball, baseball, that you sit there and I used to always call it the getaway days, especially. All of a sudden you realize every batter that comes up is first pitch swinging.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, bad.
Oh, and then that becomes a habit. And then you see it all up and down. And that means you're in trouble that game. Listen, the mental, I used to say this all the time, and I firmly believe it as far as...
You know what the Nuggets should have done? I'm sorry to interrupt. You know what the Nuggets should have damn well done then? Hindsight 2020. Well, you know what they should have done? Brought in somebody off the team, off the bench, who wasn't mentally worn out. Somebody who wasn't going through that crap last year, who wanted it, who needed that. The Ray Bork or whatever.
Win one for Scott.
Win one for Scott. Who was that guy? Who could they have got? And I think Justin Holiday did the best he could. I think he tried. He just, he's not as good as his brother, as it turns out. But it's just, he wasn't that good enough of a guy. Tyler is probably something on your Super Bowl 50 year, right? That you brought in a few guys, yourself included, that just, I haven't won. I wasn't here in 48.
Well, DeMarcus Ware was the ultimate. I mean,
he's the ultimate, yes.
DeMarcus Ware was a literal legend, a living legend, a walking Hall of Fame player.
Right.
That had never sniffed
He was your Ray Bork.
Yeah.
And he wasn't there in 48 either, so it was good. It was great to have him there. Like Neil Smith wasn't there for the Jacksonville loss, but he was there for the 2 wins. Who is that guy for the Nuggets this year? Nobody is the answer.
And the difference, what all these guys you said, that were the difference makers, to get those guys, they could still play.
Yeah,
I mean, Ray Bork was still counted on in that series, in that cup run. DeMarcus Ware was still counted on.
And as good
Neil
as I once
Smith
was, but I'm as good once as I ever was.
Neil Smith, still big time counted on. That's a good point. You know what? Why aren't you GM?
I don't know, man. You learn things as you go, and the one thing we couldn't think about was the motivation for a tired mental team and who was going to lift them up. I think DeAndre Jordan did the best he could, but he was there last year. He's a great guy, but it's the same voice over and over again. Who was the Bruce Brown? And DeAndre wasn't playing either. Although I look back on it, you know what? I look back on it, he should have played. Period. The end. You should have put him in there because he does have the motor and the desire and whatever. And at least he cared. At least he would have thrown his body around and just, physically took care of some business out there. Tap, tap. At least DeAndre Jordan would have done that. And why he didn't play in that situation, I don't actually know. I really don't have an answer. Why he worked in game 1 against the Lakers and that was it? I don't get it. And now we got the whole summer to watch Jokic walk around horse races in Sweden when he should be playing for another finals and pisses me off.
Hey, give you 3 days off.
I know.
Did you do a lot of box stuff this week?
I had one of the most humiliating moments of my entire freaking life over the weekend. Do you want to hear about it?
Yeah. Come back.
That's next.
Hey, what's going on, guys and gals? It's summertime, but summertime means it's time to look as good as you possibly can. And if that's you want to start taking care of yourself, call my friends over at Revitalize Health. This is Tyler here, and Revitalize is the best in the business. They can help you out with testosterone, with peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. We got people right here in this building changing their life with their medical weight loss options at Revitalized Health. They're going to come up with a customized game plan that is for your body and for your needs, and you'll be amazed at how good you can feel, how good you can sleep, and just, how amazing you can look. How about that? Check them out online. They've got 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over. Find them at revitalize-health.com.
Bottle of wine.
All right. Will you ask for Oh, that's all right. Will you still need me when you still feed me?
When I'm 64.
All right. I go up to we have the weekends free, right? Now, there's the Nuggets and Avs.
Oh, you mean free as in your time?
Summertime began this weekend.
So I'm buddies with the folks of it. Trek Bicycle Boulder.
Yeah, so you got your freebie.
Well, it's a loaner program.
So right now we're doing a payola thing.
A loaner program that he's had for about
Is this
6
a little
months.
payola?
We are not. We are not. We are not.
You sure?
You're something else. Anyways,
He's getting awfully defensive over there, isn't he?
they had a group. I'm with some friends. Am I not allowed to have some friends?
Yeah.
Can I not? Okay.
It's just interesting how you keep talking about him.
Yeah.
Duh. I'm with the bike people.
There you go.
And we're doing a
You
ride.
mean Boulder Trek?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yes. But so they're doing a group ride, and I don't know. I've never done a group ride. I got time, so they say you want to ride around. I'm like, okay. And I'm realizing the bike guys are kind of this
you thought you were a bike guy.
Yeah, not like these guys. Like the fitness crew, they're kind of like the badasses of the fitness world. They're not like the runners are like the hippies. The bike guys are,
which used to be just opposite.
Well, the bike guys are pretty intense. They're skinny, intense guys. So we're on this group ride. We're on the Boulder Trail or whatever. We're riding through cows. I'm not even joking. They found some sort of trail that made sense for bicycles on cows. There's cows in the path. There's cow paths. Then we get to a spot and they go, all right, time to go uphill. I go, oh, uphill. I'm feeling pretty good. Let's go. Do you know where In-Car is? Have you ever heard of that in Boulder?
Yeah, of course. I used to live on that road.
Oh, okay.
I literally lived on that road about 10 minutes from the top.
Pretty steep, huh?
I don't know how to skateboard. And in college, I
Whoa.
thought it'd be a great idea
Down that hill?
to longboard down that hill.
You got to be kidding me. You tried that.
How
did that go?
Fortunately, I fell within about 15 feet and I
Okay.
didn't die. Had I made it 30 feet, I might have died.
Okay. Steep, right?
Yeah.
I had no idea where I was going. I was like, where's the end of the hill? I didn't know what we were doing. We finally get up. I mean, it was a workout and, that sort of thing. And we go back down. And I'm feeling good. I had him I go, you know what? My son's doing the Boulder. He ran a half marathon. I've done no running training. I'm going to go sign up for the Boulder. I'm just going to go sign up. It's on Monday. It's Saturday. It's Boulder. I'm liking Boulder. I go to sign up. I wait in line. I get the thing. I've run it a bunch of times. No big deal. I get up there and there's a young person, female, and she goes to me, well, I'm feeling good. You understand?
Yeah,
I'm
you're feeling good.
right?
You signed up. Yeah, you just biked up a massive hill.
Yeah, that's right. I'm feeling good.
With Boulder Trek.
I think I'm looking, for me, good.
Right.
She goes to me, are you a senior citizen?
Well, what do they consider a senior citizen?
That's the problem. Whether I was or I wasn't, at least I appeared to her to live in the world of possibility that I could be a senior citizen. And I go, what age do you have to be a senior citizen? I say it to her. She goes, 60. Now, here's an ethical dilemma. I am turning 55 in 3 weeks. That is happening. Would you have lied about it to save yourself money?
How much?
Well, I didn't know at the time.
Because there's a dollar figure anybody will lie about,
Correct.
and anybody will accept as something embarrassing for a certain price.
But obviously, they weren't checking IDs. This is a visual, are you a senior citizen?
And you were passing.
Apparently. What would you have done?
How much?
I didn't know at the time. I don't know what the discount. I know now, but I didn't know right at the time.
I said no.
Why?
Well, but see,
Ethics.
I think it's different once you actually are. Oh, you're right. I think it's different once you actually are a senior citizen, because then you don't accept it just out of pride, right? Then now you're like,
I've done that.
Yep. No, I don't want your damn discount. Hell no. But when you're like 5 years away, you're like, actually, it's kind of tempting to take advantage of that money.
I was so offended.
Oh, I'd accept it.
That I was asked. I just said, no, I am not a senior citizen. But I was like, wait a second. First of all, that's the first time in my life somebody has asked me if I'm a senior citizen. So it was a little moment of like, really? And then I found out it was 60. So somehow she thought I might have been 60. Then I found out it was $10.
Oh, see, that's not worth it. No.
Ooh.
No.
I thought it might be worth it.
$10?
Later.
$50. That's definitely worth it.
Because you get the t-shirt, you get the Boulder t-shirt, and I wanted the nice t-shirt, the tech t-shirt. Well, that was $14 more than just the cheap t-shirt. In fact, I saved $10. I might have been gaming the system a little bit and got the, good t-shirt for a little bit cheaper than the cheap t-shirt.
Yeah.
But I said no because I had too much pride.
Well, good for you. Man of pride, man of principles. That's what you are, right? I'm not taking any free money.
You shouldn't have said pride. You should have said principle.
I actually decided
pride.
So you had a fun weekend, right? You did the Boulder.
Then I did the Boulder,
right?
Yeah,
so you ran. I saw your photos. Your son is jacked, by the way.
Yeah,
that's pretty impressive.
That is crazy.
Apparently he came from the milkman. That didn't come from you.
No kidding.
I mean, I decided that today, May 28th, Tuesday, May 28th, is actually the most depressing day of the entire year.
Why do you say that?
Today is the most depressing day of the entire year because summer began for the kids. They got out of school on Thursday. You got the nice weather around. Inevitably, when the kids get out for summer, what do you have to do within the first 2 days?
You got to take them to the pool.
You got to go to the pool.
Yeah.
You got to hang out. We did a big Memorial Day party at the pool. Hundreds of people were there. Big party, big festival. Everybody gets a little bit of sunburn going on.
Yeah.
I missed one stripe on my foot. I never make that mistake. Okay, feet is like my first spot that I'm always going to put sunscreen on. But I missed a little stripe.
Sunburn feet.
Driving me nuts right now. Okay. But today is so depressing because you realize, you know what? Summer's awesome. It's fun.
Yeah.
Memorial Day is here. We're at the pool. Kids are staying home. They're out for summer. You just did something fun, and you're like, you know what? And then I get a long weekend. Not only do the kids have the summer start, not only do we do something fun, we got Monday off.
Yeah.
And now inevitably in your head, you're in summer mode. You are in summer mode. I'm officially in summertime mode.
Yeah.
And the kids got to stay home, and I had to drive into work into the dungeon, And I'm like, I get it. I got one of the world's best jobs. I understand.
What are you complaining about?
I got very little to complain about, but I'm looking around here, and everybody else
got 5 days.
Everybody else apparently realized it's summertime because we're the only ones here because they're realizing we had a long weekend. We might as well extend that a little bit because we can. But for everybody else that's going to work, today sucks because kids are home. It's summertime, and in your head, you're mentally there, but you have to go to work.
See, this is the pro athlete mentality. When you realize normal people don't think like that.
Sure they do.
They do not think of I get 3 months off.
I don't think about getting 3 months off. Teachers. Today sucks.
Lifeguards.
Don't tell me you didn't want to have an extended vacation today.
I know.
DMAC hates teachers. It's fine.
Stop it. I didn't say anything.
Yeah, you did.
I'm just silently laughing.
DMAC thinks teachers are overpaid.
I don't think that.
Underqualified.
I don't think that. I think it's great that every 7th grade female science teacher
every job
gets pregnant in March.
Every job should get a full week off the day that kids start summer.
Oh.
Every job should get an entire week off.
Oh, my God. You guys are too funny, man. You guys are
So,
right.
but you were saying, is that what
you guys are funny
ruined your
as hell.
weekend, though? Was someone asked you if you're a senior
Didn't
citizen?
ruin. I had a great weekend. I'm happy to be at work, by the way, too. But
so you said
my kids are grown. My kids are grown, obviously.
So you said your son ran the Boulder in
46 and change.
And you ran it in?
About an hour and 6. But I was,
Was he waiting for it? He'd just go home afterwards?
He had, you want to talk about, this is why Jamal Murray and Jokic tired. Okay. He's 24. He ran in 46. He went back to the starting line because he had group workers that were just kind of running for fun. He ran it again. He just went back to the start line and just joined in with them, and they were kind of casually doing it. Did it twice. Tired.
Well, that sounds stupid.
Dude, if you look first of all, he's running without a shirt. I wouldn't even own a shirt if I looked like that. And, he's jacked up. He's in great shape. He's just a person.
Is he on steroids?
He is not on steroids.
Are you sure?
I don't know. He might be. Who knows? I don't know. I don't even recognize
Because I'm going
him.
to be honest. Whenever I see anybody that looks like that, I assume they're all on steroids.
Can you whoop him?
Are you nuts? What?
You have dad strength.
No.
Dude, what strength does D-Mac
What
have?
are you talking about?
There's no such thing as dad strength.
You
with
didn't.
D-Mac.
I'll show you a picture. You don't know what I'm. Listen, dude. That's my son right there. Can I whoop him? Are you kidding me? Yeah. No, I couldn't whoop him.
He's looking for his glasses.
You
He
can't believe I'm
find them.
related to him.
Yeah, he's about 5 inches tall. Hey,
Tell me that's not a milk.
he
can
ain't
son right there.
5'6". He ain't 5'6".
No.
You're wearing sweatpants when you ran too?
It was cold in the morning. No, I took them off when I ran the race. This is like at 6:45 in the morning.
Ask him what his testosterone numbers are.
I should probably. Oh, we got to take a break. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, about Boulder. Oh, boy, going off track.
Boulder trek bike or Boulder City?
Shiloh.
You
ready to talk about this one?
Sure.
You know this story?
No.
Oh, boy. Hang on. That's next.
Hey, what's happening, guys and gals? Tyler Plumbus here, my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Listen, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford, and there's a reason for that. I keep going back because, number one, it's a great experience. They get me in, they get me out. Number two, it's a great deal. There's no hassle, there's no negotiations. You just get the best price available to you at Phil Long Ford, and that's not unique to me. That's unique to absolutely everybody that goes into Phil Long Ford. The inventory over there is incredibly strong right now. Matter of fact, it's as strong as it's ever been. Cars, trucks, vans, electric trucks, electric cars, SUVs, they've got it all over at Phil Long Ford. So whatever car you're looking for, they've probably got it. Might as well look from your home, though. Check them out online at phillongforddenver.com, and you're going to check out all the selection, all the prices, and get the best deal. Guys, Phil Long Ford's got an incredible service department as well. Matter of fact, they're award winners over there. So after you purchase your car, keep it maintained with Phil Long Ford's award-winning service department, and your car will always be in tip-top shape. So check them out online at phillongford.com and let them know that Tyler Plumbus sent you on over.
All right, we have a cool Peyton Manning story. I was inspired by Brett Kane this morning about the Rockies. I'm still relatively new around here, right? I'm just kind of learning about people. Kaner's definitely a baseball fan. Ain't no doubt about it. And I didn't even realize that until I was listening this morning. And I was like, oh, wow.
Dude, he played college baseball. What do you think?
So what? It doesn't matter if you played or not.
Well, you're going to play it that far along and not like it?
I don't know. I don't assume anything. But, but he was talking about he watched the entire game. Just because you play college baseball doesn't mean you can sit there and watch an entire Rockies game, man. I think that's like two different sort of things. I think there's probably plenty of people that, anyways, whatever. I'll get into that later. That's not what I want to bring up. Shiloh Sanders, Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is just what you get because you're a CU guy, and we just assume that stories, as long as it's associated with CU, I guess you're the expert on. But I don't know if you really are or not in this story because it's a weird story. So how caught up on you? Are you
I'm aware of everything's going on.
All right, why don't you just lay it out here a little bit?
So Shiloh Sanders is being sued for something that happened 10 years ago-ish, something like that. Well, how old is he? It happened when he was 15 years old. So he's probably 22 now, something like that, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so about 7 years ago when he was in high school, Shiloh got in trouble for being on his cell phone in school. So he gets sent to detention. Doesn't give up his phone. Matter of fact, he's still on the phone talking to his mom, Pillar. Somebody that works at the school, I think he was actually was he a janitor or something? I don't know
something
who the
like
guy
that.
is.
Yeah.
But anyways, he knows Dion. He's an acquaintance of Dion. Whatever that relationship is, I'm not quite sure, but he's acquaintance of Dion. So he calls Dion, tells Dion what's going on, says Shiloh got sent to detention. Shiloh's still on the phone, won't give up the phone. Dion says to this dude, go get the phone. I need you to go get it now, right? Call me once you get the phone from Shiloh.
Mm-hmm.
This dude goes to get the phone from Shiloh. Shiloh does not like that. Shiloh does not give up the phone. Shiloh proceeds to beat this dude up.
Beat him up.
Not what this report said.
Okay, all right.
What do you got?
New York Post said he elbowed him in the chest and knocked him over. And then later on the story, it says the guy got back up and got him down on the ground and was choking Shiloh when they pulled that guy off of him.
Interesting.
Okay, well, that's actually, I had not seen those details of the actual fight itself. All that I knew was that this dude was suing Shiloh for something that happened when he was 15 years old.
Well, the first thing I saw is that he knocked down and Shiloh punched him while he was down.
Well, apparently the dude broke his neck or something.
Right.
Broke his neck. Also has permanent incontinence. How do I say that? Did I say that right?
You got it. You nailed it.
Okay. Which I'm kind of we were just talking about old man strength just in the last segment. And I actually thought about this story when we were talking about it. How does a 15-year-old beat up a grown man that bad? How does that happen? Seriously, how could any 15-year-old beat up a grown man that bad? It's a wild deal. But so anyways, this dude has a civil lawsuit against Shiloh that apparently just got settled very recently here. And he got an $11.8 million judgment against him.
Right.
An insane amount of money. Absolutely insane amount of money. Holy cow, $11.8 million. Well, Shiloh's got earnings. Shiloh's got NIL stuff that he's made money off of. He had to report how much money he is worth to the court. He discloses about $300,000 plus a couple cars, yada, yada, right?
Not as much as you would have thought.
People keep saying that. I'm like, that's not that much. A college kid with
no.
$300,000 in the bank account?
It's a lot. But most college kids aren't walking the runway and aren't on TV commercials and kind of are associated.
I don't know. $300,000, that sounds like a ton of money for a dude that is not a quarterback. T-Mac, I'll tell you this. Of college athletes right now, you can probably count on one hand how many guys have got $300,000 in the bank account.
I would assume you could, yeah.
On one hand, right?
Yeah, I agree with you.
So now he filed for bankruptcy last October. How come that's just now coming out in?
So he files for bankruptcy to protect himself from this judgment, right? And so he's also got a couple LLCs that he files his NIL earnings from. So he files personal bankruptcy, but I guess the LLCs are set up to protect that money from this judgment.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, what's your take on it?
I don't know what to say other than, it's a ton of money. So whatever happened, the dude clearly had some significant consequences in his life that he's dealing with. I didn't know anything about the story that Scott just read there. Matter of fact, I hadn't seen the details of it absolutely anywhere. I don't know what to say. My take on it is, I mean, so a 15-year-old beat up a dude. Don't do it. It's bad. The bankruptcy stuff, to me, that's just business. I think you've seen a lot of really smart human beings in this world file bankruptcy to avoid lawsuits. So that part of it, I'm not judging and rolling my eyes at the bankruptcy part at all, other than the fact that $11.8 million is a whole lot of money.
Well, this seems to be a lot to be dealing with.
The part of the case is from the New York Post. Of course, this was presented. Listen, it's always he said, she said.
I get it.
So
I get it.
This was from one of the witnesses brought to the court from Shiloh's attorney. So listen, witnesses are always going to be biased on whichever way they go. It says, what I seen was the student didn't want to give Darjean his phone, so Darjean kept on asking for it. A witness statement filed by Shiloh's attorney. Then he reached for it, and Shiloh pushed the adult, and Darjean began to push him and choke him. Shiloh was yelling, I can't breathe, and was crying and yelling, and that's when adults came over and pulled Darjean off of Shiloh. That was this statement, but once again, it was from that side.
Right.
The other guy said he got knocked down and, broke a neck.
So they're dealing with that. We didn't even know that. They've been dealing with that for years, and now it's just come out.
Mm-hmm. Seems like I remember hearing something about it, but it was always poo-pooed.
I hadn't heard anything about this personally.
Well, and according to the court filings, again, this is just from the New York Post article on it, was that the reason that security guard went to grab the phone, because as you said, Deion was on the phone with the security guard and told him, go get the phone.
Right.
One of the cool things about running the Boulder, the coolest thing, for sure, running into Folsom Field. Because where you run in the Boulder, Tyler, it's similar to what you've done a million times in your life, run behind Ralphie. You run more or less around the corner. You run that same sort of route. It's the one time that a normal person would just sort of get to sort of be in you run through the stadium, the whole thing. I was thinking about CU. I don't know where this is going with Deion Sanders and his kids and the whole thing. It doesn't feel like it's going to be that long, frankly. It doesn't. I will tell you, though, being up there in Boulder, everybody's excited about it. I talked to many different people about, just how fired up they are and their excitement level. But you know what hit me too, Tyler? It's CU, man. They've been around for 100-something years. They're going to be all right. They are. They've got a beautiful field, a beautiful facility. There'll be other coaches. There'll be other players. CU will be back. I really do believe that. I think they've figured out this NIL thing better, and perhaps they needed Deion Sanders to sort of open that door so they could see how to fundraise the right way and get it going there. But I think you guys are going to be all right, no matter what. I just don't feel, this is my opinion, it just doesn't feel to me like the Sanders family will be there all that long. That's all.
Well, I don't think anybody ever assumed that they would be. Nothing's new there. See, like this whole storyline's coming out, and I'm like, well, what do you do with it? What are we supposed to do with it? So he beat up somebody when he was 15 years old. It's bad. I'm not dismissing it at all. Clearly, it was really bad if he was awarded an $11.8 million judgment. Does this have any current effect on the program? Like, people don't want him out there playing or whatever. Man.
Oh, I didn't say that. Is that the vibe out there?
Oh, that's a lot of people out there on Twitter are like, oh, this is embarrassment. Why is this guy part of the program? Blah, blah, blah. Well, do you know how many kids have been in similar situations? I'm not saying that. Saying that they beat somebody so bad that happened. But dude, look at all the fights that happened. Like it's just another storyline. He was 15 years old. He's paying the consequence for it now, and now he's gonna have to pay this judgment off.
Oh, I agree with you on that. Yeah, man. I mean, teenagers. I think about me being a teenager, my kids being teenagers. You just hold your breath a little bit when your kids are going through that time of life. You don't know what's going to happen. Every day something horrific could possibly happen that you regret later, and you probably wouldn't treat it. I don't know how you were with your kids, but I've certainly been through that.
Well, it'd be interesting seeing. I'd have to go back and look at the article. When it was a case, and it was talked about in 2015. But now all of a sudden, did all of a sudden this side decide, well, I saw him to Louis Vuitton in Paris. And
well,
I
was wondering
here,
about that.
And now I see the money, and
Right.
Now let me go back and get some judgment.
So
yeah,
he waited a year after the incident happened before he filed the lawsuit. So he didn't wait that long. I'm not quite sure what took the judgment so long to come out, but he did initiate the lawsuit. I guess it would be in 2016, so 1 year after the incident happened.
Which in 2016, he's worth probably $1,000.
Oh, yeah, but
And
now,
now,
I think his
as
dad
you
always
said-
has money, though.
So he's going to have to dad to pay.
Well, Dion was sued as well, but his side was dropped. So whatever he tried to sue Dion for, that got dropped.
So he tried to get money from Dion. Now he's trying to get money from the kid.
Right.
CU's going to be a fascinating story this year, bro.
Oh. If this is the start of it.
It hasn't really ended, don't you think? I mean, don't you think it's been one CU story after another since the end of the season?
Yep.
I mean, when exactly has this gotten boring up in Boulder?
It's not. And you know what? Dion will, in all likelihood, walk away from this program on his own terms. Because all this stuff, negative attention or not, guess what it is? It's all dollar bills that's coming into that university right now.
Right.
It's all dollar bills. So whatever frustration you might have with them, whatever you don't like about it, guess what the university's doing? They're printing money like they haven't in a long, long time.
My biggest thought when I was running in Folsom Field, I'm looking at that stadium like, this is going to be awesome next year. I swear to God, I was thinking, this place is going to be packed. It's going to be exciting. I think I'm a little bit more, this is going to sound crazy. I think I'm a little bit more excited this year for CU football than I was last year. Is that nuts?
Yeah.
Are you not feeling like that?
No, but I'm the guy that kind of I want to sit back and see something. Once again,
isn't the story unbelievable?
Well, this story or the whole story of what's going on?
It's everything, man. It's
But
like
that's fine. But I'm are we winning or losing?
I don't know.
Are we not ever talking about that? We just want the stuff all on the walls and let's just paint a portrait. Because if you talk about the football, do I know if it's going to be? What if they start 0-4 this year? This thing could fall apart quickly.
Then I think the story gets even more interesting.
It gets juicy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying that with all this stuff hanging over it.
No dumb questions coming up. It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for AAA Home Improvements. What a company Toby Hurdle has put together with his team of master builders and designers. They are the absolute best. And if you can think of it, they can build it. Just go to AAAHomeImprovements.com, just like they did with Justin Slocum in Wheat Ridge. Toby and his team are top-notch. Attention to detail and the patience they had working with me was not only appreciated, it made the stressful experience of construction work at my home much less stressful. Thank you, AAA, for being a great partner. I've got a project in my new home that I can't wait for AAA to sink their teeth into because I know it's turnkey. With upfront pricing, no surprises, it's an incredible team of tradesmen and project managers that communicate with you and get the job done the right way. The schedule does fill up quickly. So whether it's a kitchen renovation, complete home remodel, whatever you want, put that man cave together. Check them out today. Get a free no-obligation estimate at AAAHomeImprovements.com. That's AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price. Hey, let me give you a Rockies reality check real quick. And I'll tell you what I heard Kaner say this morning that I thought made sense. But if you guys can't get into it, I would understand why, so I'm not going to force it. But here's what I heard Brett say this morning. Because the Rockies have won 3 out of 4 games. They beat the Phillies. They won the series against Phillies. Bryce Harper, all those guys. Best team in the National League. They won 2 out of 3 games. They beat the Guardians, who had won 9 in a row. And the Rockies won 8-6 yesterday. They got another game tonight at 6:40. 35,000 people going to the games, by the way. Of course, right? No surprise. Kaner was talking about, like, hey, Tovar is unbelievable, which he is. Shortstop, 22, rising star, that whole thing. A lot of young players. Like, there's no reason for what Chris Bryant to even come back. He would just be getting in the way of younger players developing anyways. It's already a bust. It doesn't matter. You really
trade him.
Absolutely. Whatever. Just dump him. It doesn't matter. It's not going to improve anything. It was a stupid pickup. Just wash yourself. Ryan Johansson it. Just get rid of it. Because you want to give room for younger players anyways. So let me ask you guys this question. With the Rockies doing what they recently have done, is it possible for the rest, at least the summer, to throw the past 2 months in the trash can and just say, from this moment on, because all I care about is how they really do. We know they're not going to make the playoffs, but I can get behind a team that has young guys playing well and not even concern yourself with the record to be interested how this group of young players is doing. Is it possible to do that or not?
Well, let me answer that with a no-dumb question, if you will. Would it be stupid of them to maybe get a big, giant cutout of Dick up there? Of what's his name? What's his owner's name?
I don't know.
Montfort, Dick Montfort.
Oh, him, yeah.
Get a big cutout of Dick Montfort, and every time you win, you pull a piece of clothing that's
how you motivate.
Cut up on there, and so, but when you get your goal of how many wins you want, Dick will be up there in his boxers.
You realize what you just described, right? So what you just described is, could it be possible that you can follow this team without any concern of whether they win or lose games, simply because you're enjoying watching young players develop? You know what you just described?
That's
every Rockies fan that already exists. That's the only reason why people watch the game anyways. So, those fans are already there. So what you're really asking, is it possible to turn the narrative of other fans that actually do concern themselves with wins and losses and say, hey, look, they've done a lot of cool things here of late. Forget everything that happened previously. And the answer to that's just no. It's a hard no, because nobody is going to believe it until they see it. And when I mean see it, I mean like season long. I read something for an entire season about how good this team is. I mean, to your point, you know what their record is against above 500 teams versus under 500 teams? It's actually unbelievable. So teams with above 500 record, the Colorado Rockies are 12-9 this season. Against teams with an under 500 record, they're 7-25. So they're better against better teams, which is not that hard to understand why, because other teams that come in, they look at the Rockies, they let their guard down, they don't feel like they got to bring out their A game.
Okay.
All of a sudden, and bad teams going, hey, we got a chance to win.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah.
Right.
Well, maybe, but okay. I'm agreeing. Listen, man, I'm finding myself, and when I heard Brett said I watched the whole game yesterday, I said,
are you asking for permission to follow?
No,
the Rockies?
I'm not asking permission, but I don't want to ram it down your throats either, because I find myself very interested in a lot of these guys when I'm watching Sean Bouchard or Brenton Doyle or Tovar himself, and I'm curious about it. Zach Veen will be coming up.
I would say this year, yes. The answer to your question is yes, because of these young guys you were mentioning. It seems like for the first time in a million years, there is a developmental process going on at 20th and Blake that's never been that way.
Right.
It's been, we got these guys, and they never pan out to be anything. Think of the hype of Brandon Rogers for all those years. And when are they going to bring him up? They kept him down there, and now, I mean,
he's here now.
When he's healthy, he's been okay, right?
Yeah, yes.
But for 3 or 4 years, it was like, when are you going to bring this guy up? Instead, they always worried about, well, we got to get him 7 years in that system so we can have that extra year of, whatever the baseball rule.
Not now.
So yeah, right now, yes, because you're seeing a process in front of you of younger players that you might be able to cheer for the next 15 years. That's never happened in the Rockies thing. They've either got these big older studs
Mm-hmm.
that just hang around and Blake Street bomb everything,
Mm-hmm.
or they just suck and half the guys you like this year ain't going to be on this team next year.
But here's what he's really asking. What he's really asking is what they have right now with young players that look like they've got a future with this club. Is that enough for the people that don't care about the Rockies to care about the Rockies? And the answer is no.
I guess what I'm really
it's
asking
not.
specifically is the two of you. Like, if I come in here and say, man, good game by blah, 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 blah yesterday, are you going to look at me like, really, what's wrong with you? Or are you going to be into it or not?
I'm fine with me. I love baseball.
You'd be into it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
My problem is because you neophyte can't watch the games more than 40 minutes long. You know, whenever I flip it over, remember the Rockies are playing, the game's already over.
2:42 yesterday.
Well, that's a long one.
It was a longer one, but still way under what it used to be.
It better be compelling. I guess that's what I would say.
Well, they just be-
seriously,
Hey, dude.
because if you're going to come in and be like, "Oh, Tovar did," he was 3 for 10 over the last week. I'm like, oh, cool.
Well,
but if you come in, you're
let
like,
me-
"Hey, Tovar had a grand slam. He did this. He did that." Oh, okay, that's cool.
Well, I'll test drive it. They just beat a team in the American League that had won 9 games in a row until they ran into the Rockies yesterday.
Oh.
All right. I don't know, man. I don't want to beat my head against for the next 5 weeks until we, have like Broncos training camp and the Rockies are playing day. They're playing again today against Cleveland.
Well, why don't somebody put it on the thing?
I heard Brett have some enthusiasm about it, and I was like, oh, that sounds cool. I mean, we should just call Brett. And I don't know where Moj and Vic are at with it. I do think the Chris Bryant thing is ridiculous. I think I don't know how you get rid of him. You just got to get rid of him, right?
How?
I have no idea.
How many years? He's probably got like 5 years left.
I don't know. But what's the point? All he's going to do is take a bats away from a younger guy one way or the other. So forget it. Like, I don't care.
I know. I'm with you on that one. I was like, I mean, when they first wanted Chris Bryant, you remember this. They were talking about getting Chris Bryant 10 years ago.
I do remember that.
And that might have been okay.
That would have been cool.
But then all of a sudden he spends 2 or 3 of his last years in Chicago playing 60 games a year because he's always hurt. And then they sign him to this mega contract. You're like, why?
It's pretty amazing to see the reception. And of course it makes sense, but the reception when he goes back to Chicago, like that happened earlier this year, and he gets a standing ovation.
Well, he had some good years there.
Oh, he had some great years.
You think Josh?
He was rookie of the year, right?
Hey, dude, do you think Josh McDaniels is paying for drinks in Boston when he goes there? Certain people who are hated one place are heroes in other places.
Yep.
Except you.
There's no place like home. Let's go to No Dumb Questions, Dan.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
A lot of hints, a lot of stuff been coming out, and as far as TNT losing the NBA.
Yeah. Is that done?
24-25 will be their last season. That's when the contracts end.
Oh, so we got one more year.
It looks like it'll be one more big hurrah. They've had NBA basketball on TNT since 1989.
So that show's gone then.
It will be.
Wow.
Do you lament that? Do you
Definitely.
Are you excited that ESPN will get even more games?
No.
With the way their coverage is?
I definitely am not.
I lament that the greatest show will get broken up. But no, it's not on my carrier, so I couldn't care less. It's actually a relief.
Oh, TNT. You don't get TNT.
Fubu.
You're right.
Your favorite carrier of all time
I do
doesn't
love it.
get it.
That
Sling,
they do
you
not.
can get it on Sling, by the way.
Yeah.
Devastating.
Why?
Because it's the greatest
Oh,
pre- and
it's-
post-game show
Chuck
of
Kenny,
any
Ernie, and
sport
Shaq.
That
going
part's
on.
going to suck. But do not think ESPN will just pick them up.
ESPN
Oh,
absolutely
no.
sucks.
Well-
Even watch the playoffs now, even hockey. You get in the whole night, you're watching the hockey, and you're bing and boom, boom, and I like Messi, and then the game ends. And I like Scott Van Pelt. I don't want an ESPN studio show. I want to hear.
Well,
guys
there's no guarantee that they will all take a new deal with ESPN. But you're telling me ESPN wouldn't go to all those guys and be like, I want you all over here at ESPN?
Ernie has
Of course
said
they
he's
would.
not leaving TNT. He's been there for like 40
Since
years.
I was playing there.
He went through a horrible cancer thing. He feels a loyalty to them that is next level, and they're going to have other sports that he does. So he has already said he's not leaving. Shaq, Kenny, and Chuck, I suppose they could hire them, I guess. I'm sure they could. But that ain't the same show without Ernie.
Okay, so the show...
It's not the same show without any of them.
But the show is what we're lamenting here. Not the fact that TNT is losing basketball.
Oh, no, that's... What else are we talking about? Who cares who does that? I don't, No, it's just the show. That's all it is for me.
Yeah. Did you see I made Gone Fishing last week?
So good. You want to talk? I can talk about it if you want.
I was surprised. I was shocked.
It is. We don't have that audio, Dan, do we? Oh, if we could find that, it was so good. It was, first of all, Gone Fishing is a tough segment. It is a tough segment as a Nuggets fan. It's funny as hell what they do, the Gone Fishing segment. They've got Scott punching Charles Barkley off the boat. It's just, they got a million things on there,
right.
but the one is like Scott, because the infamous fight you had with Chuck back in the day. I thought it was great.
That was funny.
I thought it was funny as hell.
Yeah, and then Charles said, I'm still going to come punch you right over.
But he's been threatening to punch you back for like 30 years.
Well, yeah. Well, I thought it was cool. I got also my phone blew up. I go, what's going on?
It was funny, like what picture they would choose of you.
They just put my head on something else, right? Or whatever it was. But that's,
you were on it though. It was great. You were on the boat.
That's part of TNT's postgame show.
They have a sense of humor.
That's what they do, and they have fun. And ESPN sucks.
It's not good.
And knowing some of the people at Amazon that's going to take some of this, Amazon's going to suck. To be honest with you. Now, I bet they throw a lot of money at those guys to try to come over.
Their prime football broadcast sucks. That's for sure.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
That's a lousy story.
That's a horrible story.
I didn't know they actually got one more year, though.
Well,
so they're going to have another full year?
The contract ends.
That's good.
The legacy partnership ends after the 24-25 season.
Okay, well, so that's official. So it is official.
It looks like it, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you've watched any games. Charles.
Actually, you know what? You're
Charles
right.
Hintz at it, right? He goes, yeah, this will be the last time I'm ever here in Minnesota.
I know. So I felt like it was going to be done now. Like they weren't going to get another year. You're right, though. Even if they got all four of them over on ESPN, it wouldn't be the same. No. It would not be the same. It wouldn't be the same.
No, ESPN, it's horrible.
ESPN is so unfun right now. There's like nothing fun
at all.
There's one guy, Scott Van Pelt.
And so that's why they try to stuff everything into Scott's show at the end of all the games.
Even that is like...
Well, they brought on Pat McAfee for that reason. But
I don't think he's fun. Have you ever watched that show?
Yeah, you hate him. I like him.
I don't think it's a good show.
I think it's a great show. It's entertaining. It depends on what you go in for it for.
It was funnier when he first came over than it is now.
That's funnier because they said they were going to let him do his thing, but inevitably he's not able to do his thing.
Well,
but Pat McAfee's brilliant. He's absolutely brilliant.
Well, all right. I don't get it. He's got four guys who just are yes men to him. There's no difference of opinion. Everybody just...
It's a humor show. It's not the same style of show of what you expect it to be.
I don't think it's that funny, man. I've watched it a bunch, and I'm trying to find the humor there. I don't know where it is. It's the same joke all the time. I actually just don't think it's that good of a show. But okay, fine. That's cool. I mean, everybody's...
I mean, America disagrees with you.
That's cool. Record. That's fine.
And that's fine. I mean, you're welcome to your own opinion.
Are the ratings great? Is it a huge success for ESPN?
I don't think they've gone up as big as they were hoping.
I think it just goes on like too long, man. I'll take Wilbon and Tony Kornheiser talking for a half hour back and forth. I think that's the best thing on ESPN. And it has been for, as far as I'm concerned, for a long time. I don't think See, the problem with McAfee, there's nobody on to challenge McAfee about anything. Where's the back and forth about literally anything?
Another thing why Charles, Shaq, and Kenny are so good, because they disagree almost every single night on something.
Right. You don't know if Charles and Shaq like each other sometimes.
Right.
Charles just called Kenny like that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard when Kenny said something recently. But you can tell there's love there too. Who's there to tell McAfee, hey man, you're being a butthead about this. You're wrong about something. That ain't the way it is. That's on this show all the time right here, I think. I think we just had it.
It's
we
not,
literally just had it.
It's just not what the show was set up for. I mean,
I get it.
The show
It
is
makes
set
it
up to
boring.
be a frat party. That's what it is.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm with you about ESPN, though. I don't find ESPN having any sense of humor, any kind of fun.
I love
College Game Day is pretty fun, I guess.
But it's a little different also. It's
No,
out
it's
there.
different.
You get all the people around you and stuff. But,
right.
But I even the TNT hockey post game stuff, and I know they're trying
fantastic.
to I think it's wonderful.
It is great. And the fact that they got Biz on that show, and he can go on social media and do whatever he wants.
Right.
And they don't care. I don't think that would work with a lot of companies.
Like ESPN.
Correct. Can you imagine Biz doing, have you watched Spittin' Chicklets? I mean, the things they say, and it's great.
Yeah.
But I don't see ESPN allowing that to happen off to the side, and he's also on their studio show. Do you?
ESPN, hell no.
Right. But they do on TNT.
There's no more company afraid of America than ESPN.
Damn, this is making me a little bit sad, man, with
I know.
TNT. TNT is kind of like low-key cool.
For what it's worth, Adam Silver did say just like yesterday that the talks are not entirely dead yet. I don't know what that means.
Let's squeeze another $500 million out of you.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're not dead if you want to spend another $500 million.
Right.
All right, well, you got us all bummed out.
I thought that was a good
That was a good no dumb question.
So I thought I just liked the show, and
You're not the only one. Everyone loves that show. Who doesn't love that
I'd rather
show?
have the games on a carrier that I have than a show that's awesome that I can't watch.
Well,
anyways.
I understand that too. That makes a big. And I don't know why they're not on Fubo. Everybody else is. I have no clue why they're not on there.
I don't know. They haven't told you yet? I thought they run everything by you.
They do. I was busy this weekend.
Hmm.
Let me check my messages.
they're the one that called right before the Boulder Trek.
Stop it. You know why Peyton Manning has the best life ever?
Because he does whatever the hell he wants.
Because you know what? He's funny.
And he's got a key fob. The specifics of why Peyton Manning's life is better than all of ours coming up next.
How about some nuggets?
We'll have some nuggets.
Oh, he ride in on the same horse.
Is that
ride out on the
Jessica
same horse
Biel?
you came in on.
Truck like them nuggets. Is that Jessica Biel?
Who's that?
Yes, it is. I can't see. It's not.
Oh, look at Scott Hastings knocking Chuck off the boat.
You know, you've heard a lot about how treating low testosterone can improve your sleep, your workouts, your energy levels, your sex drive. It's all part of the equation at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and there's no reason to put things off. The summer is here, man. Like, let's go. Let's get it together. Don't be a droop. Don't be feeling tired and sluggish for no reasons whatsoever. Guys in their early to mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year. So this is not something unusual. Getting your low T back up can really help. If you got the symptoms, maybe you already know, but you can go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz, just 10 questions, yes or no, couple of minutes, schedule your consult, they'll draw some blood, have your results within 30 minutes, and then you make the decision. If you do sign up for treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. Call today, 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Jared Stidham was at our camp as well. He and I actually played golf a few weeks together. And then Bo came to our camp as well when he was at Auburn. And he and I stayed in touch. He actually won the National Football Foundation Scholar Athlete Award this year, which I won when I was in college. And so I was there at the banquet and got a picture with Bo. And I remember, just talking to Bo when he was thinking about transferring, and so we've kind of stayed in touch, and I'm super happy for him to be here. I think it's a great fit for him, and I can tell how excited, Sean is to have Bo here.
That is Peyton Manning about Bo Nix. Found out that Peyton Manning has a key fob to the Broncos facility.
So I'm a little bit ticked off about that. Before you get into the story,
Okay.
Here's the thing. So naturally, I am a hometown legend, right? And the Broncos respect that, and I appreciate it. They ask me to do all these events every year, and it's just kind of like I appreciate that. But every now and then, I just want like free meal here and there, right? And so okay, cool.
Okay.
You're a local guy.
What do you mean, like a literal free meal?
Yeah.
Like
So,
you can walk into the cafeteria and eat like a chicken sandwich?
Like you don't even have to pay anything. I just you got that food out there anyways. So
Uh-huh.
they're like, okay, well, we're going to give you a key fob. But you're the only
Because you're casually driving around Broncos Parkway, it's kind of like on your way home or whatever.
But you are the only retired Bronco we're going to give a key fob to. So please don't tell anybody about this. You're the only one we're going to give it to, but you just can't tell anybody else, right?
The only retired mercenary?
Yeah, and now Peyton Manning, and apparently they gave it to him behind my back, and apparently there's two of us now with a key fob to the building.
See, this is where I can't tell if Tyler's joking or not about.
I guarantee he thinks he is.
He thinks
Broncos ain't giving him no key fob.
What? What do you mean? You don't believe that I have a key fob?
You had one, yeah.
When I retired, it stopped working.
Yeah.
So Peyton has free access, not free access. He has access into the building now. He obviously has the ear of people inside of that building. He can go there as he pleases and chooses. Guys, I don't think he's ever going to get into ownership. Why would he? And I was so convinced he was going to go down that road. But he gets the best of all worlds.
I think at some point in his life, ownership will still make sense. I really do.
When?
When the kids are older, when they've grown. And shoot, here's the thing with most of us slappies. If you want to get into coaching, if you want to stay in the league, you've got a window. Probably about a 5 to 8 year window of after you retire, of when you're still relevant, if people know you, and you can get a job in the league. You wait too long, you say, okay, I'm going to wait till the kids are out of the house. You can't get a job. You can't. Your friends, your networks, they're no longer. They've all been fired by now, right? So you can't get back in the league. Peyton Manning's in a different world, man. So I think right now his life is good. And what was fascinating about that story, he said not only is he a key fob, he says he's in the building a couple times a week.
Peyton Manning is Magic Johnson. You guys probably remember this, but when Magic came out, he got in part of the ownership. That was part of his group with the Lakers. And then finally the league says, well, that's fine, but you aren't talking to that guy in Minnesota now.
Yeah.
You're not talking to that guy in Miami now.
Right.
You're not, because Magic was still like one of the, I mean, he's like like Peyton in NBA in the sense he was like the ambassador of the league. And he'd like to go to younger players, hey, man, way to go, bubba bing, ding. And they said, no, you're part of that group now. You're not allowed. So I think that's why he'll always be an ambassador. He probably has a key fob in Indy. If they were smart, they'd probably give him one there also, but he does live here.
Right.
And now he can still be the ambassador and yet still kind of hook up with the team and say, hey, you want some help? Sure.
All right, here's my question. How much should the team lean on Peyton Manning? What should they do with this? What would be the right thing to do with this relationship?
That's a tough one. I mean, look, here's the deal. I don't care how famous you are. I don't care how successful you are. Either you're in the building or you're not. That's the way it works. And coaches don't allow people free access to football information unless you're in. Like, you got to be in, right? So it's real easy to be like, well, let Peyton Manning come be involved in practice. Come let him be involved in this. Well, you know what Sean Payton's going to be thinking to himself? Okay, yeah, we want Peyton Manning to be involved in, we're going to let him install something one time. And then he's like, you know what? Well, yeah, Scott's right. Peyton does go out to Miami next week. He's hanging out with that building, right? So there's only so many ways you can have him involved. And the best way to have him involved at this point is clearly to simply just be an ear from the owner. And that's it. I mean, just...
Which I think he is.
I think he is, but I also think that there's not an offensive guy on the offensive staff that wouldn't go, if he's accessible, and say, hey, Peyton, we're liking this on the passing game. We're finding limitations on that. What would you see? What do you see on this right here?
Sure.
So
Right.
I would make sure that every single offensive side of the football coach would have access to. How did you like this blocked? Even
Would you,
unless their egos are too big.
spitballing, I don't know if their ego, quarterback room. Oh, ego's too big. Who are we talking about here?
Well, I'm just saying offensive
Wade
line coach.
Davis there and Joe Lombardi. Their egos.
No, I'm talking even the line coach should be able to talk to. Wide receiver
I
coach.
get it.
What'd you want from your tree? What were you getting on? Where were you going on these short? Boom, 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 boom.
But don't you think they'd have to make something a little bit official? Like,
It's never going to happen. I'm telling you.
never going to happen.
You're either in on football operations or you're out on
Can't
football
have it.
operations.
Can't have it wiggle room.
There is-
Can't be once a week. I'm in the quarterback room to talk about insulation or something. No, can't work like that.
You can if you get Peyton Manning to agree to never go talk to another team.
Okay, so you'd have to make an employee.
Yeah,
You'd have to
I mean,
make an
sure, you
employee.
could do that
Make him a
if
coach.
Peyton's willing to no longer be buddies with Mike McDaniel out in Miami and go say
Right.
hi to his practice.
How
right?
many broadcasters sit
right.
and talk to how many different coaches every year? Do they go around and share all their information?
Probably happens.
They trust those guys, don't they?
That's fair.
No, I mean,
You don't think Peyton could keep his mouth shut?
no, I think he could, and I think he would.
I do too.
I'm just telling you, the football world is so insecure that they are terrified of information
All
getting
right, so
outside of the building.
what's wrong with trying to make something official that he doesn't go and see other teams? And he's here most of the time anyways. How many times is he going to go to Miami? Not much. Once or twice a year, maybe. That'd be a lot. How about making something official here with Peyton?
Meaning what?
I don't know. The guy's got a key fob.
Because
doesn't want
once
it.
you
Peyton
make it
doesn't want it.
official, like the Magic Johnson comment I was saying, now guess what he can't do? He's not allowed to go and
Exactly.
sit and work with three other quarterbacks in New York and Philadelphia, and then he's not able to bring all the because you're tied to this guy.
Why do you not do it? Because Peyton Manning doesn't want that. He loves his life right now. He loves having the key fob to come in and out. He loves working with every organization in the country, in the league. He loves being friends of every coach. He loves all of that, and he doesn't want any tie downs right now because Peyton does whatever the hell motivates him to be happy that day. And that's a pretty solid, good place to be.
Okay, I just saw the story, and I'm just like, Peyton's not leaving anytime soon. He's probably getting his kids' football team ready to. Are you guys playing them? Are you in the same league with those kids?
Heck no.
Okay.
It is the same league, but we are like the third tier.
Oh, there's different. Are you hoping for promotion or relegation?
No,
Or are you just.
no, we are hoping to stay with the new kids.
What tier is his team on?
The premier.
We're in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice.
Quarterback, lineman.
It's the way of the world, Scott.
Top tier. Drive-through. Okay, we have the NFL wants to make a significant rule change that I think makes a hell of a lot of sense. Plus, how are you emotionally dealing with the fact that the Wolves are getting their clocks cleaned by Dallas? PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's T-Mac for Mike Mulrooney. It's a buyer's market. That means exceptional values at the Mike Mulrooney Auto Group. Proud partner of CU Athletics.
They're discounting hundreds of new Chevrolets, Fords, and GMCs with discounts up to $20,000. $20,000 off, or get financing as low as 0.9% APR with zero down. They've even got payments from only $249 a month and 2024 models with $7,500 cash back. And if you're looking for a great deal on a quality pre-owned vehicle, Mike Maroney has one for every single budget. And every vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So let's get it done. Visit them today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. This is a game changer at Mike Maroney. For all the details online, MikeMaroney.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Welcome back. Summer is here.
Today sucks because summer's here and you're all back to work today.
Oh, yeah. Well, a couple lights on here.
I mean, I assume people go like in other businesses. I'm not talking about ours.
Right,
Like,
right.
like in other places, I'm sure people go back to work today.
You know what? I really enjoyed the couple days off. I was pumped to come back to work today. I was actually pretty excited to come back.
Yeah, because you don't have young kids that want to do fun things now because it's summertime.
I don't. It's so. How you guys doing? You guys doing
You know what?
all right?
That's a good no dumb question. Can I get a no dumb question in real quick?
Sure, of course.
What as a parent?
Are you guys jealous of me? Is that what's going on?
No,
right now?
not at all. Not at all.
No,
Actually,
no,
I don't know
senior
what I,
citizen,
No.
I'm not.
Honestly, it seems boring. As a parent in the summer, what is a responsible amount of things that you should have to do for the kids every week? You know, because every day, like, what are we doing today? What are we doing today? It's summertime.
There is a New York Times bestseller, and I believe it was the Don't Sweat the Small Stuff. And one of the chapters was boredom's okay. This generation of parents think that we got to cover every single minute with something to do, and there's nothing better. So I'm bored. Well, go read a book.
Dude.
Go
read a
book. And find how you use your imagination
So,
to occupy your time.
my wife and I are walking out of Folsom Field after the Boulder, and there's a bunch of
Does
tents.
she run?
No, she's done it before, but she hated it. So she loves the spirit of all of it, and so she had a great day too. But we're walking out, and there's a bunch of tents out there on the fields outside the stadium, and she goes, "Well, you want to walk up and down like the tents?" And I looked at her and go, "Not really." And then we saw a parent with a couple of kids, and they were headed towards the tents. Now it's packed, and I realized, yep, that's right, because what you do as a parent, you try to figure out fun things for the kids.
What is the next thing?
What is the next fun? And if you see a tent,
there's something there,
right?
Yeah.
But as an adult, we're just like, nah, you don't need to do it.
My daughter's favorite thing in the world is farmers markets. Why? Because there's a million tents. There's a million things there.
My daughter likes to go to garage sales with grandma.
That's fun.
Yeah.
But as a
now
parent,
she knows what an estate sale is.
Wow.
She goes, Dad, there's an estate sale down the street.
Oh, that's the good deals,
dude,
Dad.
What?
wait till she sees Storage Wars.
Oh, I could get her in on that.
You could get her on Storage Wars.
I was in that for a while. I kind of.
I was too, and I realized every show
Did
is
you
the
ever buy
same.
a locker?
No.
Yep. I
And
watched.
I'm like, that would have been D-Mac.
Yep. It's like, oh, I gotta see what they got in the locker
I've
there.
followed some guy online. I don't know who it is, but basically buys storage locker. Then he reveals it on his Instagram thing. Dude, he popped into one, and it had probably 60 or 70 guitars.
Yeah,
and they were like classic. These are like
get it.
the 70s.
But you
blah, blah, blah.
realize every storage thing that we would ever buy ever in our lives would be loaded with just a bunch of people's old
Clothes.
crap.
Yeah.
Just, we'd have to donate. But yes, keeping kids entertained, Tyler. I'm sorry for you. And
No.
Scott.
Let them be bored once in a while.
Oh, well, go for it.
They just don't. They don't hear that very well. They really don't. They don't hear
So
that very well.
I don't have any of that. None of it.
I'm not jealous of you. Like you're saying that, like I should be jealous. Like I actually think, like, what do you do when the kids are not there?
You know what I found out you do?
Sex.
Okay, let's get on to sports.
That's disturbing.
Jeff Legwald wrote an article
Seniors. I know.
that senior citizen sex.
Look at you two giggling over there. You guys giggling about your senior citizen sex.
I am not. All right, now you're pissing me off.
What do you mean?
I did not save that $10.
I didn't call you. Someone else did.
Jeff Legwald wrote an article about Jarrett Stidham ready to fight for the starting job.
Good for you, bud.
We'll get to that in a second because I think that's a pretty funny topic. But the NFL wants to do something I think pretty interesting and smart. The NFLPA is actually pushing it. They want to get rid of all this OTAs. The Broncos will have another session of OTAs at some point this week. Probably we'll be able to see it on Thursday. I think they actually go today, but like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Tyler, one of the dumbest things I think I've ever seen, but maybe I'm wrong. You would know way better. You get into this conditioning OTA, mandatory minicamp / field day, because, last day. Then you take off 5-6 weeks until training camp. And what the NFLPA wants to do, forget it. Forget spring football, basically. They want to just start in June with the conditioning OTA stuff, amping up to training camp where one thing would just go to another. And they're saying that'd be a safer way for the players to get into football shape. And they do want to extend the season basically with an 18th game in the Super Bowl going to President's Day weekend. So how would that be if the season started, I don't know, man, June 22nd, and it just went to the end of February? And so you would get March, April, May, and most of June, 3.5 months off, and you'd be like every single other sport.
So I don't think the way it's set up right now is smart. I don't think that is smart either. There's got to be a proper balance in there. It's got to be somewhere in between. I'm totally with you. It seems archaic, idiotic, whatever term you can come up with, that you take 6 weeks off and then you just show up and you're supposed to really, that's the only way to do it. So I agree that there should be an amp up period before training camp. Okay. I don't think it's very smart to say there will be no off season whatsoever. We're only going to start the season in June. So you're telling me these guys are going to take 6 months off? 6 months off from the end of the season to the next season?
That's what everybody else does in every other sport.
It does not seem smart to me. That is a long time off to be away from the game, especially in football when you have to play the game. I think every sport is probably the same in that regard. So I'm not going to say football's different, but it's just there's so many moving parts in football that you don't remember. The body just has to repeat the same functions over and over and over. So here's my question with that, though. Will there be mini camps before the...
No
mini camps?
Not according to the article.
No, you just start.
Yeah, so I think
keeps going starting in June.
I think you got to have somewhere in between. You should probably have like a 2-week ramp up before training camp.
Here's the problem that football has. Listen, every sport is more physical in live games. Even the NBA, you're more live. You're not going to practice and trying to take a dude's head off that's going to the rim. In a game, hopefully it'll happen once in a while. Football, you can't hit, I don't think, from June to September. Now let's play games.
Yeah.
You're talking about injuries. I mean, are you kidding me? You're going to be hitting from June. So there's got to be a happy medium. Maybe they go with the extreme of saying, listen, we don't need these OTAs anyway. Why we do that? Do the rookie minicamp, extend that 3 or 4 days because that's good installation stuff, right? That's a good time for guys to kind of read into that. Invite veterans if they want to, if they're new free agents to want to learn some installation-wise. Now, if you want to start the preseason 3 weeks earlier, because even if you're doing it from June, you're not hitting.
But you know who's pushing
you're
this
not hitting.
is the union. The players are pushing this.
Yeah, because players want off time. Of course the union's pushing that.
Okay.
We don't want to come back for quote unquote voluntary OTAs. We want off time. What is the union's sole goal? To make the people in that union work less and get paid the same amount. At the end of the day, isn't that what unions are for?
I think this is just the cusp of all sports need to be reorganized. You know what should have happened this weekend? The start of the NBA playoffs. The start.
Yeah, Memorial Weekend.
Yep. And now we have 2 months of NBA. June, July. How great would that be?
Perfect.
Are you kidding me? Hockey? Who is paying attention to hockey right now? Seriously, be real. Come on, bro. Come on.
I like it.
We're wearing
Edmonton. D-Mac's going to give you grief about watching playoff hockey, but he's sitting here. Sitting here begging us to be able to talk about regular season Rockies.
Listen, man, summertime is for baseball, okay? We got shorts and T-shirts and 80 to 90 degree days right around the corner. Nobody's thinking about. Listen, I know you are. Okay, fine. I'm not disbelieving you. I'm just saying this ain't the right time. And in general, it's stupid to be having your most important time in hockey played on ice when it's 100 degrees out. That's all I'm saying. If you want to do something smart, start it in August when it'd be nice to go inside a nice, cool rink when it's hot out and have your championship by yourself in March. Like Stanley Cup Finals sometime in March.
Or mid-April even.
You could drip a little bit there, but you would own it.
Okay. But that's a good point that you're talking about that because that's what the NFL does better than any other league. They own the year. They own the calendar year. There is no other sport that dominates headlines that has a reason for fans to tune in the entire calendar year. You wipe out OTAs, now what's the NFL got during that period?
It would be a little, well, first of all, they're going to extend the season to 18 games. So and they're going to have 2 bye weeks. And you're going to have the Super Bowl President's Day weekend. Now you're going to have free agency in March, so you still get that. You're going to have the draft in April. You still get that. Or maybe that drips into May a little bit. I don't know. You're right. You'd have like a 5-week gap with like kind of nothing, but you have that now. I bet they would just come up with something. I don't know, man. You're probably right. They probably
So
have
how
rookie.
long- how
They
long-
probably have rookie minicamp. You're probably right about that.
Well, you'd have to do rookie minicamp. That is mandatory.
Well,
But
fine. So you have
how,
rookie
how
minicamp.
long are they proposing? How much earlier do they show up before training camp? Because right now OTAs
like-
is 9
Middle
weeks.
of June, they said. in that
Yeah,
article.
it's not that long. It's like it'd be like not 9 weeks, like 6 weeks, something like that.
Oh, so they'd show up middle of June. So you're telling me the players want
Next 2 or
more
3 weeks.
off time? Oh, okay.
Well, but if you
wouldn't you rather be going out working and playing football in June and July and practicing football in June and July as opposed to maybe letting the summer get
Well,
off?
yeah, but
'Cause
it's
most-
honestly from like I guess I'm old school on this. Like you're getting paid millions of dollars. You should be working year round. You should be.
Most of them are now. and all
You
that.
should be working year round.
I get it.
Like I don't like as a player, I wanted all my downtime. I look at it now and I'm like, you know what? They should have to freaking work.
When did that change for you?
Well, I'm no
When'd you
longer a player.
But again, you're talking about when do most families go on vacation?
Summer.
So now you're going to say, no, sorry, Daddy can't go with us to Disneyland because we got to have football practice on June 10th.
Well, you still got 6 weeks off before
Right.
training camp.
But the kids are still going to school then.
No.
School just ended this week.
No, when,
So now you got 3 weeks.
But they only go
Hurry up,
three-
go
when
3-4 weeks.
the players are off in July, all of July.
And the kids are in school until June 1st.
No, yeah. I mean, Scott's talking about the change in the calendar, but my argument was.
Oh, you're saying that? I'm sorry.
Right.
I had a
You're not going to go on vacation by yourself if you got kids.
No, but you still would only do OTAs like 3 days a week. It'd be like being a salesperson around here. It'd be amazing. You still have plenty of time to go to
Oh, well, they use
Disneyland.
the model with those guys. Just put that model out.
It's 4 days, okay?
Is it?
OTAs, not here.
I like it. I think it makes sense. I always thought the football calendar was dumb, but I think the sports calendar is dumb. The only sport that ironically gets it right is baseball.
Well, the NBA had a chance to change it and didn't. And,
Why
and
wouldn't they
a
change
lot
it?
of us were begging. Probably there was something with money somewhere. I guarantee you there was something.
Why?
I have no idea.
Who you guys?
And I also tell you this.
This is how desperate they became in basketball because they figured out the IST.
the Olympics in both hockey and basketball have too much power.
You think that's it?
I think that's part of it.
You know what? You might be right. That's another dumb thing. Team sports in the Olympics. Stupid. Except for curling. I guess that's a team sport. But, like...
Except for curling. Team sports are stupid. Except for curling.
Well, traditional.
And maybe golf. Maybe
over
soccer.
over 5 people.
No,
on the
soccer's
team.
stupid. Soccer in the Olympics is stupid.
I think it's awesome.
Soccer's like the only team sport that's worth watching.
You need listen. I think for sports, you need a season and then a championship. Just having the Olympics is just a tournament for team sports. I think it's dumb. I just think it's stupid. I don't think it means anything
Other than your Olympic champions.
I guess, but you just won a tournament. Like, frankly, I think golf in the Olympics is stupid because what is it? Like one stupid tournament at one course? And I'm the Olympic champion because I'm the champion of this course? That's
Listen,
dumb.
The Olympics is only cool for sports that don't have a purpose.
What?
That's that.
I gotta think about that one for a second.
The Olympics is only cool for sports that don't have a purpose.
So track
for,
and field
for
doesn't have a
sports that you
purpose?
for sports that you cannot make a living playing year round. That's the only reason why Olympics are cool. Name a
Which
name,
used to
name,
be
name
it
a
used-
sport,
but it used to be every single sport.
Name
like
a,
that.
yeah, that's fine. But name a sport that today you're making $5 million a year playing that sport that is cool in the Olympics.
A team sport or just an act?
A sport.
Track.
Oh, they're making $5 million?
Oh, yeah.
You don't think the sprinters are making $5 million?
I honestly have no idea.
I'm sure Usain Bolt and that crew is
Yeah.
making $5 million a year.
I would still put track in a bit of a niche category.
I can't tell you about the hammer
Is track
throw.
selling out stadiums?
In Europe,
Europe,
it does.
big
Yeah,
time.
in
Okay.
Europe it does. But if you want to have, the javelin thrower or the
it
long
only
jumper,
exists for sports that have no purpose.
that's a rough thing to say to somebody that just figures out their
When
entire
you
life.
going
about-
bobsledding, D-Mac?
Usain Bolt's net worth is over $90 million.
Well, yeah, he's also the fastest human being that ever lived.
Well, not anymore.
It's a fair point because when do you do bobsledding? That's fine.
But
like who's watching
It's
bobsledding?
really funny because I used to watch the Olympic tryouts in track and field. I'd watch the Olympic tryouts in the Olympics. It was the only time I ever watched track and field.
You know why? I know why. Because NBC used to have it back in the day, and there were no sports on the summer and the weekend, so we were all trapped watching.
I'll watch water
high
polo
jump.
in the Olympics. I'm not watching it in the summer otherwise.
You're watching water polo in the Olympics?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome sport. Talk about a sport you'll never be able to do. Or
Handball,
me.
handball, great sport, Olympic sport.
See, these are tall guy sports. I'd drown.
You're not watching women's beach volleyball team?
Well, turn the lights down. All right, let's football goes next.
All right, check it out, guys. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone if that's what you need, but you got to know there's so much more to your overall health and wellness than just getting shot up with testosterone, and that's where my friends over at Revitalize Health come into play. Guys, they can help you out with hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, peptide therapy, and yes, testosterone therapy. Guys, go into Revitalize Health at one of their 3 locations and let them change your life. You're going to look better, you're going to feel better, you're going to sleep better. They've got 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
You know, we've been doing this show for 2 hours and 24 minutes, and not at one point have we asked Dan how his weekend was.
I didn't know he was here.
Dan Bud Tanner, the host of Let's Football Go, which is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Go to mountainhighappliance.com.
Wearing a shade, so it must have been a pretty good weekend.
He forgot his glasses.
Yeah.
Prescription shades.
Yeah. So I can read these stories.
Or he went to lunch with Stores, one of the two.
All right. Okay. You forgot your glasses?
I forgot them. Yeah.
How do you forget?
Yeah, how does a blind dude forget his glasses?
Well, because I was wearing the sunglasses to drive into work that are prescription.
Wait, do you know where your glasses
Yeah, they're at my house.
So when you walked out of your house and you usually wear glasses, at what point did you realize I'm not wearing glasses?
When I got here and I took the shades off to pop the glasses on inside, I realized I didn't have
So what
them.
happened from your house to the car?
No, I didn't even think about it.
So let me ask you this.
Have you ever? Because I had the prescription shades on.
Well, do you have prescription shades?
not-
Because you wear glasses all the time too, right?
I couldn't take 2 steps out of bed without reaching for my glasses. The thought of like getting into my car and leaving the house and like, oh, where am I? It's preposterous. So again, I'd ask you, Dan, how do you go from, if you wear glasses on the normal, which you do, because you're wearing stupid prescription sunglasses now inside.
Right.
You go from your house to the car and you don't have your glasses on.
That is correct.
Am I really seriously? Is this that complicated?
I also forgot my cell phone charger.
Guys.
All right.
So
he was high.
Oh, that would make sense. At least that would make sense.
Now, do you have prescription sunglasses?
Yes.
Why do you sound like so
Because they got,
irritated?
Why are you so mad at
they
those
got broken
sunglasses?
and I haven't replaced them because they're expensive and I just haven't found. So I just take a pair of lousy sunglasses and I just put them over my glasses if I need sunglasses. But I hate it. So you're
Probably touchy subject.
yeah. 'cause
Has either one of you got those glasses that when you come inside they get bright, but then
Yeah,
you
the
go outside
transition.
they automate? Yeah, they transition.
Those
to
were
dark.
so cool in 1980.
Do they even still have those?
Yes, they do. Transitions.
That's what they're called?
Yeah.
They don't get dark when you're driving, though. It's got to
I'm
be in
actually
direct
shocked
sunlight.
DMAC doesn't have transitions. You seem like a total transition
I
guy.
think they're the dorkiest,
They are.
stupidest things I've ever seen in my life. I wouldn't. My life depended on it. I wouldn't wear transition
They
glasses.
seem pretty convenient.
I think they're
Well,
stupid and they
worn
look
those transition
dumb.
underwear for a couple of years.
That's a whole different topic. And who doesn't get skid marks every now and then? Dan, what's the first story?
I don't think that's what he meant.
All right, we're going to get into Jeff Legwell's article on Jarrett Stidham here in just a second. Tom Brady was on Colin Cowherd. He had some really good stuff that I want to play for you guys that I think can relate to the Broncos situation in regards to who they start the season with at quarterback. But I did want to start with ProFootballFocus.com. They have an article out, bounce back candidates for all 32 NFL teams. And obviously we'll just get to who they selected for your Denver Broncos. Before I say the name, who do you guys think would benefit the Broncos the most having a bounce back season this year for the Broncos? And then I'll let you know what PFF said. Who needs to have the biggest bounce back year for the Broncos?
Well, you can't say Cortland Sutton because he actually had a pretty good year.
Javonte?
Ooh, that's a good one.
McGlinchey.
I know nobody wants to hear it. I know he's McFlinchy. I know he frustrates you. He did bounce back later in the season.
You think so?
He did.
I think it'd be.
Yeah, he went from 3 penalties a game to just 1 every other game.
I get it. It's like telling you Garrett Bowles had a rebound season. I get it.
I'm telling you. I'll tell you the guy who, if they did bounce back, it would have the biggest impact, and that's Greg Dulcich. I just don't know if that would count for what you're talking about. So
I don't know who we have on the team that used to be good.
I know that's
Like,
another tricky part.
Who used to be good?
Well,
That no
Judy,
longer is.
if Judy was on the team,
That wouldn't be a bounce back. That would be a
bounce in.
Birth.
All right. So what do you got, Dan? What do they
All
say?
right, Pro Football Focus says Patrick Surtain is the candidate for the Broncos bounce back player. They say Surtain is widely considered one of the NFL's premier defensive backs, but the former first-round pick wasn't as locked down in coverage a season ago. He was targeted 20 more times in 2023 than he was the season prior, giving up 15 more catches and 284 additional yards. Another issue was that Surtain committed 6 penalties, more than his first 2 years combined. So they're looking for a bounce-back year from Pat Surtain.
Yeah, I doubt it. He's not seeking the contact. He's not like Champ Bailey. Champ wasn't afraid of contact. Surtain's kind of allergic to it.
See,
so
I guess what I struggle with that conversation, though, is like, was Pat Surtain bad? No.
No.
What they're Surtain
saying
wasn't even close to bad.
They're just saying he was just decent. He was okay. He wasn't.
He was really good. He was really good.
Okay.
But again, even if Pat Surtain went from really good to the best corner in the league, which at one point he was in that conversation, and I hate to give D-Mac I hate to tee it up for him, but even if he goes from really good to the best in the league, what does it really do for the Broncos?
There you go. Nothing, because what happens is teams build leads, and then when they just run the ball down your throat like teams are doing to the Broncos, well, corners aren't that important anymore. And like every time somebody would get big yards on Surtain, the excuse would be like, well, you can't stop everybody all the time. It was like, oh, okay.
I think they picked Surtain because he's the only guy on the team that anybody knows the name
well,
of.
there's that.
So
That's exactly right.
That.
He's the only one, because when I started this conversation, who did the Broncos have that is good? That's it. He's the only name you could possibly even think of that could be in that category.
Hey, was this an ESPN article, by the way?
No, it was Pro Football Focus.
Okay, because what I think happens is I think they assign writers to like a topic, and you're just struggling to figure out how to fill in the blank, basically.
Well, they did one for each team, so they had to come up with somebody.
Right. So they sort of put themselves in a little. So
honestly, I'm with Tyler though. I think Javonte was probably the better
he would have
option
the biggest
there.
impact because I'm telling you, even if Pat Surtain did have an off year, he was still damn good.
I got a hot take for you on that. My vet cut, and there's always one, would be Javonte Williams, replaced by Audric Estime. Just cut, done.
It would be Samaje over Javonte, I think.
Whatever.
Unless Javonte is just purely not healthy.
Well, they ain't cutting Audric Estime, I'll tell you that. So he's making the team.
Well, I agree.
So who do you want on who are your running backs?
Well, that's why I'm saying the most likely candidate is Samaje to get cut.
And keep Javonte.
Correct.
Which one would have more trade value?
That was tough for you, huh?
Which one would have more trade value, if either?
Neither.
Yeah,
neither one gets you a 5th or 6th round?
No, not today. But Javonte could if he had a bounce back year.
He ain't gonna have the opportunity.
Samaje's never gonna get you anything.
And
I like Samaje.
Hey, Samaje is a good role player. I'd keep if that's the choice. I'd keep Samaje Perine. That dude can catch the ball and do a lot of things that I don't know if Javonte can do.
He's not nearly as talented of a runner, though.
Okay, but you're going to have Audric Estime, who's going to fill that role.
Okay, are you already anointed him as your starter?
He's a running back draft pick who's built like a pit bull.
So he's your day one starter?
Yes. Audric Estime.
I would bet that he gets about nearly identical stats to Javonte this year.
So you think two big running backs like that make sense in the same backfield?
I think you just keep the most talented guys that you have.
Okay.
And by the way, what do you think Samaje is? That is a big running back.
He is, but he's also a pass catcher. He can do that. And what are you doing with Jaleel McLaughlin?
He's not really. I mean, he's fine.
Okay.
There's nothing.
Hey, listen.
I like Samaje. I'm not knocking him, but there's nothing special about him.
I don't know, man. I'm confused with Audric Estime and Javonte Williams both being I don't know.
Well, it always felt like Williams used to have a little more wiggle. Does Estime have wiggle?
Well, here's the thing.
No.
In terms of pure running styles,
no, he does not.
Their primary job as a running back in pure running styles, all three of those guys are nearly identical.
I'll tell you this, though. I think the Broncos this year are going to be jamming the ball the best they can down the opponent's throat. I think they're going to lead with the run. That means they're going to have to get, Bo Nix under center somehow, and they're going to have to try to beat people up. I think that's what Sean Payton wants to do, is beat people up, and I think they do have the running back room to do that. So I think that's a good thing, right?
Somehow you got to get them underneath center like that's some unfeasible task.
I don't know, man. You tell me. What's it like for a guy that's never played under center to play under center? It doesn't seem that hard, but you tell me. Is it a big deal?
It's something that you have to get that you have to become accustomed to. It's like moving from right tackle to left tackle. It's feasible if you got an off season to do it. If you try to transition entire playing style in the middle of the year, it's tough. But there's zero reason why you shouldn't be able to play from underneath center.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Tom Brady. He was on with Colin Cowherd yesterday talking about young quarterbacks. When do you start them? When do you let them sort of sit and marinate? And Tom Brady here explains sort of what he thinks coaches should be looking at and what really other things that determine if young quarterbacks have success.
Show me the people that are around them and are helping to develop them. It's not necessarily about someone's physical potential all the time. So much of it is about, can you retain information? Can you process it? Can you use the information? Are you willing to study and go through the intricate details of the game like Drew Brees was, like Peyton Manning was, like Phillip Rivers was, like some of the all-time great John Elway was, some of the all-time great quarterbacks were. You could be very physically talented. You could absolutely go to the wrong fit and have a coach instruct you to do things that are almost impossible to do.
Right.
You can't assume that what these young athletes are being told, that every coach is the same. Some coach may have one perspective, another coach may have another perspective.
So what do you guys think about the situation that Bo Nix is in with the Broncos?
I agree with everything he said, but I've said this before. I'll say it again. In order to have it make sense for him to sit for even 3 or 4 games, you have to have somebody for it to make sense to sit behind, for somebody for him to learn from, for someone to teach him all these things that Tom Brady's talking about. It's not the physical attributes. It's what's going on between the ears. And unfortunately, we don't have a quarterback on this roster that I would like him to sit and marinate behind.
There's nobody. He's got to start right away. You got to put him out there to the dogs right away. You got to get him in the meetings right away. Peyton Manning, we already talked about, has a fob. You get him whenever he's in the building, that you have him sitting down with him. And from his own documentary that he likes to watch film, so that's where he should be training and watching film right now till the start of camp.
Wait, he says he likes to watch film in his documentary?
Yeah.
Does he like to work out?
He does like to work out.
He does?
Yeah. He does.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Is winning a lifestyle?
Winning is a lifestyle.
Oh my gosh.
He also wants
we got the dude.
He wants to be a great teammate.
I want winners.
Wow. We should have part 3 of the Bo Nix, the final. The finale of the Bo Nix. I got a Bo Nix even thinking about it right now. I'm telling you. I tell you what. Any more stories there, Dan?
All right. Lastly, I did just want to mention the NFL has awarded Pittsburgh as the home of the 2026 NFL draft. So I guess my question for you guys is,
I thought Brittany Bolin was getting that done for Denver. What happened to that?
I don't know. So my question is, do you think the Walton Penner Group is pining for a draft here in Denver? And if the NFL were to award the draft to the Mile High City, where should it be held? Where should they have the draft?
Well, they wanted
the convention center.
They wanted the Belco Theater in the convention center. That's where I'm not joking about Brittany Bolin.
But that's not really cool.
You don't remember?
It's not really like what they're going for now is like something that represents the city.
No, I mean, Red Rocks would make the most sense. That would be pretty awesome, but I don't know if it's big enough, frankly.
No, it's not.
It's not big enough,
because
right?
They want those aerial shots of 500,000 people down the streets.
Yeah. It'd be the coolest venue, but it's too
is there
small.
Somewhere downtown?
You probably set something up in the
16th
convention
Street,
center, and then you Civic Center Park. You could set up a big stage, but you got to make sure with weather and stuff like that. Do you have it covered? Is it okay?
Yeah, I guess Civic Center is probably the only spot downtown. But to answer, yes, of course they're trying to get it. Absolutely, they're trying to get it.
Yeah, I mean, do you remember the big puff piece Woody Page wrote about Brittany Bolin trying to get the draft here? Like, that was her job. Seriously, that was her big initiative. That whole process, man. Can you believe we had to deal with all that stuff?
Yeah, 4 or 5 years.
Dude, so ridiculous. I knew Brittany wasn't that interested when she was supposed to, passionately take over the Broncos, and she went for a month-long honeymoon in October. Like, I don't know how focused you really are, Brittany. But I met her a couple times.
How focused would you be if you knew you had about $500 million about a month away?
Yeah, man, I get it. I mean, I want to see Fiji after I got married, I guess, but she was super nice. Like, have you ever hung out?
I know her very well.
You know her very well.
Yeah.
Super nice, right?
Yep.
But did it ever strike you like?
And I actually think she does have a good work ethic. She put in the work school wise.
I know she did.
She did the right things.
But knowing her, did it ever feel like she had a burning desire to run the team?
No, I think the only one that had a burning desire and was incredibly unqualified for it was Johnny. But I think he had a burning desire for it.
He did. I saw Johnny like working with tackling dummies and picking up towels and.
For a long time, Johnny was doing all the right things.
He was.
He worked in every department of the building.
How's he doing, by the way?
No idea.
Because for a while, the blood of the city was kind of in the news every 5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's positive news.
No
news is good news with Johnny.
You realize each one of them when
I think he's living out in Malibu or something.
When each one of them hits 40, they're all going to get like $350-400 million. But you have to be 40 before you get it. Pat just made up some quirky rules. He just like this.
Or maybe he knew there was a little partying going on and he wanted to get it out of him.
Maybe. God, we are so much better off right now, though, guys, aren't we? Seriously.
The blood of the city.
Such a bummer. I mean, just having a reflective moment of how amazing it was with Pat Bowlen, like how great that was. What happened in his absence and the time that it takes to build it back up. Just ownership, man, is something else, man. You just can. I tell you, that is the bottom line for any sport, right?
Well, it's got to be part of it, especially in today's day when it's all about money.
Rockies play the Guardians later tonight. Okay, we get to basketball news.
That was subtle.
It's
I
PhD.
got it. I got it.
I know. 92.5. Did Vic just say you have to run into a mountain lion? Okay. Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney, and everything is on sale at the new Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. These are some amazing deals. Depending on which model you select, qualified buyers will save in one of so many ways. Up to $10,000 on a new 2024 model. Buy with zero down, 0% APR financing, and get a $5,000 discount and make no payments for 90 days. This is at the new Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. And if you've got a trade, bring it in. Bring it on in. Even if you owe more than it's worth, it doesn't matter. Every new vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. And you don't even have to run into a mountain lion. It's just there for you. So what are you waiting for? Check it out. It's Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics. Conveniently located at 1415 Vista View Drive in Longmont. Online at Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. That's Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. Nate and Andy coming up at the top of the hour. Summer is here. Boys of summer. I like it, Dan.
And now we're back at work. Today, the 28th, worst day of the year.
Man,
you think
you're
summer's
right.
here? You think summer's here? Kids are out. It's party time. Everybody went to the pool. Everybody had a nice Memorial Day weekend. You got the long weekend.
It's 3 o'clock. You can still go to the pool.
All of a sudden, you go back. And you're like, oh.
If you got a rich neighborhood that has a pool.
I mean, yeah. I don't have a pool in my neighborhood.
Me either.
So I don't know. I could set out a bird bath.
Scott, you want to compare houses right now?
Yeah, I'll put my 1973 up.
You're going to win.
You know who's going to win that one? Your boy right here.
Yep.
Proudly. I'm
Ben
going to
knows before you were,
Hold
my
on.
friend.
When I said winning, I didn't mean mine was going to be the best.
Man, Bill Walton, bro. We touched on him earlier. I don't know if you had some thoughts before we split here on Bill. It's a sad one, right?
Yeah, because it for those of us that probably weren't hanging out with him, we didn't know, and then all of a sudden, just get up one morning, he passed away in 71, which for a senior citizen like yourself, really is as old as it once seemed like, right?
I was asked if I was a senior citizen this weekend by a 20-something. That hurt. We're going to have Chris on tomorrow. Chris Marlowe's coming on tomorrow, so we can.
Yeah, that's some.
Wasn't that a
spend some
shock,
time
though,
with that.
man? I mean, when you read that headline, there's certain people that died. You just got to read the headline. You're like, oh, okay.
When
you see that.
Stunned.
And obviously, a huge part of it was because you weren't aware that he was sick. But it was so much bigger than that. I mean, he literally felt like when a broadcaster's doing something right, when you feel like you know him. How many broadcasters do you feel like you know? And I'm not talking about radio show hosts.
Hardly any of them. And
hardly any.
Walton to me was always so filled with life. To think that he was close to death is it's hard to wrap your head around. So to me, it is shocking, stunning, top to bottom. I'm sorry. It'll be less than without him.
Don't you see guys like that and you're like, man, why don't I live my life with that kind of curiosity?
I don't know.
Seriously, curiosity, that word. Like, how different would your life be if you were, like, curious about every single thing that was going on?
When was the last thing you did something you've never done before?
It's a great question. I don't know. It's been a long time.
Or do something that you've done before, but you haven't done in a long time.
Well, I'll tell you, I was just telling you that there's a big cricket game going on every single day in my neighborhood.
That would be great if you did that.
And I was telling you during the break, I feel like I should do it. I should go ask them and be like, hey, will one of you guys teach me how to play cricket?
Pick up cricket.
Can I join the pickup cricket game?
I think that'd be great.
Here's the scary thing. You were a horrible baseball player.
I was not. That ain't true.
I've seen you throw.
That ain't true, buddy. I was a hell of a pitcher until I had to do the on-deck circle.
Can I throw out a little local radio, local plug for somebody that I think most of us would know? Mark Johnson from Cherry Creek High School baseball after 40-something years or whatever.
And didn't he at one time won like 20-some straight state championships?
He's the legend baseball guy here in this state.
True.
This is his last year. They lost to Regis, I believe, in the semifinal, and I think that's finishing up in the state championships. But they did pretty good. Our sales guy Sean Brennan, his son is on Mark Johnson's team. Mark Johnson was there as a coach when you were there, and there's a lot of connections there.
Mark Johnson,
he dominated Colorado baseball for a bunch of years at Cherry Creek.
Yeah, I mean, I would say basically forever he dominated. I mean, certainly certain years were better than others, but he's one of those coaches that, like in the big picture, how many high school coaches does a random person in Colorado know their name?
There's a couple.
I would say in Colorado, you've got two of them right now. You've got Dave Logan and you got Mark Johnson.
There's a couple basketball guys that you might not be familiar with, but they're up there too. But
Who?
but
they're like random people would know. Like everybody knows.
A couple guys.
Well, what was it? Dick Cat forever at Denver Christian won like 4 or 5. That I can't think this is
Your point is served well. He's one of those guys. He's a Colorado coaching legend on the high school level, and I've run into Mark many times. I doubt he has any clue who I am whatsoever, because
How old's Mark?
Mark Johnson.
I felt like he was old when I was in high school.
I don't know, man. That's a good question.
He was probably like 50 when I was in high school.
He probably was. I don't know. I'm not sure how old Mark is. He's still kicking around. I think he can still throw batting practice. He threw out the first pitch of the Rockies game the other day.
Here you go. 51 seasons, 846 wins.
It's crazy.
8 state championships.
And they came a pinch away this year. In his last year, they were right there.
Well, he was runner-up. And he lost in the semis. He's runner-up in there 6 times.
Can I tell you this? When I was in high school,
Pretty
growing
amazing.
up, like going into high school, when I was in high school, that program, that baseball team, would have 2 to 3 kids drafted every single year. I mean, maybe not every year, every other year, but I mean, it was uncommon to not have a kid that was going to be drafted out of high school in that program.
The last drafted kid, I believe, out of Cherry Creek was Jack Moss, who played at Texas A&M and Arizona State and got drafted by the Reds last year. I don't know if they've had somebody since Jack. He wasn't drafted out of high school, but to your point,
I bet he's had 20 kids drafted out of that program.
Absolutely. Ain't no doubt
Out of
about
high
it.
school.
So congratulations, Mark Johnson. 51 years.
That's what it says.
78 years old. Is that right, Dan? Wow, man. Great career, man. Great career. Wish him the best. Congratulations. High school coaching, man.
It's kind of cool.
It's
but
the best.
he got into it when I got out of college, my goal was I didn't think I was ever going to play in the pros. Mine was to go and be a teacher and be a high school basketball coach until you retired. And there's something to be said to live in a community and know the community, stay in that community, work with kids. I mean, what more fulfillment can you do? And in Colorado, when you're talking about baseball, which they play in the springs, how many seasons? I think the max was like 19 games you could play anyway, and that's if you got the full season in. How many times did the season get cut to 13 games because of spring snows and stuff like that?
Hey, dude, you said like in your life you played against Bill Walton. You got a great story earlier about Bill kind of coming up to you and you say you're my hero, but you want to beat your hero, right? You want to get over on him, right?
Yeah.
When my kids' team at Smoky Hill beat Cherry Creek in the regular season, I mean,
that was it. State championship.
For us, it was.
Right.
Then they beat us like 3 days later. It was
That's
a
how
home
the
and home,
Timberwolves
but-
felt about the Nuggets.
Well, I think it appears you're right about that.
Larry Bird put a statement out on Bill Walton I just
Oh.
read a while ago. It said to be able to play with one of my boyhood idols,
right,
and to be a teammate with him was a special moment. So Bird is probably just a little older than me. Same thing. Bill Walton was the biggest thing that was going there.
Yeah,
for a while in the mid to late 70s.
Well, Tyler, you said today is the worst day of the year.
Yeah.
We'll see how tomorrow shapes up.
All right, it'll be better.
We'll be back at it. Nate and Andy coming up next. Have a great day.
In the NBA, you have to suffer before you get to the mountaintop. You have to fall off the mountain. You have to break your leg on the mountain. You have to run into a mountain lion. You can't just ascend the mountain.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Bill Walton, not a better word to describe you. All right, Bill.
Time of my life.
What are you doing here today?
Here, Andy, with the Electric Waistband, a band of 27 years that plays every Monday night at Winston's in OB, and I'm very lucky. I started as a fan, then I became a roadie, and now I've elbowed my way in between the two drummers, Danny Campbell and Ed Fletcher, and we put on a show of the triple millennium tonight. Today was the greatest day of my life. San Diego, Petco Park, look at this crowd here. The Padres are killing the Rockies. And then not only did we played for over 2 hours straight. Rockin' Bob Harvey, Mark Fisher, Rob Rosenkrantz, the crazy savage Dave on the keyboards here. And we were just on fire. We had the time of our life. The crowd was just over the top incredible. We played just beautiful music all afternoon, and then we came back and to throw out the first pitch.
How was that? How was the
I whiffed on the first one. I was never so embarrassed about it. I was good in warm-ups, but then I lost it, and I was a little stiff there waiting for the anthem and everything. But then my second chance, I got it over the plate, and then I got to see Bud Black, the manager of the Rockies, a great friend for ages, and then little Andy Green, who's younger than our children are, and it was just fantastic. And now we're in Suite 1 here, and we're on Fox Television, and what more could you ask for? The Padres are playing fantastic, and everybody's having the time of our lives, and you should see all the food here. And I'm told, it hasn't been verified yet, we've got our crack research team on it, but I'm told that the Padres have sold more beer today with our event than any event in the history of Petco Park.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
And the Padres are killing the Rockies. Yeah, they probably were. Welcome into the show, everybody. How many years ago was that, Gem Spring? I remember playing that on the show.
Andy Green era, so
Ooh,
yeah.
way back.
Late 2010s.
Yeah, somewhere in there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Big Red passing away at the age of 71. The news coming down yesterday. Andy, Bill Walton, two-time NBA champion, NBA MVP, NBA Sixth Man of the Year, three-time Player of the Year at UCLA. Authored an 88-game win streak. Again, 88-game win streak in his time playing for John Wooden at UCLA in the 70s. He would go on to an NBA career that sadly kind of underachieved. Given what a brilliant player that he was, foot injuries robbed him of so many opportunities. Basically, the 1 year he was healthy in Portland, they steamrolled their way to an NBA championship. And then he forced his way out of Portland, frustration with the organization, went to the Clippers briefly before finishing up with the Boston Celtics, winning an NBA championship in 1986, and then going on to being one of the most iconic basketball broadcasters and just general personalities in sports media. Passed away at the age of 71. Andy, what do you remember the most when you saw the news yesterday? What did you remember the most about the life of the great Bill Walton?
Yeah, I just remember moments like that just dropped into a broadcast.
Right.
The vocabulary, I mean, just a walking thesaurus. He had an alternate word for anything that he wanted to use. Great description. And oftentimes in his own little world, right?
Very much
Not
so.
sure what that interview was meant to accomplish, but he gave you every bit of the itinerary that he was on that day.
Sure did.
That led up to that very moment of him talking to the reporter. So
he told us the names of the two drummers in the band.
Yeah, and his whole journey to get there. You know what? Just a guy that would make you smile listening to a game.
Yeah.
Right now, I know a lot of people have got annoyed. You know what? I felt this way about my grandfather, and I think I thought of this in relation to Bill Walton. My grandfather passed at the age of 85 right before he was about to go into a home because he couldn't take care of himself anymore. The last thing my grandfather ever wanted was to be put in a home.
Sure.
So it's almost as if he said, I'm out.
I'm out.
I'll catch you guys later. And I kept thinking, in some small way, he's gone before the Pac-12. He existed the entire time the Pac-12 did. And his Conference of Champions.
The Conference of
He will not have to
Champions.
live through what I'm sure we're all going to find to be the most mind-boggling,
Painful and stupid.
stupidity of schedules.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like his Conference of Champions, right? If you think of a broadcasting moment for me, and I didn't catch a lot of his career, it kind of shocked me right there when you said a bit of an underachiever in his career.
He was.
I'm not going to argue it. I have no.
He was.
I will take your word for
No,
it.
he's a Hall of Famer. He was one of the NBA's 50 greatest and 75 greatest, and he very much was that because when he was healthy, he was so damn dominant. But there was basically like a 2-year stretch in which he won an MVP, he won an NBA championship, and then his body just didn't hold up. Multiple. I think I read today there was a column in The Athletic that Jason Quick had written, who covers Portland, 39 surgeries during his playing career. That was just in the career. Like later in life, he had a spinal fusion surgery, I want to say around 2009. And I saw him give interviews where he talked about it of like he was suicidal. He was in so much pain, and life was just so difficult for him as a 7-foot-tall dude with a wrecked back that he was like, I don't want to live anymore. And then he finally was able to get a surgery that sort of gave him his life back, and he was able to make it another 15 years and lived a great life. But he was an athlete whose body betrayed him constantly.
Well, and at a time when they didn't know what to do.
Right.
Medicine has come so far. It's always making leaps and bounds. But again, I don't know. You and I played some of his. Remember, he did the baseball broadcast with your buddy Jason Benetti.
He did the White Sox game. That was a few years back. And
it's like right when you and I started the show, our second year of the show.
It turned in. So what became of that was Jason Benetti, who now does the Tigers games because the Chicago White Sox don't know how to do anything right, and so they let their beloved broadcaster leave, and he's now doing Tigers games. But he does the NBA and college football on Fox and everything else like that. He's one of the all-time greats. And so Walton had met him doing, it was either like the Diamond Head Classic or something in Maui, one of those November college basketball tournaments that only gamblers watch. Let's be honest. And I don't look down my nose because I do watch those games.
Just calling it what it is.
Exactly. Very much so.
Speaking truth.
That's why those games exist, all right? And so the coaches and athletic departments can haul every booster out to Hawaii. We know what those tournaments exist for. But he did games with Benetti, and he was just like, hey, this guy's sharp. I want to call a baseball game with him. And the White Sox, and they were, in the very least, smart enough to be like, okay, let's just do this. So they gave Steve Stone a weekend off. They brought in Walton, and he was insane. He was just – you think, like – one of the things about the way that he broadcasted basketball was he kind of broadcasted it like baseball. He was not afraid to just let 4, 5, 6, 7 trips up and down the floor go by without even mentioning what was happening on the floor. You can get away with that in baseball because it has so much damn space. Like me, I would get anxiety sometimes watching Walton's broadcast because I could just feel like Pash has got to be losing his mind right now. He wants to talk about the basketball game. And every now and then he'd bring it up, and Walton would be like, the people can see what's happening. Don't worry. Okay? I'll finish my story. And it just, again, like, for me, it's just like, I'd get anxiety watching that stuff because it's like, you can't go away from the action for that long. But he didn't care. And he was entertaining, and he was fun, and he loved it. His passion shone through. His passion for the game, and that to me, it was so endearing. Like the man had a certain just a joy about him in loving what he does that you just don't encounter very often anymore.
Yeah, because I don't know. It's a good lesson for any walk of life. We love the original. Be the original.
Right.
Don't be the copy.
Right.
Everybody liked. Look. I know he drove some people nuts, so I probably shouldn't make the statement. Everybody liked Bill Walton, but for the most part, to me, he was like the John Madden of football. They were just unique personalities doing it their own damn way. You knew who they were the minute they started talking. You knew it was going to be a little bit of a different broadcast. I liked it. I didn't mind it.
I agree. And I like the way you put that. Being original, Walton was an original. Madden was an original. Barkley is an original. There's, again, unfortunately, like the way that this industry has gone is a lot of individuals like that have sort of been cut out. Things have been homogenized. For the most part, it's local broadcasts, and so we're only going to say good things, and we're only going to be complimentary, and we will only give a certain fealty to the organization or whatever it may be, and toe the line and all those sorts of things. Like, the days of the Jack Bucks and Harry Careys and Milo Hamiltons of the world, like, for the most part, you flip on any Major League Baseball telecast anymore, Andy, they're all the same.
Because
there's a few that stand out. The Mets have a great broadcast with Cohen and Hernandez, but like for the most part, they're all just cookie cutter.
But here's what I think is funny about that, and this is for all areas of kind of how we cover sports. I think the people in charge don't want personality.
Right.
Because then we see it at ESPN. Everybody wants to know what's going on at ESPN. You want to know what's going on at ESPN? Guys like Stuart Scott, guys like Chris Berman, even Tom Jackson, they used to be able to hold the networks ransom for money because they were so damn popular.
Yeah.
They don't really want that anymore. They don't want to have to give in to the demands of a Chris Berman because people love that back or whatever, right?
Right.
So they're trying to dumb down the personality, and yet we have more media coverage of sports. We're taking inside the locker room. We're talking in-game, mid-game. Now we're seeing player interviews along with coaches interviews and this, that, the other. And then people get upset when they actually see personality out of some of these.
Yeah.
Like, again, why is Anthony Edwards, why is everybody all over Anthony Edwards? Because he showed some personality and shows he's got a little cockiness to him. You know what I mean?
It's fun.
And again,
it's also fun to hold it against him now.
It
down
is, but
0-3.
but I will say this. You can tell that's you, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
You're not fronting some fake confidence.
I agree.
You really believe, like he really believed the other night at Game 7 when the Nuggets faced him that somehow he was going off all night. No, really, he just had one good quarter. But you have a way of just really, this is how you thrive. You keep the positive and you flush the negative, and it's how you keep going.
We are very excited. At 4 o'clock, one of the true originals, the great Chris Marlowe, is going to be with us on the show. We're going to talk to him about Bill Walton. He and Bill have a relationship that goes back decades. A couple of guys that grew up as great athletes in Southern California. And cross paths many times through the years. So, including an anecdote in there, and I want to ask Chris about this, but I learned this today, that Bill Walton was one of the guys that was helpful in promoting Chris Marlowe to the people at KSE to help him get hired to be the voice of the Nuggets back 20 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty good little... That's a reference they'll probably call.
It's not a bad one,
Not a bad one to throw down on the old.
Exactly. Just block out 30 minutes to talk to him. And he was also a huge Nikola Jokic fan, so we want to play some of that audio today on the show. So we'll talk about Bill Walton a lot, but we'll take a break, and when we come back, these Western Conference Finals in a 3-0 Dallas lead, how have they reframed your view of the Nuggets losing to the Timberwolves? Andy will tell you his thoughts. I will give you mine. We're both frustrated. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Doncic has the ball, down by 2. There's the switch. Gobert is out there. Doncic maneuvers for the lead. Got it! Got it! What a shot! Dallas has taken the lead.
The sublime shooting of Luka Doncic has the Mavericks up 3-0 in the Western Conference Finals, with an opportunity to close out the Timberwolves in Dallas tonight. Moving on to an NBA Finals and the Boston Celtics. Craigman and Lindahl on a Tuesday afternoon. Yes, the Minnesota Timberwolves, Andy, the team that outlasted, I guess we'll say, the Nuggets in a chaotic 7-game series in the Western Conference semifinals. The Timberwolves riding as high as a team could be. After that victory, I stood in the room directly next to where they celebrated as they celebrated.
We all heard.
To the annoyance of Michael Malone and many others in the room. And then they went on to the Western Conference Finals and they wet the bed. They're down 3-0. Tight game with 6 minutes to go, and my God, did the Mavs ever close that thing. Luka goes for 33 in Game 3, 3-0, and that series, let's be honest, probably ends tonight. In either case, it's over. No team has ever come back from down 3-0 before in an NBA series. Kyrie goes for 33. Luka goes for 33 in Game 3. Meanwhile, Karl Anthony Towns 0 for 8 from behind the arc in Game 3. Cool, Karl. Yeah, that's what we're looking at right now, Andy. So Dallas, the 5 seed in the West, a win away from going to the NBA Finals. How does that scratch you?
Well, I mean, it scratches me just fine because I told you I never root for the team that beats you. And I will say, I mentioned this to you. I think you had maybe said the same last week, too. It just felt like the Wolves took a little too much pride in winning a second round of the playoff series. You've not climbed the mountain yet.
Right.
Good on you for beating the champs. I get it. Those two teams were at each other all year. We'd have felt some relief getting past the Wolves, too, if the shoe was on the other foot. I get all that. That said, they were maybe feeling themselves a little too much, and you wondered was that going to play into this thing? Because to me, I know someone had brought it up. I saw it on Twitter yesterday about maybe Karl Anthony Towns and Ant were a little too cocky in that presser. Maybe you do need to suffer one more blow to figure out how to lock in and focus all the way through.
That's what's so funny about it is, at 22 years of age, do you have the experience to go through the grind of the NBA Finals? I mean, Luka Doncic has played in a Western Conference Finals before. Kyrie Irving has won an NBA championship before. Like, these guys, they are well aware how high you have to maintain that level and for how long you have to be able to maintain that level. That team is coached by Jason Kidd, a guy who went to multiple NBA Finals and won an NBA championship. So, there's a lot of experience on that Dallas side, much more so than Minnesota. And yeah, I don't think they were able to match all that. I think also just some things have happened in this series. Number one, while Minnesota is loaded with tough matchups for the Jamal Murrays of the world, they don't have a good matchup for Luka Doncic.
Well,
Jaden McDaniels cannot defend Luka Doncic, and what's frustrating is Aaron Gordon can do that matchup. That's an Aaron Gordon matchup right there. That's not a Jaden McDaniels matchup. That's a strength matchup to be able to defend Luka Doncic. Hey, good for you, you're long, but that dude will just overpower you and find his space and hit shots.
Here's the thing for me, because I heard Charles Barkley saying this before the game, I guess Sunday, right? They played Sunday?
Yeah.
Where he said the Nuggets would have beat the Mavericks. I can't believe how this is, all this stuff.
Would they have?
See, I'm not ready to go there for a couple of reasons. I think a healthy Nuggets team, yes, they get past the Mavericks. But to me, Jamal Murray was not healthy.
Mm-hmm.
And he went from here. I said this to you in the car. I feel like every time Jamal's calf looked like it was bothering him, and by look, I mean he played defense a different way. He wasn't up on the guy. You saw a couple struggles trying to backpedal and stay with certain matchups. His shooting noticeably fell off too. Those were the nights where the shot wasn't going because I don't think he could elevate the way he was used to shoot the ball. And so I think with a Jamal Murray that was not 100%, there's no way I would have thought they would have got past it. And again, they're going every other night. Jamal had 3 days off, felt good. That's when they got the big Game 3 win, and he looked completely different. Then he got 2 days off and only made it through a half before it looked like his calf started bothering him again. I don't see how we can sit here and say they would have gotten past Dallas for sure with the condition Jamal's leg was in.
Well, and even look at a younger and healthier team in Minnesota that got past Denver, and they now look like the ones that are running on fumes in this series. They have not been able to close games to save their lives in this series, and Dallas has been the better clutch time team. The Nuggets team that we watched play the second half of Game 7, they weren't beating anybody.
No.
Not anybody that was left in these playoffs, okay? Like, that team, and you're right, man. Like, when I watch Kyrie Irving and the series that he's having at the moment, and he had another great game in Game 3, but when I watch the way that he's playing right now, I'm like, God, remember last year when Jamal Murray kind of looked like that? Remember last year when Jamal Murray was consistently getting to his places, when he had that bounce, when he was finishing those floaters in that area of the floor, that sort of 14 feet and in, getting to a spot, making those floaters that Kyrie is making consistently right now. He is completely in his bag at the moment. Minnesota's having a hell of a time being able to stay in front of him. Conley can't stay in front of Kyrie to save his life. That matchup has just been an absolute disaster. And so that part of what has happened here in this series has been that's been the frustrating part for me of like, man, Dallas is clicking on every cylinder the way that it looks like the Nuggets did last year. And that's what a championship team looks like at this time of year. We're just you are clicking, everything is working. Their lob game is absolutely working. Their rim protection. By the way, speaking of the rim protection, saw this number today. Want to make sure I got it right. Oh, it was in the Ringer. Anthony Edwards in the last round against Denver made 74% of his shots in the restricted area. 74% of his shots. In the 3 games against Dallas, he is down to 47%.
And he doesn't look comfortable.
No. Okay? Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively are making life really tough for him underneath the bucket. And, if there's a thing the Nuggets are missing, they don't have a rim protector.
Right.
They've never really had a rim protector in the Nikola Jokic era. Some of that is just sort of like that's the fallout of, rim protectors are expensive. Because that's a very valuable basketball skill. And because the Nuggets, Jokic is going to play 35-plus minutes a night in the regular season and 40-plus minutes a night in the playoffs, there's just like not a lot of space to put that guy out on the floor. But you also see the difference of what that's done to Minnesota and Anthony Edwards is when you made life tough for him inside the painted area, he can't hurt you.
Well, and they've been physical with him.
Yep.
Again, he's taken a lot of hits and gone to the ground a lot. Here's what I would throw in, the other thing that it'd be nice if they could find. They need, and this is the guy I thought of as kind of the playoff performer du jour. You can maybe give me a Dallas comp if you want. They need a Naz Reid. Bruce Bowen was the Naz Reid of the Nuggets a year ago.
Bruce Brown, too.
Or Bruce Brown. Who's Bruce Bowen?
Former Spur.
There you go.
Bruce Bowen I would have taken prime.
I'd take him for the D.
I would have taken prime Bruce Bowen, too. Yeah.
But Bruce Brown was that guy. Naz Reid has come off the bench from Minnesota, and they were talking about it the other night. Matter of fact, Minnesota made its run, got back into the game with Naz Reid out there, not Karl-Anthony Towns. How many times did we talk about Bruce Brown being in for a critical run for the Nuggets a year ago?
Yeah.
It's they've got to have the one dude off the bench that feels like a starter. That when he goes in there, it just feels like he's an extension of the starting lineup. Again, they had it a year ago. They don't have it right now.
Nope.
Christian Brown's a nice enough player. Christian Brown did not play to the level of Bruce Brown.
No, he's not. And that's an unfair expectation for a guy in his second year. He's not Bruce Brown. Well, yeah, because Bruce Brown is amazing. Christian Brown's an improving player. But what's funny right now is like the Nuggets, so much of the conversation here is like, okay, Christian Brown ready to take on a bigger role, all that. He might have to start next year.
Well, if KCP leaves.
KCP's not on this team. Do you trust Christian Brown as a fifth starter at the moment?
Not with that shot right now.
I don't.
That shot better improve.
Yeah.
And I can't have you afraid to take the shot like we saw at points in the playoffs.
Right. Is there enough fluidity to his game? Is even if the shot is falling, is there, the ability to put the ball on the floor and get to the hole and get to the mid-range and get to your spots and all those sorts of things? Like, KCP is so damn valuable for this team. I shudder to think of a world where KCP's not on the Nuggets next year, because that dude does so much for this team.
Does this team need to, I don't know, I feel like a lot of our conversations post-playoff loss have been a little extreme for a team with the core that the Nuggets have.
I know. They're still a contender.
Okay, but here's another.
They could still win a championship next year.
Do they, if they're allowed? And again, the second apron rules make this all tough. That would be one of the reasons why I wish they would get out of the second apron. I know last week at the press conference, Josh Kroenke let us know, I'm not worried about the second apron. I'm not, again, I get it from the money standpoint. You got the right team to keep them together, but you got to be able to do something with your bench.
Yeah.
And these are just such restrictive rules. Do they need to go a little more of the LeBron James Laker theory where you got to just make some trades? You just got to get in, take 20 games to see what you got, 25, and then move some dudes out if you have to. Do you accept that you maybe have a three-man core and that's it? And maybe just a two-man core. I mean, I think Aaron Gordon and Nikola Jokic are so dang good together, I wouldn't break those two up.
Sure.
But you got to do what you got to do because, like you said, you do need a ring. They need some size off the bench. They got no size to bring off the bench. That's another thing Dallas keeps showing you.
Backup center.
Dallas has got a couple guys.
They get Lively up off the bench and hope he's okay, but damn, that dude is he's a weapon. He's a rookie, too. He's a rookie and he's playing like that. He's a kid. That guy's only going to get better. It's so funny. From the 217, Cat is the least impactful good player I've ever seen. See? You finish off Denver, and the world is back in its order. Karl Anthony Towns, who was marvelous in that series against the Nuggets, and look at that. Last night he goes 2 nights ago, 5 of 18 and 0 for 8 from 3.
Well, isn't that what you and I kept waiting for? Wasn't all of Denver waiting for Cat to remember who he was and not have that impact on the series?
Best series of his life. Naturally, of course, that's how it goes. Speaking of aprons, do you what's your policy on aprons? Do you wear an apron when you're working the grill?
I should, but I don't.
Do you have
I don't have a cool one.
You don't have like a Kiss the Cook or a or one with like a really like a buff dude, cartoon buff dude body?
No, I don't. Now we had.
I think that would look good on you.
Our guy Matty B bought that kilt.
Oh, that's right.
Barbecue kilt.
He's got the barbecue kilt.
I told you.
We don't have one of those either.
I had a buddy that had a gag one that you could get at a Spencer's Gifts.
Yeah.
When you pulled it up to wipe your hands, a little something came with it.
I get it.
Yeah.
I feel like that product's probably been canceled by now.
Well.
It's a kinder, gentler time.
I don't know how many family barbecues you're bringing that out at.
That's a real drunk uncle move right
there.
No,
it is. It was a total drunk uncle one.
Yeah.
Now, I can't say I've ever, like, he showed it to us one time. Hey, look what I got. Isn't this funny? I don't think I've ever been to a barbecue over there where he's worn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I for the right apron, I'd probably, but what do you need? Like, the welder's apron? Just go full welder. I'm really doing business over here.
What about like that thing that they when you get the X-rays at the dentist, that lead thing that they lay over you?
Yeah, that thing.
You could get. I bet you'd get really ripped if you put that thing on and grilled in it.
Walked around.
You'd probably sweat off about 30 pounds while preparing your meal, and then you'd eventually get super strong. You would just have like a big gut from eating constant steaks, but that's okay.
Did you grill it all this weekend?
I did.
Is this where you thought of this? Do you have an apron?
We were discussing aprons, and so
Who's we? Just you and Abby, or did you have folks over?
No, you and I, just a moment ago.
I know. No,
we were talking about
I'm
aprons
aware of that one.
here on the show.
I just wondered if you grilling made you think, you know what I don't have is a good, proper apron.
I actually do have an apron. Yes. Now, I didn't wear it the other day while I grilled, but I do own one. And I should have, because I got grease on my shirt.
I guess from years ago during COVID, I got the Starbucks apron. I could bust that out if I think.
Yeah.
Now I think about it, I'm not quite sure where it is. But I suppose I could work that. But the Starbucks by the grill isn't really the look you're going for, right?
It's utilitarian, but you're right about that.
What does your apron need to look like?
A little
do you need
out of
funny
place.
saying? Do you need sports logo? Do you need...
I have I have both a sports apron and a sports spatula or sportula.
Really?
I do. Mm-hmm.
What about full chef coat with funky hat? Really let people know.
Like the chef hat.
I got this stuff going on right here.
Like one of those professional chef jackets
that
you could put
got
on.
your name on it.
I know, those things are cool, too. Do you have to, like, earn one of those?
I think it's called going to chef school.
It's like a belt in karate.
I mean, I don't know. I suppose you could stop by the chef supply store and just pick one up. I mean, what can't you get these days, right?
It's very true. The internet's, they got to be for sale somewhere.
What would be your chef nickname?
I don't know. I'll look this up in the break.
I told you, the peg leg porker sometimes comes to town here for the barbecue event. They do it in Power.
Sure.
He literally has a peg leg, and he specializes in pork because he's from the South.
Yeah.
I think he's a Carolina guy.
I
his own
see.
little bourbon, too.
Okay.
Give me a little
Okay.
little of that. That was pretty good.
What about pork cracklings?
Pork cracklings.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. There you go.
Now, hold on. Did you just name... You can't name yourself. There's the problem.
Well, you just asked me what my chef nickname was.
I know. I know.
I had to come up with something.
You actually came up with an all right one.
See, thank you.
Give Nate a barbecue nickname.
A chef
like
nickname.
Big Mo Kason, Smoking Nate Kreckman, something like that.
This isn't going to go well.
The Burn Artist.
I'll have what he's having. All right.
Scott said he did get his chef's coat off Amazon.
See, there you go.
Well, now I can't trust anybody.
Whatever you need.
Are you going to go up? Hey, did you earn that chef's coat?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what'd you do?
What'd you do to get that?
Did you just buy that?
Did you pass the test?
Did you buy it? Are you the bear? Or are you some other guy?
If is it like being like is it being like a karate master? If somebody if somebody should assassinate your chef mentor, do you have to avenge their death?
Maybe.
Okay.
With your sashimi knife set or whatever it is. Someone says meat sweats Krecker. I kind of like that.
Krecker. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show, or Krecker and Lindahl. We are with you today until 6 p.m. Chris Marlowe coming up at 4 o'clock to talk about the great Bill Walton. But we'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, don't look now. But the Rockies, only 6 games out of 4th place.
Hey!
In the NL West.
Yeah.
I'll
tell you why that's bad if you'd like to know.
I have 2 Rockies questions, one Charlie Blackmon, one Chris Bryant related. We'll do that next.
Another 1-2. And Charlie drives this ball to deep right. Brennan going back. And it's gone. 3-run home run. Chuck Nasty. Second of the year. And the Rockies now lead it 7-4.
4 RBIs yesterday for one Charles Nasty. 3 for 4, a couple of doubles, and a 3-run home run to key the Rockies' 8-6 victory over the Guardians yesterday at Coors Field. Also had a crazy good catch in foul territory in the 6th off the bat of Kyle Manzardo. That's a great Jack Corrigan name. Manzardo.
Well, he spent time with that organization.
So it would make all the sense in the world. He probably called him up. Was like, you should draft this Manzardo kid. But the Rockies snapped the Guardians' 9-game win streak yesterday. Andy, they're 3-1 on the homestand.
Woo!
Took 2 or 3 against the Phils.
Yeah.
Handed Ranger Suarez his first L of the year.
Now we're talking.
Rocks they're up to a 58-win pace.
Okay.
Only 6 back of Arizona in the NL West. Look out, D-backs. Here come the Rockies.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool, Carl.
Yeah.
Charlie Blackmon, by the way, did you realize that was his 2nd home run of the year?
Second, huh?
2nd.
On Memorial Day.
2nd.
Okay.
Mhm.
It's a number 2.
What's that? You know what? There's no griping about anybody else when you got Chris Bryant doing Chris Bryant things.
Do you realize
right?
Chuck Nasty's OPS is a very nice 690 right now?
Nice. Yeah. What's his contract?
13 million.
Yeah, well, that's a bargain.
No!
It's not.
But
yes.
that's half what you're paying the other guy, right? What are you paying the other guy per?
More
the old
than that.
185.
More than that.
Yeah. What's he got?
Yeah.
We got 2 homers out of him?
These 2 contracts are both symptomatic of everything wrong with that organization. Everything wrong with that club.
Look, Chris Bryant is terrible, man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to rag on your stuffed doll guy, but your little plushy dude.
It's Sammy's.
Sure.
I don't take it personal. It's cool.
What are you going to do about this? You can't keep trotting him out there, right? You can't play the guy if you can't play.
Since he's returned, he's 5 for 24.
Really? What's that?
No extra base hits.
Okay, good.
Not a single one for more than a single base. He's got an RBI since he's returned from the DL.
Ooh, an RBI?
RBI.
Okay.
RBI.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
Yeah. He's only struck out 7 times. He's making contact.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
His batting average right now, also a very nice 169.
I'm surprised there's a 1 in front of it. I thought you could have just went with the number.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The magic number. So here's my problem with all this, okay? Again,
They're bad.
I'm not trying to.
They're bad. He's terrible.
We always get some people texting in that want to take some joy in the Rockies. And look, man, I'm not trying to rob that from you. They're your hometown team.
3-1 on the homestand.
Have at it. But here's the problem.
Chuck Nasty, 4 ribbies yesterday. Turn back the clock, my friend.
Sure.
Yeah.
Who's your all-star out of this group? Chris Bryant?
Just
say no.
You can put Ryan McMahon on the All-Star team.
Jordan Beck?
He's hurt now.
Jacob Stallings?
No.
Sean Bouchard?
No.
Hunter Goodman?
Austin Gomber.
Michael Tolia?
Also on the IL. Austin Gomber. Pitching really well, but also on the injured list right now.
Alan Trejo?
I think Ryan McMahon is probably your all-star.
Okay.
You could put Elias Diaz back in there. I mean, he's all-star MVP. Really, the National League needs him.
How fearful are you of this lineup? Elias Diaz.
I'm not.
Montero,
I fear it
Rogers,
not.
Tovar, McMahon, Nolan Jones, Brenton Doyle, Jake Cave.
I saw some highlights yesterday. The Indians broadcasters kept calling him Aloris.
Well,
Montero.
there you go. Why not?
Aloris. Mm-hmm.
My point is, here's
not
what I
good.
don't like. Here's why this little winning snap of theirs,
3-1 over the
which
last
tends
4.
to show up sooner or later, it's just going to lead to a post-deadline day press conference with Bill Schmidt telling us how, well, we really love our guys, and that's why we didn't make any more. Matter of fact, we've decided to extend Chris Bryant, even though we didn't need to, another 4 years.
Andy, did you realize even when they were competitive, they weren't doing anything to upgrade the ball club at the deadline?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do realize
Yeah.
But I'm just telling you, at some point, I have to believe that Dick Monfort is too prideful a man for this to continue. And it was going pretty bad for most of the year.
Feels
like
you're putting a lot of faith in a place.
Don't give me a month and a half
not
of
sure wants
okay play so you can excuse your way out of making massive changes.
It's been 4 days. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
But now calm down. Are you going to hear the mantra of, well, we beat both the best teams in the American and the National League. We beat the World Series champs 2 weeks ago.
They've been handling their business against these clubs.
And damn-tastic. How serious do you think clubs come in? I mean, we get in the eye of the tiger every time they roll in here? Seriously.
There's 162 of these things.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think you're going all intense?
Right.
Remember Michael Kadire used to talk about this? Michael Kadire would talk about, he would always talk about Tulo. Man, he's got to quit. You can't go out there and grind like a football player every day. This thing's too long.
Right.
You got to give yourself some breathing room. You got to take those trips off here.
Not effective in that sport.
So how often is this the trip? I know you wanted to party. Sorry, I can't jump on your Rockies party.
I had some Charlie Blackmon stuff prepared. It was going to be
You gave
fun.
me all I need to know. What is fun? Go ahead, make it fun. Kiss the cook, Nate.
Where?
Come on, cheese and crackers. Let's go.
My God, the sledgehammer! I wasn't waiting for the sledgehammer.
I'm not having any of it. I've seen this crap. I've sang this song. I've been to this concert. It sucks.
Yeah, but here's the thing: it's like,
go ahead. What's the thing?
They're living down to all the Like, I don't really have Rocky's rage. I'm not capable of it. Like, I knew how bad they were.
I'm not walking around hacked off daily.
I'm just as baffled by what their organizational plan is and direction and all of those things. Like, I would almost argue at this point, I give you credit. You could still get worked up over it. I don't think it's worth it. I almost don't have it in me.
Because at some point, this was a fun baseball organization for a while. They may not have won all the time, but I enjoyed it.
It was like a couple of times in between.
Sure. But Nate,
remembering the halcyon days of Rocky's greatness, like you got to kind of rewrite history to get there.
No, but look, I'm just saying, Todd and the Toddlers, they at least scored some runs. They had a few guys you liked rooting for. There was the hope of. Who was the guy we traded for? DJ LeMahieu. Remember how he was going to be good and
he
never
was good. DJ LeMahieu was good.
DJ was good. Who did we trade for him? He was
Ian Stewart.
The third baseman.
Nah, he wasn't
that
good.
Baseball America would show up on my desk, the number one prospect in America.
Hey, they once got one over on Theo Epstein.
There you go.
That's one of the great moments in organizational history.
You used to enjoy some of the guys. You used to have hope for some of the dudes coming up.
You're not enjoying the year of Austin Gomber and his sub-3 ERA?
No.
The development of the fine young shortstop Ezekiel Tovar?
No. Thank God he's good at solo home runs because ain't no one ever on base for the kid.
Charlie Blackmon discovering the fountain of youth yesterday, making a great catch in foul ground. 3 extra base hits on the day. That's fun, right? Got a few shocks of gray in the beard these days.
Sure. I won't root against Charlie Blackmon. Man's been through a lot.
He's been a Rocky for a very long time.
Rocky forever. He keeps choosing to. Good for him. Seriously.
They keep giving him a lot of money to still be a Rocky.
What about Ryan McMahon?
What about him?
I mean, again, we should be able to say, hey, can you dangle him for a something here or something there?
You can, okay. Happen. You could dangle for a something here.
For a something.
You can dangle for a something.
Nate, all I want is just at least, like, again, I want to tune in most nights or go to the park and think there's a shot at winning this sucker. Don't tell me most nights you're tuning in.
That,
yes,
wouldn't you?
Yes, I would.
Yeah, that's
it's a simple man's request.
I think you're asking too much right now.
I don't know that I need to hear the stadium be half full of the other team's guys.
Well, that goes back decades.
Now, there was a minute there where Rockies fans actually like to go and support their team. They like to watch it.
It was.
And I say that, and they had 47,000 yesterday because it was a gorgeous Memorial Day.
It was Rocktober, and it was a literal minute. So yes.
No, we had fun. like before I got into sports media, the Rockies games were all the rage. But you had Walker, you had Bichette,
Well,
you had
yeah,
Helton,
you were
had
in your
Castilla. You had
that's
fun guys to at least watch play.
You were in your early 20s.
You weren't going
like
to the
that's-
playoffs.
If basically like Coors Field is built for bros between the ages of like 21 and 26, that's what Coors Field is good for. You get a little bit older, you suddenly realize, you know what? I don't need to wake up with a $250 bar tab in my back pocket. I don't need that. I don't need the headache, and I don't need the disappointing baseball. You grew up, Andy. You're a responsible. You're a homeowner.
Well, why'd you take it away from the 20-year-olds now?
You have multiple different kinds of insurance.
I've got pet insurance.
You wear sensible shoes. There's all kinds of things you're doing differently with your life right now.
They show this to Twitch. Are these sensible shoes?
Look at
Because
how
I get a lot of comments on these suckers.
Look how sensible
They're
those
cushioned.
are.
Ah, they feel so good. They're gaudy a bit, but I don't care.
They're easier on the back.
My feet have never felt. Oh, you know what? The lower back aches are gone. Gone. They're not even Forrest Gump shoes.
Free endorsement.
They're not even.
Anyway,
that stilt shoe that he had go. Are you all sad?
Something.
You know what's kind of funny is I feel like I somehow made you sad.
I had.
You were already. You
I had
legitimately wanted to have
topics.
fun. I
Hey.
didn't think you wanted to have fun. We'll revisit them.
Hey,
We
you
can
know
try
what?
again. I'll lay out.
Hey, in 6 weeks, when Charlie Blackmon has another good offensive day, I'll try and remember this topic. In the meantime,
I want you to try it later. I'll try to get out of. This is what I yell at the TV sometimes when they start giving me reasons. No, I'm not here to hear it. It's like. Well, I won't say my kid. He does well in school. I had a couple players that were going to tell me, "Nah, it won't be this way next week. You won't have to worry about this test or that test." And you know what? I always end up worrying about it. So don't feed me that line of crap. I wasn't born yesterday.
we got to talk to the great Chris Marlowe coming back here on the other side, remembering the life of Bill Walton. That is next.
Liver Dallas in the paint. Yeah.
ESPN's
Buffalo.
exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by SoFi. Get your money right.
What is wrong with you Buffalo?
I think Bill Walton loved when the Pac-10 expanded to the Pac-12 and the Colorado Buffaloes showed up in the conference. More excuses to go to Boulder, plus then he could do more riffs on Buffaloes. The great Bill Walton passing away sadly yesterday at the age of 71. Joining us right now to help us remember Bill Walton, a man that knew him for a very long time, the voice of the Denver Nuggets, our friend Chris Marlowe. Chris, welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me on.
It's great to have you back, Chris. Chris, first thing, just kind of tell us, if I'm not mistaken, and I believe I've read this, that you and Bill went all the way back to your teenage years in Southern California. Tell us about your history and your relationship with Bill Walton.
Well, I actually met Bill when I was in high school. Obviously, you know that he was great friends with Greg Lee. Greg Lee and I were competitors on different high school basketball teams, and I got to know Bill through Greg. Greg ended up being a great beach volleyball player as well as a terrific basketball player at UCLA, and I got to know Bill. And, you know, I considered him a great friend, a mentor, an ally. A lot of people don't know that before Dave Pasch, there was Chris Marlowe and Bill Walton back in the 90s when he and I did UCLA basketball together. We were the announcers of record in 1995 when UCLA won the NCAA championship with the likes of Ed O'Bannon and Charles O'Bannon and Georgie Zedek and Tyus Edney in that group. And we just remained close ever since. He was just one of a kind. The last couple of days I've been kind of trying to process what it all means. And what it all means, it's been like one of the sad times that I've had in quite some time.
I'm really, really sorry to hear that, Chris. And Bill Walton was a man who was so beloved by so many and so many people that did not know him. You know, you knew him as long as you did. You talked about Dave Pasch right there. When you sat down to call a game with Bill, even back in the 90s, what was the experience like of a broadcast with Bill Walton?
Well, there were a number of different factors. Remember, he was just starting his broadcast career back then, and I was a relatively young broadcaster, and they put us together. And the first thing I noticed, he's very, very tall, not 6'11", not 7 feet. He's over 7 feet. And so one of the dilemmas we had in the stand-up, when I would stand up next to him, I'm not short, I'm 6'3", it just looked very odd because he towered over me. So I decided to buy some stools, you know, those big stools you have like bar stools, and I would bring them to every UCLA home game because they told me not to leave them at Pauley Pavilion because someone would just steal them. So I would just put one in my trunk and one in the back seat of my Lexus, and then I would strap my bag over my shoulder, and I would carry the two stools from the parking lot at Pauley Pavilion into the gym and set them up, and we do the on camera. The one thing I loved about Bill, he had obviously a great sense of humor, and he didn't mind being ribbed. That's the one great thing about him. He wasn't so stuffed up that you couldn't challenge him on something. I remember one night we were doing a game, UCLA and Cal State Fullerton in 95, and UCLA's beating them by 40, and Bill is just railing on UCLA a little bit. Why do they keep playing these easy teams, these cream cakes, these puff cakes, this is just horrible. I don't know how they do it. They should be embarrassed. And I said, well, kind of like when you and UCLA played the Citadel every year when you were in school, and you should have heard the big laugh he got. You know, that was a military academy back then. They beat him by like 70. And, you know, he just is warm and funny, he was just getting his sea legs then because battling the stuttering problem, he was able to get over that, and he turned into one of the most eloquent broadcasters, though zany, but the most eloquent broadcasters that we've ever had.
Chris, can you just talk about his originality? Nate and I talked about it at the top, and I think we all try to tell young broadcasters, you've got to be you. But, I mean, I feel like from the stories I've heard, Mark Johnson got to know him quite a bit, and so, he's told me stories as well. I feel like the Bill on the air was the Bill you'd meet in real life, and not everybody's that way. Is that how it is?
Well, partially. I think obviously when I worked with him in the 90s, he was more concerned with the game and kind of figuring out his craft and overcoming obstacles. And I think he found his niche, if you like, the irreverent Bill Walton, the crazy Bill Walton, the Bill Walton, kind of like the Charles Barkley that would say anything. And I think you had to learn there are certain broadcasters, the analysts in the business, that when they are on a rant, and I would include Scott Hastings with this, when they're saying their thing, when they're doing their thing, you have to let them do their thing. And Bill was just one of the greatest of all time at going off on odd topics. You mentioned the Bears and the Buffaloes, and there were so many times where he would say something or go off. We had a game where UCLA was playing Pepperdine one time, and they had a star guard named Monty Marcaccini, an Italian who had come over, and he was a good player, really good player, but Bill was just killing his name. He couldn't pronounce his name. Mascarini, Maracchini, blah, 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 blah. He just was. And then, 5 minutes left in the game. It was a fairly close game. And he goes, I don't understand why Monty's not back in there. And I said, because you're butchering his name. He's scared to come back into the game. And he just roared. Just fun memories working with him.
Our friend Chris Marlowe is with us as we remember the great Bill Walton. Chris joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Chris, having sort of grown up with Bill and around Bill, a lot of people are sort of, especially younger generations, they remember the broadcaster, the zaniness, the deadhead, all those things that Bill Walton was. But he's also one of the truly great big men of all time. From somebody that watched him play at UCLA and with the Blazers, and then later, with Boston. What kind of player was Bill Walton, and are the Nikola Jokic comps, are they appropriate in your mind?
Yeah, I think they are. I think if you talk to the oldies, they will tell you, and I agree, that Bill Walton was the second greatest college player of all time behind Lou Alcindor, who became Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. They had an 88-game win streak. He was on 3 or 4 of the greatest teams of all time. Would have been one of the 5 greatest players in the history of the game had he not gotten hurt. You could kind of compare his career to a Gale Sayers or someone like that who just could never fulfill the promise because of injuries or illness. He was big. He was lanky. So someone asked me today, could he jump? I said, heck, yes, he could jump. He could spring. He was a great outlet passer, a fantastic passer. He wasn't a great three-point shooter, but, in his day, you didn't do that. You got high percentage shots. His mid-range 15-footer was money, and he always came prepared to play. He loved John Wooden. If you listen to anything about Bill Walton, that he was just carved from the John Wooden mold. Be quick, but don't hurry. All those slogans, how to put on your socks correctly, how to shave, how to get that mustache off so he could participate. He was just one of a kind. He had so many things. I've been watching a ton of videos on him in terms of what he thought and how he lived life. And I admire him so much as to enjoying the day. Tomorrow is not promised to anyone. Don't look back. Satchel Paige said it best. Someone may be gaining on you. I live for today. And in so many of the videos on him, he's talking about a concert or he's talking about a game or he's talking about something. And he said, that's the greatest day of my life. You know, I can think of like 3 or 4 great days in my life that are the greatest, and I've had some really good ones. But Walton, you know, he's got 300, 400.
Mm-hmm.
Every day seemed to be special to him, and I think that's kind of what made him special.
Could you just give us one of your favorite stories about him? And maybe you already have. You've shared a couple of broadcast ones, but just one. If you were asked to eulogize him at a ceremony, what would be the first go-to story for you?
Well, that would be tough. I heard you mentioning early on your show today how Bill Walton may have helped me get my job at Altitude, and that story is absolutely correct. In 2004, I got a call from Chip England, who was the Nuggets shooting coach at the time and a good friend of mine. He went to Palisades High School, and he said to me, he said, hey, there's a new player in town. It's Altitude Sports. They're going to split the package. Drew Goodman, it looks like, is going to do baseball, and they're going to need a play-by-play announcer for Nuggets basketball. And I immediately called my agent in New York and told him to submit me, and then I had to figure out, like, who could I enlist? This was my chance to get into the NBA. I had applied for the Lakers radio play-by-play job a couple of years earlier, did not get it, but this was really an opportunity. Kiki Vandeweghe was the general manager. He was from Pacific Palisades High School and a good friend. And I thought of Bill Walton. Boy, what it would be if Bill Walton could, give me a boost, if he could put in a good word. So I called him up. He said he'd be glad to do it. And I guess there were missed phone calls back and forth. At the time, Altitude was just starting out. Matt Hutchings was the CEO, and Jim Martin was the head man, and Scott Bay, the producer, who would go on to produce 20 years of basketball, and they were the decision-making team. And so what I heard, and I never was really able to confirm this, is that Bill Walton made contact. He was on a 90-mile bike ride in Arizona when he got a hold of the Altitude people and gave me the recommendation. Now, I'm not sure if it was live or it was a recorded message, which is probably a 10-minute message. But, you know, when Bill Walton gave you a boost, it was the bomb. It was the sun, the moon, the stars, and Chris Marlowe. You couldn't get a better play-by-play man. He's done it all out here in California, blah, 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 blah. And eventually I ended up getting the job. And, obviously I thanked him profusely after that. And that's one story that I obviously never forget because it changed my life. There was also a great voicemail message they left me the night that we won the NBA championship with the Denver Nuggets. And he said, you're so lucky. You're so lucky to be in Denver. You have a fabulous team. You do a great job. You have the best player in the world. He was saying this, a year and a half ago, all the time to me about Nikola Jokic. And he said, you keep up the good job. And, he was always so effusive and so complimentary. It just gave you a tremendous boost.
Chris, it's all beautifully said. I want to wrap on this. I remember there was a story that our friend Nick Kosmider wrote about Nikola Jokic a couple of years ago, and Nick told me the story of getting Bill Walton on the phone, and it was tough to get him on the phone, but when he eventually did, he talked to Bill Walton for like 40 minutes, all about Nikola Jokic, and Bill, he was supposed to get 10 minutes on the phone, and Bill just wouldn't stop talking about him. And there was a quote that Nick put in this piece, and I always thought it was wonderful. He said, with the way the NBA is able to package the content, it's just spectacular. You put those video clips in conjunction with the audio call of Chris Marlowe, that's like being on tour with the Grateful Dead, like being out there with Bob Dylan and Neil Young and Jackson Brown and all the great ones and all the guys that just weave the storyline throughout everything they do within their lives. Beautiful words right there from Bill Walton. He was a huge, huge fan of yours, as we all are. We appreciate you so much giving us a few minutes today, Chris.
Well, thanks a lot for having me on, and it's always great to talk about Bill Walton. I'm going to miss him. So sad yesterday. Today I'm a little bit better, and I just think of him right now. Someone had made this analogy one time, Nate and Andy, that when you go to heaven, you're sitting on the highest mountaintop, looking down, sunshine. And I feel like he's up there with John Wooden, Greg Lee, and all his pals. And he was just so wonderful. Anyway.
Chris, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. The great Chris Marlowe with us right there to remember Bill Walton.
I got to add, the man's impact clearly on people has been huge.
Yes.
Jay Billis could barely make it through. So I was waiting to watch the lacrosse national championship, which was in a weather delay. And then the news breaks as they're trying to fill time with SportsCenter, and then it's not fill time anymore. It's, tributes to Bill.
Right.
And Jay Billis was on there, and they just kept interviewing him, and he was struggling to make it through. This man touched a lot of people, and Jay sounded just like Chris did there. He clearly was a special human being, as special as maybe some of us felt like we knew just from his broadcasting.
And he endorsed Chris Marlowe from somewhere out in the desert
awesome.
in Arizona.
All sweaty.
Amazing story. Amazing story right
10-minute
there.
message or whatever he said.
Great stuff with Chris Marlowe.
Do you listen to a full 10-minute voicemail from Bill Walton? You got to
I think
listen
you
to
do.
all of it, don't you?
I think you do.
Because remember how you could hit the button on the old school desk phones and
Right.
jump ahead in the message? You're not doing that to Bill Walton,
No,
right?
no. You want to hang on every one of those words.
You keep the message, don't you?
Absolutely. It's crazy to think like, hey, Chris Marlowe is a legend, is an all-time great. He was going to do great things as a broadcaster no matter what he did, but maybe he doesn't do it for the Denver Nuggets without that phone call. Maybe that did help push him over the edge, and hey, it did. Not only did it change Chris's life, it changed all of our lives. That we got Chris Marlowe, the voice of the Denver Nuggets during this really what is the best era in the history of the franchise. That really was beautiful stuff. Thanks again to Chris Marlowe. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let me ask you this. How's your energy been lately? Has it been up? Has it been where you want it to be? If you're not quite feeling yourself, you're not alone, especially if you're over 40, you may have low T. It's something that a lot of guys start dealing with. Matter of fact, some start to deal with it as early as their mid-30s. You start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year, and it can lead to things like low libido or not really seeing the gains in the gym that you once have. Maybe it's just being tired. For me, it definitely was being tired and not always getting everything into a day that I wanted to fit in. If you want to take a low T quiz and then talk to somebody about it, you can do it right now at the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You can take their quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answer. It takes 2 minutes, and then you can schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will draw your blood and have results for you in 30 minutes with a Colorado licensed medical provider. They will review your results and discuss your options, and then you can make the decision as what works for you. The cost is only $99, which does include a medical consult, TPSA test. If you sign up for testosterone, day of that test, your visit is free. Again, it's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. No need to wait. Start feeling some energy, especially if you're feeling this way now. Don't feel this way all summer. 720-440-7900 is the number, or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Thank you once again to Chris Marlowe for giving us a few minutes to tell us about the life of Bill Walton, his friendship with Bill Walton. It was a very good conversation right there, and a chance to remember a guy that really he transcended sports. He was a brilliant player. He was a brilliant broadcaster, and he was a dude like Andy. I think I've told you this before. I saw him at numerous Grateful Dead concerts over the years.
Yeah, we had a few people texting about that.
I always here's the other thing too, is I was always a little bit conflicted. I bet it's really cool to stand near Bill Walton at a concert, but you don't want to stand behind Bill Walton.
No, Bill. Yeah, get Bill at an angle.
Yeah, it's
Get
sort
Bill
of
a chair.
I've sat behind the pillars before at Wrigley Field, and you're kind of like, the hell? Can't see the show.
You can't sit at a concert, though, can you?
I mean, you got to stand, but still, like, what are you doing, man? Especially if you start swaying, well, then what are you gonna do?
Blocking the sun. Hopefully that isn't your first time seeing that band.
It's the eclipse that's out there.
If you're the band, don't you just get him on stage? Just here. Enjoy the show from the stage,
if you don't mind. There's a great story about Walton, and he it was in the 80s, and he was playing for the Celtics, and the Dead were in town to play at the Garden, and so Bill took everybody on the team. Danny Ainge wasn't allowed to go; his wife wouldn't let him, as Bill told the story. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. But everybody else went to the show, and they partied all night, and the Robert Parrish and Larry Bird are back there hanging out with Jerry Garcia, and he's telling the story as only Bill Walton can. But because the Celtics were so famous, they got them they set up like a curtained off area to the side of the stage, so nobody in the crowd could see the Celtics, but they could stand there and party and watch the show.
All right.
It's good to know somebody, right?
It is. So you're triggering a little bit of a thought in me.
Okay. You still mad at the Rockies?
Yes.
Okay.
But I promise, next time you bring out your fun time stat, I'll just let you go. Didn't mean to make you sad. And didn't mean to do that. Who are the most relatable athletes of our time? Is Nicola on that list? Like, you talk, again, we got people texting in. Bill Walton was seen at Pasta J's. Bill Walton seen hanging out he just was a dude doing guy things.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And it feels like a lot of the modern athletes feel like, they're going to be, frankly, like Mahomes and Kelsey going to be sitting courtside in Dallas and watching the game and being in the seats that you'll never get to. And, is Nicola...
Bill Walton was a man of the people.
He was.
Very much so. And, I chatted with him once for, 4 seconds at an airport. Just went up and said hello, and I didn't want to bother him for too long or anything else like that. But he was just as kind as he could be, flying commercial, just tall as hell, living the life, the guy. But he was also a dude, like, he couldn't go anywhere without being recognized because he was 7 feet tall, which was very much a part of his life. But yeah, He was just the kind of guy that, like, every interaction he gave his time and his attention to, which, to be fair, is not an easy thing to do. Like, the thing about extremely famous or extremely beloved people is they're also just people. Like, they have places to be, they have things to do, they have, they've got to be able to get through it all, and so it can be really, really challenging to make time and everything else. It's when Andy and I go out on remote, like, well, we can chat with you for a moment in the break, but we got to entertain America. This is America's 20th favorite afternoon show, so we only have so much time for everybody.
And all you really want is a few minutes anyway.
Exactly.
Well, but see, it's so funny you bring that up because I remember, both Rod Smith and Ed McCaffrey had told me, because, they were big deals once upon a time.
Sure.
And I think Ed was kind of in that Bill Walton mode of everybody felt like they could relate to the guy, right? Mm-hmm. He wasn't necessarily all ripped up like Shannon Sharp or, I don't know, quite the stature of TD, if you will. But Susie Wargen told me a story one time. They were all hanging out. Two families are hanging out at Elitch's, and Ed stopped to sign an autograph for one person. The next thing you know, it's 45 minutes later. The families have taken their kids all over, and they had to literally just get Ed out of there. Rod Smith told me a story point blank one time.
Yeah.
He goes, you want to know why I don't sign a lot of autographs? It's not because I don't appreciate the fan. It's because at some point I'm going to have to tell everybody I can't anymore, and someone's going to think I'm a jerk and tell everybody.
Sure. Yeah.
And so it's kind of the trickiness of the life. But you said the guys that will stop and interact with you, that who is Jokic our most relatable guy right now? And I say relatable just because
he doesn't like to go to
work.
work.
What I think is funny though is well, there you go.
Right.
But I think it's funny is I don't know that he's necessarily a man of the people. He literally told a story of one of the reasons why I love Denver the other day was I was at Washington Park with my family and nobody mobbed me. Right. Somebody's texting it AG. Would it be AG?
Hey, he did go shirtless and wander into Lodo.
He was hanging out with everybody.
After winning an NBA championship. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Living the good life. Yeah, it's tough, man. And it's a celebrity-obsessed and celebrity-driven culture, and everybody wants to take a selfie, and nobody knows how to work their phone correctly when it's time to do those sorts of things. Like, yeah, I bet it's...
Is it Charlie Blackmon? You brought up Charlie Blackmon the other day, or 2 segments ago. Everybody loves Chuck in the beard. He's got the mullet going. He's a big fisherman, which a lot of people love to do.
Sure. I guess that's. I guess if you're looking at sort of like miniature positives of social media, is
miniature
because they
I like that.
They only exist in minute increments.
Yes.
But in whatever way that they exist is like the idea of getting to know somebody beyond just what they do as a pro athlete. And isn't that then some, like, maybe a place where you can find somebody to be more relatable, you know? Paul Klee, like, Paul Klee is such an entertaining human being, columnist for the Gazette, friend of the program. Paul could tell you anybody that likes going fly fishing, he knows them and has discussed their fishing addiction in depth with them, because that was the thing that he really did care about.
Well, fly fishermen are their own, I don't want to call it a cult, but their own club.
They speak a different language.
Yeah, they do. Mark
say.
Johnson was trying to teach me one time, like, you know what? You're going to have to say this all over again about 900 times. I don't understand any of this with the fly and the this and the that and the what you're looking for in the water.
Yeah, I don't know what any of that stuff is.
Let me ask you this. How about broadcasters? Are we like, so Greg Olson gets demoted. What? I keep hearing Tom Brady talking clips of things,
man
right?
Of the people.
Man of the
Greg
people.
Olson got screwed by his bosses.
Well, but is he? Like, what I loved about, I love Bill because Bill was just up there being himself, having a good time. It's why I like John Madden.
Sure.
I am not popular among my friends for liking John Madden because he was the Raiders coach. And you know, my friends' parents who were of the Orange Crush era, how can you can't like John Madden? That's a fat man that Tom Jackson was yelling at and all that.
Yeah, but he was
just a big goofy, kind of having fun.
Ripping cigs on the sideline. Come on.
Oh, there's
man of
one
the
time he was
people.
throwing popcorn at people and then he was ducking under the booth to see if they could figure out it was him. There's just something about that kind of guy that I enjoy. Isn't that why people tend to flip to the Manning cast sometimes? Because it's just Eli and Manning and Peyton goofing?
Cracking wise during
You know what
a game.
I mean? Like,
sure.
do we have another broadcaster coming up like that? I'm real worried when it comes to football.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that it's just like Tom Brady, we're going to get him on most of the national games, and it's going to be too damn serious. Like, I don't see him, maybe I'll be wrong, but I just don't see him having a lot of fun when it's game time. And maybe you don't need to. Like Troy, at least Troy and Joe, right? Joe Buck, almost called him his dad.
You had it.
At least Troy and Joe will have a laugh here and there. At least they'll have a little levity. At least Troy is not afraid to laugh like Springs got all the saved laughs from that Kansas City. Yeah, that one right
His
there.
hatred of Joe Flacco.
Where he just hates the football that he's watching. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I don't feel like, I don't want the element of what you lose in a Bill Walton to go away. I love the inside the NBA guys, but that's just like a little morsel between quarters. You know what I mean?
It is funny too, though, and in some ways, like, that old booth of, sometimes it'd be Marv Albert or Tom Hammond along with Bill Walton and Steve Snapper Jones. Just doing NBA games in the 90s, but also like they developed a certain chemistry about them that sort of like it was great basketball content, but also it was personality driven. Like in some ways, they were sort of the forebears to Inside the NBA. Now, Barkley is I don't want to take anything away from what Barkley is as a broadcaster, analyst, just as a personality, as a media entity, because he is absolutely one of one, and he is the reason why that show was so great. But also, like, those guys kind of showed on game broadcasts, and then Bill. He carried it later on to all the stuff that he did with Dave Pasch over the years, just as silly a combination as there could possibly be. Pasch just playing it as straight, just the perfect straight man to Bill Walton's, just his insanity, basically, of what he was giving, of grunting like a buffalo during a broadcast. I mean, that stuff right there, like you're right about that, of we don't want to lose some of that, again, in a time in which I think some of that stuff's a little discouraged.
No, I think it is. See, in baseball, you talk about baseball, you could use it in baseball. Baseball,
100%.
So many baseball broadcasts are way too serious.
Oh, yeah.
There's 162 of these things, guys.
You got to be goofy.
Yeah.
There's also just so much damn
Fun.
space.
Yes.
And a lot of times, there's nothing going on.
Nothing is happening.
There's just nothing
Tell
happening.
me a story. Be stupid.
Yes.
I love when Spilly or Jeff or any of the guys go off on a good story from the dugout. Somebody went and switched and put on someone's pants, right? Or because they were trying to get out of a slump. Those are the things that make me laugh. Can I tell you honestly, though, who's been annoying me lately, who I've liked? God, the TNT crew, or a guy, Eddie Olczyk.
You're down on Edzo?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh,
Kind of popping off about. I'm just like, what are you talking about? The hell are you talking about?
Is he talking about horse racing?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know. Because look, to your point, there still needs to be, like, what I loved about Madden was, we'll be goofy, but we'll let Summerall get back to his monotone call of the play, and then we'll get back to the story. You still, like you had said during that game that you watched, you still need to leave some space for at least some commentary put in.
The occasional reference to the game being played.
By
right
the way,
in front
too,
of you.
someone said Tony Romo. Aren't you a little?
The problem,
I'm kind of over Romo.
I mean, that's just it. As Romo came roaring out the gates, goofy and laughing, and everyone was having a good time with it, predicting plays and all that.
But I think the coaches got tired of it.
Yeah, the act
it's like
wore
you're
thin.
screwing our playbook, bro.
Yeah,
Quit doing that.
Yeah, it wore thin pretty quickly. That's one of the other things too. Is again, social media sucks, and some of it is like it just becomes it becomes too hypercritical. It becomes too like, oh, I can pull up every single mistake you ever made as a broadcaster, and this is my proof that you suck, and I will roll with this forever. Like, we've lost the ability to sometimes let things get lost in the shuffle, and that's just it. Like, honestly, like when I was a kid and Bill Walton would do Bulls games in the 90s, sometimes he would annoy the crap out of me. Karl Malone is the MVP. And it would just annoy me because I was a Bulls fan. But again, like I eventually grew up and I got over it because I wasn't going to be 9 years old for the rest of my life. But also like that is one of the problems in an NFL broadcast or anything else like that. It's just the moment that we find the slightest bit of annoyance in a broadcaster, it's like, well, let's blast it over the internet, and awfulannouncing.com will kill the guy, and suddenly like we lose a bigger picture to it all. I didn't mean to make such a grand statement about this. I know we're doing a silly radio topic, but it is one of my annoyances is that basically Twitter sucks.
Wait, you've driven that home a few times.
I have.
Today.
I think
get
I
it.
have.
Not a fan.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Sooner or later, none of us are going to need any of this. Really? You know what I mean? Go to your social media feed. What'd you learn over the weekend? People at barbecues? I didn't know that.
Absolutely
No way.
Nothing. Mm-hmm.
Half of it's crap from people I don't know anyway.
391 says Romo's a Chiefs fan. Is that true? Is he?
I don't know anymore.
Doesn't every broadcaster get accused of being a fan of the other team? Isn't that also a part of the job? It's like if you're not automatically a full homer for my team, you complimented the opponent. I hate your guts. Honestly, that was one of the things that I loved about the late, great Peter McNabb. When he would call a hockey game, he would tell you when the Avalanche's opponent did something good or noteworthy or cool or whatever it was, if there was a player on the other team that had a particular skill set or anything like that, he wasn't afraid to highlight that and tell you about it. And as a viewer, it made me appreciate the sport that I was watching. And yet sometimes I would hear from Avalanche fans that would be like, guys hyping the other team. Well,
no.
They're world-class athletes. Yeah. He's impressed by them. I understand why.
He's teaching the game.
Right.
It's all right to use the other team's stuff for teaching teams.
Those guys get paid, too.
That's why they're out here.
Sometimes they do incredible things.
You paid to watch two good teams play each other, usually.
Yeah. It's why they charge you so much.
Oh, well.
It is the Craig and Lindahl show. We are having a spirited conversation here on a Tuesday afternoon.
We're having a post-Memorial Day Tuesday show without a dang team in the playoffs.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo!
It is the Craigman and Lindahl show. We'll take a break when we come back. Angel Hernandez is no longer a major league umpire, and nobody is sad about it. Why is that the case? We'll tell you next.
You know who Kyrie Irving is? Do you?
Yeah, does this have to do with our Earth conversation?
No. I just
Okay.
want to know if you know who's a good player. You've seen Kyrie Irving play, right?
I have.
Well, Kyrie.
You need this again?
The Earth is round. The winter solstice, the shortest day and the longest night in the hemisphere that it's happening for. Because right now they're having the summer solstice in the southern hemisphere.
Is this what you do all day?
Good solstice breakdown right there from the great Bill Walton working with Dave Pasch. And yeah, Kyrie Irving on this very spherical planet is right now a win away from the NBA Finals. He can down the Minnesota Timberwolves and get back to the finals tonight with the Dallas Mavericks, a 3-0 lead. We got a sweep out east with the Boston Celtics. We very well could have another sweep here tonight after what was a very entertaining second round of the NBA playoffs. I would say the conference finals have been a bit of a letdown and quite frankly kind of annoying for all of us who would have liked to have continued to watch the Nuggets play basketball. Although, Andy, again, I'm not going to the Denver would have won the series well.
No, I'm with you.
Can't do it.
I just feel like Jamal was not himself, and he had to be himself for you. Your starting five was not whole. And look, the MPJ thing, what I would have liked to have seen is how MPJ would have handled the next series and how they would have defended him, and would this have started the parade of we're getting in your face every time guy?
Peyton Watson would have played in a Dallas series.
You would hope, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're right. You
Justin Holiday
you
might have taken that spot.
Would hope. You certainly would hope. His defensive toughness, though, that could be valuable against a team like Dallas.
Yeah, it would have been. I hope it would have been an interesting matchup, but I'm not positive. Again, I just don't think Jamal was ever going to be right the rest of the run.
No, most likely, probably not. As long as we're playing some Bill Walton audio, let's get Bill Walton talking about Nikola Jokic. Walton was a fan, to say the least. Loved the game, loved the essence of the person, all of those things. I know they met a few times. Here we go. Bill Walton on, I believe it was the Bill Walton podcast, talking about Nikola Jokic.
When you pinholed and narrowed down the contributions of Nikola Jokic when you said he's one of the greatest passers ever, Nikola Jokic is one of the greatest basketball players ever in every aspect: shooting, dribbling, passing, rebounding, screening, dribbling, and what else is there, please? And winning. And they're the current champions.
Let's talk a little bit more about Jokic. How would you have defended a player like Jokic, and how would you have played with him as a teammate?
I would have loved to have played with him, and I would have loved to play against him. He would be, in today's game, the ultimate challenge. The same way that when I was able to play in the limited amount of time that I was able to get on the court, Kareem was the standard of excellence. But today, it's Nikola Jokic. And what I would do with him is bring a whole lot of really good teammates and a whole lot of really good coaches and try to come up with something, because every time somebody tries to come up with a new theory, a new plan, it might work for a few moments, but then Nikola Jokic all of a sudden figures it out and he goes and does something else.
You know, it's kind of what happened in the Minnesota series. They had it for a minute, and then Jokic got loose, and then team faded.
Yeah. That's the other part about this. I feel like Nikola and Aaron Gordon weren't ready to be the only two yet again in another series that could take on any of the physical matchups.
Right.
The Nuggets, when you watch what's going on in this next series, you got to get bigger, and you got to have at least one more physical piece to things.
Yeah.
Again, we've all said it. You really didn't understand what Jeff Green was giving you until he wasn't there to give it to you.
Right.
And that was some physical minutes against some stronger dudes in the paint.
Veteran savvy, all those things. Yeah. You suddenly didn't have that so much.
I just feel like when you look back at the Minnesota series and you look back at Game 7 in particular, I remember thinking even Nikola's taking threes, which tells me even Nikola is sick of taking on 3 7-footers by himself.
Right. The frustration of it all had gotten to him a little bit, I think really by that point of the series. And he played like a frustrated player down the stretch. He really did. Yeah, but what's the way to beat Nikola Jokic? It's have him play basketball deep into June, have him carry an entire team, have him get as hot as he did and the team did right after the All-Star break, and then have them try and fight their way through a very physical series, a team that could actually match their physicality like the Minnesota Timberwolves. Yeah, Andy, I think you and I agree on this. A healthy Nuggets team is a better team than the Dallas Mavericks, but the Nuggets, what they look like by the end of the Minnesota series, they're probably not going to win that series.
No.
Probably not.
You better be able to shoot.
Yeah.
It was amazing how many guys could not shoot. Not just MPJ. KCP's shot came and went. Jamal's shot came and went.
It's funny you bring that up, too. Like, the thing about MPJ is, I would say MPJ didn't necessarily look fatigued, but he couldn't make a shot. So that must be what fatigue looks like for Michael Porter Jr., right?
What? I was more shocked by the fact that he wouldn't shoot over guys.
That too.
I did not understand him constantly dumping down, passing. It's like, no, you're the best option to shoot that. Please shoot it.
Yep.
Why are you letting them bother you? You're going to shoot it. They're going to fly by. What are you worried about? And frankly, if it gets blocked, so what? It's going out of bounds, Mike. It's all right.
We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including a former Broncos kicker that apparently having a little bit too much fun on a team flight. We'll tell you that story next. Yeah, it is Nate Kreckman. It is Andy Lindahl. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. And it is hour number 3, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. We start with football news right now. Mark Springer, what is happening in the world of the NFL today?
Yeah, it
just
was
casual news, right?
Yeah, newsy weekend across the sports world, including the NFL. We'll get into some of that here in the High Five. Brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Here's a doozy for you. 2 women are suing kicker Brandon McManus and the Jacksonville Jaguars, alleging that McManus sexually assaulted them during the team's overseas flight to London last year, according to documents obtained by ESPN. The 2 women, identified as Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2 in the lawsuit, filed Friday night in Duval County Circuit Civil Court, accused McManus of rubbing himself against them and grinding against them. They also accused the Jaguars of failing to supervise McManus and failing to create a safe environment for staff serving the team. They are seeking in excess of $1 million and are demanding a jury trial.
So here's the quote from Brandon McManus's attorney, Andy. These are absolutely fictitious and demonstrably false allegations made as part of a campaign to defame and disparage a talented and well-respected NFL player. We intend to aggressively defend Brandon's rights and integrity and clear his name by showing what these claims truly are, an extortion attempt. Shouldn't, if that's the case, shouldn't they go after somebody that makes a lot more money than the kicker?
Well, there's that, yeah.
Shouldn't they go after somebody that's way more famous than the kicker?
Yeah.
If that's what they're trying to defame and disparage a talented and well-respected NFL player? Pretty sure everybody just wants to ignore the kicker, right?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
I don't know. Look, this was shocking to me. This was not the guy that I, got to know a little bit when he was here in Denver. So surprised that this would be falling in, whatever, that he's dealing with this.
Yeah.
Surprised it would happen twice on a team flight somehow.
Yeah.
And nobody would say anything. But, again, this is Tony Busby filing this. You know the name because he's the one that represented the women against Deshaun Watson.
Yep.
And I thought there was nothing to that when that first came up. And there turned out to be a whole lot.
Quite a bit.
To that.
Yeah, quite a bit.
So, I guess we wait and see what happens. But it's a very odd story. And to your point that, you do wonder if you were just looking to try to make an attempt at something, wouldn't you go for someone bigger than the guy making, one of the smaller salaries on the team?
Turns out, Andy, high knees, not the most annoying thing you can do on a flight to London.
Yeah, maybe it's just something about these flights to London. These flights to London, maybe we need to figure out something different.
So according to the lawsuit, the 2 women worked as flight attendants. Jaguar September 28, 2023 flight, Atlas Air Worldwide Holdings charter flight. They allege the flight, quote, quickly turned into a party as McManus and several other players disregarded the flight attendants' personal space, air travel safety, and federal law. The lawsuit also claims McManus recruited 3 other flight attendants to the party and passed out $100 bills to encourage them to drink and dance inappropriately for him. Jane Doe 1 accuses McManus of trying to kiss her while she was seated during a session of turbulence and twice grinding up against her while she was serving the flight's 2 meal services per the lawsuit. That's not going to help you get your meal faster. Doe 1 alleges during the first assault she made eye contact with another Jaguars player who she said looked ashamed of McManus's behavior. Jane Doe 2 alleges that McManus grinded up against her while she was serving the flight's second meal service. Per the lawsuit, Doe 2 confronted McManus, who, quote, smirked and walked away. The lawsuit says Doe 2 remained in the aircraft's second story to avoid McManus on the team's flight from London to Jacksonville on October 8th. So she stayed away from him, apparently, on the return flight. Jaguars coach Doug Peterson said today he didn't want to comment on the lawsuit until new information is gathered, but he did say Monday that was the first time he heard about the allegations against Brandon McManus. He also said he would not describe the atmosphere on the chartered flight to London as a party. Most coaches do want to dispel the notion that their team is partying on a road trip flight, I would say. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, again, from what is being described, there's got to be witnesses to this, right?
I would say so.
Some people are going to get subpoenaed,
It's a pretty
right?
confined space up there in a metal tube flying across the ocean.
Yeah, I guess we'll see which way this one goes.
Bizarre story. Brandon McManus, alleged creep on a cross-country flight.
And usually on these flights, these international trips, now I don't know for sure with this, they take bigger planes, and usually this is like a reward for being a major booster.
Ah, yes, the
an
sponsors.
advertiser, things of that sort of things. Now, the players are usually seated far away from that, depending on how large the play. When I was flying with the Broncos, it was the coaches up front and the players are way in back.
Sure.
So it's not inconceivable that I guess, but to me, someone else, if this was all going down, someone else saw it, and people are going to have to testify what was going on.
That is indeed true. Much more to come on a bizarre, bizarre story. Spring.
High five.
The Houston Texans and wide receiver Nico Collins have agreed to a 3-year, $72.75 million extension that includes $52 million guaranteed. Nico Collins, 25 years old, was a third-round pick of the Texans in the 2021 draft.
Andy, are the Houston Texans a contender to win the Super Bowl right now?
Sure, why not? Well, yeah. The reason why I pull back and going all in is that if Joe Burrow and Aaron Rodgers are back in the mix of this thing, the AFC is a damn gauntlet.
Loaded. Yeah.
You got Justin Herbert with a better coach.
Yep. Loaded.
But I get why they like their team. I get why they're handing out some money.
Yeah, they paid big money for Nico Collins, who had a big-time year last season, had a pretty good game against the Broncos as well. You know, they're waiting for Tank Dell to come back from injury. They go and get Stephon Diggs from Buffalo, so the weapons are good. They got a bunch of high draft picks along their offensive line, obviously C.J. Stroud. They go and they get Joe Mixon and Will Anderson anchoring their defense, and Derek Stingley's a pretty damn good corner. Derek Stingley, the problem with him is he's not as good as Surtain or Sauce Gardner, but he's still really damn good. He just hadn't quite lived up to the draft billing quite yet. If that team is healthy, and again they went and paid Danielle Hunter, I mean they're going for it. They got the cheap quarterback right now.
You know what? That's probably the biggest point. You got to go for it while you got, because C.J. Stroud, if he continues to build on his success, is going to be the guy paid. He'll be the top-paid guy at least 1 year of his career.
Interesting stuff, yeah. Good team. They look like a pretty damn good team. Spring.
High five.
Earlier this month, Steelers running back Jaylen Warren, we actually played this audio in the high five, was on Cam Hayward's podcast, because everyone has a podcast, and Jaylen Warren suggested that their special teams coordinator, Danny Smith, openly suggested the idea of using Justin Fields as a kickoff returner, given the new kickoff return rules. Well, Justin Fields talked to the media today, and here's what he said about that. He said, quote, "Nah, I think everybody kind of interpreted it wrong. Coach Danny was basically just trying to send a message that no matter who you are, you could be on special teams. He just used that as an example."
Yeah, most teams aren't going to use a guy that's probably going to start 10 games for them at quarterback on special teams. Just going to go out on a limb and say that that's the case. Now, look, if Russell Wilson rediscovers 2019 form the way that we always hoped and prayed that he would here in Denver, and throws 40 touchdown passes, maybe you'll consider it, but I'm pretty sure Justin Fields ain't going to get used on special teams.
Probably not. But again, we don't know what this thing's going to look like.
I know, it's going to be fun.
You know what I mean?
It's going to be fun.
And look, if Fields is out there, it could be one of the old, kind of like the old Miracle, the Tennessee, what was that, the Music City Miracle?
Yeah.
Where he's the guy that you're going to go to, and then he turns and chucks it to the other side of the field, and you could be in trouble. I don't know.
That could be a
Likely
fun play.
He's not going to do it.
Going to go out on a limb and say Justin Fields doesn't take any special team snaps.
High five.
Also new to the NFL this year, they have banned the hip drop tackle, primarily.
That's the swivel hip drop tackle to use.
Okay, yeah, let's be very specific here. I think the biggest play that promoted this is when Mark Andrews was swivel hip drop tackle by Logan Wilson, the inside linebacker for the Cincinnati Bengals in November, and that ended Mark Andrews' season. He was asked today what he thinks about the rule change.
I think it's it's just sometimes part of the game. I'm always an advocate for making the game safer. You look at the last maybe 5 years. There's been a lot of big injuries with that, and so just bringing the awareness to that type of tackle, I think is good. Keeping guys healthy is going to be great. Take that tackle out of the game is not a bad thing. I don't think. I think the defenses can find a way to get around that.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that Mark Andrews is a fan of removing the tackle that ruined his season and get it out of the game. Andy, this is going to be a tough one. It's a really tough play to legislate in real time. It's the kind of thing that once you get a chance to review the thing and they're going to find the hell out of guys, like, okay, you can sort of identify it in real time, man. Tough play to legislate. Being an NFL official is damn near impossible.
And it's already worded weird.
Yeah.
This is already going to be one of those things where no one's going to agree. Sometimes it'll get called. Sometimes it won't get called because of the way they're talking about the twisting motion and all this other stuff. And it's just, this is going to be about, I think this ends up as judgmental as pass interference.
Yeah.
Some guys are going to be super strict about it. Others aren't. Or some officials, I should say, are going to be super strict about it. Some aren't.
We'll watch it in replay. We'll go, I can make an argument that it's not.
And you watch, it'll change. It'll have a critical effect probably on one important game.
Yep.
And then we'll all be yelling about that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think the rule is super clear. So I guess my point is, I'm not sure they are taking this tackle out of the game. I think some will still be allowed.
Yeah, and they're still going to happen because if guys have the choice of do I just make a play or do I let this guy sprint down the sideline or gain an extra 10 yards and pick up a first down, whatever it may be, they're always going to choose to get the guy to the ground because their coaches will kill them if they don't. And finally, Spring.
High five.
The NFL is returning to England and Germany for regular season games this season. New to the season is a game in Brazil. That'll be early in the regular season, but Henry Hodgson, the general manager of the NFL's UK office, told the Irish Star that Dublin and Paris are two European cities that are on the table for future seasons.
Good old Hank Hodgson.
I am Sir Henry Hodgson of the NFL UK office. Dublin. That's fun, right? Notre Dame always goes and plays in Dublin.
Yeah.
They like their football over there.
Sure.
That's a good time.
Fighting Irish.
Sure, absolutely.
Go see what happens. You know what? Remember when we've actually spoken to the guys from, it was Broncos, the Ireland Bronco.
Oh, that's
contingent.
right.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Now they're more Broncos UK.
Yeah, the Irish Broncos fans. They were fun.
Both, one of them was in Dublin.
Yes. They were a pretty good time.
They love their football. I know that. Paris, what do you think about Paris? Did the
City of Lights?
Yeah, it's a beautiful city. Good
bread?
Did NFL Europe, there was never a French team, right? Yeah. Yeah.
The Fighting Frogs.
Wow, look at you.
I'm not sure.
Wow.
Was there a NFL Europe team in France?
I don't think there was a Paris team, no.
No? Okay.
What other French cities are there?
Versailles.
There you go.
I can drop that on you. There you go. Other French cities for 200.
I'll be honest with you. I've heard Versailles.
Uh-huh. Yeah. You got Paris.
Uh-huh. I
Uh-huh.
don't have too many in my bag.
Yeah.
You think?
The Riviera?
Okay, the French Riviera.
I don't know the name of the city.
Sure,
there is the problem.
Sure.
Yeah. I will fully admit to my
people
ignorance
start texting him in. And I'll be like, oh yeah, you're right.
Of French
there
cities that aren't Paris.
Right.
This feels like a Family Feud question.
Okay, there you go.
Mm-hmm. Oh, ZT, we didn't say 69. You don't have to text in. Nice.
No.
Get it, niece?
No.
We'll talk to our friend Mark Johnson. Maybe when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio. the Crackman and Lindahl Show. It is great to be with you here on a Tuesday afternoon as we are back at it after the long weekend that was. We'll talk to Mark Johnson coming up here in just a moment. Voice of the Buffs, our ambassador to the Pac-12, which doesn't
not anymore.
Actually exist.
Yeah, he's your new ambassador to the Big 12
anymore. Yes,
what do you think of that?
He's walked us over to a new conference that's slightly more Midwestern. Yes,
he's back in his boots, and he's got everything else going on. He's got good steakhouses. He knows. We ate at Mickey Mantle's on one of the trips.
Nice.
You ever been there? That's a good steakhouse.
Is that in Oklahoma?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
They were playing OU Halloween weekend.
I knew that's where he was from.
That go well. That was
usually doesn't.
Yeah, no, that was why can I can never remember the old Pittsburgh backup that played there was really good. Just smoked us. Followed Sam Bradford. Bring him on. He'll know.
I bet you Mark Johnson will know the answer to this question. Why don't you fire it at him?
Let's welcome in your voice of the Buffs, Mark Johnson. Mark, real quickly, before we want to get some of your memories of Bill Walton, as you wrote a great post on your Facebook page yesterday. I went with you Halloween, and we went to Mickey Mantle's Steakhouse that year, but then we had to play the Sooners, and that didn't go well. Who was that dang quarterback that went to the Steelers that tore him up? The big kid from Oklahoma, played for Stoops.
Landry Jones.
Lord,
Landry Jones. Look at
there you go.
There
yeah,
it is.
Good get. I'm glad you got it because I never would have.
Who was the color guy that day? We've had a lot of analysts sit in the chair. Do you remember? Who was the analyst during that broadcast?
Well,
it was the last game in Norman because then we went to the Pac-12 the next year.
Well, yeah, that would have been Zim. Yeah.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah. He's a guy that did the games for 42 years. He was still around then.
Right. Give me that name again.
Yeah, Larry Zimmer. I think you remember him, right? Legendary figure. Everyone knows him.
You know what?
Broncos, the Buffs.
Later on, we would go and call a Kansas game where in one break, Zim just goes, "What the hell's going on? What are we doing? We're losing the lead." They were killing Kansas, and he was beside himself. They ended up losing that one.
The best part of the broadcast was always what went on during the commercial breaks. Always.
I remember that Kansas game, I feel like.
We all do.
Yeah.
We all do.
It felt like a notable game in Colorado football history.
Dan Hawkins in particular remembers it.
Yeah,
so.
probably.
Yeah. Mark, you did have a nice post memorializing, I should say, the great Bill Walton. Just tell us some of your experiences with him as you cross paths in the Pac-12.
Well, in a world of copycats, there are not many originals. And Bill Walton was an original. And you think about, guys, the stages to his career. First off, one of the greatest college players of all time. Had a nice NBA career, won a couple of NBA titles that was cut short because of foot injuries, obviously. Then he was, at one point in time, many considered him as good an analyst as there was. And I think maybe a lot of young people don't recall that. What they saw late in his career where he was kind of this character that worked alongside my friend Dave Pasch, prior to that, when he was doing a lot of NBA games, I thought Bill was as insightful as anybody. And then that last part of his career where he was this kind of character that became beloved by everybody and would, veer off into tangents and talk about everything but the game at different times. Dave and I would frequently talk about how tough it was to do the broadcast with him because he was all over the map. But if you ever sat down, and frequently I got a chance to do that at like a shoot-around or something the day of a game, and talk to Bill. He was brilliant and very insightful and had great, well-thought opinions on a lot of things that were going on in college athletics. And believe me, he didn't like the direction that things have been going. And so he really was a brilliant guy, a very, very nice man. With my youngest son who's disabled, Bill would always go by and say hi to Jake and took pictures with him many times. And so he had a heart of gold and always had time for fans. And one of my favorite things, we did a television segment together. We got done with the game one night. And I said, "Hey, Bill, come on over and do something with me." 5-minute segments. As you can imagine, I asked one question and then finally had to cut him off because 5 minutes later he was still going and, pontificating about how much he loved Boulder, Colorado. And so, I wouldn't say that we were friends, but we certainly knew each other, talked on a regular basis, and I greatly enjoyed him. I thought he was a fine human being.
What were the reactions of fans around the Pac-12 when they would see Bill, because he was such a staunch advocate for the conference, no matter where it was? What was the reaction of people when he would be around? Because he was as close as a like a Pac-12 legend, Pac-12 celebrity, Pac-12 superstar as there ever existed.
Yeah, without quite the Conference of Champions, you always say about 10 times a broadcast. The thing is with Bill, because he became this colorful character, we always used to kind of joke on our side that we knew that we were going to have enormous listenership the nights that Bill was doing the games, because you either loved him or hated him. And if you loved him, you couldn't get enough of him. And if you didn't, you'd shut it off and sync up the radio that night. But when the game was over, and Andy, I know you experienced this a number of times, the fans would line up. There'd be 300, 400, 500 fans lined up, and Bill would sit there on his stool, and he would take pictures and have a conversation with each and every one of them. And so we'd get done with the post game, and he'd still be, doing, his fan interaction. And then when he was done, he'd want to sit and talk to, my broadcast partner Scott and I, or whoever else was around. I mean, he just loved that. That dude had a good day every day. And that's something we all need to shoot for. But I'm not sure Bill Walton late in his career ever having a bad day, to be honest with you.
We got a chance to talk to Chris Marlowe, who had a great relationship with Bill, told us a lot of great stories. I did not know this till Nate brought it up, but Bill Walton left a 10-minute voicemail as the reason why they needed to hire Chris Marlowe here. Great story there. We talked about the originality. Where's the balance there? To me, he's kind of like a John Madden. Is it? Not everybody can do what Bill Walton did, but because he was the first, is that why you allow it, so to speak?
Yes, yeah, and there'll never be another John Madden. There's never going to be another Bill Walton. But that's the way he was. One of my favorite. Yeah, every time I'd see him, no matter how many times we'd seen each other, guys, he'd always look at me and go, "Mark with a K," and I'd say, "Yes, sir," and he'd say, "Bill with 2 L's," and it was the same way that every conversation that he and I had started exactly the same way. And but my favorite of all time, Tad Boyle told me this one. He's at practice one day, the day before a game, and he's got the roster, and he's going through the roster with Tad, and he's just going right straight down. So the next player comes up. He says, "How about Tom Smith?" Right? And Tad says, "Oh, he's not with us." And Bill looks at him in a very serious manner. He says, "Murder?" And Tad says, "What? Did he murder somebody?" No. He's just hurt, Bill. Oh, and then he says that loud when he writes in his pad, "Did not murder anybody." I mean, he just had such a unique way of looking at things, and I just enjoyed his kind of odd, very different way of viewing the world. And now I'm sure, being to as many Grateful Dead concerts and all the chemicals that come along with that probably had something to do with him viewing the world differently. But like I said, he was an original, and he'll be missed.
The great Mark Johnson is with us here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Mark joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Speaking of a world without the Pac-12, Mark, what goes into, and maybe you can shed some light on this, because you work in the athletic department in addition to calling the games and everything else like that. You see a lot of things up close. When a school just changes conferences at that level, what goes into that endeavor to get the athletic department and every team and everything prepared to completely change geography and everything else that they have to deal with? What don't we know about conference realignment?
Well, what's interesting about it is, so the meetings are already taking place. There have already been a number of Pac-12 meetings. I'm not involved in any of those, but the ops people, the marketing people, they're getting together already. Obviously, from an imaging standpoint, I mean, that's all being worked on right now, that everything that is Pac-12 related is being changed over to the Big 12. What do you think they're doing in Salt Lake City, by the way? They can't figure if they're in the Big 12 or the ACC, so they've really got a challenge on their hand. But it really is a heck of an operation, and there's a lot of man hours that goes into it because of all the changes, all the operational differences, how they execute their tournaments, how they execute their schedules, what the travel looks like. And so all of that's being addressed right now by staff inside the athletic department as they're getting up to speed, and the same thing happened 13 years ago and moved to the Pac-12, and now it's same thing happening with the Big 12. But there's a lot that goes into it. It's just not, hey, we're going to change, and then tomorrow, we all of a sudden start identifying as a Big 12. It's a pretty in-depth process that everyone has to go through, because all the circumstances are different, the details are different, the executions are different, and so all of that's being worked on right now.
You know what? We had a headline Friday. We might as well ask you about this. Schools can now pay their athletes. I know that we've had you on, and you've expressed how your major concern about where all this is heading. Now that the schools can just flat out pay him as employees, how much do you think any of what we've been seeing is going to change? Is it going to matter? Is it still going to be the schools, the power schools paying everybody? Like, what do you think this does, if it does anything?
Well, Andy, here's the first thing when I saw that. So what can happen with the Power 5 schools? They can each now pay their athletic department salary for athletes, if you will, would be $20 million. So let's call that their salary cap. Okay, that's their salary cap. Now, outside of maybe 15 programs, the rest of college athletics does not have an extra $20 million laying around. So what does that mean? Where do they get that money all of a sudden? Start watching. This is one thing I'd watch very quietly in the last 18 months. They reduced the minimum number of sports that you have to remain a Division I program from, I think it was 16 to 12. Don't be surprised if they just take and say there's going to be no minimum. Because my guess is right now there are athletic directors around the country looking around going, wait a minute, where do we come up with this money? We can't do this within our budgets because I'm sure you guys have seen some of the stuff that rolls around this time. You're talking about, the most in-debt programs in the country. And by the way, both Colorado and Colorado State were inside the top 30, I think, in the country in that regard, that have as much debt load as anybody else. So everyone's going to be looking for money. So where can you get money? If they allow programs to be dropped, if they take away a minimum, you're going to see, I think, a lot of non-revenue sports and women's athletics being cut around the country. And so it's going to alter the landscape of this thing enormously. And this is not the end. You guys may or may not know this. Alex Fontenot's got a suit that he's behind, class action lawsuit that is not part of what they just did. And there's a handful of other ones. So this is not over. It's just the next step in this process. So ultimately, it's still going to unionization and revenue sharing, and they become employees and all that sort of thing. That's where it's ultimately going. But it's listen, I've said this to Andy many times. I like the games. I'm not a big fan of the sport anymore because it's being torn apart, and what it's becoming is something that I never even dreamed of. So it's quite tough to watch.
Well, and Mark, it also they got to pay for the lawsuits, which these universities have to be able to come up with that because the NCAA ultimately is its member institutions. The other question, and we talked about this on Friday, and basically talked about it in an almost speculative manner, is like, what does Title IX do now? How does Title IX even remain enforced in this world of college athletics? Like that's just a whole other trick that they somehow have to be able to, another hurdle for everyone to jump over now.
Well, Nate, did you see what happened with Arizona State? All of a sudden their debt load disappeared when they had a private equity firm come in and take care of that.
I did see that.
There's a company named it's Redline or Red something.
Yeah,
I can't remember. I saw it a few weeks ago. They've been talking about how college football and basketball are undervalued by a multiple of 10. And so I think there's really going to be a wave of these private equity firms coming in and buying these athletic departments. And if they do that, they're separate entities, then Title IX does not apply to them. Then just like it doesn't apply to your radio station or Kroenke Sports or the Denver Broncos, because you're not getting public money. You're not getting government funds. So as soon as you're a private entity like this would create if these equity guys came in and started buying these athletic departments, then Title IX has no teeth whatsoever within these athletic departments. And so then you could just start cutting women's sports and say we're not doing it. And my guess is, I've been saying this for years, my guess is where this ends up, you got football, men's basketball, women's basketball, and probably volleyball, and that's essentially what college athletics looks like. Everything else becomes some sort of club entity or is a minor league for the potential professional sports, like for the men's and women's golf. Maybe the LPGA and LPGA has some sort of a minor league, or it's going to be some model like that. I think. I just don't think they're going to be carrying 15 sports anymore around college athletics.
All right, Mark. We're going to get into Angel Hernandez, I think, before we sign off for the day. You laugh. You're a broadcaster. I'm curious to get Nate. I mean, I think we all know how we feel about this. Is it a good thing when you know an umpire's name?
No, it's never good. Did you guys see the thing that was floating around X today where it had him signing his retirement papers and his signature was almost off the page? It was high and right, if you will. I thought it was very, very funny, and someone put that out there. But no, it's never a good thing. And the fact that we all know his name, and we all know his name for the wrong reason. And so, and the fact that he's retiring in the middle of the season, I mean, it just tells you everything you need to know. But the guy has become the butt of too many jokes for too long a period of time, and so it's kind of an appropriate ending for Angel Hernandez.
Mark Johnson, everybody, voice of the Buffs. Mark, beautiful stuff, as always. It's always great to have you here on the program. Thank you so much for giving us a few minutes, and we will be going more in depth on Deion Sanders and this Buffs team coming up here in the next several weeks. But, hey, start of the summer, let's have a light conversation. We appreciate it, man.
Hey, anytime, guys. Take care.
All right. The great Mark Johnson with us right there. By the way, when Angel Hernandez, when he sued Major League Baseball in the 2017 discrimination suit, part of this suit, when it was revealed, we kind of found out what Major League Baseball really thought of Angel Hernandez. Some of the passages that came out of the suit were from past performance reviews.
Okay.
Of Angel Hernandez.
That is, yeah.
Hernandez was unable to successfully handle difficult on-field situations with a calm and professional demeanor on a consistent basis. He had a lack of accountability and inability to move past his mistakes, persistent failure to communicate with other umpires on his crew, which has resulted in confusion on the field, and you continue to harp on manners that happened many years ago. This behavior is not healthy and not what we expect from a crew chief or any umpire. You need to learn from the past and then move forward.
Well, really advice for everybody.
Doesn't sound like something you should be saying to a Major League umpire.
How long had it been since he umped a World Series?
Since 2005.
That's quite a bit of stretch of time.
He had been on track to work the 2018 World Series until he had 3 calls at first base overturned in the first 4 innings of an ALDS game that year, at which point they removed him from the track to work the World Series. So it was since 2005, which he, in a part of his suit was, he alleged discrimination, that he was a minority, and that was why he wasn't getting to work the World Series, when in reality it was just because he was the worst umpire in the game.
Yeah, they decided to show their work.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
They decided to show all the instances they have of...
Yep.
What? I guess it says it right there. Things really did get personal with him, didn't it?
Yes. No, he...
Like, you could tell he was really... I think he enjoyed grinding certain guys, too.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Like, he was a guy that held grudges and had an axe to grind. It didn't forget about things and took it out on his foes or rivals or critics, which eventually kind of became everybody in the sport, over the many years that he was a Major League umpire. Here's the thing about Major League umpires, okay, is they're all going to make mistakes. And honestly, if you look at the metrics, and there are certain analytic sites that follow this stuff, Angel Hernandez, honestly, was like a league average umpire. That's really what he was. He wasn't that terrible. He was just so brazen about being terrible and such an hole about being wrong that it almost became comical over time. And that was the problem. I mean... And he was so disliked by people in the game. This is where, again, the thing you talk about Twitter before, of like every little mistake is amplified, but like people took joy in it because nobody could stand the guy. That was the other thing that Angel Hernandez had going on with him. You never want people to know your name if you're an umpire.
Now you're taking betting money. You can't have an Angel Hernandez type exist, right? When you can show how blatantly the call is being missed,
right,
and you wonder about the intention of it. How many games, and let's not just single
or even
them out.
so, I mean, Andy, you say the intention of it, but also like simply like, for example, in basketball, I know a lot of bettors that will just look at crews and then they will look at free throw data compared to those crews and decide based upon that, oh, do I like the over or the under on the total tonight? Because if teams are shooting more free throws, there's going to be more points scored. And that is one way to be able to look at it. So it isn't even necessarily about intentionality so much as like, I know this is the way you officiate a game, and you can figure out a lot of things that are going on right there.
Is basketball or baseball the easier sport where the official can really affect some things?
I mean,
baseball is the top, isn't it?
Yeah, because calls and strikes or balls and strikes aren't reviewable. Calls and strikes do, but balls and strikes are not reviewable. And
And you don't give the same strike zone to everybody. I'm sorry, the young rook isn't getting some of those inside strikes.
I saw earlier today an Angel Hernandez, it called AB where the guy threw 5 pitches out of the strike zone. 5 pitches. None of them were in the square. Dude was called out on strikes.
Dude, that is just...
That was the Angel Hernandez life. But yeah, the Scott Fosters and Tony Brothers of the world. By the way, Tony Brothers just did his 2000th NBA game the other night. Yeah. But it is crazy that we know who these dudes are, and we know that they've got access to grind out there.
Is Mark Davis the new kind of villain in town, though, as far as refereeing crews?
Yeah, now.
Because quite honestly, after this playoff run, I don't think Brothers or Foster gave the whistle or non-whistle that Davis gave.
It's just so funny. Like, in that job, you're getting screamed at all the time.
Sure.
Okay? And you're being screamed at by people that are professionally trying to manipulate you in the way that you do your job. And so you have to be able to battle against that psychological opponent every single night while also calling the game correctly, which with professional athletes has never been harder to do. And there's more angles that can show all the ways that you screw up while you do the whole thing. Like, it's such a damn hard job to do. And yet it's like, you got to rise above it, man. You do. You have to remember, like, these guys, they're under a ton of pressure and their jobs are on the line and their well-being and all this kind of stuff, and they live and die with this, and these are insanely competitive people. And even though they're saying the most awful things to me I've ever heard, I've got to rise above it because that's the gig, man.
The call's the call.
Exactly. That's what you have to be able to do.
Who was the young guy the other night that was getting a little too whistly in the game 3 of Mavs Wolves? So they got like
I don't remember who was
the
on
Dallas
that crew.
bench,
Yeah.
and then he teed up Anderson or whatever quickly.
Oh, yeah.
The young guy, the young, smaller guy of the crew was just like out of control for about a 5-minute stretch.
It's that part of, and that's the hardest part of the job. I couldn't do that job. I know I couldn't do that job. I'd go F you guys. I'm
out.
Sending you to the showers. I don't care.
Now I'm not here.
Right. I'll throw everybody out of this damn game. I don't care.
I can see you as an umpire, your big chest protector, just tossing the whole dugout. You're gone. Over there, you two.
Sending
Nobody's
parents
left.
back to the parking lot. The hell out of here. It's Craigman and Lindahl. When we come back, Andy, Rockhead of the day.
Oh, good.
I have an update from Lopburi, Thailand. They're trying to do something about the monkeys. Will it work? Macaque talk.
It just won't go away.
Next on the Craigman and Lindahl show. Nate Crackman, Andy Lindahl. Crackman and Lindahl. That's the name of the show. We got Rangers, Panthers tonight. We've got Mavs, Timberwolves this evening. You know, playoffs are happening in other cities. It was cool when they were all happening around here. Plus, don't forget about the Rocks and the Guardians. Second of the 3 games set tonight over there at Coors Field.
You really get into it.
Kyle Manzardo and the Guardians going at it tonight.
Tonight.
I like the name Manzardo.
What does Birdo use tonight for when it's not
When
in
it's
season?
When it's it's when he's asking girls out. It's
tonight.
You want to go out with me tonight?
I like that.
You want to go pick up dinner tonight?
Tonight. All right, let's get to these macaques. It's the story that won't go away.
All right. So we've been tracking this story, honestly, Andy, for about a half a decade now.
You have been the lead reporter on this. I feel like you've been boots on the ground guy.
So here's the latest headline from the Associated Press. Thai-town launches plan to lock up marauding monkeys and send them away.
I like that they're marauding now.
Yes. Dateline Lopburi, Thailand. A Thai town run ragged by its ever-growing population of marauding wild monkeys launched an offensive against the simian raiders on Friday using trickery and ripe tropical fruit. Several high-profile cases of monkey-human conflict recently convinced authorities in Lopburi in central Thailand that they had to reduce the animals' numbers. If all goes well, most will end up behind bars before starting a new life elsewhere.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
This is really intense.
First stage of the plan, instituted Friday, is to bait cages with the animals' favorite food, then wait for hunger to get better of their natural caution. There was early success for the catchers on one street, with 3 of the macaques falling for the ruse and ending up trapped because they had fancied a taste of rambutan fruit. The cages had been placed on the street earlier in the week, so the monkeys got used to them and found them less threatening. There are thought to be around 2,500 monkeys running around the town. The capture of the unlucky trio and around 30 others trapped in other parts of town slightly pared down that total. I just want to note, okay? 2,500 monkeys. They got 33 of them.
Slightly pared that number down, though.
Slightly.
Yeah, that slightly is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Slightly.
That's
You even notice 33 captured of 2,500? I don't think you do.
That's like when you're like down 30 going to the fourth quarter and then you like make 2 threes on consecutive possessions. You pared into the lead slightly. The effort will go on for 5 days this month and is likely to be repeated. Some of the monkeys will be left free to maintain Lopburi's image as Thailand's monkey town. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Padarapol Miniorn from Thailand's Department of National Parks, Wildlife, and Plant Conservation said, quote, with the monkeys' intelligence, if some of them go into the cage and are caught, the others outside won't enter the cage to get the food because they've already learned what's happened to their friends, close quote. They make halftime adjustments, Andy. What are you supposed to do?
I saw what happened there. I ain't going in there. Food ain't worth it.
The roaming monkeys have long been a symbol of the town, 90 miles north of Bangkok, and are a major tourist draw. That's right, kids. Ask your friends, what's the capital of Thailand? They've become increasingly aggressive, however, with several videos of them snatching food from residents and causing injuries being widely shared online. One auto parts shop now trades from behind wire. The owners erected it at the time of the coronavirus pandemic, but kept out the light-fingered primates was also a prime concern. They say they've adapted to the monkey problem, but not everyone has. Quote, when there are a lot of monkeys around, customers are afraid of buying the goods at the shop. Only our regulars aren't frightened, close quote.
So you got to clear the monkeys out of the auto parts area.
Got to get the damn monkeys out of there.
So nobody's car's running.
Yeah, they're
because the monkeys are not allowing auto part.
They're throwing mufflers at everybody, apparently.
Yeah. What kind of auto parts you buying?
The town's mayor, Shamron Selachip, agrees that the monkeys, while bringing in visitors, have also become bad for trade, with shops and malls seeing a drop in income and even people's homes damaged. Lopburi